H. Any kind of mother in a storm. Arlo provided another important lesson, thanks to another study painful to contemplate. Infant monkeys were raised with chicken wire surrogates with air jets in the middle of their torsos. When an infant clung, she'd receive an aversive blast of air. What would a behaviorist predict that the monkey would do when faced with such punishment? Flee. But, as in the world of abused children and battered partners, infants held harder. Why do we often become attached to a source of negative reinforcement, seek solace when distressed from the cause of that distress? Why do we ever love the wrong person, get abused and return for more? Psychological insights abound. Because of poor self-esteem, believing you'll never do better. Or a codependent conviction that it's your calling to change the person. Maybe you identify with your oppressor, or have decided it's your fault and the abuser is justified, so they seem less irrational and terrifying. These are valid and can have huge explanatory and therapeutic power. But work by Regina Sullivan of NYU demonstrates bits of this phenomenon miles from the human psyche. Sullivan would condition rat pups to associate a neutral odor with a shock. 27. If a pup that had been conditioned at 10 days of age, or older pups, was exposed to that odor, logical things happened: amygdala activation, glucocorticoid secretion, and avoidance of the odor. But do the same to a younger pup and none of that would occur. Remarkably, the pup would be attracted to the odor. Why? There is an interesting wrinkle related to stress in newborns. Rodent fetuses are perfectly capable of secreting glucocorticoids. But within hours of birth, the adrenal glands atrophy dramatically, becoming barely able to secrete glucocorticoids. This stress hyporesponsive period SHRP wanes over the coming weeks. 28. What is the SHRP about? Glucocorticoids have so many adverse effects on brain development, stay tuned, that the SHRP represents a gamble. I won't secrete glucocorticoids in response to stress, so that I develop optimally. If something stressful happens, mom will handle it for me. Accordingly, deprive infant rats of their mothers and within hours their adrenals expand and regain the ability to secrete plenty of glucocorticoids. During the SHRP, infants seem to use a further rule: if mom is around, and I thus don't secrete glucocorticoids, I should get attached to any strong stimulus. It couldn't be bad for me, mom wouldn't allow that. As evidence, inject glucocorticoids into the amygdala of young pups during the conditioning, and the amygdala would activate and the pups would develop an aversion to the odor. Conversely, block glucocorticoid secretion in older pups during conditioning, and they'd become attracted to the odor. Or condition them with their mother present, and they wouldn't secrete glucocorticoids and would develop an attraction. In other words, in young rats even aversive things are reinforcing in mom's presence, even if mom is the source of the aversive stimuli. As Sullivan and colleagues wrote, attachment by such an infant to the caretaker has evolved to ensure that the infant forms a bond to that caregiver regardless of the quality of care received. Any kind of mother in a storm. If this applies to humans, it helps explain why individuals abused as kids are as adults prone toward relationships in which they are abused by their partner. 29. But what about the flip side? Why is it that about 33% of adults who were abused as children become abusers themselves? Again, useful psychological insights abound, built around identification with the abuser and rationalizing away the terror. I love my kids, but I smack them around when they need it. My father did that to me, so he could have loved me too. But once again, something biologically deeper also occurs. Infant monkeys abused by their mothers are more likely to become abusive mothers. 30. Different routes to the same place. Anticipated that, with mothers now covered, we'd next examine the adult consequences of, say, paternal deprivation, or childhood poverty, or exposure to violence or natural disasters. And there'd be the same question: what specific biological changes did each cause in children that increased the odds of specific adult behaviors? But this plan didn't work. The similarities of effects of these very traumas are greater than the differences. Sure, there are specific links, e.g., childhood exposure to domestic violence makes adult antisocial violence more likely than does childhood exposure to hurricanes. But they all converge sufficiently that I will group them together, as is done in the field, as examples of childhood adversity. Basically, childhood adversity increases the odds of an adult having a. Depression, anxiety, and/or substance abuse, b. Impaired cognitive capabilities, particularly related to frontocortical function, c. Impaired impulse control and emotion regulation, d. Antisocial behavior, including violence, and e. Relationships that replicate the adversities of childhood, e.g., staying with an abusive partner. 31. And despite that, some individuals endure miserable childhoods just fine. More on this to come. We'll now examine the biological links between childhood adversity and increased risk of these adult outcomes. A. The biological profile. These forms of adversity are obviously stressful and cause abnormalities in stress physiology. Across numerous species, major early life stressors produce both kids and adults with elevated levels of glucocorticoids along with CRH and ACTH, the hypothalamic and pituitary hormones that regulate glucocorticoid release and hyperactivity of the sympathetic nervous system. 32. Basal glucocorticoid levels are elevated, the stress response is always somewhat activated, and there is delayed recovery back to baseline after a stressor. Michael Meany of McGill University has shown how early life stress permanently blunts the ability of the brain to rein in glucocorticoid secretion. As covered in Chapter 4, marinating the brain in excess glucocorticoids, particularly during development, adversely affects cognition, impulse control, empathy, and so on. 33. There is impaired hippocampal-dependent learning in adulthood. For example, abused children who develop PTSD have decreased volume of the hippocampus in adulthood. Stanford psychiatrist Victor Carrion has shown decreased hippocampal growth within months of the abuse. As a likely cause, glucocorticoids decrease hippocampal production of the growth factor BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factor. So childhood adversity impairs learning and memory. Crucially, it also impairs maturation and function of the frontal cortex. Again, glucocorticoids, by inhibiting BDNF, are likely culprits. The connection between childhood adversity and frontocortical maturation pertains to childhood poverty. Work by Martha Farah of the University of Pennsylvania, Tom Boyce of UCSF, and others demonstrates something outrageous. By age 5, the lower a child's socioeconomic status on the average, the higher the basal glucocorticoid levels, and/or the more reactive the glucocorticoid stress response, b. the thinner the frontal cortex and the lower its metabolism, and c. the poorer the frontal function concerning working memory, emotion regulation, impulse control, and executive decision-making. Moreover, to achieve equivalent frontal regulation, lower SES kids must activate more frontal cortex than do higher SES kids. In addition, childhood poverty impairs maturation of the corpus callosum, a bundle of axonal fibers, connecting the two hemispheres, and integrating their function. This is so wrong. Foolishly pick a poor family to be born into, and by kindergarten, the odds of your succeeding at life's marshmallow tests are already stacked against you. 34. Considerable research focuses on how poverty gets under the skin. Some mechanisms are human-specific. If you're poor, you're more likely to grow up near environmental toxins. 35. In a dangerous neighborhood, with more liquor stores than markets selling produce, you're less likely to attend a good school or have parents with time to read to you. Your community is likely to have poor social capital, and you, poor self-esteem. But part of the link reflects the corrosive effects of subordination in all hierarchical species. For example, having a low-ranking mother predicts elevated glucocorticoids in adulthood in baboons. 36. Thus, childhood adversity can atrophy and blunt the functioning of the hippocampus and frontal cortex. But it's the opposite in the amygdala. Lots of adversity and the amygdala becomes larger and hyperreactive. One consequence is increased risk of anxiety disorders when coupled with the poor frontocortical development. It explains problems with emotion and behavior regulation, especially impulse control. 37. Childhood adversity accelerates amygdaloid maturation in a particular way. Normally, around adolescence the frontal cortex gains the ability to inhibit the amygdala, saying, "I wouldn't do this if I were you." But after childhood adversity, the amygdala develops the ability to inhibit the frontal cortex, saying, "I'm doing this and just try to stop me." Childhood adversity also damages the dopamine system, with its role in reward, anticipation, and goal-directed behavior in two ways. First, early adversity produces an adult organism more vulnerable to drug and alcohol addiction. The pathway to this vulnerability is probably threefold: effects on the developing dopamine system, B. The excessive adult exposure to glucocorticoids, which increases drug craving. C. That poorly developed frontal cortex. 38. Childhood adversity also substantially increases the risk of adult depression. Depression's defining symptom is anhedonia, the inability to feel, anticipate, or pursue pleasure. Chronic stress depletes the mesolimbic system of dopamine, generating anhedonia. The link between childhood adversity and adult depression involves both organizational effects on the developing mesolimbic system and elevated adult glucocorticoid levels, which can deplete dopamine. 39. Childhood adversity increases depression risk via second-hit scenarios, lowering thresholds so that adult stressors that people typically manage instead trigger depressive episodes. This vulnerability makes sense. Depression is fundamentally a pathological sense of loss of control, explaining the classic description of depression as learned helplessness. If a child experiences severe, uncontrollable adversity, the most fortunate conclusion in adulthood is those were terrible circumstances over which I had no control. But when childhood traumas produce depression, there is cognitively distorted overgeneralization, and life will always be uncontrollably awful. Two side topics. Very types of childhood adversity converge in producing similar adult problems. Nonetheless, two types of adversity should be considered separately. Observing violence. What happens when children observe domestic violence, warfare, a gang murder, a school massacre? For weeks afterward there is impaired concentration and impulse control. Witnessing gun violence doubles a child's likelihood of serious violence within the succeeding 2 years. And adulthood brings the usual increased risks of depression, anxiety, and aggression. Consistent with that, violent criminals are more likely than non-violent ones to have witnessed violence as kids. 40. This fits our general picture of childhood adversity. A separate topic is the effects of media violence on kids. Endless studies have analyzed the effects of kids witnessing violence on TV, in movies, in the news, and in music videos, and both witnessing and participating in violent video games. A summary. Exposing children to a violent TV or film clip increases their odds of aggression soon after. 41. Interestingly, the effect is stronger in girls, amid their having lower overall levels of aggression. Effects are stronger when kids are younger or when the violence is more realistic and/or is presented as heroic. Such exposure can make kids more accepting of aggression. In one study, watching violent music videos increased adolescent girls' acceptance of dating violence. The violence is key. Aggression isn't boosted by material that's merely exciting, arousing, or frustrating. Heavy childhood exposure to media violence predicts higher levels of aggression in young adults of both sexes. Aggression, ranging from behavior in an experimental setting to violent criminality. The effect typically remains after controlling for total media watching time, maltreatment or neglect, socioeconomic status, levels of neighborhood violence, parental education, psychiatric illness, and IQ. This is a reliable finding of large magnitude. The link between exposure to childhood media violence and increased adult aggression is stronger than the link between lead exposure and IQ, calcium intake and bone mass, or asbestos and laryngeal cancer. Two caveats: there is no evidence that catastrophically violent individuals, e.g., mass shooters, are that way because of childhood exposure to violent media. B. Exposure does not remotely guarantee increased aggression. Instead, effects are strongest on kids already prone toward violence. For them, exposure desensitizes and normalizes their own aggression. Bullying. Being bullied is mostly another garden-variety childhood adversity, with adult consequences on par with childhood maltreatment at home. 42. There is a complication, though. As most of us observed, exploited, or experienced as kids, bullying targets aren't selected at random. Kids with the metaphorical "kick me" signs on their backs are more likely to have personal or family psychiatric issues and poor social and emotional intelligence. These are kids already at risk for bad adult outcomes, and adding bullying to the mix just makes the child's future even bleaker. The picture of the bullies is no surprise either, starting with their disproportionately coming from families of single moms or younger parents with poor education and employment prospects. There are generally two profiles of the kids themselves. The more typical is an anxious, isolated kid with poor social skills who bullies out of frustration and to achieve acceptance. Such kids typically mature out of bullying. The second profile is the confident, unempathetic, socially intelligent kid with an imperturbable sympathetic nervous system. This is the future sociopath. There is an additional striking finding. You want to see a kid who's really likely to be a mess as an adult? Find someone who both bullies and is bullied, who terrorizes the weaker at school and returns home to be terrorized by someone stronger. 43. Of the three categories, bully, bullied, bully/bullied, they're most likely to have prior psychiatric problems, poor school performance and poor emotional adjustment. They're more likely than pure bullies to use weapons and inflict serious damage. As adults, they're most at risk for depression, anxiety, and suicidality. In one study, kids from these three categories read scenarios of bullying. 44. Bullied victims would condemn bullying and express sympathy. Bullies would condemn bullying but rationalize the scenario, e.g., this time it was the victim's fault. And bullied kids? They would say bullying is okay. No wonder they have the worst outcome. The weak deserve to be bullied, so it's fine when I bully. But that means I deserve to be bullied at home. But I don't, and that relative bullying me is awful. Maybe then I'm awful when I bully someone. But I'm not, because the weak deserve to be bullied. A Mobius strip from hell. W. A key question. Eve now examined adult consequences of childhood adversity and their biological mediators. A key question persists. Yes, childhood abuse increases the odds of being an abusive adult. Witnessing violence raises the risk for PTSD. Loss of a parent to death means more chance of adult depression. Nevertheless, many, maybe even most victims of such adversity turn into reasonably functional adults. There is a shadow over childhood, demons lurk in corners of the mind, but overall things are okay. What explains such resilience? As we'll see, genes and fetal environment are relevant. But most important, recall the logic of collapsing different types of trauma into a single category. What counts is the sheer number of times a child is bludgeoned by life and the number of protective factors. Be sexually abused as a child, or witness violence, and your adult prognosis is better than if you had experienced both. Experience childhood poverty, and your future prospects are better if your family is stable and loving than broken and acrimonious. Pretty straightforwardly, the more categories of adversities a child suffers, the dimmer his or her chances of a happy, functional adulthood. 45. W. A sledgehammer. That happens when everything goes wrong. No mother or family, minimal peer interactions, sensory and cognitive neglect, plus some malnutrition. 46. These are the Romanian institution kids, poster children for just how nightmarish childhood can be. In the 1980s, the Romanian dictator Nicolae Ceausescu banned contraceptives and abortions and required women to bear at least 5 children. Soon institutions filled with thousands of infants and kids, abandoned by impoverished families, many intent on reclaiming their child. When finances improved, kids were warehoused in overwhelmed institutions, resulting in severe neglect and deprivation. The story broke after Ceausescu's 1989 overthrow. Many kids were adopted by Westerners, and international attention led to some improvements in the institutions. Since then, children adopted in the West, those eventually returned to their families, and those who remained institutionalized have been studied, primarily by Charles Nelson of Harvard. As adults, these kids are mostly what you'd expect. Low IQ and poor cognitive skills. Problems with forming attachments, often bordering on autistic. Anxiety and depression galore. The longer the institutionalization, the worse the prognosis. And their brains. Decreased total brain size, gray matter, white matter, frontal cortical metabolism, connectivity between regions, sizes of individual brain regions. Except for the amygdala, which is enlarged. That pretty much says it all. C. Culture, with both a big and a little c. Chapter 9 considers the effects of culture on our best and worst behaviors. We now preview that chapter, focusing on 2 facts. Childhood is when culture is inculcated, and parents mediate that process. There is huge cultural variability in how childhood is experienced, How long and often kids are nursed, how often they are in contact with parents and other adults, how often they're spoken to, how long they cry before someone responds, at what age they sleep alone. Considering cross-cultural child rearing often brings out the most invidious and neurotic in parents, do other cultures do a better job at it? There must be the perfect combo out there, a mixture of the quacudal baby diet, the Trobriand sleeping program, and the Inari approach to watching baby Mozart videos. But there is no anthropological ideal of child rearing. Cultures, starting with parents, raise children to become adults who behave in the ways valued by that culture, a point emphasized by the anthropologist Meredith Small of Cornell University. 47. We begin with parenting style, a child's first encounter with cultural values. Interestingly, the most influential typology of parenting style, writ small, grew from thinking about cultural styles, writ large. Amid the post-World War II ruins, scholars try to understand where Hitler, Franco, Mussolini, Tojo, and their minions came from. What are the roots of fascism? Two particularly influential scholars were refugees from Hitler, namely Hannah Arendt with her 1951 book, The Origins of Totalitarianism, and Theodor Adorno with the 1950 book, The Authoritarian Personality, co-authored with Else Frankel Brunswick, Daniel Levinson, and Nevitz Sanford. Adorno in particular explored the personality traits of fascists, including extreme conformity, submission to and belief in authority, aggressiveness and hostility toward intellectualism and introspection, traits typically rooted in childhood. 48. This influenced the Berkeley psychologist Diana Baumrind, who in the 1960s identified three key parenting styles, in work since replicated and extended to various cultures. 49. First is authoritative parenting. Rules and expectations are clear, consistent, and explicable because I said so is anathema with room for flexibility. Praise and forgiveness trump punishment. Parents welcome children's input, developing children's potential and autonomy is paramount. By the standards of the educated neurotics who would read, let alone write. This produces a good adult outcome, happy, emotionally and socially mature and fulfilled, independent and self-reliant. Next is authoritarian parenting. Rules and demands are numerous, arbitrary, and rigid and need no justification. Behavior is mostly shaped by punishment. Children's emotional needs are low priorities. Parental motivation is often that, it's a tough, unforgiving world and kids better be prepared. Authoritarian parenting tends to produce adults who may be narrowly successful, obedient, conformist, often with an undercurrent of resentment that can explode, and not particularly happy. Moreover, social skills are often poor because, instead of learning by experience, they grew up following orders. And then there is permissive parenting, the aberration that supposedly let boomers invent the 1960s. There are few demands or expectations, rules are rarely enforced, and children set the agenda. Adult outcome, self-indulgent individuals with poor impulse control, low frustration tolerance, plus poor social skills, thanks to living consequence-free childhoods. Baumrind's trio was expanded by Stanford psychologists Eleanor, Maccabi and John Martin to include neglectful parenting. 50. This addition produces a 2x2 matrix. Parenting is authoritative, high demand, high responsiveness, authoritarian, high demand, low responsiveness, permissive, low demand, high responsiveness, or neglectful, low demand, low responsiveness. Importantly, each style usually produces adults with that same approach, with different cultures valuing different styles. Then comes the next way, cultural values are transmitted to kids, namely by peers. This was emphasized in Judith Rich Harris's The Nurture Assumption. Harris, a psychologist without an academic affiliation or doctorate, took the field by storm, arguing that the importance of parenting in shaping a child's adult personality is exaggerated. 51. Instead, once kids pass a surprisingly young age, peers are most influential. Elements of her argument included, parental influence is often actually mediated via peers. For example, being raised by a single mother increases the risk of adult antisocial behavior, but not because of the parenting. Instead, because of typically lower income, kids more likely live in a neighborhood with tough peers. B. Peers have impact on linguistic development, e.g., children acquire the accent of their peers, not their parents. C. Other young primates are mostly socialized by peers, not mothers. The book was controversial, partially because the theme begged to be distorted. Psychologist proves that parents don't matter, drawing criticism and acclaim as the dust has settled. Current opinion tends to be that peer influences are underappreciated, but parents still are plenty important, including by influencing what peer groups their kids experience. Why are peers so important? Peer interactions teach social competence, context-dependent behavior, when to be friend or foe, where you fit in hierarchies. Young organisms utilize the greatest teaching tool ever to acquire such information, play. 52. What is social play in the young? Writ large, it's an array of behaviors that train individuals in social competence. Writ medium, it's fragments of the real thing, bits and pieces of fixed action patterns, a chance to safely try out roles and improve motor skills. Writ small and endocrine, it's a demonstration that moderate and transient stress stimulation is great. Writ small and neurobiological, it's a tool for deciding which excess synapses to prune. The historian Johann Huizinga characterized humans as homo ludens, men the player, with our structured, rule-bound play, i.e., games. Nevertheless, play is universal among socially complex species, ubiquitous among the young, and peaking at puberty, and all play involves similar behaviors after some ethological translating, e.g., a dominant dog signals the benevolence needed to initiate play by crouching, diminishing herself, translated into baboon, a dominant kid presents her rear to someone lower ranking. Play is vital. In order to play, animals forego foraging, expend calories, make themselves distracted and conspicuous to predators. Young organisms squander energy on play during famines. A child deprived of or disinterested in play rarely has a socially fulfilling, adult life. Most of all, play is intrinsically pleasurable, why else perform a smidgen of a behavioral sequence in an irrelevant setting? Dopaminergic pathways activate during play. Juvenile rats, when playing, emit the same vocalizations as when rewarded with food. Dogs spend half their calories wagging their tails to pheromonally announce their presence and availability for play. As emphasized by the psychiatrist Stuart Brown, founder of the National Institute for Play, the opposite of play is not work, it's depression. A challenge is to understand how the brain codes for the reinforcing properties of the variety of play. After all, play encompasses everything from mathematicians besting each other with hilarious calculus jokes to kids besting each other by making hilarious fart sounds with their armpits. One significant type of play involves fragments of aggression. What Harlow called rough and tumble play, kids wrestling, adolescent impalas butting heads, puppies play biting each other. 53. Males typically do it more than females, and as we'll see soon, it's boosted by prenatal testosterone. Is rough and tumble play practice for life's looming status tournament, or are you already in the arena? A mixture of both. Expanding beyond peers, neighborhoods readily communicate culture to kids. Is there garbage everywhere? Are houses decrepit? What's ubiquitous? Bars, churches, libraries, or gun shops? Are there many parks, and are they safe to enter? Do billboards, ads, and bumper stickers sell religious or material paradises, celebrate acts of martyrdom or kindness and inclusiveness? And then we get to culture at the level of tribes, nations, and states. Here, briefly, are some of the broadest cultural differences in child rearing practices. Collectivist versus individualist cultures. As will be seen in Chapter 9, this is the most studied cultural contrast, typically comparing collectivist East Asian cultures with uber-individualist America. Collectivist cultures emphasize interdependence, harmony, fitting in, the needs and responsibilities of the group. In contrast, individualist cultures value independence, competition, the needs and rights of the individual. On average, mothers in individualist cultures, when compared with those in collectivist ones, speak louder, play music louder, have more animated expressions. 54. They view themselves as teachers rather than protectors, abhor a bored child, value high-energy affect. Their games emphasize individual competition, urge hobbies involving doing rather than observing. Kids are trained in verbal assertiveness to be autonomous and influential. Show a cartoon of a school of fish with one out front, and she'll describe it to her child as the leader. Mothers in collectivist cultures, in contrast, spend more time than individualist mothers soothing their child, maintaining contact and facilitating contact with other adults. They value low arousal effect and sleep with their child to a later age. Games are about cooperation and fitting in. If playing with her child with, say, a toy car, the point is not exploring what a car does, i.e., being automobile, but the process of sharing. Thank you for giving me your car, now I'll give it back to you. Kids are trained to get along, think of others, accept and adapt, rather than change situations. Morality and conformity are nearly synonymous. Show the cartoon of the school of fish and the fish out front must have done something wrong, because no one will play with him. Logically, kids in individualist cultures acquire Tom later than collectivist culture kids and activate pertinent circuits more to achieve the same degree of competence. For a collectivist child, social competence is all about taking someone else's perspective. 55. Interestingly, kids in collectivist Japan play more violent video games than do American kids, yet are less aggressive. Moreover, exposing Japanese kids to media violence boosts aggression less than in American kids. 56. Why the difference? 3 possible contributing factors. A. American kids play alone more often, a lone wolf breeding ground. B. Japanese kids rarely have a computer or TV in their bedroom, so they play near their parents. C. Japanese video game violence is more likely to have prosocial, collectivist themes. More in Chapter 9 on collectivist versus individualist cultures. Cultures of honor. These cultures emphasize rules of civility, courtesy, and hospitality. Taking retribution is expected for affronts to the honor of oneself, family, or clan. Failing to do so is shameful. These are cultures filled with vendettas, revenge, and honor killings. Cheeks aren't turned. A classic culture of honor is the American South, but as we'll see in Chapter 9, such cultures occur worldwide and with certain ecological correlates. A particularly lethal combo is when a culture of victimization, we were wronged last week, last decade, last millennium, is coupled with a culture of honors ethos of retribution. Parenting in cultures of honor tends to be authoritarian. 57. Kids are aggressive, particularly following honor violations, and staunchly endorse aggressive responses to scenarios of honor violation. Class differences. As noted, an infant baboon learns her place in the hierarchy from her mother. A human child's lessons about status are more complex. There is implicit quing, subtle language cues, the cognitive and emotional weight of remembering the past when your grandparents emigrated here, they couldn't even. And hoping about the future, when you grow up, you're going to. Baboon mothers teach their young appropriate behavioral context. Human parents teach their young what to bother dreaming about. Class differences in parenting in Western countries resemble parenting differences between Western countries and those in the developing world. In the West, a parent teaches and facilitates her child exploring the world. In the toughest corners of the developing world, little more is expected than the awesome task of keeping your child alive and buffered from the menacing world. In Western cultures, class differences in parenting sort by Baumrein's typologies. In higher SES strata, parenting tends to be authoritative or permissive. In contrast, parenting in society's lower SES rungs is typically authoritarian, reflecting 2 themes. 1 concerns protecting. When are higher SES parents authoritarian? When there is danger. Sweetie, I love that you question things, but if you run into the street and I scream stop, you stop. A lower SES childhood is rife with threat. The other theme is preparing the child for the tough world out there. For the poor, adulthood consists of the socially dominant, treating them in an authoritarian manner. Class differences in parenting were explored in a classic study by the anthropologist Audrey Cousereau of St. Michael's College, who did fieldwork observing parents in 3 tribes, wealthy families on Manhattan's Upper East Side, a stable, blue-collar community, and a poor, crime-ridden one, the last 2 both in Queens. 58. The differences were fascinating. Parenting in the poor neighborhood involved hard defensive individualism. The neighborhood was rife with addiction, homelessness, incarceration, death, and parents' aim was to shelter their child from the literal and metaphorical street. Their speech was full of metaphors about not losing what was achieved, standing your ground, keeping up your pride, not letting others get under your skin. Parenting was authoritarian, toughening the goal. For example, parents teased kids far more than in the other neighborhoods. In contrast, working-class parenting involved hard offensive individualism. Parents had some socioeconomic momentum, and kids were meant to maintain that precarious trajectory. Parents' speech about their hopes for their kids contained images of movement, progress, and athletics, getting ahead, testing the waters, going for the gold. With hard work and the impetus of generations of expectations, your child might pioneer landfall in the middle class. Parenting in both neighborhoods emphasized respect for authority, particularly within the family. Moreover, kids were fungible members of a category, rather than individualized "you kids get over here." Then there was the soft individualism of upper middle class. Parenting children's eventual success, by conventional standards, was a given, as were expectations of physical health. Far more vulnerable was a child's psychological health when children could become anything. Parents' responsibility was to facilitate their epic journey toward an individuated fulfillment. Moreover, the image of fulfillment was often post-conventional. I hope my child will never work an unsatisfying job, just for money. This, after all, is a tribe giddied by tales of the shark in line to become CEO chucking it to learn carpentry or oboe. Parent speech brimmed with metaphors of potential being fulfilled, flowering, blooming, growing, blossoming. Parenting was authoritative or permissive, riddled with ambivalence about parent-child power differentials. Rather than "you kids, clean up this mess," there'd be the individuated, justifying request. "Caitlin, Zach, Dakota, could you clean things up a bit please? Malala is coming for dinner." We've now seen how childhood events, from the first mother-infant interaction to the effects of culture, have persistent influences and how biology mediates such influences. When combined with the preceding chapters, we have finished our tour of environmental effects on behavior, from the second before a behavior occurs to a second after birth. In effect, we've done environment. Time for next chapter's genes. But this ignores something crucial: environment doesn't begin at birth. In a study of wild baboons, Cheney and Seyfarth would wait for two unrelated females to sit near the bush with the speaker, and then play one of three vocalizations, of sounds of the two females' relatives, fighting with each other, b. a relative of one fighting with a third party, c. two other random females fighting. 17. If a female's relative was involved in the fighting, she'd look toward the speaker longer than if there were no relatives involved. And if it was relatives of the two females fighting each other, the higher-ranking one would remind the subordinate of her place by supplanting her from her spot. Another playback study created some baboon virtual reality. 18. Baboona dominates Baboon B. Thanks to cutting and splicing of recordings of vocalizations, Baboona is heard making a dominance vocalization, B making a subordination one. When this happens, no baboons looked at the bushes. A.B. Boring status quo. But if Baboona is heard making a subordination vocalization after B makes a dominance one, a rank reversal, everyone orients to the bushes. Did you hear what I just heard? Then a third scenario, a dominance reversal between two members of the same family. And no one looks, because it's uninteresting. Families, they're crazy. You should see mine. We have these huge dominance reversals and are hugging an hour later. Baboons classify others simultaneously according to both individual rank and kinship. Thus other primates contemplate kinship with remarkable sophistication, with kinship determining patterns of cooperation and competition. Non-primates are also into kin selection. Consider this: sperm in a female's vaginal tract can aggregate, allowing them to swim faster. Among a deer mouse species where females mate with multiple males, sperm aggregate only with sperm from the same individual or a close relative. 19. As behavioral examples, squirrels and prairie dogs give alarm vocalizations when spotting a predator. It's risky, calling attention to the caller, and such altruism is more common when in the proximity of relatives. Social groups built around female relatives occur in numerous species, e.g., lion prides, where related females nurse one another's cubs. Moreover, while prides typically contain a single breeding male, on those occasions when it's two males, better than chance that they're brothers. There is a striking similarity in humans. Most cultures have historically allowed polygyny, with monogamy as the rarer beast. Even rarer is polyandry, multiple men married to one woman. This occurs in northern India, Tibet, and Nepal, where the polyandry is adelphic, aka fraternal. A woman marries all the brothers of one family, from the strapping young man to his infant brother. 20. A challenging implication of kin selection arises. Those hot cousins. If one accrues fitness benefits by helping relatives pass on copies of their genes, why not help them do that by mating with them? Yet inbreeding produces decreased fertility and those genetic unpleasantnesses in European royalty. 21. So the dangers of inbreeding counter the kin selection advantages. Theoretical models suggest that the optimal balance is third cousin matings. And indeed, numerous species prefer to mate with between a first and a third cousin. 22. This occurs in insects, lizards, and fish, where, on top of that, cousin mating pairs invest more in the rearing of their offspring than do unrelated parents. A preference for cousin matings occurs in quail, frigate birds, and zebra finches, while among pair-bonded barn swallows and ground tits, females sneak out on their partner to mate with cousins. Similar preferences occur in some rodents, including the Malagasy giant jumping rat, a species that sounds disturbing even without cousins shacking up with each other. 23. And what about humans? Something similar. Women prefer the smell of moderately related over unrelated men. And in a study of 160 years of data concerning every couple in Iceland, which is a mecca for human geneticists, given its genetic and socioeconomic homogeneity, the highest reproductive success arose from third and fourth cousin marriages. 24. Recognizing relatives. These findings concerning kin selection require animals to recognize degrees of relatedness. How do they do this? Some species have innate recognition. For example, place a mouse in an arena, at one end is an unrelated female, at the other, a full sister from a different litter, never encountered before. The mouse spends more time with the sister, suggesting genetically based kin recognition. How does this work? Rodents produce pheromonal odors with individual signatures derived from genes called the major histocompatibility complex, MHC. This is a super variable gene cluster that produces unique proteins that form a signature for an individual. This was first studied by immunologists. What does the immune system do? It differentiates between you and invader's self and non-self and attacks the latter. All your cells carry your unique MHC-derived protein, and surveillance immune cells attack any cell lacking this protein password. And MHC-derived proteins also wind up in pheromones, producing a distinctive olfactory signature. This system can indicate that this mouse is John Smith. How does it also tell that he's your never-before-encountered brother? The closer the relative, the more similar their cluster of MHC genes and the more similar their olfactory signature. Olfactory neurons in a mouse contain receptors that respond most strongly to the mouse's own MHC protein. Thus, if the receptor is maximally stimulated, it means the mouse is sniffing its armpit. If near maximally stimulated, it's a close relative. Moderately, a distant relative. Not at all, though the MHC protein is being detected by other olfactory receptors, it's a hippo's armpit. Olfactory recognition of kin accounts for a fascinating phenomenon. Recall from Chapter 5 how the adult brain makes new neurons. In rats, pregnancy triggers neurogenesis in the olfactory system. Why there? So that olfactory recognition is in top form when it's time to recognize your newborn. If the neurogenesis doesn't occur, maternal behavior is impaired. 25. Then there is kin recognition based on imprinted sensory cues. How do I know which newborn to nurse? The one who smells like my vaginal fluid. Which kid do I hang out near? The one who smells like mom's milk. Many ungulates use such rules. So do birds. Which bird do I know is mom? The bird whose distinctive song I learned before hatching. And there are species that figure out relatedness by reasoning. My guess is that male baboons make statistical inferences when identifying their likely offspring. How much of this mom's peak estrus swelling was spent with me? All. Okay, this is my kid, act accordingly. Which brings us to the most cognitively strategic species, namely us. How do we do kin recognition? In ways that are far from accurate, with interesting consequences. We start with a long theorized type of pseudo-kin recognition. What if you operate with the rule that you cooperate with, i.e., act related to individuals who share conspicuous traits with you? This facilitates passing on copies of genes if you possess a gene or genes with three properties. It generates that conspicuous signal, b, recognizes it in others, and c, makes you cooperate with others who have that signal. It's a kind of primitive, stripped-down kin selection. Hamilton speculated about the existence of such a green beard effect. If an organism has a gene that codes for both growing a green beard and cooperating with other green bearders will flourish when mixed with non-green bearders. 26. Thus, the crucial requirement for altruism is genetic relatedness at the altruism locus, i.e., merely a multifaceted greenbeard gene and not genealogical relationship over the whole genome. 27. Green beard genes exist. Among yeast, cells form cooperative aggregates that need not be identical or even closely related. Instead, it could be any yeast that expresses a gene coding for a cell surface adhesion protein that sticks to copies of the same molecule on other cells. 28. Humans show green beard effects. Crucially, we differ as to what counts as a green beard trait. Define it narrowly, and we call it parochialism. Include enmity toward those without that green beard trait, and it's xenophobia. Define the green beard trait as being a member of your species, and you've described a deep sense of humanity. Reciprocal altruism. Oh, sometimes a chicken is an egg's way of making another egg. Genes can be selfish, and sometimes we gladly lay down our lives for 2 brothers or 8 cousins. Does everything have to be about competition, about individuals or groups of relatives leaving more copies of their genes than the others, being more fit, having more reproductive success? Is the driving force of behavioral evolution always that someone be vanquished? Not at all. One exception is elegant if specialized. Remember rock/paper/scissors? Paper envelops rock, rock breaks scissors, scissors cut paper. Would rocks want to bash every scissors into extinction? No way. Because then all those papers would enwrap the rocks into extinction. Each participant has an incentive for restraint, producing an equilibrium. Remarkably, such equilibriums occur in living systems, as shown in a study of the bacteria Escherichia coli. 29. The authors generated 3 colonies of E. coli, each with a strength and a weakness. To simplify, strain 1 secretes a toxin. Strength, it can kill competitor cells. Weakness, making the toxin is energetically costly. Strain 2 is vulnerable to the toxin, in that it has a membrane transporter that absorbs nutrients, and the toxin slips in via that transporter. Strength, it's good at getting food. Weakness, vulnerability to the toxin. Strain 3 doesn't have the transporter and thus isn't vulnerable to the toxin, and it doesn't make the toxin. Strength, it doesn't bear the cost of making the toxin, and is insensitive to it. Weakness, it doesn't absorb as much nutrients. Thus, destruction of strain 2 by strain 1 causes the demise of strain 1 thanks to strain 3. The study showed that the strains could exist in equilibrium, each limiting its growth. Cool. But it doesn't quite fit our intuitions about cooperation. Rock/paper/scissors is to cooperation as peace due to nuclear weapons-based mutually assured destruction is to the Garden of Eden. Which raises a third fundamental, alongside individual selection and kin selection, reciprocal altruism. I'll scratch your back if you scratch mine. I'd rather not actually scratch yours if I can get away with it. And I'm watching you in case you try the same. Despite what you might expect from kin selection, unrelated animals frequently cooperate. Fish swarm in a school, birds fly in formation. Meerkats take risks by giving alarm calls that aid everyone. Vampire bats who maintain communal colonies feed one another's babies, 30 depending on the species. Unrelated primates groom one another, mob predators, and share meat. Why should non-relatives cooperate? Because many hands lighten the load. School with other fish and you're less likely to be eaten. Competition for the safest spot, the center, produces what Hamilton termed the geometry of the selfish herd. Birds flying in a V formation save energy by catching the updraft of the bird in front, raising the question of who gets stuck there. 31. If chimps groom one another, there are fewer parasites. In a key 1971 paper, biologist Robert Trivers laid out the evolutionary logic and parameters by which unrelated organisms engage in reciprocal altruism, incurring a fitness cost to enhance a non-relative's fitness with the expectation of reciprocation. 32. It doesn't require consciousness to evolve reciprocal altruism, back to the metaphor of the airplane wing in the wind tunnel. But there are some requirements for its occurrence. Obviously, the species must be social. Furthermore, social interactions have to be frequent enough that the altruist and the indebted are likely to encounter each other again. And individuals must be able to recognize each other. Amid reciprocal altruism occurring in numerous species, individuals often attempt to cheat, i.e., to not reciprocate, and monitor attempts by others to do the same to them. This raises the realpolitik world of cheating and counter-strategies, the two co-evolving in escalating arms races. This is called a Red Queen scenario, for the Red Queen in Through the Looking Glass, who must run faster and faster to stay in place. 33. This raises two key interrelated questions. Amid the cold calculations of evolutionary fitness, when is it optimal to cooperate, when to cheat? In a world of non-cooperators, it's disadvantageous to be the first altruist. How do systems of cooperation ever start? Gigantic question number 1. What strategy for cooperating is optimal? While biologists were formulating these questions, other scientists were already starting to answer them. In the 1940s, game theory was founded by the polymath John von Neumann, one of the fathers of computer science. Game theory is the study of strategic decision-making. Framed slightly differently, it's the mathematical study of when to cooperate and when to cheat. The topic was already being explored with respect to economics, diplomacy, and warfare. What was needed was for game theorists and biologists to start talking. This occurred around 1980 concerning the prisoner's dilemma, PD, introduced in Chapter 3. Time to see its parameters in detail. Two members of a gang, A and B, are arrested. Prosecutors lack evidence to convict them of a major crime, but can get them on a lesser charge for which they'll serve a year in prison. A and B can't communicate with each other. Prosecutors offer each a deal, inform on the other, and your sentence is reduced. There are 4 possible outcomes. Both A and B refuse to inform on each other, each serves 1 year. Both A and B inform on each other, each serves 2 years. A informs on B, who remains silent, A walks free and B serves 3 years. B informs on A, who remains silent, B walks and A serves 3 years. Thus each prisoner's dilemma is whether to be loyal to your partner, cooperate, or betray him, defect. The thinking might go, best to cooperate. This is my partner, he'll also cooperate, and we'll each serve only a year. But what if I cooperate and he stabs me in the back? He walks, and I'm in for 3 years. Better defect. But what if we both defect? That's 2 years. But maybe defect in case he cooperates. Round and round. If you play PD once, there is a rational solution. If you, prisoner A, defect, your sentence averages out to 1 year, 0 years if B cooperates, 2 years if B defects. If you cooperate, the average is 2 years, 1 year if B cooperates, 3 years if B defects. Thus you should defect. In single-around versions of PD, it's always optimal to defect. Not very encouraging for the state of the world. Suppose there are 2 rounds of PD. The optimal strategy for the second round is just like in a single-round version, always defect. Given that, the first round defaults into being like a single-round game, and thus, defect during it also. What about a 3-round game? Defect in the third, meaning that things default into a 2-round game. In which case, defect in the second, meaning defect in the first. It's always optimal to defect in round C, the final round. And thus it's always optimal to defect in round Z-1, and thus round Z-2. In other words, when 2 individuals play for a known number of rounds, the optimal strategy precludes cooperation. But what if the number of rounds is unknown and iterated PD? Things get interesting. Which is when the game theorists and biologists met. The catalyst was political scientist Robert Axelrod of the University of Michigan. He explained to his colleagues how PD works and asked them what strategy they'd use in a game with an unknown number of rounds. The strategies offered varied enormously, with some being hair-raisingly complicated. Axelrod then programmed the various strategies and pitted them against each other in a simulated massive round-robin tournament. Which strategy won was most optimal? It was provided by a mathematician at the University of Toronto, Anal Rappaport. As the mythic path of the hero story goes, it was the simplest strategy. Cooperate in the first round. After that, you do whatever the other player did in the previous round. It was called tit for tat. More details. You cooperate, C, in the first round, and if the other player always cooperates, C, you both happily cooperate into the sunset. Example 1. You, C C C C C C C C C C. Her, C C C C C C C C C C. Suppose the other player starts cooperating but then, tempted by Satan, defects, D, in round 10. You cooperated, and thus you take a hit. Example 2. You, C C C C C C C C C C. Her, C C C C C C C C C D. Thus, you tit for tat her, punishing her in the next round. Example 3. You, C C C C C C C C C C D. Her, C C C C C C C C C D. If by then she's resumed cooperating, you do as well, peace returns. Example 4. You, CCCCCCCCCCCDCCC. Her, CCCCCCCCCDCCCC. If she continues defecting, you do as well. Example 5. You, CCCCCCCCCCCDDDDD. Her, CCCCCCCCCCDDDDD. Suppose you play against someone who always defects. Things look like this. Example 6. You, CDDDDDDDD. Her, DDDDDDDDD. This is the tit-for-tat strategy. Note that it can never win. Best case is a draw, if playing against another person, using tit-for-tat or someone using an always cooperate strategy. Otherwise it loses by a small margin. Every other strategy would always beat tit-for-tat by a small margin. However, other strategies playing against each other can produce catastrophic losses. And when everything is summed, tit-for-tat wins. It lost nearly every battle but won the war. Or rather, the peace. In other words, tit-for-tat drives other strategies to extinction. Tit-for-tat has 4 things going for it. Its proclivity is to cooperate, i.e., that's its starting state. But it isn't a sucker and punishes defectors. It's forgiving if the defector resumes cooperating, so will tit-for-tat. And the strategy is simple. Axelrod's tournament launched a zillion papers about tit-for-tat in PD and related games, more later. Then something crucial occurred, Axelrod and Hamilton hooked up. Biologists studying the evolution of behavior long to be as quantitative as those studying the evolution of kidneys in desert rats. And here was this world of social scientists studying this very topic, even if they didn't know it. PD provided a framework for thinking about the strategic evolution of cooperation and competition, as Axelrod and Hamilton explored in a 1981 paper, famous enough that it's a buzz phrase, e.g., how'd your lecture go today? Terrible, way behind schedule, I didn't even get to Axelrod and Hamilton. 34. As the evolutionary biologists started hanging with the political scientists, they inserted real-world possibilities into game scenarios. One addressed a flaw in tit-for-tat. Let's introduce signal errors. A message is misunderstood, someone forgets to tell someone something, or there's a hiccup of noise in the system. Like in the real world. There has been a signal error in round 5, with 2 individuals using a tit-for-tat strategy. This is what everyone means. Example 7. You, CCCCC. Her, CCCCC. But thanks to a signal error, this is what you think happened. Example 8. You, CCCCC. Her, CCCCD. You think, what a creep, defecting like that. You defect in the next round. Thus, what you think has happened. Example 9. You, CCCCCD. Her, CCCCDC. What she thinks is happening, being unaware of the signal error. Example 10. You, CCCCCD. Her, CCCCCC. She thinks, what a creep, defecting like that. Thus she defects the next round. Oh, so you want more? I'll give you more, you think, and defect. Oh, so you want more? I'll give you more, she thinks. Example 11. You, CCCCCD, CDCDCDCDCD. Her, CCCCDC, DCDCDCDCDC. When signal errors are possible, a pair of tit-for-tat players are vulnerable to being locked forever in this seesawing of defection. The discovery of this vulnerability prompted evolutionary biologists Martin Novak of Harvard, Carl Sigmund of the University of Vienna, and Robert Boyd of UCLA to provide 2 solutions. 35. Contrite tit-for-tat retaliates only if the other side has defected twice in a row. Forgiving tit-for-tat automatically forgives 1/3 of defections. Both avoid doomsday signal error scenarios, but are vulnerable to exploitation. A solution to this vulnerability is to shift the frequency of forgiveness in accordance with the likelihood of signal error. Sorry I'm late again, the train was delayed, being assessed as more plausible and forgivable than sorry I'm late again, a meteorite hit my driveway again. Another solution to tit-for-tat signal error vulnerability is to use a shifting strategy. At the beginning, in an ocean of heterogeneous strategies, many heavily biased toward defection, start with tit-for-tat. Once they've become extinct, switch to forgiving tit-for-tat, which outcompets tit-for-tat when signal errors occur. What is this transition from hard-assed, punitive tit-for-tat to incorporating forgiveness? Establishing trust. Other elaborations simulate living systems. The computer scientist John Holland of the University of Michigan introduced genetic algorithm strategies that mutate over time. Another real-world elaboration was to factor in the cost of certain strategies. For example, with tit-for-tat, the costs of monitoring for and then punishing cheating, costly alarm systems, police salaries, and jail construction. These are superfluous in a world of no signal errors, and nothing but tit-for-tat errors, and tit-for-tat can be replaced by the cheaper always cooperate. Thus, when there are signal errors, differing costs to different strategies, and the existence of mutations, a cycle emerges. A heterogeneous population of strategies, including exploitative, non-cooperative ones, are replaced by tit-for-tat, then replaced by forgiving tit-for-tat, then by always cooperate, until a mutation reintroduces an exploitative strategy that spreads like wildfire, a wolf among always cooperate sheep, starting the cycle all over again. 36 more and more modifications made the models closer to the real world. Soon the computerized game strategies were having sex with each other, which must have been the most exciting thing ever for the mathematicians involved. The evolutionary biologists were delighted to generate increasingly sophisticated models with the theoretical economists and theoretical diplomats and theoretical war strategists. The real question was whether animal behavior actually fits any of these models. One bizarre animal system suggests tit-for-tat enforcement of cooperation involving the black hamlet fish, which form stable pair bonds. 37. Nothing strange there. The fish can change sex, something that occurs in some fish species. As per usual, reproduction is more metabolically costly for the female than the male. So the fish in a pair take turns being the more expensive female. Say fish A and fish B have been doing their sex change tango, and most recently A was the expensive female and B the cheap male. Suppose B cheats by staying male, forcing it to continue as female. A switches to male and stays that way until B regains his social conscience and becomes female. Another widely cited study suggested a tit-for-tat strategy among stickleback fish. 38. The fish is in a tank, and on the other side of a glass partition is something scary, a bigger cichlid fish. The stickleback tentatively darts forward and back, investigating. Now put a mirror in its tank, perpendicular to the axis of the two fish. In other words, thanks to the mirror, there appears to be a second cichlid next to the first. Terrifying, except from out of nowhere there's this mysterious second stickleback who checks out the second cichlid every time our hero checks out the first. I have no idea who this guy is, but we're an amazing, coordinated team. Now convinced the stickleback his partner is defecting. Angle the mirror so that the stickleback's reflection is deflected backward. Now when the fish darts forward, his reflection does as well, but that jerk, it looks like he's hanging back safely. Lagging back even half a body length decreases the likelihood of a fish being predated. When the fish believes his partner is defecting, he stops darting forward. Greater complexity in tit-for-tat-ing is suggested by some animals, having multiple roles in their social groups. 39. Back to the playback technique with lions, where the roar of a strange male emanated from a speaker in the bushes, or from a life-sized model of a lion. Lions tentatively came forward to investigate, a risky proposition. Consistently, certain lions hung back. The toleration of these habitual scaredy cats seemed to violate the demands of reciprocity, until it was recognized that such animals took the lead in other domains, e.g., in hunts. A similar punchline emerges concerning the Dammerland mole rat. The social groups of it and its relative, the naked mole rat, resemble those of social insects, with non-reproductive workers and a single breeding queen. Researchers noted some workers who never worked and were considerably fatter than the rest. It turns out that they have two specialized jobs. During the rains, they dig through flooded, collapsed tunnels of the burrows, and when necessary, they disperse with the risky task of starting a new colony. I'm not convinced that a tit-for-tat reciprocity has been clearly demonstrated in other species. But evidence of its strict use would be hard for Martian zoologists to document in humans. After all, there are frequently pairs where one human does all the labor, the other doing nothing other than intermittently handing him some green pieces of paper. The point is that animals have systems of reciprocity with sensitivity to cheating. Gigantic question number 2, how can cooperation ever start? So a handful of tit-for-tat-ers can outcompete a mix of other strategies, including highly exploitative, uncooperative ones, losing the battles but winning the war. But what if there's only one tit-for-tat-er in a population of 99 always defect-ers? Tit-for-tat doesn't stand a chance. Always defect-ers playing each other produces the second worst outcome for each. But a tit-for-tat-er playing an always defect-er does worse, getting the sucker payoff that first round before becoming a de facto always defect-er. This raises the second great challenge for reciprocal altruism: forget which strategy is best at fostering cooperation. How do you ever start any type? Amid a sea of always defect-ers, the first black hamletfish, mole rat, or Dictyostelium amoeba who, after reading Gandhi, Mandela, Axelrod, and Hamilton, takes the first altruistic step is screwed, lagging behind everyone else forever. One can practically hear the always defect amoebas chortling derisively. Let's make it slightly easier for tit-for-tat to gain a foothold. Consider two tit-for-tat-ers amid 98 always defect-ers. Both will crash and burn, unless they find each other and form a stable cooperative core, where the always defect-ers either must switch to tit-for-tat or go extinct. A nidus of cooperation crystallizes outward through the population. This is where green beard effects help, conspicuous features of cooperators that help them recognize one another. Another mechanism is spatial, where the cooperative trait itself facilitates cooperators finding one another. Another route has been suggested for starting reciprocal altruism. Occasionally a geographic event occurs, say a land bridge disappears, isolating a subset of a population for generations. What happens in such a founder population? Inbreeding, fostering cooperation via kin selection. Eventually the land bridge reappears, the inbred cooperative founder population rejoins the main group, and cooperation propagates outward. We return to the issue of starting cooperation in the final chapter. Standing on three legs. You've now seen the three foundations of thinking about the evolution of behavior: individual selection, kin selection, and reciprocal altruism. Moreover, we've seen how these three concepts can explain otherwise puzzling behaviors. Some concern individual selection, with competitive infanticide as the canonical example. Other behaviors are most explicable with kin selection: why there's male-male aggression between groups in only some primate species, why many species have hereditary ranking systems, why cousin matings are more frequent than one might expect. And some behaviors are all about reciprocal altruism. Why else would a vampire bat, aware of the vanquishing power of group selection, regurgitate blood for someone else's kid? Let's consider a few more examples. Pair bonding versus tournament species. Suppose you've discovered two new species of primates. Despite watching both for years, here's all you know. In species A, male and females have similar body sizes, coloration, and musculature. In species B, males are far bigger and more muscular than females and have flashy, conspicuous facial coloration. Jargon: species B is highly sexually dimorphic. We'll now see how these two facts allow you to accurately predict a ton of things about these species. Male-female pairs of tamarins, top, and mandrills, bottom. First off, which species has dramatic, aggressive conflict among males for high dominance rank? Species B, where males have been selected evolutionarily for fighting skills and display. Species A males, in contrast, are minimally aggressive. That's why males haven't been selected for muscle. What about variability in male reproductive success? In one species 5% of the males do nearly all the mating, in the other all males reproduce a few times. The former describes species B, that's what all the rank competition is about; the latter, species A. Next, in one species, if a male mates with a female and she conceives, he'll do a ton of child care. In contrast, no such male parental investment is seen in the other species. No-brainer, the former describes species A. The few species B males who father most of the kids sure aren't doing child care. One species has a tendency to twin, the other not. Easy, the twinning is in species A, with two sets of parental hands available. How picky are males about whom they mate with? In species B, males mate with anyone, anywhere, anytime. It only costs the price of some sperm. In contrast, males of species A, with its rule of you get her pregnant, you do child care, are more selective. Related to that, which species forms stable pair bonds? Species A, of course. After correcting for body size, which species males have bigger testes and higher sperm count? Its species be ever prepared for mating, should the opportunity arise. What do females look for in a potential mate? Species B females get nothing from a male except genes, so they should be good ones. This helps explain the flamboyant secondary sexual characteristics of males. If I can afford to waste all this energy on muscle, plus these ridiculous neon antlers, I must be in great shape, with the sorts of genes you'd want in your kids. In contrast, species of females look for stable, affiliative behavior and good parenting skills in males. This is seen in bird species with this pattern, where males display parenting expertise during courtship, symbolically feeding the female with worms, proof that he'd be a competent worm winner. Related to that, among bird versions of species A and B, in which is a female more likely to abandon her offspring, passing on more copies of her genes by breeding with another male? Species A, where you see cuckoldry, because the male is going to stick there, caring for the kids. Related to that, in species A, females compete aggressively to pair bond with a particularly desirable, i.e., paternal, male. In contrast, species B females don't need to compete since all they get from males is sperm and there's enough to go around from desirable males. Remarkably, what we've described here is a broad and reliable dichotomy between two social systems, where A is a pair bonding species, B a tournament species. Pair bonded tournament. Male parental behavior: extensive minimal male mating pickiness, high-low variability in male reproductive success, low-high testes size, sperm count small-low, large-high levels of male-male aggression, low-high degree of sexual dimorphism in body weight, physiology, coloration, and lifespan, low-high female select for, parenting skill, good genes, rates of cuckoldry high-low. Primates that pair bond include South American monkeys like marmosets, tamarins, and owl monkeys, and among the apes, gibbons, with non-primate examples including swans, jackals, beavers, and of course, Chapter 4's prairie voles. Classic tournament species include baboons, mandrills, rhesus monkeys, burbits, and chimps, with non-primate examples including gazelles, lions, sheep, peacocks, and elephant seals. Not all species fit perfectly into either extreme, stay tuned. Nonetheless, the point is the internal logic with which the traits of each of these types of species cluster, based on these evolutionary principles. Parent-offspring conflict. Another feature of behavior turns kin selection on its head. The emphasis until now has been on the fact that relatives share many genes and evolutionary goals. Nonetheless, except for identical twins, just as pertinent is relatives not sharing all their genes or goals, which can cause conflict. There's parent-offspring conflict. One classic example is whether a female should give her child great nutrition, guaranteeing his survival, but at the cost of nutrition for her other children, either current or future. This is weaning conflict. 40. This causes endless primate tantrums. 41. Some female baboon looks frazzled and cranky. 3 steps behind is her toddler, making the most pitiful whimpering and whining sounds imaginable. Every few minutes the kid tries to nurse, mom irritably pushes him away, even slaps him. More wailing. It's parent-offspring weaning conflict. As long as mom nurses, she's unlikely to ovulate, curtailing her future reproductive potential. Baboon moms evolved to wean their kids at the age where they can feed themselves, and baboon kids evolved to try to delay that day. Interestingly, as females age, with decreasing likelihood of a future child, they become less forceful in weaning. There's also mother-fetus conflict. You're a fetus with an evolutionary agenda. What do you want? Maximal nutrition from mom, and who cares if that impacts her future reproductive potential? Meanwhile, mom wants to balance current and future reproductive prospects. Remarkably, fetus and mom have a metabolic struggle involving insulin, the pancreatic hormone secreted when blood glucose levels rise, which triggers glucose entry into target cells. The fetus releases a hormone that makes mom's cells unresponsive to insulin, i.e., insulin resistant, as well as an enzyme that degrades mom's insulin. Thus mom absorbs less glucose from her bloodstream, leaving more for the fetus. Intersexual genetic conflict. In some species the fetus has an ally during maternal-fetal conflict, the father. Consider a species where males are migratory, mating with females and then moving on, never to be seen again. What's a male's opinion about maternal-fetal conflict? Make sure the fetus, i.e., his child, grabs as much nutrition as possible, Even if that lessens mom's future reproductive potential, who cares, that won't be his kid down the line. He's more than just rooting for his fetus. This helps explain a mysterious, quirky feature of genetics. Normally a gene works the same way, regardless of which parent it comes from. But certain rare genes are imprinted, working differently, or only being activated, depending on the parent of origin. Their purpose was discovered in a creative synthesis by evolutionary biologist David Haig of Harvard. Paternal imprinted genes bias toward more fetal growth, while maternal imprinted genes counter this. For example, some paternal genes code for potent versions of growth factors, while the maternal genes code for growth factor receptors that are relatively unresponsive. A paternally derived gene expressed in the brain makes newborns more avid nursers. The maternally derived version counters this. It's an arms race, with dad genetically egging on his offspring toward more growth at the cost of the female's future reproductive plans, and mom genetically countering this with a more balanced reproductive strategy. Tournament species, where males have minimal investment in a female's future reproductive success, have numerous imprinted genes, while pairbenders don't. 42. What about humans? Stay tuned. Multi-level selection. Oh, we've got individual selection, kin selection, and reciprocal altruism. And then what happened in recent years? Group selection reappeared, sneaking in the back door. Neo-group selection crashed a long-standing debate as to the unit of selection. Genotype versus phenotype, and the most meaningful level of selection. To appreciate this, let's contrast genotype and phenotype. Genotype equals someone's genetic makeup. Phenotype equals the traits observable to the outside world produced by that genotype. Suppose there's a gene that influences whether your eyebrows come in two separate halves or form a continuous unibrow. You've noted that unibrow prevalence is decreasing in a population. Which is the more important level for understanding why, the gene variant or the eyebrow phenotype? We know after Chapter 8 that genotype and phenotype are not synonymous, because of gene-environment interactions. Maybe some prenatal environmental effect silences one version of the gene, but not the other. Maybe a subset of the population belongs to a religion where you must cover your eyebrows when around the opposite sex, and thus eyebrow phenotype is untouched by sexual selection. You're a grad student researching unibrow decline, and you must choose whether to study things at the genotypic or phenotypic level. Genotypic, sequencing eyebrow gene variants, trying to understand their regulation. Phenotypic, examining, say, eyebrow appearance and mate choice, or whether unibrows absorb more heat from sunlight, thereby damaging the frontal cortex, producing inappropriate social behavior, and decreased reproductive success. This was the debate: is evolution best understood by focusing on genotype or phenotype? The most visible proponent of the gene-centered view has long been Dawkins, with his iconic selfish gene meme. It is the gene that is passed to the next generation, the thing whose variants spread or decline over time. Moreover, a gene is a clear and distinctive sequence of letters, reductive and irrefutable, while phenotypic traits are much fuzzier and less distinct. This is the core of the concept of a chicken is just an egg's way of making another egg. The organism is just a vehicle for the genome to be replicated in the next generation, and behavior is just this wispy epiphenomenon that facilitates the replication. This gene-centered view can be divided in two. One is that the genome, i.e., the collection of all the genes, regulatory elements, and so on, is the best level to think about things. The more radical view, held by Dawkins, is that the most appropriate level is that of individual genes, i.e., selfish genes rather than selfish genomes. Amid some evidence for single gene selection, an obscure phenomenon called intragenomic conflict, which we won't go into, most people who vote for the importance of gene S over phenotype view single gene selfishness as a bit of a sideshow and vote for the genome level of selection being most important. Meanwhile, there's the view that phenotype trumps genotype, something championed by Ernst Mayr, Stephen Jay Gould, and others. The core of their argument is that it's phenotypes rather than genotypes that are selected for. As Gould wrote, no matter how much power Dawkins wishes to assign to genes, there is one thing he cannot give them: direct visibility to natural selection. In that view, genes and the frequencies of their variants are merely the record of what arose from phenotypic selection. 43. Dawkins introduced a great metaphor: a cake recipe is a genotype, and how the cake tastes is the phenotype. Genotype chauvinists emphasize that the recipe is what is passed on, the sequence of words that make for a stable replicator. But people select for taste, not recipe, say the phenotypists, and taste reflects more than just a recipe. After all, there are recipe/environment interactions where bakers differ in their skill levels, cakes bake differently at various altitudes, etc. The recipe versus taste question can be framed practically: your cake company isn't selling enough cakes. Do you change the recipe or the baker? Can't we all get along? There's the obvious bleeding heart answer, namely that there's room for a range of views and mechanisms in our rainbow-colored tent of evolutionary diversity. Different circumstances bring different levels of selection to the forefront. Sometimes the most informative level is the single gene, sometimes the genome, sometimes a single phenotypic trait, sometimes the collection of all the organism's phenotypic traits. 44. We've just arrived at the reasonable idea of multi-level selection. The resurrection of group selection. Hooray, progress. Sometimes it makes the most sense to pay attention to the recipe, sometimes to the baking process. The recipe is what is replicated, the taste what is chosen. But there's another level. Sometimes cake sales can be changed most consequentially by altering something other than recipe or taste: advertisements, packaging, or the perception of whether the cake is a staple or a luxury. Sometimes sales are changed by tying the product to a particular audience. Think of products that advertise fair trade practices, the Nation of Islam's Your Black Muslim Bakery, or the Christian fundamentalist ideology of Chick-fil-A restaurants. And in those cases, recipe and taste can both be trumped by ideology in purchasing decisions. This is where neo-group selection fits into multi-level selection, the idea that some heritable traits may be maladaptive for the individual but adaptive for a group. This has cooperation and prosociality written all over it, straight out of the analysis of tit for tatters, finding one another in a sea of always defect-ers. Stated more formally, it's when a dominates B but a group of BS dominates a group of As. Here's a great example of neo-group selectionism. As a poultry farmer, you want your groups of chickens to lay as many eggs as possible. Take the most prolific egg layer in each group, forming them into a group of superstar chickens who, presumably, will be hugely productive. Instead, egg production is minuscule. 0.45. Why was each superstar the egg queen in her original group? Because she would aggressively peck subordinates enough to stress them into reduced fertility. Put all these mean ones together, and a group of subordinated chickens will outproduce them. This is a world away from animals behave for the good of the species. Instead, this is the circumstance of a genetically influenced trait that, while adaptive on an individual level, emerges as maladaptive when shared by a group, and where there is competition between groups, e.g., for an ecological niche. There's been considerable resistance to neo-group selectionism. Part of it is visceral, often pronounced among the old guard: great, we finally confiscated all the Wild Kingdom videos, and now we're back to playing whack-a-mole with group selection sentimentality. But the more fundamental resistance is from people who distinguish bad old group selection from neo-group selection, accept that the latter can occur, but think it's very rare. Maybe so, across the animal kingdom. But neo-group selection plays out with great frequency and consequence in humans. Groups compete for hunting grounds, pastures, water sources. Cultures magnify the intensity of between-group selection and lessen within-group selection with ethnocentrism, religious intolerance, race-based politics, and so on. The economist Samuel Bowles of the Santa Fe Institute emphasizes how intergroup conflict like war is the driving force for intergroup cooperation. Parochial altruism, he refers to intergroup conflict as altruism's midwife. 46. Most in the field now both accept multi-level selection and see room for instances of neo-group selection, especially in humans. Much of this re-emergence is the work of two scientists. The first is David Sloan Wilson of the State University of New York at Binghamton, who spent decades pushing for neo-group selection, although he sees it not really as neo, but rather as old-style group selection finally getting some scientific rigor, generally being dismissed, and arguing his case with research of his own, studies ranging from fish sociality to the evolution of religion. He slowly convinced some people, most importantly the second scientist, Edward O. Wilson of Harvard, no relation. E. O. Wilson is arguably the most important naturalist of the last half of the 20th century and architect of the sociobiology synthesis, along with a number of other fields, a biology god. E.O. Wilson had long dismissed David Sloan Wilson's ideas. And then a few years back, the octogenarian E.O. Wilson did something extraordinary. He decided he was wrong. And then he published a key paper with the other Wilson rethinking the theoretical foundation of sociobiology. My respect for these two, both as people and as scientists, is enormous. 47. Thus something resembling détente has occurred among the advocates for the importance of differing levels of selection. Our three-legged chair of individual selection, kin selection, and reciprocal altruism seems more stable with four legs. W. And US. Here do humans fit into all this? Our behavior closely matches the predictions of these evolutionary models. Until you look more closely. 48. Let's start by clearing up some misconceptions. First, we are not descended from chimps. Or from any extant animal. We and chimps share a common ancestor from roughly 5 million years ago, and genomics show that chimps have been as busy evolving since then as we have. 49. And there are misconceptions as to which ape is our closest relative. In my experience, someone who is fond of duck hunting and country music usually votes chimp, but if you eat organic food and know about oxytocin, it's bonobo. The reality is that we're equally related to both, sharing roughly 98 to 99% of our DNA with each. Svante Paubo of the Max Planck Institutes in Germany has shown that 1.6% of the human genome is more related to bonobos than to chimps, 1.7% more to chimps than to bonobos. 50. Despite the combination of some of our most fervent wishes and excuses, we're neither bonobos nor chimps. On to how the conceptual building blocks of behavioral evolution apply to humans. Promiscuous tournament or monogamous pair bonded? I can't resist starting with an irresistible question. So, are we a pair-bonded or tournament species? 51. Western civilization doesn't give a clear answer. We praise stable, devoted relationships yet are titillated, tempted, and succumb to alternatives at a high rate. Once divorces are legalized, a large percentage of marriages end in them, yet a smaller percentage of married people get divorced, i.e., the high divorce rate arises from serial divorcers. Anthropology doesn't help either. Most cultures have allowed polygyny. But within such cultures most people are, socially, monogamous. But most of those men would presumably be polygamous if they could buy more wives. What about human sexual dimorphism? Men are roughly 10% taller and 20% heavier than women, need 20% more calories, and have lifespans 6% shorter, more dimorphic than monogamous species, less than polygamous ones. Likewise with subtle secondary sexual characteristics like canine length, where men average slightly longer canines than women. Moreover, compared with, say, monogamous gibbons, human males have proportionally bigger testes and higher sperm counts. But pale in comparison with polygamous chimps. And back to imprinted genes, reflecting intersexual genetic competition, which are numerous in tournament species and non-existent in pair bonders. What about humans? Some such genes, but not many. Measure after measure, it's the same. We aren't classically monogamous or polygamous. As everyone from poets to divorce attorneys can attest, we are by nature profoundly confused, mildly polygynous, floating somewhere in between. Individual selection. At first pass we seem like a great example of a species where the driving force on behavior is maximizing reproductive success, where a person can be an egg's way of making another egg, where selfish genes triumph. Just consider the traditional perk of powerful men, being polygamous. Pharaoh Ramses II, incongruously now associated with a brand of condoms, had 160 children, and probably couldn't tell any of them from Moses. Within half a century of his death in 1953, Ibn Saud, the founder of the Saudi dynasty, had more than 3,000 descendants. Genetic studies suggest that around 16 million people today are descended from Genghis Khan. And in recent decades more than 100 children each were fathered by King Soboza II of Swaziland, Ibn Saud's son King Saud, the dictator Jean Bedel Bokassa of the Central African Republic, plus various fundamentalist Mormon leaders. 52. The human male drive to maximize reproductive success is shown by a key fact: the most common cause of individual human violence is male-male competition for direct or indirect reproductive access to females. And then there is the dizzyingly common male violence against females for coercive sex or as a response to rejection. So plenty of human behaviors would make sense to a baboon or elephant seal. But that's only half the story. Despite Ramses, Ibn Saud, and Bokassa, numerous people forego reproducing, often because of theology or ideology. And an entire sect, the United Society of Believers in Christ's Second Appearing, aka the Shakers, will soon be extinct, because of its adherent celibacy. And finally, the supposed selfishness of human genes driving individual selection must accommodate individuals sacrificing themselves for strangers. Earlier in the chapter I presented competitive infanticide as stark evidence of the importance of individual selection. Does anything like that occur in humans? The psychologists Martin Daly and the late Margot Wilson of McMaster University in Canada looked at patterns of child abuse and made a striking observation: a child is far more likely to be abused or killed by a step-parent than by a parent. This is readily framed as parallel to competitive infanticide. 53. This finding, termed the Cinderella effect, while embraced by human sociobiologists, has also been robustly criticized. Some charge that socioeconomic status was not sufficiently controlled for homes with a step-parent, rather than two biological parents, generally have less income and more economic stress, known causes of displacement aggression. Others think there's a detection bias: the same degree of abuse is more likely to be identified by authorities when it's committed by a step-parent. And the finding has been independently replicated in some but not all studies. I think the jury is still out on the subject. Kin selection. Where do humans fit in terms of kin selection? We've already seen examples that fit well, e.g., the fraternal polyandry in Tibet, the weirdness of women liking the smell of their male cousins, the universality of nepotism. Moreover, humans are obsessed with kin relations in culture after culture with elaborate systems of kinship terms. Just go into a store and look at the Hallmark cards organized by kinship category for a sister, a brother, an uncle, and so on. And in contrast to other primates who leave their natal group around adolescence, when humans in traditional society marry someone from another group and go live with them, they maintain contact with their family of origin. 54. Moreover, from New Guinea Highlanders to the Hatfields and McCoys, feuds and vendettas occur along clan lines of relatedness. We typically bequeath our money and land among our descendants rather than among strangers. From ancient Egypt to North Korea and on to the Kennedys and Bushes, we have dynastic rule. How's this for a display of human kin selection? Subjects were given a scenario of a bus hurtling toward a human and a nondescript dog, and they could only save one. Whom would they pick? It depended on degree of relatedness. As one progressed from sibling 1% chose the dog over the sibling, to grandparent 2%, to distant cousin 16%, to foreigner 26%. 55. As another measure of the importance of kinship in human interactions, people can't be compelled to testify in court against a first-degree relative in many countries and American states. And when humans have damage to the emotional VMPFC, they become so unemotionally utilitarian that they would choose to harm family members in order to save strangers. 56. There's a fascinating historical example of how wrong it feels when someone chooses strangers over kin. This is the story of Pavlik Morozov, a boy in Stalin's Soviet Union. 57. Young Pavlik, according to the official story, was a model citizen, an ardent flag-waving patriot. In 1932 he chose the state over his kin, denouncing his father for supposed black marketeering, who was promptly arrested and executed. Soon afterward the boy was killed, allegedly by relatives who felt more strongly about kin selection than he did. The regime's propagandists embraced the story. Statues of the young martyr to the revolution were erected. Poems and songs were written, schools were named for him. An opera was composed, a hagiographic movie made. As the story emerged, Stalin was told about the boy. And what was the response of the man most benefiting from such fealty to the state? Was it, "If only all my citizens were that righteous, this lad gives me hope for our future"? No. According to historian Vyacheslav Levisis of the University of Tennessee, when told about Pavlik, Stalin snorted derisively and said, "What a little pig to have done such a thing to his own family." And then he turned the propagandists loose. Thus even Stalin was of the same opinion as most mammals: something's wrong with that kid. Human social interactions are profoundly organized around kin selection, with the rare exception of a Pavlik Morozov, blood is thicker than water. Naturally, until you look more closely. For starters, yes, across cultures we are obsessed with kinship terms, but the terms often don't overlap with actual biological relatedness. We certainly have clan vendettas, but we also have wars where combatants on opposing sides have higher degrees of relatedness than do fighters on the same side. Brothers fought on opposing sides in the Battle of Gettysburg. 58. Relatives and their armies battle over royal succession. The cousins George V of England, Nicholas II of Russia, and Wilhelm II of Germany happily oversaw and sponsored World War I, and intrafamily individual violence occurs, although at extremely low rates when corrected for amount of time spent together. There's patricide, often an act of revenge for a long history of abuse, and fratricide, rarely due to conflicts over issues of economic or reproductive importance, stolen birthrights of biblical proportion, someone sleeping with their sibling spouse. Fratricide is most often about long-standing irritants and disagreements that just happen to boil over into lethality. In early May 2016, for example, a Florida man was charged with second-degree murder in the killing of his brother during a dispute over a cheeseburger. And then there is the hideous commonness of honor killings in parts of the world, as we've seen. 59. The most puzzling cases of intrafamily violence, in terms of kin selection, are of parents killing children, a phenomenon most commonly arising from combined homicide/suicide, profound mental illness, or abuse that unintentionally proves fatal. 60. And then there are cases where a mother kills an unwanted child who is viewed as a hindrance, parent/offspring conflict flecked with the spittle of madness. 61. While we bequeath money to our descendants, we also give charitably to strangers on the other side of the planet. Thank you, Bill and Melinda Gates, and adopt orphans from other continents. Sure, as we'll see in a later chapter, being charitable is tinged with self-interest, and most people who adopt kids do so because they cannot have biological offspring, but the occurrence of either act violates strict kin selection. And in the primogeniture system of land inheritance, birth order trumps degree of relatedness. Thus we have textbook examples of kin selection, but also dramatic exceptions. Why do humans have such marked deviations from kin selection? I think this often reflects how humans go about recognizing relatives. We don't do it with certainty, by innate recognition of MHC-derived pheromones, the way rodents do, despite our being able to distinguish degrees of relatedness to some extent by smell. Nor do we do it by imprinting on sensory cues, deciding, this person is my mother, because I remember that her voice was the loudest when I was a fetus. Instead we do kin recognition cognitively, by thinking about it. But crucially, not always rationally, as a general rule, we treat people like relatives when they feel like relatives. One fascinating example is the Westermark effect, demonstrated by marriage patterns among people raised in the Israeli kibbutz system. 62. Communal child rearing is central to the ethos of the traditional socialist, agricultural kibbutz approach. Children know who their parents are and interact with them a few hours a day. But otherwise they live, learn, play, eat, and sleep with the cohort of kids their age in communal quarters staffed by nurses and teachers. In the 1970s, anthropologist Joseph Shepper examined records of all the marriages that had ever occurred between people from the same kibbutz. And out of the nearly 3,000 occurrences, there was no instance of two individuals marrying who had been in the same age group during their first 6 years of life. Oh, people from the same peer group typically had loving, close, lifelong relationships. But no sexual attraction. I love him her to pieces, but am I attracted? Yek, he/she feels like my sibling. Who feels like a relative and thus not like a potential mate? Someone with whom you took a lot of baths when you both were kids. How's this for irrationality? Back to people deciding whether to save the person or the dog. The decision depended not only on who the person was, sibling, cousin, stranger, but also on who the dog was, a strange dog or your own. Remarkably, 46% of women would save their dog over a foreign tourist. What would any rational baboon, pika, or lion conclude? That those women believe they are more related to a neotenized wolf than to another human. Why else act that way? I'll gladly lay down my life for 8 cousins or my awesome labradoodle, Sadie. Human irrationality in distinguishing kin from non-kin takes us to the heart of our best and worst behaviors. This is because of something crucial. We can be manipulated into feeling more or less related to someone than we actually are. When it is the former, wonderful things happen, we adopt, donate, advocate for, empathize with. We look at someone very different from us and see similarities. It is called pseudo-kinship. And the converse. One of the tools of the propagandist and ideologue drumming up hatred of the outgroup, blacks, Jews, Muslims, Tutsis, Armenians, Roma, is to characterize them as animals, vermin, cockroaches, pathogens. So different that they hardly count as human. It's called pseudospeciation, and as will be seen in Chapter 15, it underpins many of our worst moments. Reciprocal altruism and neo-group selectionism. There's not much to say here other than that this is the most interesting stuff in the chapter. When Axelrod got his round, robin tournament all fired up, he didn't canvass, say, fish for their prisoners' dilemma strategies. He asked humans. We're the species with unprecedented cooperation among unrelated individuals, even total strangers. Dictyostelium colonies are green with envy at the human ability to do a wave in a football stadium. We work collectively as hunter-gatherers or as IT execs. Likewise when we go to war or help disaster victims a world away. We work as teams to hijack planes and fly them into buildings, or to award a Nobel Peace Prize. Rules, laws, treaties, penalties, social conscience and inner voice, morals, ethics, divine retribution, kindergarten songs about sharing, all driven by the third leg of the evolution of behavior, namely that it is evolutionarily advantageous for non-relatives to cooperate. Sometimes. One manifestation of this strong human tendency has been appreciated recently by anthropologists. The standard view of hunter-gatherers was that their cooperative, egalitarian nature reflected high degrees of relatedness within groups, i.e., kin selection. The man-the-hunter version of hunter-gatherers viewed this as arising from patriarchality, i.e., where a woman, when marrying, moves to live with the group of her new husband, while the groovy hunter-gatherers version tied it to matriarchality, i.e., the opposite. However, a study of more than 5,000 people from 32 hunter-gatherer societies from around the world showed that only around 40% of people within bands are blood relatives. 63. In other words, hunter-gatherer cooperativeness, the social building block of 99% of hominin history, rests at least as much on reciprocal altruism among non-relatives as on kin selection, with Chapter 9's caveat that this assumes that contemporary hunter-gatherers are good stand-ins for ancestral ones. So humans excel at cooperation among non-relatives. We've already considered circumstances that favor reciprocal altruism. This will be returned to in the final chapter. Moreover, it's not just groups of nice chickens outcompeting groups of mean ones that has revivified group selectionism. It is at the core of cooperation and competition among human groups and cultures. Thus humans deviate from the strict predictions concerning the evolution of behavior. And this is pertinent when considering three major criticisms of sociobiology. The usual, where are the genes? Pointed out earlier a requirement for neo-group selection, namely that genes be involved in a trait that differs more between than within groups. This applies to everything in this chapter. The first requirement for a trait to evolve is that it be heritable. But this is often forgotten along the way, as evolutionary models tacitly assume genetic influences. Chapter 8 showed how tenuous is the idea that there is the gene, or even genes, for aggression, intelligence, empathy, and so on. Given that, even more tenuous would be the idea of a gene S for maximizing your reproductive success by, say, mating indiscriminately with every available female, or by abandoning your kids and finding a new mate, because the father will raise them. So critics will often demand, show me the gene that you assume is there. And sociobiologists will respond, show me a more parsimonious explanation than this assumption. The next challenge is evolutionary change continuous and gradual. The term evolution carries context-dependent baggage. If you're in the Bible Belt, evolution is leftist besmirching of God, morality, and human exceptionalism. But to extreme leftists, evolution is a reactionary term, the slow change that impedes real change. All reform undermines revolution. This next challenge addresses whether evolution is actually more about rapid revolution than about slow reform. A basic sociobiological premise is that evolutionary change is gradual, incremental. As a selective pressure gradually changes, a useful gene variant grows more common in a population's gene pool. As enough changes accrue, the population may even constitute a new species. Phyletic gradualism. Over millions of years, dinosaurs gradually turn into chickens. Organisms emerge that qualify as mammals as glandular secretions slowly evolve into milk. Thumbs increasingly oppose in proto-primates. Evolution is gradual, continuous. In 1972, Stephen Jay Gould and paleontologist Niles Eldredge of the American Museum of Natural History proposed an idea that simmered and then caught fire in the 1980s. They argued that evolution isn't gradual, instead, most of the time nothing happens, and evolution occurs in intermittent rapid, dramatic lurches. 64. Punctuated equilibrium. Their idea, which they called punctuated equilibrium, was anchored in paleontology. Fossil records, we all know, show gradualism. Human ancestors show progressively larger skulls, more upright posture, and so on. And if two fossils in chronological progression differ a lot, a jump in the gradualism, there must be an intermediate form that is the missing link from a time between those two fossils. With enough fossils in a lineage, things will look gradualist. Eldredge and Gould focused on there being plenty of fossil records that were complete chronologically, for example, trilobites and snails, Eldredge's and Gould's specialties, respectively, and didn't show gradualism. Instead, there were long periods of stasis of unchanged fossils, and then, in a paleontological blink of an eye, there'd be a rapid transition to a very different form. Maybe evolution is mostly like this, they argued. What triggers punctuated events of sudden change? A sudden, massive selective factor that kills most of a species, the only survivors being ones with some obscure genetic trait that turned out to be vital, an evolutionary bottleneck. Why does punctuated equilibrium challenge sociobiological thinking? Sociobiological gradualism implies that every smidgen of difference in fitness counts, that every slight advantage of one individual over another at leaving copies of genes in future generations translates into evolutionary change. At every juncture, optimizing competition, cooperation, aggression, parental investment, all of it is evolutionarily consequential. And if instead there is mostly evolutionary stasis, much of this chapter becomes mostly irrelevant. The sociobiologists were not amused. They called the punctuated equilibrium people jerks while the punctuated equilibrium people called them creeps. Get it? P equals evolution in a series of jerks. Sociobiology equals evolution as a gradual, creeping process. Gradualist sociobiologists responded with strong rebuttals, taking a number of forms. They're just snail shells. First, there are some very complete fossil lineages that are gradualist. And don't forget, said the gradualists, these punctuated equilibrium guys are talking about trilobite and snail fossils. The fossil record we're most interested in, primates, hominins, is too spotty to tell if it is gradualist or punctuated. How fast do their eyes blink? Next, said the gradualists, remember, these punctuated equilibrium fans are paleontologists. They see long periods of stasis and then extremely rapid blink of the eye changes in the fossil record. But with fossils, the blink of an eye, a stretch of time, unresolvably short in the fossil record, could be 50,000 to 100,000 years. That's plenty of time for evolution, bloody in tooth and claw, to happen. This is only a partial refutation, since if a paleontological blink of the eye is so long, paleontological stasis is humongously long. They're missing the important stuff. A key rebuttal is to remind everyone that paleontologists study things that are fossilized. Bones, shells, bugs and amber. Not organs, brains, pituitaries, ovaries. Not cells, neurons, endocrine cells, eggs, sperm. Not molecules, neurotransmitters, hormones, enzymes. In other words, none of the interesting stuff. Those punctuated equilibrium nudniks spend their careers measuring zillions of snail shells and, based on that, say we're wrong about the evolution of behavior. This opens the way for some compromise. Maybe the hominin pelvis did indeed evolve in a punctuated manner, with long periods of stasis and bursts of rapid change. And maybe the pituitary's evolution was punctuated as well, but with punctuations at different times. And maybe steroid hormone receptors, and the organization of frontocortical neurons, and the inventions of oxytocin and vasopressin all evolved that way also, but each undergoing punctuated change at a different time. Overlap and average these punctuated patterns, and it will be gradualist. This only gets you so far, though, since it assumes the occurrence of numerous evolutionary bottlenecks. Where's the molecular biology? One of the strongest gradualist retorts was a molecular one. Micromutation, consisting of point insertion and deletion mutations that subtly change the function of pre-existing proteins, is all about gradualism. But what mechanisms of molecular evolution explain rapid, dramatic change and long periods of stasis? As we saw in Chapter 8, recent decades have provided many possible molecular mechanisms for rapid change. This is the world of macromutations, of traditional point insertion and deletion mutations in genes whose proteins have amplifying network effects, transcription factors, splicing enzymes, transposes in an exon expressed in multiple proteins in genes for enzymes involved in epigenetics, b. traditional mutations in promoters, transforming the when and where / how much of gene expression. Remember that promoter change that makes polygamous voles monogamous, c. on traditional mutations such as the duplication or deletion of entire genes. All means for big, rapid changes. But what about a molecular mechanism for the stasis? Plunk a random mutation into a transcription factor gene, thereby creating a new cluster of genes never before expressed simultaneously. What are the odds that it won't be a disaster? Randomly mutate a gene for an enzyme that mediates epigenetic changes, thereby producing randomly different patterns of gene silencing. Right. That's bound to work out swell. Parachute a transposable genetic element into the middle of some gene, change a splicing enzyme so that it mixes and matches different exons in multiple proteins. Both asking for major trouble. Implicit in this is stasis, a conservatism about evolutionary change. It takes very unique macro changes during times of very unique challenge to luck out. Show us some actual rapid change. A final rebuttal from gradualists was to demand real-time evidence of rapid evolutionary change in species. And plenty exist. One example was wonderful research by the Russian geneticist Dmitry Belayev, who in the 1950s domesticated Siberian silver foxes. 65. He bred captive ones for their willingness to be in proximity to humans, and within 35 generations, he generated tame foxes who'd cuddle in your arms. Pretty punctuated, I'd say. The problem here is that this is artificial rather than natural selection. Interestingly, the opposite has occurred in Moscow, which has a population of 30,000 feral dogs, dating back to the 19th century, and where some contemporary dogs have famously mastered riding the Moscow subway system. 66. Most Moscow dogs are now descendants of generations of feral dogs, and over that time they have evolved to have a unique pack structure, avoid humans and no longer wag their tails. In other words, they're evolving into something wolf-like. Most likely, the first generations of these feral populations were subject to fierce selection for these traits, and it's their descendants who comprise the current population. 67. Feral Moscow dogs. Rapid change in the human gene pool has occurred as well with the spread of lactase persistence, a change in the gene for the enzyme lactase, which digests lactose, such that it persists into adulthood, allowing adults to consume dairy. 68. The new variant is common in populations that subsist on dairy, pastoralists like Mongolian nomads, or East African Maasai, and is virtually non-existent in populations that don't use dairy after weaning, Chinese and Southeast Asians. Lactase persistence evolved and spread in a fraction of a geologic blink of an eye in the last 10,000 years or so, co-evolving with domestication of dairy animals. Other genes have spread in humans even faster. For example, a variant of a gene called ASPEM, which is involved in cell division during brain development, has emerged and spread to about 20% of humans in the last 5,800 years. 69. And genes that confer resistance to malaria at the cost of other diseases, such as sickle cell disease or the thalassemias, are even younger. Still, thousands of years counts as fast only for snail shell obsessives. However, evolution has been observed in real time. A classic example is the work of the Princeton evolutionary biologists, Peter and Rosemary Grant, who over the course of decades of work in the Galapagos, demonstrated substantial evolutionary change in Darwin's finches. Evolutionary change in humans has occurred in genes related to metabolism when populations transition from traditional to westernized diets, e.g., Pacific Islanders from Nauru, Native Americans of the Pima tribe in Arizona. The first generations with westernized diets develop catastrophically high rates of obesity, hypertension, adult-onset diabetes, and death at early ages, thanks to thrifty genotypes that are great at storing nutrients, honed by millennia of sparser diets. But within a few generations, diabetes rates begin to subside as there is an increased prevalence in the population of sloppier metabolic genotypes. 70. Thus, there are examples of rapid changes in gene frequencies in real time. Are there examples of gradualism? That's hard to show because gradual changes are gradual. A great example, however, comes from decades of work by Richard Lenski of Michigan State University. He has cultured E. coli bacteria colonies under constant conditions for 58,000 generations, roughly equivalent to 1 million years of human evolution. Over that time, different colonies have gradually evolved in distinctive ways, becoming more adapted. 71. Thus, both gradualism and punctuated change occur in evolution, probably depending upon the genes involved. For example, there has been faster evolution of genes expressed in some brain regions than others. And no matter how rapid the changes, there's always some degree of gradualism. No female has ever given birth to a member of a new species. 72. A final challenge laced with politics: is everything adaptive? As we've seen, variants of genes that make organisms more adapted to their environment increase in frequency over time. But what about the reverse? If a trait is prevalent in a population, must it mean that it evolved in the past because it was adaptive? 73. Adaptationism assumes this is typically the case. An adaptationist approach is to determine whether a trait is indeed adaptive and, if so, what the selective forces were that brought it about. Much of sociobiological thinking is adaptationist in flavor. This was subject to scathing criticism by the likes of Stephen Jay Gould and Harvard geneticist Richard Lewontin, who mocked the approach as just so stories after Kipling's absurdist fantasies about how certain traits came to be, how the elephant got its trunk because of a tug-of-war with a crocodile, how the zebra got its stripes, how the giraffe got a long neck. So why not, supposedly ask the sociobiologists in this critique, how the baboon male got big cogens while the gorilla male got little ones? Observe a behavior, generate a just-so story that assumes adaptation, and the person with the best just-so story wins. How the evolutionary biologist got his tenure. In their view, sociobiological standards lack rigor. As one critic, Andrew Brown, stated, the problem was that sociobiology explained too much and predicted too little. 74. According to Gould, traits often evolve for one reason and are later coopted for another use. Fancy term, exaptation. For example, feathers predate the evolution of bird flight and originally evolved for insulation. 75. Only later did their aerodynamic uses become relevant. Similarly, the duplication of a gene for a steroid hormone receptor, as mentioned many chapters ago, allowed one copy to randomly drift in its DNA sequence, producing an orphan receptor with no use until a novel steroid hormone was synthesized that happened to bind to it. This haphazard, jury-rigged quality evokes the aphorism evolution is a tinkerer, not an inventor. It works with whatever's available as selective pressures change, producing a result that may not be the most adaptive but is good enough, given the starting materials. Squid are not great swimmers compared with sailfish, maximum speed, 68 miles per hour. But they're damn good for something whose great-great-grandparents were mollusks. Meanwhile, ran the criticism, some traits exist not because they're adaptive, or were adapted for something else but got co-opted, but because their baggage carried along with other traits that were selected for. It was here that Gould and Lewontin famously introduced spandrels in their 1979 paper, The Spandrels of San Marco and the Panglossian Paradigm, a critique of the adaptationist program. A spandrel is an architectural term for the space between two arches, and Gould and Lewontin considered the artwork on the spandrels of the Basilica San Marco in Venice. Gould and Lewontin's stereotypical adaptationist would look at these spandrels and conclude that they were built to provide spaces for the artwork. In other words, that these spandrels evolved for their adaptive value in providing space for art. In reality, they didn't evolve for a purpose. If you're going to have a series of arches, which most definitely exist for the adaptive purpose of holding up a dome, a space between each pair is an inevitable byproduct. No adaptation. And as long as these spaces were carried along as evolutionary baggage, as a result of selection for the adaptive arches, might as well paint on them. In that view, male nipples are spandrels. They serve an adaptive role in females and came along for the ride as baggage in males because there's been no particular selection against males having them. Gould and Lewontin argued that numerous traits that prompted just so stories from adaptationists are merely spandrels. Sociobiologists responded to spandrelism by noting that the rigor in pronouncing something a spandrel was not intrinsically greater than that in pronouncing it adaptive. 76. In other words, the former provide just not-so stories. Psychologist David Barash and psychiatrist Judith Lipton compared spandrelites to the character Topsy in Uncle Tom's Cabin, who states that she just wrote, when faced with evidence of adaptation in traits, they'd conclude that those traits are mere baggage without adaptive purpose, providing explanations that explain nothing, just growed stories. Furthermore, sociobiologists argued adaptationist approaches were more rigorous than Gouldian caricature. Rather than explaining everything and predicting nothing, sociobiological approaches predict plenty. Is, say, competitive infanticide a just-so story? Not when you can predict with some accuracy whether it will occur in a species based on its social structure. Nor is the pair bond/tournament comparison when you can predict a vast amount of information about the behavior, physiology, and genetics of species ranging across the animal kingdom simply by knowing their degree of sexual dimorphism. Furthermore, evolution leaves an echo of selection for adaptive traits when there is evidence of special design, complex, beneficial functions where a number of traits converge on the same function. All this would be your basic, fun academic squabble, except that underlying the criticisms of adaptationism, gradualism, and sociobiology is a political issue. This is embedded in the title of the Spandrel paper, The Panglossian Paradigm. This refers to Voltaire's Dr. Pangloss and his absurd belief, despite life's miseries, that this is the best of all possible worlds. In this criticism, adaptationism stinks of the naturalistic fallacy, the view that if nature has produced something, it must be a good thing. That furthermore, good in the sense of, say, solving the selective problem of water retention in deserts is in some indefinable way also morally good. That if ant species make slaves, if male orangutans frequently rape females, and if for hundreds of thousands of years hominin males drink milk directly out of the container, it is because it is somehow meant to be that way. When aired as a criticism in this context, the naturalistic fallacy had an edge to it. In its early years, human sociobiology was wildly controversial, with conferences picketed and talks disrupted, with zoologists guarded by police at lectures, all sorts of outlandish things. On one storied occasion, Edo Wilson was physically attacked while giving a talk. Anthropology department split in two, collegial relationships were destroyed. This was particularly so at Harvard, where many of the principals could be found: Wilson, Gould, Lewontin, Trivers, Hurry, the primatologist Irvin Dever, the geneticist Jonathan Beckwith. Things were so febrile because sociobiology was accused of using biology to justify the status quo, conservative social Darwinism that implied that if societies are filled with violence, unequal distribution of resources, capitalistic stratification, male dominance, xenophobia, and so on, these things are in our nature and probably evolved for good reasons. The critics used the is versus ought contrast, saying, sociobiologists imply that when an unfair feature of life is the case, it is because it ought to be. And the sociobiologists responded by flipping is ought around, we agree that life ought to be fair, but nonetheless, this is reality. Saying that we advocate something just because we report it is like saying oncologists advocate cancer. The conflict had a personal tinge. This was because by chance, or not, depending on your viewpoint, that first generation of American sociobiologists were all white Southerners: Wilson, Trivers, Dever, Hurry. In contrast, the first generation of its loudest critics were all Northeastern urban, Jewish leftists: Harvard's Gould, Lewontin, Beckwith, Ruth Hubbard, Princeton's Leon Kamin, and MIT's Noam Chomsky. You can see how that there's a hidden agenda here. Charge arose from both sides. It's easy to see how punctuated equilibrium generated similar ideological battles, given its premise that evolution is mostly about long periods of stasis pierced by revolutionary upheaval. In their original publication, Gould and Eldridge asserted that the law of nature holds that a new quality emerges in a leap as the slow accumulation of quantitative changes, long resisted by a stable system, finally forces it rapidly from one state into another. This was a bold assertion that the heuristic of dialectical materialism not only extends beyond the economic world into the naturalistic one, but is ontologically rooted in the essential sameness of both worlds' dynamic of resolution of irresolvable contradictions. It is Marx and Engels as trilobite and snail. Eventually the paroxysms about adaptationism versus spandrels, gradualism versus punctuated change, and the very notion of a science of human sociobiology subsided. The political posturing lost steam, the demographic contrasts between the two camps softened, the general quality of research improved considerably, and everybody got some gray hair and a bit more calm. This has paved the way for a sensible, middle-of-the-road middle age for the field. There's clear empirical evidence for both gradualism and punctuated change, and for molecular mechanisms underlying both. There's less adaptation than extreme adaptationists claim, but fewer spandrels than touted by spandrelites. While sociobiology may explain too much and predict too little, it does predict many broad features of behavior and social systems across species. Moreover, even though the notion of selection happening at the level of groups has been resurrected from the graves of self-sacrificial elderly wildebeest, it is probably a rare occurrence. Nonetheless, it is most likely to occur in the species that is the focus of this book. Finally, all of this is anchored in evolution being a fact, albeit a wildly complex one. Remarkably, we've finished this first part of the book. A behavior has occurred, what happened in everything from a second to a million years earlier that helps explain why it happened. Some themes have come up repeatedly. The context and meaning of a behavior are usually more interesting and complex than the mechanics of the behavior. To understand things, you must incorporate neurons and hormones and early development and genes, etc., etc. These aren't separate categories. There are few clear-cut causal agents, so don't count on there being the brain region, the neurotransmitter, the gene, the cultural influence, or the single anything that explains a behavior. Instead of causes, biology is repeatedly about propensities, potentials, vulnerabilities, predispositions, proclivities, interactions, modulations, contingencies, if/then clauses, context dependencies, exacerbation or diminution of pre-existing tendencies. Circles and loops and spirals and Mobius strips. No one said this was easy. But the subject matters. And thus we transition to the second part, synthesizing this material in order to look at realms of behavior where this matters the most. A. 11. Us versus them. As a kid, I saw the original 1968 version of Planet of the Apes. As a future primatologist, I was mesmerized, saw it repeatedly, and loved the cheesy ape costumes. Years later I discovered a great anecdote about the filming of the movie, related by both Charlton Heston and Kim Hunter. It stars, at lunchtime, the people playing chimps and those playing gorillas ate in separate groups. 1. As it's been said, most often attributed to Robert Benchley, there are two kinds of people in the world, those who divide the world into two kinds of people and those who don't. There are more of the first. And it is vastly consequential when people are divided into us and them, in group and outgroup, the people i.e. our kind, and the others. This chapter explores our tendency to form us-them dichotomies and to favor the former. Is this mindset universal? How malleable are us and them categories? Is there hope that human clannishness and xenophobia can be vanquished so that Hollywood extra chimps and gorillas break bread together? Oh. The strength of us/them. Your brains form us/them. Dichotomies, henceforth. Us/them-ing, for brevity, with stunning speed. 2. As discussed in Chapter 3, 50 millisecond exposure to the face of someone of another race. Activates the amygdala while failing to activate the fusiform face area as much as same race faces do all within a few hundred milliseconds. Similarly, the brain groups faces by gender or social status at roughly the same speed. Rapid automatic biases against them can be demonstrated with the fiendishly clever implicit association test, I at point 3. Suppose you are unconsciously prejudiced against trolls. To simplify the IAT enormously, a computer screen flashes either pictures of humans or trolls or words with positive connotations, e.g. honest, or negative ones, deceitful. Sometimes the rule is if you see a human or a positive term, press the red button. If it's a troll or a negative term, press the blue button. And sometimes it's human or negative term, press red. Troll or positive term, press blue. Because of your anti-troll bias, pairing a troll with a positive term or a human with a negative is discordant and slightly distracting. Thus you pause for a few milliseconds before pressing a button. It's automatic, you're not fuming about clannish troll, business practices or troll brutality in the Battle of Somewhere in 1523. You're processing words and pictures, and unconsciously you pause, stopped by the dissonance linking troll and lovely, or human and malodorous. Run enough rounds and that pattern of delay emerges, revealing your bias. The brain's fault lines, dividing us from them, were shown in Chapter 4's discussion of oxytocin. Recall how the hormone prompts trust, generosity, and cooperation toward us but crappier behavior toward them, more preemptive aggression in economic play, more advocacy of sacrificing them, but not us, for the greater good. Oxytocin exaggerates us/them-ing. This is hugely interesting. If you like broccoli, but spurn cauliflower, no hormone amplifies both preferences. Ditto for liking chess and disdaining backgammon. Oxytocin's opposing effects on us and them demonstrate the salience of such dichotomizing. Our depth of us/them-ing is supported further by something remarkable: other species do it as well. Initially this doesn't seem profound. After all, chimps kill males from other groups, baboon troops bristle when encountering each other, animals of all stripes tense at strangers. This simply reflects not taking kindly to someone new, a them. But some other species have a broader concept of us and them. Point 4. For example, chimp groups that have swollen in number might divide. Murderous animosities soon emerge between ex-group mates. Remarkably, you can show automatic us/them-ing in other primates with a monkey equivalent of the IAT. In one study, animals were shown pictures of either members of their own or the neighboring group interspersed with positive things, e.g., fruit, or negative, e.g., spiders. And monkeys looked longer at discordant pairings, e.g., group members with spiders. These monkeys don't just fight neighbors over resources. They have negative associations with them. Those guys are like yucky spiders. But us, we're like luscious tropical fruit. Numerous experiments confirm that the brain differentially processes images within milliseconds based on minimal cues about race or gender. Point 5. Similarly, consider minimal group paradigms, pioneered in the 1970s by Henri Tajfel of the University of Bristol. He showed that even if groupings are based on flimsy differences, e.g., whether someone over or underestimated the number of dots in a picture, in group biases, such as higher levels of cooperation, still soon develop. Such prosociality is about group identification. People preferentially allocate resources to anonymous in-group individuals. Merely grouping people activates parochial biases, no matter how tenuous the basis of the grouping. In general, minimal group paradigms enhance our opinion of us rather than lessening our opinion of them. I guess that's meager good news. At least we resist thinking that people who came up heads on the coin toss, in contrast to our admirable tails, eat their debt. The power of minimal, arbitrary groupings to elicit us/them-ing recalls green beard effects from Chapter 10. Recall how these hover between prosociality due to kin selection and due to reciprocal altruism. They require an arbitrary, conspicuous, genetically based trait, e.g., a green beard, that indicates a tendency to act altruistically toward other green bearders. Under those conditions, green bearders flourish. Us/them-ing based on minimal shared traits is like psychological rather than genetic green beard effects. We feel positive associations with people who share the most meaningless traits with us. As a great example, in one study, subjects conversed with a researcher who, unbeknownst to them, did or didn't mimic their movements, for example, leg crossing. Point 6. Not only is mimicry pleasing, activating mesolimbic dopamine, but it also made subjects more likely to help the researcher, picking up their dropped pen. An unconscious us-ness born from someone slouching in a chair like you do. Thus an invisible strategy becomes yoked to an arbitrary green beard marker. What helps define a particular culture? Values, beliefs, attributions, ideologies. All invisible until they are yoked with arbitrary markers, such as dress, ornamentation, or regional accent. Consider two value-laden approaches to what to do to a cow: A. Eat it, B. Worship it. 2S or 2BS would be more peaceful when sorting out cow options than an A and B together. What might reliably mark someone who uses approach A? Maybe a Stetson and cowboy boots. And a B person? Perhaps a sari or a nehru jacket. Those markers were initially arbitrary. Nothing about the object, called a sari, intrinsically suggests a belief that cows are sacred, because a god tends them. And there's no inevitable link between carnivory and a Stetson's shape. It keeps the sun out of your eyes and off your neck, useful whether you tend cows because you love steak, or because Lord Krishna tended cows. Minimal group studies show our propensity for generating biased US thems from arbitrary differences. What we then do is link arbitrary markers to meaningful differences in values and beliefs. And then something happens with those arbitrary markers. We, e.g., primates, rats, Pavlov's dogs, can be conditioned to associate something arbitrary, like a bell, with a reward. 7. As the association solidifies, is the ringing bell still just a marker symbolizing impending pleasure, or does it become pleasurable itself? Elegant work related to the mesolimbic dopamine system shows that, in a substantial subset of rats, the arbitrary signal itself becomes rewarding. Similarly, an arbitrary symbol of an US core value gradually takes on a life and power of its own, becoming the signified instead of the signifier. Thus, for example, the scattering of colors and patterns on cloth that constitutes a nation's flag becomes something that people will kill and die for. The strength of US/them-ing is shown by its emergence in kids. By age 3 to 4, kids already group people by race and gender, have more negative views of such thems, and perceive other race faces as being angrier than same race faces. 8. And even earlier. Infants learn same race faces better than other race. How can you tell? Show an infant a picture of someone repeatedly. She looks at it less each time. Now show a different face. If she can't tell the two apart, she barely glances at it. But if it's recognized as being new, there's excitement, and longer looking. 9. 4 important thoughts about kids dichotomizing. Are children learning these prejudices from their parents? Not necessarily. Kids grow in environments whose non-random stimuli tacitly pave the way for dichotomizing. If an infant sees faces of only one skin color, the salient thing about the first face with a different skin color will be the skin color. Racial dichotomies are formed during a crucial developmental period. As evidence, children adopted before age 8 by someone of a different race develop the expertise at face recognition of the adoptive parent's race. 10. Kids learn dichotomies in the absence of any ill intent. When a kindergarten teacher says, "Good morning, boys and girls," the kids are being taught that dividing the world that way is more meaningful than saying, "Good morning, those of you who have lost a tooth and those of you who haven't yet." It's everywhere, from she and he meaning different things to those languages, so taken with gender dichotomizing that inanimate objects are given honorary gonads. 11 Racial US/them-ing can seem indelibly entrenched in kids, because the parents most intent on preventing it are often lousy at it. As shown in studies, liberals are typically uncomfortable discussing race with their children. Instead they counter the lure of US/them-ing with abstractions, that mean squat to kids it's wonderful that everyone can be friends, or Barney is purple, and we love Barney. Thus, the strength of US/them-ing is shown by the speed and minimal sensory stimuli required for the brain to process group differences, b. the unconscious automaticity of such processes, c. its presence in other primates and very young humans, and d. the tendency to group according to arbitrary differences and to then imbue those markers with power. US/them-ing typically involves inflating the merits of US concerning core values. We are more correct, wise, moral, and worthy when it comes to knowing what the gods want running the economy, raising kids, fighting this war. Us-ness also involves inflating the merits of our arbitrary markers, and that can take some work, rationalizing why our food is tastier, our music more moving, our language more logical or poetic. Perhaps even more than superiority, feelings about US center on shared obligations, on willingness and expectation of mutuality. 12. The essence of an US mindset is non-random clustering, producing higher than expected frequencies of positive interactions. As we saw in Chapter 10, the logical strategy in one-round prisoner's dilemma is to defect. Cooperation flourishes when games have an uncertain number of rounds, and with the capacity for our reputations to precede us. Groups, by definition, have multiple round games and the means to spread news of someone being a jerk. This sense of obligation and reciprocity among US is shown in economic games where players are more trusting, generous and cooperative with in-group than without group members, even with minimal group paradigms, where players know that groupings are arbitrary. 13. Chimps even show this trust element where they have to choose between a. Being guaranteed to receive some unexciting food and b. Getting some fabulous food if another chimp will share it with them. Chimps opt for the second scenario, requiring trust, when the other chimp is a grooming partner. Moreover, priming people to think of a victim of violence as an us, rather than a them, increases the odds of their intervening. And recall from Chapter 3 how fans at a soccer match are more likely to aid an injured spectator if he's wearing home team insignias. 14. Enhanced prosociality for in-group members does not even require face-to-face interactions. In one study, subjects from an ethnically polarized neighborhood encountered an open, stamped questionnaire on the sidewalk near a mailbox. Subjects were more likely to mail it if the questionnaire indicated support for a value of the subject's ethnic group. 15. In-group obligation is shown by people feeling more need to make amends for transgressions against an us than against a them. For the former, people usually make amends to the wronged individual and act more prosocially to the group overall. But people often make in-group amends by being more antisocial to another group. Moreover, in such scenarios, the guiltier the person feels about her in-group violation, the worse she is to them. 16. Thus, sometimes you help us, by directly helping us, sometimes by hurting them. This raises a broad issue about in-group parochialism. Is the goal that your group do well, or simply better than them? If the former, maximizing absolute levels of in-group well-being is the goal and the levels of rewards to them is irrelevant, if the latter, the goal is maximizing the gap between us and them. Both occur. Doing better rather than doing well makes sense in zero-sum games where, say, only one team can win, and where winning with scores of 1-0, 10-0, and 10-9 are equivalent. Moreover, for sectarian sports fans, there is similar mesolimbic dopamine activation when the home team wins, or when a hated rival loses to a third party. 17. This is schadenfreude, gloating, where their pain is your gain. It's problematic when non-zero-sum games are viewed as zero-sum, winner-take-all. 18. It's not a great mind set to think you've won World War III if afterward US have 2 mud huts and 3 fire sticks and they have only one of each. A horrific version of this thinking occurred late during World War I, when the Allies knew they had more resources, i.e., soldiers, than Germany. Therefore, the British commander, Douglas Haig, declared a strategy of ceaseless attrition, where Britain went on the offensive, no matter how many of his men were killed, as long as the Germans lost at least as many. So in-group parochialism is often more concerned about US beating them than with US simply doing well. This is the essence of tolerating inequality in the name of loyalty. Consistent with that, priming loyalty strengthens in-group favoritism and identification, while priming equality does the opposite. 19. Intertwined with in-group loyalty and favoritism is an enhanced capacity for empathy. For example, the amygdala activates when viewing fearful faces, but only of group members. When it's an out-group member, them showing fear might even be good news. If it scares them, bring it on. Moreover, recall from Chapter 3 the isomorphic sensory motor reflex of tensing your hand when watching a hand being poked with a needle. The reflex is stronger if it is a same race hand. 20. As we saw, people are more likely to make amends for transgressions against us than against them. What about responses to other in-group members violating a norm? Most common is forgiving us more readily than them. As we will see, this is often rationalized. We screw up because of special circumstances, they screw up because that's how they are. Something interesting can happen when someone's transgression constitutes airing the group's dirty laundry that affirms a negative stereotype. The resulting in-group shame can provoke high levels of punishment as a signal to outsiders. 21. The United States, with its rationalizations and ambivalences about ethnicity, provides many such examples. Consider Rudy Giuliani, who grew up in Brooklyn in an Italian-American enclave dominated by organized crime. Giuliani's father served time for armed robbery and then worked for his brother-in-law, a mob loan shark. Giuliani rose to national prominence in 1985 as the attorney, prosecuting the 5 families in the Mafia Commission trial, effectively destroying them. He was strongly motivated to counter the stereotype of Italian-American as synonymous with organized crime. When referring to his accomplishment, he said, "And if that's not enough to remove the mafia prejudice, then there probably could not be anything you could do to remove it. If you want someone to prosecute mafiosi with tireless intensity, get a proud Italian-American outraged by the stereotypes generated by the mob. 22. Similar motivations were widely ascribed to Chris Darden, the African-American attorney who was co-counsel for the prosecution in the O.J. Simpson trial. Ditto for the trial of Julius and Ethel Rosenberg and Morton Sobel, all Jewish, accused of spying for the Soviet Union. The very public prosecution was by two Jews, Roy Cohn and Irving Sapol, and presided over by a Jewish judge, Irving Kaufman, all eager to counter the stereotype of Jews as disloyal internationalists. After death sentences were doled out, Kaufman was honored by the American Jewish Committee, the Anti-Defamation League, and the Jewish War Veterans. 23. Giuliani, Darden, Cohn, Sapol, and Kaufman show that being in a group means that someone else's behaviors can make you look bad. 24. This raises a larger issue, namely our sense of obligation and loyalty to U.S. as a whole. At one extreme it can be contractual. This can be literal, with professional athletes in team sports. It is expected that, when jocks sign contracts, they will play their hardest, putting the team's fortune above showboating. But the obligations are finite, they're not expected to sacrifice their lives for their team. And when athletes are traded, they don't serve as a fifth column, throwing games in their new uniform to benefit their old team. The core of such a contractual relationship is the fungibility of both employer and employee. At the other extreme, of course, are U.S. memberships that are not fungible and transcend negotiation. People aren't traded from the Shiites to the Sunnis, or from the Iraqi Kurds to the Sami herders in Finland. It would be a rare Kurd who would want to be Sami, and his ancestors would likely turn over in their graves when he nuzzled his first reindeer. Converts are often subject to ferocious retribution by those they left. Consider Maryam Ibrahim, sentenced to death in Sudan in 2014 for converting to Christianity, and suspicion from those they've joined. With the sense of one's lot being permanent come distinctive elements of U.S.ness. You don't sign a faith-based baseball contract with vague promises of a salary. But U.S.ness based on sacred values, with wholes bigger than sums of parts, where unforceable obligations stretch across generations, millennia, even into afterlives, where it's U.S. right or wrong is the essence of faith-based relationships. Naturally, things are more complicated. Sometimes an athlete choosing to switch teams is viewed as betraying a sacred trust. Consider the perceived treachery when LeBron James chose to leave the Cavaliers of his hometown, Cleveland, and the perception of his choice to return as akin to the Second Coming. At the other extreme of group membership, people do convert, emigrate, assimilate, and especially in the United States, wind up a pretty atypical U.S. Consider ex-Governor Bobby Jindal of Louisiana, with his rich Southern accent and Christian faith, born Piyush Jindal to Hindu immigrant parents from India. And consider the complexities in, to use a horrible phrase, the unidirectionality of fungibility, Muslim fundamentalists who would execute Maryam Ibrahim while advocating forced conversions to Islam at the point of a sword. The nature of group membership can be bloodily contentious concerning people's relationship to the state. Is it contractual? The people pay taxes, obey laws, serve in the army, the government provides social services, builds roads, and helps after hurricanes. Or is it one of sacred values? The people give absolute obedience and the state provides the myths of the fatherland. Few such citizens can conceive that if the stork had arbitrarily deposited them elsewhere, they'd fervently feel the innate rightness of a different brand of exceptionalism, goose-stepping to different martial music. Those thems. Us as we view us in standardized ways, there are patterns in how we view them. A consistent one is viewing them as threatening, angry, and untrustworthy. Take space aliens in movies as an interesting example. In an analysis of nearly 100 pertinent movies, starting with Georges Méliès's pioneering 1902 A Trip to the Moon, nearly 80% present aliens as malevolent, with the remainder either benevolent or neutral. In Economic Games, people implicitly treat members of other races as less trustworthy, or reciprocating. Whites judge African American faces as angrier than white faces, and racially ambiguous faces with angry expressions are more likely to be categorized as the other race. White subjects become more likely to support juvenile criminals being tried as adults when primed to think about black versus white offenders. And the unconscious sense of them as menacing can be remarkably abstract, Baseball fans tend to underestimate the distance to a rival team's stadium, while Americans hostile to Mexican immigrants underestimate the distance to Mexico City. But thems do not solely evoke a sense of menace, sometimes it's disgust. Back to the insular cortex, which in most animals is about gustatory disgust, biting into rotten food, but whose human portfolio includes moral and aesthetic disgust. Pictures of drug addicts, or the homeless typically activate the insula, not the amygdala. 25. Being disgusted by another group's abstract beliefs isn't naturally the role of the insula, which evolved to care about disgusting tastes and smells. Us/them markers provide a stepping stone. Feeling disgusted by them because they eat repulsive, sacred, or adorable things, slather themselves with rancid scents, dress in scandalous ways, these are things the insula can sink its teeth into. In the words of the psychologist Paul Rosen of the University of Pennsylvania, disgust serves as an ethnic, or outgroup marker. Establishing that they eat disgusting things provides momentum for deciding that they also have disgusting ideas about, say, deontological ethics. 26. The role of disgust in them eating explains some individual differences in its magnitude. Specifically, people with the strongest negative attitudes toward immigrants, foreigners, and socially deviant groups tend to have low thresholds for interpersonal disgust, e.g., are resistant to wearing a stranger's clothes or sitting in a warm seat just vacated. 27. We will return to this finding in Chapter 15. Some thems are ridiculous, i.e., subject to ridicule and mockery, humor as hostility. 28. Outgroups mocking the in-group is a weapon of the weak, damaging the mighty and lessening the sting of subordination. When an in-group mocks an outgroup, it's to solidify negative stereotypes and reify the hierarchy. In line with this, individuals with a high social dominance, orientation, acceptance of hierarchy and group inequality are most likely to enjoy jokes about outgroups. Thems are also frequently viewed as simpler and more homogeneous than us, with simpler emotions and less sensitivity to pain. David Barabee, in his superb book Us and Them, The Science of Identity, gives a striking example, namely that whether it was ancient Rome, medieval England, imperial China, or the antebellum South, the elite had the system justifying stereotype of slaves as simple, childlike, and incapable of independence. 29. Essentialism is all about viewing them as homogeneous and interchangeable, the idea that while we are individuals, they have a monolithic, immutable, icky essence. A long history of bad relations with thems fuels essentialist thinking they've always been like this, and always will be. As does having few personal interactions with thems. After all, the more interactions with thems, the more exceptions accumulate that challenge essentialist stereotyping. But infrequency of interactions is not required, as evidenced by essentialist thinking about the opposite, sex. 30. Thus, thems come in different flavors, threatening and angry, disgusting and repellent, primitive and undifferentiated. Thoughts versus feelings about them. How much are our thoughts about them post hoc rationalizations for our feelings about them? Back to interactions between cognition and affect. Us/them-ing is readily framed cognitively. John Jost of NYU has explored one domain of this, namely the cognitive cartwheels of those on top to justify the existing system's unequal status quo. Cognitive gymnastics also occur when our negative, homogeneous view of a type of them must accommodate the appealing celebrity them, the them neighbor, the them who has saved our ass. This them is different, no doubt, followed by a self-congratulatory sense of open-mindedness. 31. Cognitive subtlety can be needed in viewing thems as threats. 32. Being afraid that the them approaching you will rob you is rife with affect and particularism. But fearing that those thems will take our jobs, manipulate the banks, dilute our bloodlines, make our children gay, etc. requires future-oriented cognition about economics, sociology, political science, and pseudoscience. Thus us/them-ing can arise from cognitive capacities to generalize, imagine the future, infer hidden motivations, and use language to align these cognitions with other USS. As we saw, other primates not only kill individuals because they are thems but have negative associations about them as well. Nonetheless, no other primate kills over ideology, theology, or aesthetics. Despite the importance of thought in us/them-ing, its core is emotional and automatic. 33. In the words of Barabee in his book, stereotyping isn't a case of lazy, short-cutting cognition. It isn't conscious cognition at all. Such automaticity generates statements like "I can't put my finger on why," but it's just wrong when they do that. Work by Jonathan Haidt of NYU shows that in such circumstances, cognitions are post hoc justifications for feelings and intuitions to convince yourself that you have indeed rationally put your finger on why. The automaticity of us/them-ing is shown by the speed of the amygdala and insula in making such dichotomies. The brain weighing effectively precedes conscious awareness, or there never is conscious awareness, as with subliminal stimuli. Another measure of the effective core of them-ing is when no one even knows the basis of a prejudice. Consider the Cagots, a minority in France whose persecution began in the 11th century and continued well into the last 1.34. Cagots were required to live outside villages, dress distinctively, sit separately in church, and do menial jobs. Yet they didn't differ in appearance, religion, accent, or names, and no one knows why they were pariahs. They may have descended from Moorish soldiers in the Islamic invasion of Spain and thus were discriminated against by Christians. Or they might have been early Christians and discrimination against them was started by non-Christians. No one knew the sins of ancestral Cagots, or how to recognize Cagots beyond community knowledge. During the French Revolution, Cagots burned birth certificates in government offices to destroy proof of their status. The automaticity is seen in another way. Consider an individual with an impassioned hatred for an array of outgroups 35. There are two ways to explain this. Option 1. He has carefully concluded that Group A's trade policies hurt the economy and just happens to also believe that Group B's ancestors were blasphemous, and thinks that Group C members don't express sufficient contrition for a war started by their grandparents, and perceives Group D members as pushy, and thinks that Group E undermines family values. That's a lot of cognitive just happens toes. Option 2. The guy's authoritarian temperament is unsettled by novelty and ambiguity about hierarchies. This isn't a set of coherent cognitions. As we saw in Chapter 7, Theodor Adorno, in trying to understand the roots of fascism, formalized this authoritarian temperament. Individuals prejudiced against one type of outgroup tend toward being prejudiced against other ones, and for effective reasons. 36 more on this in the next chapter. The strongest evidence that abrasive them-ing originates in emotions and automatic processes is that supposed rational cognitions about thems can be unconsciously manipulated. In an example cited earlier, subjects unconsciously primed about loyalty sit closer to us and farther from thems, while those primed about equality do the opposite. In another study, subjects watched a slideshow of basic, unexciting information about a country they knew nothing about. There's a country called Moldova. For half the subjects, faces with positive expressions were flashed at subliminal speeds between slides. For the other half, it was negative expressions. The former developed more positive views of the country than the latter. 37. Conscious judgments about thems are unconsciously manipulated in the real world. In an important experiment discussed in Chapter 3, morning commuters at train stations in predominantly white suburbs filled out questionnaires about political views. Then, at half the stations, a pair of young Mexicans, conservatively dressed, appeared each morning for 2 weeks, chatting quietly in Spanish before boarding the train. Then commuters filled out second questionnaires. Remarkably, the presence of such pairs made people more supportive of decreasing legal immigration from Mexico and of making English the official language, and more opposed to amnesty for illegal immigrants. The manipulation was selective, not changing attitudes about Asian Americans, African Americans, or Middle Easterners. How's this for a fascinating influence on us/them-ing? Way below the level of awareness, Chapter 4 noted that, when women are ovulating, their fusiform face areas respond more to faces with the emotional, VMPFCS responding more to men's faces in particular. Carlos Navarrete at Michigan State University has shown that white women, when ovulating, have more negative attitudes toward African American men. 38. Thus the intensity of us/them-ing is being modulated by hormones. Our feelings about thems can be shaped by subterranean forces we haven't a clue about. Automatic features of us/them-ing can extend to magical contagion, a belief that the essentialism of people can transfer to objects or other organisms. 39. This can be a plus or a minus. One study showed that washing a sweater worn by JFK would decrease its value at auction, whereas sterilizing one worn by Bernie Madoff would increase its value. This is sheer irrationality. It's not like an unwashed JFK sweater still contains his magical armpit essence, while an unwashed Madoff sweater swarms with moral taint cooties. And magical contagion has occurred elsewhere. Nazis killed supposedly contaminated Jewish dogs, along with their owners 40. The heart of cognition catching up with effect is, of course, rationalization. A great example of this occurred in 2000 when everyone learned the phrase hanging chads, following the election of Al Gore and the Supreme Court's selection of George W. Bush. For those who missed that fun, a chad is the piece of paper, knocked out of a punch card ballot when someone votes, and a hanging chad is one that doesn't completely detach. Does this justify disqualifying the vote, even though it is clear who the person voted for? And obviously, if 1 millisecond before, chads reared their hanging heads, you had asked pundits what would be the hanging chad stances of the party of Reagan, and trickle-down economics, and the party of FDR and the Great Society, they wouldn't have had a clue. And yet there we were, 1 millisecond postchids with each party passionately explaining why the view of the opposing thems threatened mom, apple pie, and the legacy of the Alamo. The confirmation biases used to rationalize and justify automatic them-ing are numerous, remembering supportive better than opposing evidence, testing things in ways that can support but not negate your hypothesis, skeptically probing outcomes you don't like more than ones you do. Moreover, manipulating implicit them-ing alters justification processes. In one study, Scottish students read about a game where Scottish participants either did or didn't treat English participants unfairly. Students who read about Scots being prejudicial became more positive in their stereotypes about Scots and more negative about Brits, justifying the bias by the Scottish participants. 41. Our cognitions run to catch up with our affective selves, searching for the minute factoid or plausible fabrication that explains why we hate them. 42. Individual intergroup interactions versus group intergroup interactions. Thus, we tend to think of us as noble, loyal, and composed of distinctive individuals whose failings are due to circumstance. Thems, in contrast, seem disgusting, ridiculous, simple, homogeneous, undifferentiated, and interchangeable. All frequently backed up by rationalizations for our intuitions. That is a picture of an individual navigating them in his mind. Interactions between groups tend to be more competitive and aggressive than our interactions between individual us and thems. In the words of Reinhold Niebuhr, writing during World War II, the group is more arrogant, hypocritical, self-centered and more ruthless in the pursuit of its ends than the individual. 43. There is often an inverse relationship between levels of intergroup and intergroup aggression. In other words, groups with highly hostile interactions with neighbors tend to have minimal internal conflict. Or, to spin this another way, groups with high levels of internal conflict are too distracted to focus hostility on the others. 44. Crucially, is that inverse relationship causal? Must a society be internally peaceful to muster the large-scale cooperation needed for major intergroup hostilities? Must a society suppress homicide to accomplish genocide? Or to reverse the causality, do threats from thems make societies more internally cooperative? This is a view advanced by the economist Samuel Bowles of the Santa Fe Institute, who has framed this as conflict altruism's midwife. 45. Stay tuned. D. Unique realms of human us/them-ing. Despite other primates displaying rudimentary abstractions of us/theming, humans are in a stratosphere of uniqueness. In this section I consider how we all belong to multiple categories of us, and their relative importance can rapidly change. All thems are not the same, and we have complex taxonomies about different types of thems and the responses they evoke. We can feel badly about us/them-ing and try to conceal it. Cultural mechanisms can sharpen or soften the edges of our dichotomizing. Multiple us. I am a vertebrate, mammal, primate, ape, human, male, scientist, lefty, sun sneezer, Breaking Bad obsessive, and Green Bay Packers fan, all grounds for concocting an us/them. Crucially, which us is most important to me constantly shifts. If some octopus moved in next door, I would feel hostile superiority, because I have a spine and it didn't, but that animosity might melt into a sense of kinship when I discovered that the octopus, like me, loved playing Twister as a kid. We all belong to multiple us/them dichotomies. Sometimes one can be a surrogate for another. For example, the dichotomy of people who are/aren't knowledgeable about caviar is a good stand-in for a dichotomy about socioeconomic status. As noted, the most important thing about our membership in multiple us/thems is the ease with which their prioritizing shifts. A famed example, discussed in Chapter 3, concerned math performance in Asian American women, built around the stereotypes of Asians being good at math and women not. Half the subjects were primed to think of themselves as Asian before a math test, their scores improved. Half were primed about gender, scores declined. Moreover, levels of activity in cortical regions involved in math skills changed in parallel 46. We also recognize that other individuals belong to multiple categories, and shift which we consider most relevant. Not surprisingly, lots of that literature concerns race, with the core question being whether it is in us them that trumps all others. The primacy of race has a lot of folk intuition appeal. First, race is a biological attribute, a conspicuous fixed identity that readily prompts essentialist thinking. 47. This also fuels intuitions about evolution. Humans evolved under conditions where different skin color is the clearest signal that someone is a distant them. And the salience of race is seen cross-culturally. An astonishing percentage of cultures have historically made status distinctions by skin color, including in traditional cultures before Western contact, where with few exceptions, e.g., the low-status Ainu ethnic minority in Japan, lighter skin tone confers higher status both within and between groups. But these intuitions are flimsy. First, while there are obvious biological contributions to racial differences, race is a biological continuum rather than a discrete category. For example, unless you cherry-pick the data, genetic variation within race is generally as great as between races. And this really is no surprise when looking at the range of variation with a racial rubric. Compare Sicilians with Swedes or a Senegalese farmer with an Ethiopian herder. The evolutionary argument doesn't hold up either. Racial differences, which have only relatively recently emerged, are of little them significance. For the hunter-gatherers of our hominin history, the most different person you'd ever encounter in your life came from perhaps a couple of dozen miles away, while the nearest person of a different race lived thousands of miles away. There is no evolutionary legacy of humans encountering people of markedly different skin color. Furthermore, the notion of race as a fixed, biologically based classification system doesn't work either. At various times in the history of the U.S. Census, Mexican and Armenian were classified as distinctive races. Southern Italians were of a different race from Northern Europeans. Someone with one black great-grandparent and 7 white ones was classified as white in Oregon but not Florida. This is race as a cultural rather than biological construct. 48. Given facts like these, it is not surprising that racial them dichotomies are frequently trumped by other classifications. The most frequent is gender. Recall the finding that it is more difficult to extinguish a conditioned fear association with an other than a same race face. Navarrete has shown that this occurs only when the conditioned faces are male. Gender outweighs race as an automatic classification. In this case, age as a classification readily trumps race as well. Even occupation can. For example, in one study, white subjects showed an automatic preference for white politicians over black athletes when they were primed to think of race, but the opposite when primed to think of occupation. 49. Race as a salient them category can be shoved aside by subtle reclassification. In one study, subjects saw pictures of individuals, each black or white, each associated with a statement, and then had to recall which face went with which statement. 50. There was automatic racial categorization if subjects misattributed a quote. The face picked and the one actually associated with the statement were likely to be of the same race. Next, half the black and half the white individuals pictured wore the same distinctive yellow shirt, the other half wore gray. Now subjects most often confused faces by shirt color. Wonderful research by Mary Wheeler and Susan Fisk of Princeton showed how categorization is shifted, studying the phenomenon of amygdala activation by pictures of other race faces. 51. In one group, subjects tried to find a distinctive dot in each picture. Another race face didn't activate the amygdala. Face-ness wasn't being processed. In a second group, subjects judged whether each face looked older than some age. Amygdaloid responses to other race faces enlarged, thinking categorically about age strengthened thinking categorically about race. In a third group, a vegetable was displayed before each face. Subjects judged whether the person liked that vegetable. The amygdala didn't respond to other race faces. At least 2 interpretations come to mind to explain this last result. A. Distraction. Subjects were too busy thinking about, say, carrots to do automatic categorization by race. This would resemble the effect of searching for the dot. B. Recategorization. You look at a them face, thinking about what food they'd like. You picture the person shopping, ordering a meal in a restaurant, sitting down to dinner at home, and enjoying a particular food. In other words, you think of the person as an individual. This is the readily accepted interpretation. But recategorization can occur in the real world under the most brutal and unlikely circumstances. Here are examples that I find to be intensely poignant. In the Battle of Gettysburg, Confederate General Lewis Armistead was mortally wounded while leading a charge. As he lay on the battlefield, he gave a secret Masonic sign in hopes of its being recognized by a fellow Mason. It was, by a Union officer, Hiram Bingham, who protected him, got him to a Union field hospital, and guarded his personal effects. In an instant the U.S. them of Union Confederate became less important than that of Mason/non-Mason 52. Another shifting of thems also occurred during the Civil War. Both armies were filled with Irish immigrant soldiers. Irish typically had picked sides haphazardly, joining what they thought would be a short conflict to gain some military training, useful for returning home to fight for Irish independence. Before battle, Irish soldiers put identifying sprigs of green in their hats, so that, should they lie dead or dying, they'd shed the arbitrary U.S. them of this American war and revert to the U.S. that mattered, to be recognized and aided by their fellow Irish. 53. A green sprig as a green beard. Rapid shifting of U.S. them dichotomies is seen during World War II when British commandos kidnapped German General Heinrich Kryp in Crete, followed by a dangerous 18-day march to the coast to rendezvous with a British ship. One day the party saw the snows of Crete's highest peak. Kryp mumbled to himself the first line, in Latin, of an ode by Horace about a snow-capped mountain. At which point the British commander, Patrick Lee Fermor, continued the recitation. The two men realized that they had, in Lee Fermor's words, drunk at the same fountains. A recategorization. Lee Fermor had Kryp's wounds treated and personally ensured his safety through the remainder of the march. The two stayed in touch after the war and were reunited decades later on Greek television. "No hard feelings," said Kryp, praising Lee Fermor's daring operation. 54. And finally there is the World War I Christmas truce, something I will consider at length in the final chapter. This is the famed event where soldiers on both sides spent the day singing, praying, and partying together, playing soccer and exchanging gifts, and soldiers up and down the line struggled to extend the truce. It took all of one day for British versus German to be subordinated to something more important, all of us in the trenches, versus the officers in the rear who want us to go back to killing each other. Thus U.S. them dichotomies can wither away into being historical trivia, questions like the Cagots, and can have their boundaries shifted at the whims of a census. Most important, we have multiple dichotomies in our heads, and ones that seem inevitable and crucial can, under the right circumstances, have their importance evaporate in an instant. Cold and or incompetent. That both a gibbering schizophrenic, homeless man and a successful businessman from a resented ethnic group can be a them demonstrates something crucial. Different types of thems evoke different feelings in us, anchored in differences in the neurobiologies of fear and disgust. 55. As but one example, fear-evoking faces cause us to watch vigilantly and activate the visual cortex. Disgust-evoking faces do the opposite. We carry various taxonomies in our heads as to our relationships with different types of others. Thinking about some thems is simple. Consider someone who pushes all our judgmental buttons, say a homeless junkie whose wife threw him out of the house because of his abusiveness, and who now mugs elderly people. Throw him under a trolley. People are most likely to agree to sacrifice one to save five when the five are in group members and the one is this extreme of an out group. 56. But what about thems who evoke more complex feelings? Tremendously influential work has been done by Fisk with her stereotype content model. 57. This entire section concerns that work. We tend to categorize thems along two axes. Warmth is the individual or group, a friend or foe, benevolent or malevolent. And competence, how effectively can the individual or group carry out their intentions. The axes are independent. Ask subjects to assess someone about whom they have only minimal information. Priming them with cues about the person's status alters ratings of competence but not of warmth. Prime them about the person's competitiveness and you do the opposite. These two axes produce a matrix with four corners. There are groups that we rate as being high in both warmth and competence, US, naturally. And Americans typically view this group as containing good Christians, African American professionals, and the middle class. And there's the other extreme, low in both warmth and competence, our homeless, addicted mugger. Subjects typically hand out low warmth/low competence assessments for the homeless, people on welfare, and poor people of any race. Then there's the high warmth/low competence categorization, the mentally disabled, people with handicaps, the elderly, and the categorization of low warmth high competence. It's how people in the developing world tend to view the European culture that used to rule them and how many minority Americans view whites. It's the hostile stereotype of Asian Americans by white America, of Jews in Europe, of Indo-Pakistanis in East Africa, of Lebanese in West Africa, and of ethnic Chinese in Indonesia, and to a lesser extent, of rich people by poorer people everywhere. And it's the same derogation: they're cold, greedy, cleverly devious, clannish, don't assimilate, have loyalties elsewhere, but, dang, they sure know how to make money, and you probably should go to one who is a doctor if you have something serious. People tend toward consistent feelings evoked by each of the extremes. For high warmth, high competence, i.e., US, there's pride. Low warmth, high competence, envy. High warmth, low competence, pity. Low warmth, low competence, disgust. Stick someone in a brain scanner, show them pictures of low warmth/low competence people, and there's activation of the amygdala and insula, but not of the fusiform face area or the emotional VMPFC, a profile evoked by viewing disgusting objects, although, once again, this pattern shifts if you get subjects to individuate, asking them to think about what food this homeless person likes rather than anything they can find in garbage cans. In contrast, viewing low warmth/high competence or high warmth/low competence individuals activates the VMPFC. The places between the extremes evoke their own characteristic responses. Individuals who evoke a reaction between pity and pride evoke a desire to help them. Floating between pity and disgust is a desire to exclude and demean. Between pride and envy is a desire to associate, to derive benefits from. And between envy and disgust are our most hostile urges to attack. What fascinates me is when someone's categorization changes. The most straightforward one's concern shifts from high warmth/high competence HH status. HH to HL, this is watching a parent decline into dementia, a situation evoking extremes of poignant protectiveness. HH to LH, this is the business partner who turns out to have been embezzling for decades. Betrayal. And the rare transition from HH to LL, a buddy who made partner in your law firm, but then something happened, and now he's homeless. Disgust mingled with bafflement, what went wrong? Equally interesting are shifts from other categorizations. There's when you shift your perception of someone from HL to LL. The janitor whom you condescendingly greet each day turns out to think you're a jerk. Ingrate. There's the shift from LL to LH. When I was a kid in the 60s, the parochial American view of Japan was LL, the shadow of World War II, generating dislike and contempt. Made in Japan was about cheap plastic gewgaws. And then, suddenly, made in Japan meant outcompeting American car and steel manufacturers. Whoa! A sense of alarm, of being caught napping at your post. Then there's the shift from LL to HL. This is when a homeless guy finds someone's wallet and does cartwheels to return it, and you realize that he's more decent than half your friends. Most interesting to me is the transition from LH status to LL, which invokes gloating, glee, schadenfreude. I remember a great example of this in the 1970s when Nigeria nationalized its oil industry and there was the delusionally misplaced, it turns out, belief that this would usher in wealth and stability. I recall a Nigerian commentator crowing that within the decade, Nigeria would be sending foreign aid to its ex-colonial overlord, Great Britain, i.e., Brits would be shifting from LH to LL. The glee explains a feature of persecution of LH outgroups, namely to first degrade and humiliate them to LL. During China's Cultural Revolution, resented elites were first paraded in dunce caps before being shipped to labor camps. Nazis eliminated the mentally ill, already LL, by unceremoniously murdering them. In contrast, pre-murder treatment of the LH Jews involved forcing them to wear degrading yellow armbands, to cut one another's beards, to scrub sidewalks with toothbrushes before jeering crowds. When Idi Amin expelled tens of thousands of LH Indo-Pakistani citizens from Uganda, he first invited his army to rob, beat, and rape them. Turning LH thems into LL thems accounts for some of the worst human savagery. These variations are sure more complicated than chimps associating rivals with spiders. One strange human domain is the phenomenon of developing a grudging respect, even a sense of camaraderie, with an enemy. This is the world of the probably apocryphal mutual respect between opposing World War I flying aces. Ah, monsieur, if it were another time, I would delight in discussing aeronautics with you over some good wine. Baron, it is an honor that it is you who shoots me out of the sky. This one's easy to understand. These were knights, dueling to the gallant death, their usness being their shared mastery of the new art of aerial combat, soaring above the little people below. But surprisingly, the same is shown by combatants who, instead of soaring, were cannon fodder, faceless cogs in their nation's war machine. In the words of a British infantry grunt serving in the bloodbath of trench warfare in World War I, at home one abuses the enemy and draws insulting caricatures. How tired I am of grotesque Kaisers. Out here, one can respect a brave, skillful, and resourceful enemy. They have people they love at home. They too have to endure mud, rain and steel. Whispers of US-ness with people trying to kill you. 58. And then there is the even stranger world of differing feelings about the economic versus the cultural enemy, the relatively new enemy versus the ancient one, or the distant alien enemy versus the neighboring enemy whose minuscule differences have been inflated. These are the differing subjugations that the British Empire inflicted on the Irish next door versus on Australian Aborigines. Or Ho Chi Minh, rejecting the offer of Chinese troops on the ground during the Vietnam War, with a statement to the effect of the Americans will leave in a year, or a decade, but the Chinese will stay for 1,000 years if we let them in. And what's most pertinent about Byzantine-Iranian geopolitics, the millennia-old Persian antipathy toward the Mesopotamians next door, the centuries-old Shiite conflicts with Sunnis, or the decades-old Islamic hatred of the great Satan, the West. No discussion of the oddities of human us/them-ing is complete without the phenomenon of the self-hating __________________ take your pick of the outgroup, where outgroup members buy into the negative stereotypes and develop favoritism for the in-group. 59. This was shown by psychologists Kenneth and Mamie Clark in their famed doll studies, begun in the 1940s. They demonstrated with shocking clarity that African American children, along with white children, prefer to play with white dolls over black ones, ascribing more positive attributes, e.g., nice, pretty, to them. That this effect was most pronounced in black kids in segregated schools was cited in Brown versus Board of Education. Roughly 40 to 50% of African Americans, gays and lesbians, and women show automatic IAT biases in favor of whites, heterosexuals, and men, respectively. Some of my best friends. The honorable enemy phenomenon raises another domain of human peculiarity. Even if he could, no chimp would ever deny that the neighboring chimps remind him of spiders. None would feel bad about it, urge others to overcome that tendency, teach their children to never call one of those neighboring chimps a spider. None would proclaim that he can't distinguish between US chimps and them chimps. And these are all commonplace in progressive Western cultures. Young humans are like chimps. 6-year-olds not only prefer to be with kids like themselves, by whatever criteria, but readily say so. It isn't until around age 10 that kids learn that some feelings and thoughts about thems are expressed only at home, that communication about them is charged and contextual. 60. Thus there can be striking discrepancies in them relations between what people claim they believe and how they act. Consider differences between election poll results and election results. This is shown experimentally as well. In one depressing study, subjects claimed they'd be very likely to proactively confront someone expressing racist views, yet actual rates were far lower when they were unknowingly put in that position. Note, this is not to say that this reflected racist sentiments, instead it likely reflected social norm inhibitions being stronger than the subject's principles. 61. Attempts to control and repress them antipathies have the frontal cortex written all over them. As we saw, a subliminal 50 millisecond exposure to the face of another can activate the amygdala, and if exposure is long enough for conscious detection, about 500 milliseconds or more, the initial amygdala activation is followed by PFC activation and amygdala damping. The more PFC activation, particularly of the cognitive DLPFC, the more amygdala silencing. It's the PFC regulating discomforting emotions. 62. Behavioral data also implicate the frontal cortex. For example, for the same degree of implicit racial prejudice as shown with the IAT, the bias is more likely to be expressed behaviorally in individuals with poor frontal executive control as shown with an abstract cognitive task. 0.63. Chapter 2 introduced the concept of cognitive load, where a taxing frontal executive task diminishes performance on a subsequent frontal task. This occurs with us/them-ing. White subjects do better on certain behavior tests when the tester is white as opposed to black. Subjects whose performance declines most dramatically in the latter scenario show the greatest DLPFC activation when viewing other race faces. 0.64. The cognitive load generated by frontal executive control during interracial interactions can be modulated. If white subjects are told, most people are more prejudiced than they think they are, before taking the test with a black tester, performance plummets more than if they are told, most people perform worse on a frontal, cortical cognitive test than they think they did. Moreover, if white subjects are primed with a command reeking of frontal regulation avoid prejudice during an interracial interaction, performance declines more than when they are told to have a positive intercultural exchange. 65. A different type of executive control can occur in minority thems when dealing with individuals of the dominant culture. Be certain to interact with them in a positive manner to counter their assumed prejudice against you. In one startling study, African American subjects were primed to think about either racial or age prejudice, followed by an interaction with someone white. 0.66. When the prime was racial, subjects became more talkative, solicited the other person's opinion more, smiled more, and leaned forward more. The same didn't occur when subjects interacted with another African American. Think about Chapter 3's African American grad student intentionally whistling Vivaldi each evening on the way home. 2 points are worth making about these studies about executive control and interactions with thems. Frontal cortical activation during an interracial interaction could reflect a. Being prejudiced and trying to hide it, b. Being prejudiced and feeling bad about it, c. Feeling no prejudice and working to communicate that, d. Who knows what else. Activation merely implies that the interracial nature of the interaction is weighing on the subject, implicitly or otherwise, and prompting executive control. As per usual, subjects in these studies were mostly university students, fulfilling some Psych 101 requirement. In other words, individuals of an age associated with openness to novelty, residing in a privileged place where them cultural and economic differences are less than in society at large, and where there is not only institutionalized celebration of diversity, but also some actual diversity, beyond the university's homepage with the obligatory picture of smiling, conventionally good-looking students of all races and ethnicities peering in microscopes plus, for good measure, a cheerleader-type fawning over a nerdy guy in a wheelchair. That even this population demonstrates more implicit antipathy to thems than they like to admit is pretty depressing. W. Manipulating the extent of us/them-ing. At situations lessen or exacerbate us/them-ing. I define lessen as decreased antipathy toward thems and or decreased perception of the size or importance of contrasts between us and them. Here are some brief summaries, a warm-up for the final 2 chapters. The subterranean forces of queuing and priming. Subliminally flash a picture of a hostile and or aggressive face, and people are subsequently more likely to perceive them as the same, an effect that does not occur in group. 0.67. Prime subjects subliminally with negative stereotypes of thems, and you exacerbate them-ing. As noted in Chapter 3, amygdala activation in white subjects seeing black faces is increased if rap music is playing in the background and lessened if music associated with negative white stereotypes, heavy metal, is played instead. Moreover, implicit racial bias is lessened after subliminal exposure to counterstereotypes, faces of popular celebrities of that race. Such priming can work within seconds to minutes and can persist. For example, the counterstereotype effect lasted at least 24 hours. 0.68. Priming can also be extraordinarily abstract and subtle. An example concerned differences in electroencephalographic (EEG) responses in the brain when looking at same versus different race faces. In the study, the other race response lessened if subjects unconsciously felt they were drawing the person toward them, if they were pulling a joystick toward themselves, versus pushing it away at the time. Finally, priming is not equally effective at altering all domains of theming. It is easier to subliminally manipulate warmth and competence ratings. These can be powerful effects. And to be more than merely semantic, the malleability of automatic responses, e.g., of the amygdala, shows that automatic does not equal inevitable. The conscious, cognitive level. Various overt strategies have been found to decrease implicit biases. A classic one is perspective taking, which enhances identification with them. For example, in a study concerning age bias, having subjects take the perspective of older individuals more effectively reduced bias than merely instructing subjects to inhibit stereotypical thoughts. Another is to consciously focus on counterstereotypes. In one such study, automatic sexual biases were lessened more when men were instructed to imagine a strong woman with positive attributes than when they were instructed to attempt stereotype suppression. Another strategy is to make implicit biases explicit, show people evidence of their automatic biases. More to come concerning these strategies. Point 69. Changing the rank ordering of US-them categories. This refers to the multiple US-them dichotomies we carry and the ease of shifting their priority, shifting automatic categorizing by race to categorizing by shirt color, or manipulating math performance by emphasizing either gender or ethnicity. Shifting which categorization is at the forefront isn't necessarily a great thing and may just constitute 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. For example, among European American men, a photograph of an Asian woman applying makeup makes gender automaticity stronger than ethnic automaticity, while a picture of her using chopsticks does the opposite. More effective than getting people to shift a them of one category into merely another type of them, of course, is to shift the them to being perceived as in US, emphasizing attributes in common. Point 70. Which brings us to contact. In the 1950s, the psychologist Gordon Allport proposed contact theory. 71. Inaccurate version: if you bring us and thems together, say, teenagers from two hostile nations brought together in a summer camp, animosities disappear, similarities become more important than differences, and everyone becomes an US. More accurate version: put US and thems together under very narrow circumstances and something sort of resembling that happens, but you can also blow it and worsen things. Some of those effective narrower circumstances: there are roughly equal numbers from each side, everyone's treated equally and unambiguously, contact is lengthy and unneutral, benevolent territory, there are superordinate goals where everyone works together on a task they care about, say, the summer campers turning an overgrown meadow into a soccer field. Point 72. Essentialism versus individuation. This harks back to two important earlier points. First, that thems tend to be viewed as homogeneous, simple, and having an unchangeable and negative essence. Second, that being forced to think of a them as an individual can make them seem more like an US. Decreasing essentialist thinking via individuation is a powerful tool. One elegant study showed this. White subjects were given a questionnaire assessing the extent of their acceptance of racial inequalities after being given one of two primes. Point 73. The first bolstered essentialist thinking about race as invariant, and homogeneous scientists pinpoint the genetic underpinnings of race. The other prime was anti-essentialist scientists reveal that race has no genetic basis. Being primed toward essentialism made subjects more accepting of racial inequalities. Hierarchy. Predictably, making hierarchies steeper, more consequential, or more overt worsens them. The need for justification fuels those on top to pour the stereotypes of, at best, high warmth low competence, or, worse, low warmth low competence onto the heads of those struggling at the bottom, and those on the bottom reciprocate with the simmering time bomb that is the perception of the ruling class as low warmth high competence. Point 74. Fisk has explored how those on top perceiving the underclass as high warmth low competence can stabilize the status quo. The powerful feel self-congratulatory about their presumed benevolence, while the subordinated are placated by the sops of respect. Supporting this, across 37 countries, higher levels of income inequality correlate with more of the condescension of HL perceptions trickling down. Jost has explored this in a related way, examining how myths of no one has it all can reinforce the status quo. For example, the cultural trope of poor but happy: the poor are more carefree, more in touch with and able to enjoy the simple things in life, and the myth of the rich as unhappy, stressed, and burdened with responsibility. Think of miserable, miserly Scrooge and those warm, loving Cratchits are great ways to keep things from changing. The trope of poor but honest, by throwing a sop of prestige to thems, is another great means of rationalizing the system. Individual differences in how people feel about hierarchy help explain variation in the extent of them. This is shown in studies examining social dominance orientation (SDO), how much someone values prestige and power, and right-wing authoritarianism (ROA), how much someone values centralized authority, the rule of law, and convention. 75. ISDO individuals show the greatest increases in automatic prejudices when feeling threatened, more acceptance of bias against low-status outgroups, if male, more tolerance of sexism. And as discussed, people high in SDO and / or in ROA are less bothered by hostile humor about outgroups. Related to our all being part of multiple them dichotomies is our simultaneous membership in multiple hierarchies. 76. No surprise, people emphasize the importance of the hierarchy in which they rank highest. Being captain of the company's weekend softball team takes on more significance than the lousy, lowly 9-to-5 job during the week. Particularly interesting are hierarchies that tend to map onto them categories, for example, when race and ethnicity overlap heavily with socioeconomic status. In those cases, those on top tend to emphasize the convergence of the hierarchies and the importance of assimilating the values of the core hierarchy. Why can't they all just call themselves Americans instead of ethnicity Americans? Interestingly, this is a local phenomenon. Whites tend to favor assimilationist, unitary adherence to national values while African Americans favor more pluralism. However, the opposite occurs concerning campus life and policies among white and African American students at traditionally black universities. We can keep two contradictory things in our heads at the same time if that works to our benefit. Thus, in order to lessen the adverse effects of us/them-ing, a shopping list would include emphasizing individuation and shared attributes, perspective-taking, more benign dichotomies, lessening hierarchical differences, and bringing people together on equal terms with shared goals. All to be revisited. A. Conclusions. An analogy concerning health: stress can be bad for you. We no longer die of smallpox or the plague and instead die of stress-related diseases of lifestyle, like heart disease or diabetes, where damage slowly accumulates over time. It is understood how stress can cause or worsen disease or make you more vulnerable to other risk factors. Much of this is even understood on the molecular level. Stress can even cause your immune system to abnormally target hair follicles, causing your hair to turn gray. All true. Yet stress researchers do not aim to eliminate, to cure us of stress. It can't be done, and even if it could, we wouldn't want that. We love stress when it's the right kind. We call it stimulation. The analogy is obvious. From massive, breathtaking barbarity to countless pinpricks of microaggression, us versus them has produced oceans of pain. Yet our generic goal is not to cure us of them dichotomizing. It can't be done, unless your amygdala is destroyed, in which case everyone seems like an us. But even if we could, we wouldn't want to eliminate us/them-ing. I'm a fairly solitary person after all. I've spent a significant amount of my life studying a different species from my own, living alone in a tent in Africa. Yet some of the most exquisitely happy moments of my life have come from feeling like an us, feeling accepted and not alone, safe and understood, feeling part of something enveloping and larger than myself, filled with a sense of being on the right side and doing both well and good. There are even us-thems that I eggety, meek and amorphously pacifistic, would be willing to kill or die for. 77. If we accept that there will always be sides, it's a non-trivial to-do list item to always be on the side of angels. Distrust essentialism. Keep in mind that what seems like rationality is often just rationalization, playing catch-up with subterranean forces that we never suspect. Focus on the larger, shared goals. Practice perspective-taking. Individuate, individuate, individuate. Recall the historical lessons of how often the truly malignant thems keep themselves hidden and make third parties the fall guy. And in the meantime, give the right of way to people driving cars with the "mean people suck" bumper sticker, and remind everyone that we're all in it together against Lord Voldemort and the House Slytherin. A. 12. Hierarchy, obedience, and resistance. First glance, this chapter simply complements the previous one. Us/them-ing is about relations between groups and our automatic tendency to favor in-groups over out-groups. Similarly, hierarchies are about a type of relations within groups, our automatic tendency to favor people close in rank to us over those who are distant. Other themes repeat as well: the appearance of these tendencies early in life and in other species, and the intertwined cognitive and affective underpinnings. Moreover, us/them categorization and hierarchical position interact. In one study, subjects gave racial designations to pictures of racially ambiguous individuals. Those dressed in low-status attire were more likely to be categorized as black, high-status attire, white. 1. Thus, among these American subjects, us/them dichotomizing by race and the hierarchy of socioeconomic status overlap. But as we'll see, hierarchy heads in different directions from us/theming, and in uniquely human ways. Like other hierarchical species, we have alpha individuals, but unlike most others, we occasionally get to choose them. Moreover, they often are not merely highest ranking but also lead, attempting to maximize this thing called the common good. Furthermore, individuals vie for leadership with differing visions of how best to attain that common good, political ideologies. And finally, we express obedience both to an authority and to the idea of authority. F. The nature and varieties of hierarchies. For starters, a hierarchy is a ranking system that formalizes unequal access to limited resources, ranging from meat to that nebulous thing called prestige. We begin by examining hierarchies in other species, with the proviso that not all social species have hierarchies. The textbook 1960s picture of hierarchies in other species was straightforward. A group forms a stable, linear hierarchy where the alpha individual dominates everyone, the beta individual dominates everyone except the alpha, gamma everyone except alpha and beta, and so on. Hierarchies establish a status quo by ritualizing inequalities. Two baboons encounter something good, say, a spot shaded from the sun. Without stable dominance relations, there's a potentially injurious fight. Likewise over the figs in a fruiting tree an hour later, and for the chance to be groomed by someone after that, etc. Instead, fights rarely occur, and if a subordinate forgets his status, a threat yawn, a ritualistic display of canines from the dominant male usually suffices. 2. Why have ranking systems? The answer, circa 1960s, was Marlin Perkins' group selection, where a species benefits from a stable social system, in which everyone knows their place. This view was fostered by the primatological belief that in a hierarchy the alpha individual, i.e., the one who gets first dibs on anything good, was in some manner a leader who does something useful for the group. This was emphasized by the Harvard primatologist Irvin Dever, who reported that among savanna baboons, the alpha male led the troop in each day's direction of foraging, led communal hunts, defended everyone against lions, disciplined the kids, changed the light bulbs, etc. This turned out to be nonsense. Alpha males don't know which direction to go, given that they transfer into troops as adolescents. No one follows them anyway, instead everyone follows the old females, who do know. Hunts are disorganized free-for-alls. And an alpha male might face down a lion to protect a kid if the kid is probably his own. Otherwise, he'd grab the safest spot. Male baboon giving a hopefully intimidating threat yawn. When viewed without Perkins-colored glasses, the benefits of hierarchy are individualistic. Interactions that proclaim the status quo obviously help the upper crust. Meanwhile, for subordinates, better to not get a shady spot than to not get it after receiving a canine slash. This is logical in a static, hereditary ranking system. In systems where ranks change, this caution must be balanced with occasionally challenging things, because the alpha male may be past his prime and getting by on bluff. This is a classic pecking order, a term derived from the hierarchical system of hens. Variations begin. A first concern is whether there's actually a hierarchy in the sense of gradations of rank. Instead, in some species, e.g., South American marmoset monkeys, there's the alpha and there's everyone else with fairly equal relations. In species with gradations, there's the issue of what a rank actually means. If your rank is number 6 in a hierarchy, in your mind are numbers 1 through 5 interchangeable guys, you'd better kowtow to, while 7 through infinity are undifferentiated peons? If so, it would be irrelevant to you if numbers 2 and 3, or numbers 9 and 10 were having tensions. Rank gradations would be in the eyes of the primatologist, not the primate. In reality, such primates think about gradations of rank. For example, a baboon typically interacts differently with, say, the guy 1 step above him in rank than the one 5 steps above. Furthermore, primates note gradations that don't directly concern them. Recall from Chapter 10 how researchers recorded vocalizations of individuals in a troop, splicing them to invent social scenarios. Play a recording of number 10 giving a dominance call and number 1 responding with a subordination call, and everyone pays attention. Whoa, Bill Gates just panhandled a homeless guy. This can be abstracted further, as shown with ravens, which are outrageously smart birds. As with baboons, vocalizations implying dominance reversals command more attention than does the status quo. Remarkably, this even occurs for reversals between birds in a neighboring flock. Ravens discern dominance relations just by listening and are interested in hierarchical gossip about a different group. Next is the issue of variation within and among species as to what life is like having a particular rank. Does being high-ranking merely mean that everyone keeps tabs on your mood, or at the other extreme, that no one else is getting enough calories to ovulate, lactate, or survive? How often do subordinates challenge dominant individuals? How readily do dominant individuals vent their frustrations on subordinates? How much do such subordinates have coping outlets, e.g., someone to groom with? Then there is the issue of how high rank is attained. In many cases, e.g., female baboons, as noted, rank is inherited, a system with kin selection written all over it. In contrast, in other species/sexes, male baboons, for example, ranks shift over time, changing as a function of fights, showdowns, and Shakespearean melodrama, where rising in the hierarchy is about brawn, sharp canines, and winning the right fight. Hurrah for clawing your way to the top, for sweaty, zero-sum, muscular capitalism. But what about the more interesting issue of how high rank, once attained, is maintained? As we'll see, this has less to do with muscle than with social skills. This ushers in a key point: social competence is challenging, and this is reflected in the brain. The British anthropologist Robin Dunbar has shown that across various taxa, e.g., birds, ungulates or primates, the bigger the average size of the social group in the species, the larger the brain relative to total body size, and b, the larger the neocortex relative to total brain size. Dunbar's influential social brain hypothesis posits that increases in social complexity and the evolutionary expansion of the neocortex have been linked. This link also occurs within species. Among some primates, group size can vary tenfold, depending on the richness of the ecosystem. This was modeled in a fascinating neuroimaging study, in which captive macaque monkeys were housed in different-sized groups. The bigger the group, the more thickening of the prefrontal cortex and the superior temporal gyrus, a cortical region involved in theory of mind, and the tighter the activity coupling between the two. Thus primates' social complexity and big brains go together. This is shown further by examining fission-fusion species, where the size of the social group regularly changes dramatically. Baboons, for example, start and end the day in a large, coherent troop, whereas midday foraging occurs in small groups. As other examples, hyenas hunt in groups, but scavenge individually, and wolves often do the opposite. Sociality is more complex in fission-fusion species. You must remember if someone's rank differs when in a subgroup versus the entire group. Being away from someone all day makes it tempting to see if dominance relations have changed since breakfast. One study compared fission-fusion primates, chimps, bonobos, orangutans, spider monkeys, and non-fission-fusion, gorillas, capuchins, long-tailed macaques. 4. Among these captive animals, fission-fusion species were better at frontocortical tasks and had larger neocortices relative to total brain size. Studies of corvids, crows, ravens, magpies, jackdaws, showed the same thing. Thus rank and hierarchy in other animals is anything but straightforward and varies considerably depending on the species, gender, and social group. H. Rank and hierarchy in humans. Human hierarchies resemble those of other species in many ways. For example, there's the distinction between stable and unstable hierarchies, centuries of czarist rule versus the first inning of the Russian Revolution. As we'll see below, those situations evoke different patterns of brain activation. Group size also matters. Primate species with bigger social groups have larger cortices relative to the rest of the brain, with humans topping off both measures. 5. If you graph the size of the neocortex against the average size of the social group across primate species, you get Dunbar's number, the predicted average group size in traditional human cultures. It's 150 people, and there's much evidence supporting that prediction. This also plays out in the Western world, where the larger the size of someone's social network, often calculated by the number of email/texting relationships, the larger the VMPFC, orbital PFC, and amygdala, and the better the person's theory of mind-related skills. 6. Do these brain regions expand when someone has a larger social network, or do larger sizes of these regions predispose people toward forming larger networks? Naturally, some of both. As with other species, human quality of life also varies with the consequences of rank inequalities. There's a big difference between the powerful getting seated at a restaurant before you and the powerful getting to behead you if the fancy strikes them. Recall the study of 37 countries showing that the more income inequality, the more pre-adolescent bullying in schools. In other words, countries with more brutal socioeconomic hierarchies produce children who enforce their own hierarchies more brutally. Point 7. Amid these cross-species similarities, there are unique things about humans, including the following. Membership in multiple hierarchies. We belong to multiple hierarchies, and can have very different ranks in them naturally. This invites rationalization and system justification, deciding why hierarchies where we flounder are crap and the one where we reign really counts. Implicit in being part of multiple hierarchies is their potential overlap. Consider socioeconomic status, which encompasses both local and global hierarchies. I'm doing great socioeconomically, my car's fancier than yours. I'm doing terribly, I'm not richer than Bill Gates. The specialization of some ranking systems. A high-ranking chimp is generally good at related things. But humans can dwell in incredibly specialized hierarchies. Example, there's a guy named Joey Chestnut, who's a god in one subculture. He's the most successful competitive hot dog eater in history. However, whether Chestnut's gift generalizes to other domains is unclear. Internal standards. This is the circumstance of having internal standards independent of the outside world. As an example, winning or losing at a team sport generally increases or decreases, respectively, testosterone levels in men. But things are subtler than that. Testosterone more closely tracks winning through skill, rather than luck, and also more closely tracks individual, rather than team, performance. Point 8. Thus, as usual, we are just like other animals, but totally different. We now consider the biology of individual ranks. The view from the top, the view from the bottom. Detecting rank. Much as with our ability to detect thems, we're intensely interested in and adept at spotting rank differences. For example, 40 milliseconds is all we need to reliably distinguish between a dominant face with direct gaze and a subordinate one with averted gaze and lowered eyebrows. Status is also signaled in the body, albeit to a less accurate extent, dominance with an exposed torso with arms wide open, subordination with arms sheltering a bent torso, intent on invisibility. Again, we recognize those cues at automatic speeds. Point 9. Human infants also recognize status differences as shown in a truly clever study. Show an infant a computer screen displaying a big square and little square, each has eyes and a mouth. Point 10. The two squares are at opposite ends of the screen and repeatedly move to the other side, passing each other in the process. Then show a version where the two bump into each other, conflict. The squares bump repeatedly until one of them gives in, by lying down, letting the other one pass. Toddlers look at the interaction longer when it's the big square that gives in, rather than the little one. The first scenario is more interesting because it violates expectations. Hey, I thought big squares dominated little squares. Just like monkeys and corvids. But wait, this may just reflect folk physics, not attunement to hierarchy. Big things knock over little things, not the other way around. This confound was eliminated. First, the adversarial squares were not touching when one gave in. Second, the subordinating one would fall in the opposite direction from that predicted by physics. Rather than being knocked backward, it prostrates itself before the alpha square. Along with this expertise comes intense interest in hierarchy, as emphasized in Chapter 9. Gossip is mostly about the status of status. Are there any fallen mighty? Have the meek inherited anything lately? Regardless of which square wins, infants look longer at the conflict situation than when the squares peacefully glide past each other. This is logical self-interest. Knowing the hierarchical lay of the land helps you navigate it better. But there's more to that than just self-interest. Those monkeys and corvids not only pay attention when there are rank reversals in their group, they do the same when eavesdropping on the neighbors. Same with us. Point 11. What's happening in our brains when we contemplate rank 12? Naturally, the prefrontal cortex weighs in. Frontal damage impairs skill at recognizing dominance relations, along with recognizing kinship, deception, or intimacy in faces. The VLPFC and DLPFC activate and become coupled when we figure out dominance relations or look at a dominant face, reflecting the combined affective and cognitive components to the process. These responses are most pronounced when considering someone of the opposite sex, which may reflect mating goals more than mere academic interest about hierarchy. Seeing a dominant face also activates the superior temporal gyrus (STG) with its role in theory of mind, and increases its coupling to the PFC. We're more interested in what dominant individuals are thinking. 13. Moreover, individual social status neurons occur in the monkeys. And as noted in Chapter 2, contemplating an unstable hierarchy does all of the above, plus activates the amygdala, reflecting the unsettling effects of instability. Of course, though, none of this tells us what we are contemplating at these times. Your brain and your own status. Your own rank does logical things to your brain. In macaque monkeys, an increase in rank increases mesolimbic dopamine signaling. And back to that rhesus monkey study showing that, being in a larger, social group causes expansion and functional coupling of the STG and PFC. The study also showed that the higher the rank attained within each group, the greater the expansion and coupling. Consistent with that, a study of mice showed that higher-ranking animals had stronger excitatory inputs into the mouse equivalent of the cognitive DLPFC. 14. I love these findings. As I said, in lots of social species, attaining high rank is about sharp teeth and good fighting skills. But maintaining the high rank is about social intelligence and impulse control, knowing which provocations to ignore and which coalitions to form, understanding other individuals' actions. Does the monkey make history, or does history make the monkey? Once groups were formed, did individuals who became dominant respond with the biggest expansions of those brain regions? Or, prior to group formation, were the individuals destined to become dominant already endowed in those regions? Unfortunately, animals weren't imaged before and after group formation in the study. However, subsequent work showed that the larger the size of the group, the larger the association between dominance and those brain changes, suggesting that attaining high rank drives the enlargement. In contrast, the mouse study showed that when synaptic excitability was increased or decreased in the DLPFC, rank rose or declined, respectively, suggesting that enlargement drives attainment of high rank. The brain can shape behavior, can shape the brain, can shape. 15. Your body and your own status. What about biological differences outside the brain as a function of rank? For example, do high and low-ranking males differ in their testosterone profiles, and if there are differences, are they causes, consequences, or mere correlates of the rank differences? Folk endocrinology has always held that high rank in any species and elevated testosterone levels go hand in hand, with the latter powering the former. But as covered at length in Chapter 4, neither is the case in primates. As a reminder, in stable hierarchies, high-ranking males typically don't have the highest testosterone concentrations. Instead, it's usually low-ranking adolescent males, starting fights they can't finish. When there is an association between high rank and high testosterone, it generally reflects the higher rates of sexual behavior among dominant individuals driving secretion. An exception to the above is during unstable times. For example, among a number of primate species, high-ranking males have the highest testosterone levels for the first months, but not years after group formation. During unstable times, the high testosterone/high rank relationship is more a consequence of the high rates of fighting among the high-ranking cohort than of rank itself. 16. Reiterating the challenge hypothesis, the elevation in testosterone levels caused by fighting is not so much about aggression as about challenge. If status is maintained aggressively, testosterone fosters aggression. If status were maintained by writing beautiful, delicate haikus, testosterone would foster that. Next, we consider the relationship between rank and stress. Are different ranks associated with different levels of stress hormones, styles of coping, and incidences of stress-related disease? Is it more stressful to be dominant or subordinate? An extensive literature shows that a sense of control and predictability reduces stress. Yet monkey research conducted by Joseph Brady in 1958 produced a different view. Half the animals could press a bar to delay shocks. Executive monkeys, the passive other half, received a shock whenever the executive did. And the executive monkeys, with their control and predictability, were more likely to ulcerate. This birthed the executive stress syndrome. Those on top are burdened with the stressors of control, leadership, and responsibility. 17. Executive stress syndrome became a meme. But a huge problem was that monkeys were not randomly assigned to be executives and non-executives. Instead, those that pressed the bar soonest in pilot studies were made executives. Such monkeys were subsequently shown to be more emotionally reactive, so Brady had inadvertently stacked the executive side with the ulcer-prone neurotics. Obedience and conformity, disobedience and nonconformity. Humans have multiple simultaneous hierarchies and hierarchies built around abstractions, and occasionally choose leaders who labor for the common good. 50. Add to that obedience to leaders. This is utterly different from a schlub of a baboon obediently surrendering his spot in the shade to the looming alpha male. Instead, humans show obedience to authority that transcends any given occupant of a throne. The king is dead, long live the king, to the very notion of authority. Its elements range from loyalty, admiration, and emulation to brownacing, sycophancy, and instrumental self-interest, and can range from mere compliance, i.e., the public conformity of going along without actually agreeing, to drinking the Kool-Aid, i.e., identifying with the authority and internalizing and extending its beliefs. Obedience is closely intertwined with conformity, a concept central to the previous chapter but considered here. Both consist of going along, the former with the group, the latter with authority. And for us the commonalities are what matter. Moreover, the opposites, disobedience and nonconformity, are also intertwined and range from the independence of marching to a different drummer to the intentionality and mirrored determinism of anti-conformity. Importantly, these are value-free terms. Conformity can be great. It's helpful if everyone in a culture agrees on whether shaking your head up and down means yes or no. Conforming is necessary for the benefits of the wisdom of the crowd. And it can be truly comforting. But obviously conformity can be horrendous, joining in on bullying, oppressing, shunning, expelling, killing, just because everyone else is on board. Obedience can be swell too, ranging from everyone stopping at stop signs to the embarrassment of my pseudo-anarchist adolescents, my kids listening when my wife and I say it's bedtime. And malign obedience obviously underlies just following orders, from goose stepping to Jonastown's wretched obeying the command to kill their children. Roots. Conformity and obedience have deep roots, as evidenced by their presence in other species and in very young humans. Animal conformity is a type of social learning. A subordinate primate does not have to be thrashed by some bruiser in order to express subordination to him. Everyone else's doing so can be sufficient. 51. The conformity has a familiar human tinge to it. For example, a chimp is more likely to copy an action if he sees 3 other individuals do it once each than if one other individual does it 3 times. Moreover, learning can include cultural transmission. In chimps, for example, this includes learning types of tool construction. Conformity relates to social and emotional contagion where, say, a primate aggressively targets an individual just because someone else is already doing so. Such contagion even works between groups. For example, among marmosets, aggression in a group becomes more likely if aggressive vocalizations are heard from the neighboring group. Other primates are even subject to the social contagion of yawning. 52. My favorite example of non-human conformity is so familiar that it could come right out of high school. A male grouse courts a female who, alas, doesn't feel magic in the air and rebuffs him. The researchers then make him seem like the hottest stud on the prairie by surrounding him with some rapt, stuffed female grouse. Soon the reluctant maiden is all over him, pushing her statuesque rivals aside. 53. An even clearer demonstration of animal conformity was shown in a beautiful study of chimpanzees by Franz de Waal. In each of 2 groups, the alpha female was separated from the rest and shown how to open a puzzle box containing food. Crucially, the 2 were shown different, equally difficult ways of doing it. Once the females had mastered their approaches, the chimps in each group got to watch their alpha female strut her stuff repeatedly with the puzzle box. Finally, everyone got access to the puzzle box and promptly copied their alphas. Technique. 54. Thus this is a cool demonstration of the spread of cultural information. But something even more interesting happened. A chimp in the group would occasionally stumble onto the alternative method, and would then abandon it, going back to doing it the normal way. just because everyone else was doing so. The same phenomenon was subsequently shown in capuchin monkeys and wild birds. Thus, animals will perform one version of a behavior not because it is better, but simply because everyone else does. Even more striking, animal conformity can be detrimental. In a 2013 study, Andrew Whiten of the University of St. Andrews presented wild vervet monkeys with 2 bins of maize, dyed either pink or blue. 55. One color tasted fine, the other had a bitter additive. The monkeys learned to avoid the latter and months later still ate only the safe-colored maize, even after the additive was omitted. As infants were born or adults who had grown up elsewhere migrated into the group, they conformed to this food choice, learning to eat only the same color food as everyone else. In other words, foregoing half the potential food just because of the need to fit in, monkeys joining the herd, acting like sheep, going over the cliff like lemmings. One example starkly displays the same in humans. In life-threatening emergencies, e.g., a restaurant fire, people frequently attempt to escape by following the crowd in what they know to be the wrong direction. The deeply ingrained nature of human conformity and obedience in humans is shown by the ages when they are apparent. As detailed in Chapter 7, zillions of pages have been written about conformity and peer pressure in kids. One study nicely demonstrates the continuity of conformity between us and other species. This was the report that a chimp was more likely to conform to the behaviors of 3 individuals doing a behavior once each than to one individual doing the behavior 3 times. The study showed the same in 2-year-old humans. The depths of human conformity and obedience are shown by the speed with which they occur. It takes less than 200 milliseconds for your brain to register that the group has picked a different answer from yours, and less than 380 milliseconds for a profile of activation that predicts changing your opinion. Our brains are biased to get along by going along in less than a second. 56. Neural bases. This last study raises the question of what occurs in the brain under these circumstances. Our usual cast of brain regions pops up in informative ways. The influential social identity theory posits that our concept of who we are is heavily shaped by social context, by the groups we do or don't identify with. 57. In that view, conformity and obedience, while certainly about avoiding punishment, are at least as much about the positives of fitting in. When we imitate someone's actions, our mesolimbic dopamine system activates. When we choose incorrectly in a task, the dopaminergic decline is less if we made the decision as part of a group than if we did so as an individual. Belonging is safety. In numerous studies, a subject in a group answers some question, finds out after that, oh no, everyone else disagrees, and can then change their answer. 58. No surprise, the discovery that you are out of step activates the amygdala and insular cortex. The more activation, the greater your likelihood of changing your mind, and the more persistent the change as opposed to the transient change of compliant public conformity. This is a profoundly social phenomenon. People are more likely to change their answer if you show them a picture of the person who disagrees with them. When you get the news that everyone else disagrees with you, there is also activation of the emotional, the MPFC, the anterior cingulate cortex, and the nucleus accumbens. This is a network mobilized during reinforcement learning, where you learn to modify your behavior when there is a mismatch between what you expected to happen and what actually did. Find out that everyone disagrees with you and this network activates. What is it basically telling you? Not just that you're different from everyone else. That you're wrong. Being different equals being wrong. The greater the activation of this circuit, the greater the likelihood of changing answers to conform. 59. Like most of the neuroimaging literature, these studies are merely correlative. Thus, particularly important is a 2011 study that used transcranial magnetic stimulation techniques to temporarily inactivate the VMPFC. Subjects became less likely to change their answer to conform. 60. Back to the contrast between conforming taking the form of you know what, if everyone says they saw B, I guess I did too, whatever, and it's taking the form of now that I think about it, I didn't actually see the, I think I saw B, in fact I'm certain of it. The latter is associated with activation of the hippocampus, the brain region central to learning and memory. The revisionism involves you literally revising your memory. Remarkably, in another study this process of conforming was also associated with activation of the occipital cortex, the brain region that does the primary processing of vision. You can almost hear the frontal and limbic parts of the brain trying to convince the occipital cortex that it saw something different from what it actually saw. As has been said, winners, in this case in the court of public opinion, get to write the history books, and everyone else better revise theirs accordingly. War is peace. Freedom is slavery. That dot you saw was actually blue, not red. 61. Thus the neurobiology of conforming consists of a first wave of anxiety where we equate differentness with wrongness, followed by the cognitive work needed to change our opinion. These findings obviously come from an artificial world of psych experiments. Thus they're only a faint whisper of what occurs when it's you against the rest of the jury, when it's you being urged to join the lynch mob, when it's you choosing between conforming and being deeply lonely. What is the neurobiology of obedience to authority when you're being ordered to do something wrong? A similar mixture as with conformity, with the VMPFC and the DLPFC mud wrestling, with indices of anxiety and glucocorticoid stress hormones showing up to bias you toward subordination. Which leads us to consider classic studies of just following orders. Ash, Milgram, and Zimbardo. The neurobiology of conformity and obedience won't soon be revealing much about the core question in this field: if the circumstances are right, is every human capable of doing something appalling simply because they've been ordered to, because everyone else is doing it? It is virtually required by law to discuss three of the most influential, daring, disturbing, and controversial studies in the history of psychology, namely the conformity experiments of Solomon Asch, the shock obedience studies of Stanley Milgram, and the Stanford Prison experiment of Philip Zimbardo. The grandparent of the trio was Asch, working in the early 1950s at Swarthmore College. 62. The format of his studies was simple. A volunteer, thinking that this was a study of perception, would be given a pair of cards. One card would have a line on it, the other a trio of different length lines, one of which matched the length of the singleton line. Which line of the trio is the same length as the singleton? Easy. Volunteers sitting alone in a room had about a 1% error rate over a series of cases. Meanwhile, the volunteers in the experimental group take the test in a room with 7 others, each saying his choice out loud. Unbeknownst to the volunteer, the other 7 worked on the project. The volunteer would just happen to go last, and the first 7 would unanimously pick a glaringly wrong answer. Stunningly, volunteers would now agree with that incorrect answer about a third of the time, something replicated frequently in the cottage industry of research spawned by Asch. Whether due to the persons actually changing their mind or they're merely deciding to go along, this was a startling demonstration of conformity. On to the Milgram obedience experiment, whose first incarnations appeared in the early 1960s at Yale. 63. A pair of volunteers would show up for a psychology study of memory. One would arbitrarily be designated the teacher, the other the learner. Learner and teacher would be in separate rooms, hearing but not seeing each other. In the room with the teacher would be the lab-coded scientist supervising the study. The teacher would recite pairs of words from a list given by the scientist. The learner was supposed to remember their pairing. After a series of these, the teacher would test the learner's memory of the pairings. Each time the learner made a mistake, the teacher was supposed to shock them. With each mistake, shock intensity increased up to a life-threatening 450 volts, ending the session. Teachers thought the shocks were real. At the start they'd been given a real shock, supposedly of the intensity of the first punitive one. It hurt. In reality, no punitive shocks were given. The learner worked on the project. As the intensity of the supposed shocks increased, the teacher would hear the learner responding in pain, crying out, begging for the teacher to stop. In one variant, the volunteer who became the learner mentioned in passing that he had a heart condition. As shock intensity increased, this learner would scream about chest pains, and then go silent, seemingly having passed out. Amid the screams of pain, teachers would typically become hesitant, at which point they'd be urged on by the scientist with commands of increasing intensity. Please continue. The experiment requires that you continue. It is absolutely essential that you continue. You have no other choice. You must go on. And, the scientist assured them, they weren't responsible. The learner had been informed of the risks. And the famed result was that most volunteers complied, shocking the learner repeatedly. Teachers would typically try to stop, argue with the scientist, would even weep in distress, but would obey. In the original study, horrifically, 65% of them administered the maximum shock of 450 volts. And then there's the Stanford Prison Experiment, carried out by Zimbardo in 1971. 24 young male volunteers, mostly college students, were randomly split into a group of 12 prisoners and 12 guards. The prisoners were to spend 7 to 14 days jailed in a pseudo prison in the basement of Stanford's psychology department. The guards were to keep order. Tremendous effort went into making this realistic. The future prisoners thought they were scheduled to show up at the building at a particular time to start the study. Instead, Palo Alto police helped Zimbardo by showing up earlier at each prisoner's home, arresting him and taking him to the police station for booking, fingerprinting, mug shots, the works. Prisoners were then deposited in the prison, strip-searched, given prison garb, along with stocking hats to simulate their heads being shaved and dumped as trios in cells. The guards, in surplus military khakis, batons, and reflective sunglasses, ruled. They had been informed that, while there was no violence allowed, they could make the prisoners feel bored, afraid, helpless, humiliated, and without a sense of privacy or individuality. And the result was just as famously horrific as that of the Milgram experiment. The guards put prisoners through pointless, humiliating rituals of obedience, forced painful exercise, deprived them of sleep and food, forced them to relieve themselves in unemptied buckets in the cells, rather than escorting them to the bathroom, put people in solitary, set prisoners against each other, addressed them by number, rather than by name. The prisoners, meanwhile, had a range of responses. One cell revolted on the second day, refusing to obey the guards and barricading the entrance to their cell. Guards subdued them with fire extinguishers. Other prisoners resisted more individualistically, most eventually sank into passivity and despair. The experiment ended famously. 6 days into it, as the brutality and degradation worsened, Zimbardo was persuaded to halt the study by a graduate student, Christina Masloch. They later married. Situational forces and what lurks in all of U.S. These studies are famed, have inspired movies and novels, have entered the common culture, with predictably horrendous misrepresentations. 65 They brought renown and notoriety to Ash, Milgram, and Zimbardo, and they were vastly influential in scientific circles. According to Google Scholar, ASCH's work is cited more than 4,000 times in the literature, Milgram's more than 27,000 times, thus more than 58,066. The number of times your average science paper is cited can be counted on one hand, with most of the citations by the scientist's mother. The trio is a cornerstone of social psychology. In the words of Harvard psychologist Mazarin and Banaji, the primary simple lesson the Spend, by extension, Ash and Milgram teaches is that situations matter. Her emphasis. What did they show? Thanks to Ash, that average people will go along with absurdly incorrect assertions in the name of conformity. And thanks to the other two studies, that average people will do stunningly bad things in the name of obedience and conformity. The larger implications of this are enormous. Ash and Milgram, the former a Jewish Eastern European immigrant, the latter the son of Jewish Eastern European immigrants, worked in the era of the intellectual challenge of making sense of Germans just following orders. Milgram's study was prompted by the start, a few months earlier, of the war crimes trial of Adolf Eichmann, the man who famously epitomized the banality of evil because of his seeming normalcy. Zimbardo's work burst forth during the Vietnam War era with the likes of the My Lai massacre, and this became bitingly relevant 30 years later with the abuse and torture of Iraqis at Abu Ghraib prison by perfectly normal American soldiers. 67. Zimbardo took a particularly extreme stance as to what these findings mean, namely his bad barrel theory. The issue isn't how a few bad apples can ruin the whole barrel, it's how a bad barrel can turn any apple bad. In another apt metaphor, rather than concentrating on one evil person at a time, what Zimbardo calls a medical approach, one must understand how some environments cause epidemics of evil, a public health approach. As he states, any deed, for good or evil, that any human being has ever done, you and I could also do, given the same situational forces. Anyone could potentially be an abusive Milgram teacher, Zimbardo guard, or goose-stepping Nazi. In a similar vein, Milgram stated, if a system of death camps were set up in the U.S. of the sorts we had seen in Nazi Germany, one would be able to find sufficient personnel for those camps in any medium-sized American town. And as stated by Alexander Solzhenitsyn in the Gulag Archipelago, in a quote perpetually cited in this literature, The line dividing good and evil cuts through the heart of every human being. And who is willing to destroy a piece of his own heart? 68. Some different takes. Big surprise, the studies and their conclusions, especially those of Milgram and Zimbardo, have been controversial. Those two attracted firestorms of controversy because of the unethical nature of the work. Some teachers and guards were psychological wrecks afterward, seeing what they had proven capable of. It changed the course of a number of their lives. No human subjects committee would approve the Milgram study these days. In contemporary versions, subjects are ordered to, for example, say increasingly insulting things to the learner or administer virtual shocks, evoking virtual pain in avatars. Stay tuned. 69. The controversies about the science itself in the Milgram and Zimbardo studies are more pertinent. The Milgram edifice has been questioned in three ways, most piercingly by the psychologist Gina Perry. Milgram seems to have fudged some of his work. Perry has analyzed Milgram's unpublished papers and recordings of sessions, finding that teachers refused to shock much more frequently than reported. However, despite the seemingly inflated results, the finding of roughly 60% compliance rates has been replicated. 70. Few of the replicating studies were traditional academic ones published in peer-reviewed journals. Instead, most have been recreations for films and television programs. Perhaps most important, as analyzed by Perry, far more teachers than Milgram indicated, realized that the learner was an actor and that there were no actual shocks. This problem probably extends to the replications as well. This has arguably attracted the most controversy. The biggest lightning rod was the role of Zimbardo himself. Rather than being a detached observer, he served as the prison's superintendent. He set the ground rules, e.g., telling guards that they could make the prisoners feel afraid and helpless, and met regularly with the guards throughout. He was clearly excited as hell to see what was happening in the study. Zimbardo is a larger-than-life force of nature, someone whom you'd very much wish to please. Thus guards were subject to pressure not only to conform with their cohort, but also to obey and please Zimbardo. His role, consciously or otherwise, almost certainly prompted the guards to more extreme behavior. Zimbardo, a humane, decent man who is a friend and colleague, has written at length about this distortive impact that he had on the study. At the beginning of the study, volunteers were randomly assigned to be guards or prisoners, and the resulting two groups did not differ on various personality measures. While that's great, what was not appreciated was the possibility that the volunteers as a whole were distinctive. This was tested in a 2007 study in which volunteers were recruited through one of two newspaper ads. The first described a psychological study of prison life, the words used in the advertisement for this, while in the other the word prison was omitted. The two groups of volunteers then underwent personality testing. Importantly, volunteers for the prison study scored higher than the others on measures of aggressiveness, authoritarianism, and social dominance, and lower for empathy and altruism. Insofar as both guards and prisoners in this might have had this makeup, it's not clear why that would have biased toward the famously brutal outcome. 71. Finally, their science's gold standard, independent replication. If you redid this down to matching the brand of the guard socks, would you get the same result? Any study this big, idiosyncratic, and expensive would be difficult to match perfectly in the replication attempt. Moreover, Zimbardo actually published remarkably little of the data about this in professional journals. Instead, he mostly wrote for the lay public, hard to resist, given the attention the study garnered. Thus there's only really been one attempted replication. The 2001 BBC prison study was run by two respected British psychologists, Stephen Riker of the University of St Andrews and Alex Haslam of the University of Exeter. 72. As the name implies, it was carried out, i.e., among other things, paid for, by the BBC, which filmed it for a documentary. Its design replicated the broad features of this. As is so often the case, there was a completely different outcome. To summarize a book's worth of complex events. Prisoners organized to resist any abuse by the guards. Prisoner morale soared while guards became demoralized and divided. This led to a collapse of the guard-prisoner power differential and ushered in a cooperative, power-sharing commune, which lasted only briefly before 3 ex-prisoners and 1 ex-guard overthrew the utopians and instituted a draconian regime. Fascinatingly, Those four had scored highest on scales of authoritarianism before the study began. As the new regime settled into repressive power, the study was terminated. Thus, rather than a replication of this wound up being more like a replication of the fray and the Ari, i.e., the French Revolution and the Russian Revolution. A hierarchical regime is overthrown by wet-nosed idealists who know all the songs from Les Mis, who are then devoured by Bolsheviks or reign of terrorists. Importantly, the ruling junta at the end, having entered the study with the strongest predispositions toward authoritarianism, certainly suggests bad apples rather than bad barrels. Even bigger surprise, stop the presses. Zimbardo criticized the study, arguing that its structure invalidated it as a chance to replicate the Spinetgard prisoner assignments could not have really been random, and that filming made this a TV spectacle rather than science, and asking, how can this be a model for anything when the prisoners take over the prison? 73. Naturally, Riker and Haslam disagreed with his disagreement, pointing out that prisoners have de facto taken over some prisons, such as the Maze in Northern Ireland, which the Brits filled with IRA political prisoners, and the Robben Island prison, in which Nelson Mandela spent his endless years. Zimbardo called Riker and Haslam scientifically irresponsible and fraudulent. They pulled out all the stops by quoting Foucault, "Where there is coercive power there is resistance." Let's calm down. Amid the controversies over Milgram and the SP, two deeply vital things are indisputable. When pressure to conform and obey, a far higher percentage of perfectly normal people than most would predict succumb and do awful things. Contemporary work using a variant on the Milgram paradigm shows just following orders in action, where the pattern of neurobiological activation differs when the same act is carried out volitionally versus obediently. 74. Nonetheless, there are always those who resist. This second finding is no surprise, given Hutus who died shielding Tutsi neighbors from Hutu death squads, Germans with every opportunity to look the other way, who risked everything to save people from the Nazis, the informant who exposed Abu Ghraib. Some apples, even in the worst of barrels, do not go bad. Thus what becomes vital is to understand the circumstances that push us toward actions we thought we were far better than, or that reveal strength we never suspected we had. Modulators of the pressures to conform and obey. The end of the previous chapter examined factors that lessen them dichotomizing. These included becoming aware of implicit, automatic biases, becoming aware of our sensitivity to disgust, resentment, and envy, recognizing the multiplicity of them dichotomies that we harbor and emphasizing ones in which a them becomes an contact with a them under the right circumstances, resisting essentialism, perspective-taking, and, most of all, individuating thems. Similar factors decrease the likelihood of people doing appalling things in the name of conformity or obedience. These include the nature of the authority or group pressing for conformity. Does the authority evoke veneration, identification, pants-wetting terror? Is the authority in close proximity? Milgram follow-ups showed that when the authority, i.e., the scientist, was in a different room, compliance decreased. Does the authority come cloaked in prestige? When the experiment was conducted in some nondescript warehouse in New Haven, instead of on the Yale campus, compliance declined. And, as emphasized by Tajfel in his writing, is the authority perceived as legitimate and stable? I'd more likely comply with, say, lifestyle advice issued by the Dalai Lama than by the head of Boko Haram. Similar issues of prestige, proximity, legitimacy, and stability influence whether people conform to a group. Obviously, groups of USS evoke more conformity than do groups of thems. Consider the invoking of US in Konrad Lorentz's attempt to justify becoming a Nazi. Practically all my friends and teachers did so, including my own father, who certainly was a kindly and humane man. 75. With groups, issues of numbers come into play. How many other voices are urging you to join the cool kids? Recall how among chimps or 2-year-old humans, one individual doing something 3 times does not evoke the conformity of 3 individuals doing the same act once each. Echoing this, follow-up studies by Ash showed that conformity first kicks in when there are at least 3 people unanimously contradicting what the subject thinks, with maximum conformity first evoked by around half a dozen contradictors. But this is the artificial world of lab subjects. Judging the length of a line in the real world, the conforming power of a lynch mob of 6 doesn't approach that of a mob of 1,000.76. What is being required and in what context? 2 issues stand out. The first is the persuasive power of the incremental. You were okay shocking the guy with 225 volts, but not with 226. That's illogical. Come on, we're all boycotting their businesses. Let's shut them down. It's not like anyone patronizes them. Come on, we've shut down their businesses. Let's loot them. It's not like the stores are doing them any good. We rarely have a rational explanation for an intuitive sense that a line has been crossed on a continuum. What incrementalism does is put the potential resistor on the defensive, making the savagery seem like an issue of rationality rather than of morality. This represents an ironic inversion of our tendency to think in categories, to irrationally inflate the importance of an arbitrary boundary. The descent into savagery can be so incremental as to come with nothing but arbitrary boundaries, and our descent becomes like the proverbial frog cooked alive without noticing. When your conscience finally rebels and draws a line in the sand, we know that it is likely to be an arbitrary one, fueled by implicit subterranean forces. Despite your best attempts at speciation, this victim's face reminds you of a loved one's. A smell just wafted by that took you back to childhood and reminds you of how life once felt innocent. Your anterior cingulate neurons just had breakfast. At such times, a line having finally been drawn must be more important than its arbitrariness. The second issue concerns responsibility. When debriefed afterward, compliant teachers typically cited how persuasive they found the information that the learner had been informed of the risks and had given consent. Don't worry, you won't be held responsible. The Milgram phenomenon also showed the coercive power of misdirecting responsibility when researchers would seek compliance by emphasizing that the teacher's responsibility was to the project, not the learner. I thought you said you were here to help. You're a team member. You're ruining things. You signed a form. It's hard enough to respond with "this isn't the job I signed up for." It's that much harder when the fine print reveals that this is what you signed up for. Compliance increases when guilt is diffused. Even if I hadn't done it, it still would have happened. 77. Statistical guilt. This is why, historically, people were not executed with 5 shots fired from one gun. Instead, there were 5 guns fired simultaneously, a firing squad. Firing squads traditionally took the diffusion of responsibility a step further, where one member was randomly given a blank instead of a real bullet. That way, a shooter could shift from the comforting irrationality that I only 1/5 killed him to the even better I may not even have shot him. This tradition was translated into modern execution technology. Lethal injection machines used in prison executions come with a dual control system, 2 syringes each filled with a lethal dose, 2 separate delivery systems, 2 buttons pressed simultaneously by 2 different people, at which point a random binary generator would secretly determine which syringe was emptied into a bucket and which into a human. And then the record would be erased, allowing each person to think, hey, I may not even have given him any drug. Finally, responsibility is diffused by anonymity. 78. This comes de facto if the group is large enough, and large groups also facilitate individual efforts at anonymity. During the Chicago riots of 1968, many police notoriously covered their name tags before setting on the unarmed anti-war demonstrators. Groups also facilitate conformity by institutionalizing anonymity. Examples range from the KKK to Star Wars Imperial stormtroopers to the finding that in traditional human societies, warriors who transform and standardize their appearance before battle are more likely to torture and mutilate their enemies than warriors from cultures that don't transform themselves. All use means to de-individuate, where the goal may not be to ensure that a victimized them won't be able to recognize you afterward, as much as to facilitate moral disengagement so that you won't be able to recognize you afterward. The nature of the victim. No surprise, compliance becomes easier when the victim is an abstraction, say, the future generations who will inherit this planet. In Milgram follow-ups, compliance declined if the learner was in the same room as the teacher and would plummet if the two had shaken hands. Ditto if psychological distance was shortened by perspective taking. What would it feel like if you were in their shoes? Predictably, compliance is also decreased when the victim is individuated. 79. However, don't let the authority individuate victims for you. In one classic Milgram-esque study, the scientists would accidentally allow a teacher to overhear their opinion of the learner. Seems like a nice guy, versus this guy seems like an animal. Guess who'd get more shocks? Authorities rarely ask us to administer shocks to those whom they label as nice guys. It's always to the animals. Implicit in the latter categorizations evoking more compliance is our having ceded power to the authorities or to the group to create the narrative. One of the greatest wellsprings of resistance is to seize back the narrative. From children of exceptionalities to the Paralympics, from gay pride marches to never again, from Hispanic Heritage Month to James Brown singing, "Say it out loud, I'm black and I'm proud," a major step toward victims' resistance is to gain the power to define themselves. Things brought to the table by the person being pressured. Some personality traits predict resistance to the pressure to comply, not valuing being conscientious or agreeable, being low in neuroticism, scoring low on right-wing authoritarianism. Any particular authority is more likely to be questioned if you already question the very concept of authority. Social intelligence, which may be mediated by an enhanced ability to understand things like scapegoating or ulterior motives. And where these individual differences come from is, of course, the end product of most of the preceding chapters. 80. What about gender? Milgram-like studies have shown that women average higher rates than men of voicing resistance to the demands to obey. But higher rates, nonetheless, of ultimately complying. Other studies show that women have higher rates than men of public conformity and lower rates of private conformity. Overall, though, gender is not much of a predictor. Interestingly, rates of conformity in Ash-like studies increase in mixed-sex groups. When in the presence of the opposite sex, perhaps there's less desire to seem like a rugged individualist than fear of seeming foolish. 81. Finally, of course, we are the products of our culture. In broad cross-cultural surveys, Milgram and others showed more compliance in subjects from collectivist than from individualist cultures. 82. Stress. Exactly as with US/the mean, people are more likely to conform and obey at times of stress, ranging from time pressure to a real or imagined outside threat to a novel context. In stressful settings, rules gain power. Alternatives. Finally, there is the key issue of whether you perceive alternatives to the actions demanded of you. It can be a solitary task to reframe and reappraise a situation, to make the implicit explicit, to engage in perspective taking, to question. To imagine that resistance is not futile. A huge help in doing that is evidence that you are not alone. From Ash and Milgram on, it's clear that the presence of anyone else pushing back against the pressure can be galvanizing. 10 against 2 in a jury room is a world of difference from 11 against 1. One lone voice crying out in the wilderness is a crank. Two voices joined together form a nidus of resistance, offer the start of an oppositional social identity. It certainly helps to know that you are not alone, that there are others who are willing to resist, that there are those who have done so in the past. But often something still holds us back. Eichmann's seeming normalcy supplied us, thanks to Hannah Arendt, with the notion of the banality of evil. Zimbardo, in his recent writing, emphasizes the banality of heroism. As discussed in various chapters, people who heroically refuse to look the other way, who do the right thing, even when it carries the ultimate cost, tend to be surprisingly normal. The stars didn't align at their births, doves of peace did not envelop them where they strode. They put their pants on one leg at a time. This should be a huge source of strength for us. Summary and conclusions. We're just like numerous other social species in terms of having marked status differences among individuals and hierarchies that emerge from those differences. Like many of these other species, we're fantastically attuned to status differences, are sufficiently fascinated by them that we monitor status relations in individuals who are irrelevant to us, and can perceive status differences in a blink of an eye. And we find it deeply unsettling, with the amygdala leading front and center, when status relations are ambiguous and shifting. As in so many other species, our brains, particularly the neocortex and most particularly the frontal cortex, have coevolved with the social complexity of status differences. It takes a lot of brain power to make sense of the subtleties of dominance relations. This is no surprise, given that knowing your place can be so contextual. Navigating status differences is most challenging when it comes to attaining and maintaining high rank. This requires cognitive mastery of theory of mind and perspective taking, of manipulation, intimidation, and deceit, and of impulse control and emotion regulation. As with so many other primates, the biographies of our most hierarchically successful members are built around what provocations are ignored during occasions where the frontal cortex kept a level head. Our bodies and brains, like those of other social species, bear the imprint of social status, and having the wrong rank can be corrosively pathogenic. Moreover, the physiology is not so much about rank per se as about its social meaning in your species and particular group, the behavioral advantages and disadvantages, and the psychological baggage of a particular rank. And then we're unlike any other species on Earth in that we belong to multiple hierarchies, are psychologically adept at overvaluing those in which we excel, and maintain internal standards that can trump objective rank in their impact. Humans committed themselves to a unique trajectory when we invented socioeconomic status. In terms of its caustic, scarring impact on minds and bodies, nothing in the history of animals, being crappy to one another about status differences, comes within light years of our invention of poverty. We're really out there as a species in that sometimes our high-status individuals don't merely plunder, and instead actually lead, actually attempt to facilitate the common good. We've even developed bottom-up mechanisms for collectively choosing such leaders on occasion. A magnificent achievement, which we then soil by having our choosing of leaders be shaped by implicit, automatic factors more suitable to 5-year-olds deciding who should captain their boat on a voyage with the Teletubbies to Candyland. Stripped to their idealistic core, our political differences concern differing visions of how best to bring about the common good. We tend to come as internally consistent packages of political stances ranging from the small and local to the mammoth and global. And with remarkable regularity our stances reflect our implicit, affective makeup, with cognition playing post hoc catch-up. If you really want to understand someone's politics, understand their cognitive load, how prone they are to snap judgments, their approaches to reappraisal and resolving cognitive dissonance. Even more important, understand how they feel about novelty, ambiguity, empathy, hygiene, disease and disease, and whether things used to be better and the future is a scary place. Like so many other animals, we have an often frantic need to conform, belong, and obey. Such conformity can be markedly maladaptive as we forego better solutions in the name of the foolishness of the crowd. When we discover we are out of step with everyone else, our amygdala spasm with anxiety, our memories are revised, and our sensory processing regions are even pressured to experience what is not true. All to fit in. Finally, the pull of conformity and obedience can lead us to some of our darkest, most appalling places, and far more of us can be led there than we'd like to think. But despite that, even the worst of barrels doesn't turn all apples bad, and resistance and heroism are often more accessible and less rarefied and capitalized than assumed. We're rarely alone in thinking this is wrong, wrong, wrong. And we are usually no less special or unique than those before us who have fought back. 13. Morality and doing the right thing, once you've figured out what that is. Two previous chapters examine the thoroughly unique contexts for some human behaviors that are on a continuum with behaviors in other species. Like some other species, we make automatic them dichotomies and favor the former, though only humans rationalize that tendency with ideology. Like many other species, we are implicitly hierarchical, though only humans view the gap between haves and have-nots as a divine plan. This chapter considers another domain rife with human uniqueness, namely morality. For us, morality is not only belief in norms of appropriate behavior, but also the belief that they should be shared and transmitted culturally. Work in the field is dominated by a familiar sort of question. When we make a decision regarding morality, is it mostly the outcome of moral reasoning or of moral intuition? Do we mostly think or feel our way to deciding what is right? This raises a related question. Is human morality as new as the cultural institutions we've hatched in recent millennia, or are its rudiments a far older primate legacy? This raises more questions. What's more impressive, consistencies and universalities of human moral behavior or variability and its correlation with cultural and ecological factors? Finally, there will be unapologetically prescriptive questions. When it comes to moral decision-making, when is it better to rely on intuition, when on reasoning? And when we resist temptation, is it mostly an act of will or of grace? People have confronted these issues since students attended intro philosophy in togas. Naturally, these questions are informed by science. The primacy of reasoning in moral decision-making. Ni single fact perfectly demonstrates moral decision-making being based on cognition and reasoning. Have you ever picked up a law textbook? They're humongous. Every society has rules about moral and ethical behavior that are reasoned and call upon logical operations. Applying the rules requires reconstructing scenarios, understanding proximal and distal causes of events, and assessing magnitudes and probabilities of consequences of actions. Assessing individual behavior requires perspective-taking, theory of mind, and distinguishing between outcome and intent. Moreover, in many cultures rule implementation is typically entrusted to people, e.g., lawyers, clergy, who have undergone long training. Harking back to Chapter 7, the primacy of reasoning in moral decision-making is anchored in child development. The Kolbergian emergence of increasingly complex stages of moral development is built on the Piagetian emergence of increasingly complex, logical operations. They are similar, neurobiologically. Logical and moral reasoning about the correctness of an economic or ethical decision, respectively, both activate the cognitive DLPFC. People with obsessive-compulsive disorder get mired in both everyday decision-making and moral decision-making, and their DLPFCs go wild with activity for both. 1. Similarly, there's activation of the temporoparietal junction, TPJ, during theory of mind tasks, whether they are perceptual, e.g., visualizing a complex scene from another viewer's perspective, amoral, e.g., keeping straight who's in love with whom in A Midsummer Night's Dream, or moral/social, e.g., inferring the ethical motivation behind a person's act. Moreover, the more the TPJ activation, the more people take intent into account when making moral judgments, particularly when there was intent to harm, but no actual harm done. Most important, inhibit the TPJ with transcranial magnetic stimulation, and subjects become less concerned about intent. 2. The cognitive processes we bring to moral reasoning aren't perfect, in that there are fault lines of vulnerability, imbalances, and asymmetries. 3. For example, doing harm is worse than allowing it. For equivalent outcomes we typically judge commission more harshly than omission, and must activate the DLPFC more to judge them as equal. This makes sense. When we do one thing, there are innumerable other things we didn't do. No wonder the former is psychologically weightier. As another cognitive skew, as discussed in Chapter 10, we're better at detecting violations of social contracts that have malevolent rather than benevolent consequences, e.g., giving less versus more than promised. We also search harder for causality, and come up with more false attributions for malevolent than for benevolent events. This was shown in one study. First scenario, a worker proposes a plan to the boss, saying, if we do this, there'll be big profits, and we'll harm the environment in the process. The boss answers, I don't care about the environment. Just do it. Second scenario, same setup, but this time there'll be big profits and benefits to the environment. Boss, I don't care about the environment. Just do it. In the first scenario, 85% of subjects stated that the boss harmed the environment in order to increase profits. However, in the second scenario, only 23% said that the boss helped the environment in order to increase profits. 4. Okay, we're not perfect reasoning machines. But that's our goal, and numerous moral philosophers emphasize the preeminence of reasoning, where emotion and intuition, if they happen to show up, just soil the carpet. Such philosophers range from Kant, with his search for a mathematics of morality, to Princeton philosopher Peter Singer, who kvetches that if things like sex and bodily functions are pertinent to philosophizing, time to hang up his spurs, it would be best to forget all about our particular moral judgments. Morality is anchored in reason. 5. Yeah, sure it is social intuitionism. Except there's a problem with this conclusion. People often haven't a clue why they've made some judgment, yet they fervently believe it's correct. This is straight out of Chapter 11's rapid implicit assessments of us versus them and our post hoc, rational justifications for visceral prejudice. Scientists studying moral philosophy increasingly emphasize moral decision-making as implicit, intuitive, and anchored in emotion. The king of this social intuitionist school is Jonathan Haidt, whom we've encountered previously. 6. Haidt views moral decisions as primarily based on intuition and believes reasoning is what we then use to convince everyone, including ourselves, that we're making sense. In an apt phrase of Haidt's, moral thinking is for social doing, and sociality always has an emotional component. The evidence for the social intuitionist school is plentiful. When contemplating moral decisions, we don't just activate the Egedi DLPFC.7. There's also activation of the usual emotional cast, amygdala, VMPFC, and the related orbitofrontal cortex, insular cortex, anterior cingulate. Different types of moral transgressions preferentially activate different subsets of these regions. For example, moral quandaries eliciting pity preferentially activate the insula, those eliciting indignation activate the orbitofrontal cortex. Quandaries generating intense conflict preferentially activate the anterior cingulate. Finally, for acts assessed as equally morally wrong, those involving non-sexual transgression, e.g., stealing from a sibling, activate the amygdala, whereas those involving sexual transgressions, e.g., sex with a sibling, also activate the insula. Moreover, when such activation is strong enough, we also activate the sympathetic nervous system and feel arousal, and we know how those peripheral effects, feedback, and influence behavior. When we confront a moral choice, the DLPFC doesn't adjudicate in contemplative silence. The waters roil below. The pattern of activation in these regions predicts moral decisions better than does the DLPFC's profile. And this matches behavior. People punish to the extent that they feel angered by someone acting unethically. Point 8. People tend toward instantaneous moral reactions. Moreover, when subjects shift from judging non-moral elements of acts to moral ones, they make assessments faster, the antithesis of moral decision, making being about grinding cognition. Most strikingly, when facing a moral quandary, activation in the amygdala, VMPFC, and insula typically precedes DLPFC activation. Point 9. Damage to these intuitionist brain regions makes moral judgments more pragmatic, even cold-hearted. Recall from Chapter 10 how people with damage to the emotional VMPFC readily advocate sacrificing one relative to save 5 strangers, something control subjects never do. Most telling is when we have strong moral opinions but can't tell why, something hate calls moral dumbfounding, followed by clunky post hoc rationalizing. Point 10. Moreover, such moral decisions can differ markedly in different, affective or visceral circumstances, generating very different rationalizations. Recall from the last chapter how people become more conservative in their social judgments when they're smelling a foul odor or sitting at a dirty desk. And then there's that doozy of a finding, knowing a judge's opinions about Plato, Nietzsche, Rawls, and any other philosopher whose name I just looked up gives you less predictive power about her judicial decisions than knowing if she's hungry. The social intuitionist roots of morality are bolstered further by evidence of moral judgment in 2 classes of individuals with limited capacities for moral reasoning. Again with babies and animals. As infants demonstrate the rudiments of hierarchical and them thinking, they possess building blocks of moral reasoning as well. For starters, infants have the bias concerning commission versus omission. In one clever study, 6-month-olds watched a scene containing 2 of the same objects, one blue and one red, repeatedly. The scene would show a person picking the blue object. Then, one time, the red one is picked. The kid becomes interested, looks more, breathes faster, showing that this seems discrepant. Now, the scene shows 2 of the same objects, one blue, one a different color. In each repetition of the scene, a person picks the one that is not blue. Its color changes with each repetition. Suddenly, the blue one is picked. The kid isn't particularly interested. He always picks the blue one is easier to comprehend than he never picks the blue one. Commission is weightier. Point 11. Infants and toddlers also have hints of a sense of justice as shown by Kylie Hamlin of the University of British Columbia and Paul Bloom and Karen Wynn of Yale. 6 to 12-month-olds watch a circle moving up a hill. A nice triangle helps to push it. A mean square blocks it. Afterward the infants can reach for a triangle or a square. They choose the triangle. Do infants prefer nice beings, or shun mean ones? Both. Nice triangles were preferred over neutral shapes, which were preferred over mean squares. Such infants advocate punishing bad acts. A kid watches puppets, one good, one bad, sharing versus not. The child is then presented with the puppets, each sitting on a pile of sweets. Who should lose a sweet? The bad puppet. Who should gain one? The good puppet. Remarkably, toddlers even assess secondary punishment. The good and bad puppets then interact with 2 additional puppets, who can be nice or bad. And whom did kids prefer of those second-layer puppets? Those who were nice to nice puppets and those who punished mean ones. Other primates also show the beginnings of moral judgments. Things started with a superb 2003 paper by Franz de Waal and Sarah Brosnan. 12. Capuchin monkeys were trained in a task. A human gives them a mildly interesting small object, a pebble. The human then extends her hand palm up, a Capuchin begging gesture. If the monkey puts the pebble in her hand, there's a food reward. In other words, the animals learned how to buy food. Now there are two Capuchins, side by side. Each gets a pebble. Each gives it to the human. Each gets a grape, very rewarding. Now change things. Both monkeys pay their pebble. Monkey 1 gets a grape. But monkey 2 gets some cucumber, which blows compared with grapes. Capuchins prefer grapes to cucumber 90% of the time. Monkey 2 was shortchanged. And monkey 2 would then typically fling the cucumber at the human or bash around in frustration. Most consistently, they wouldn't give the pebble the next time. As the Nature paper was entitled, "Monkeys Reject Unequal Pay." This response has since been demonstrated in various macaque monkey species, crows, ravens, and dogs, where the dog's work would be shaking her paw. 13. Subsequent work by Brosnan, de Waal, and others fleshed out this phenomenon further. 14. One criticism of the original study was that maybe Capuchins refused to work for cucumbers because grapes were visible, regardless of whether the other guy was getting paid in grapes. But no, the phenomenon required unfair payment. Both animals are getting grapes, then one gets switched to cucumber. What's key, that the other guy is still getting grapes, or that I no longer am? The former, if doing the study with a single monkey, switching from grapes to cucumbers would not evoke refusal. Nor would it if both monkeys got cucumbers. Across the various species, males were more likely than females to reject lower pay, dominant animals were more likely than subordinates to reject. It's about the work. Give one monkey a free grape, the other free cucumber, and the latter doesn't get pissed. The closer in proximity the two animals are, the more likely the one getting cucumber is to go on strike. Finally, rejection of unfair pay isn't seen in species that are solitary, e.g. orangutans, or have minimal social cooperation, e.g. owl monkeys. Okay, very impressive. Other social species show hints of a sense of justice, reacting negatively to unequal reward. But this is worlds away from juries awarding money to plaintiffs harmed by employers. Instead it's self-interest. This isn't fair, I'm getting screwed. How about evidence of a sense of fairness in the treatment of another individual? Two studies have examined this in a chimp version of the ultimatum game. Recall the human version. In repeated rounds, player 1 in a pair decides how money is divided between the two of them. Player 2 is powerless in the decision-making but, if unhappy with the split, can refuse, and no one gets any money. In other words, player 2 can forego immediate reward to punish selfish player 1. As we saw in Chapter 10, player 2s tend to accept 64-0 splits. In the chimp version, chimp 1, the proposer, has two tokens. One indicates that each chimp gets 2 grapes. The other indicates that the proposer gets 3 grapes, the partner only 1. The proposer chooses a token and passes it to chimp 2, who then decides whether to pass the token to the human grape dispenser. In other words, if chimp 2 thinks chimp 1 is being unfair, no one gets grapes. In one such study, Michael Tomaslow, a frequent critic of de Waal, stay tuned, at the Max Planck Institutes in Germany, found no evidence of chimp fairness. The proposer always chose, and the partner always accepted, unfair splits. 15. De Waal and Brosnan did the study in more ethologically valid conditions, and reported something different. Proposer chimps tended toward equitable splits, but if they could give the token directly to the human, robbing chimp 2 of veto power, they'd favor unfair splits. So chimps will opt for fairer splits, but only when there is a downside to being unfair. Sometimes other primates are fair when it's at no cost to themselves. Back to Capuchin monkeys. Monkey 1 chooses whether both he and the other guy get marshmallows, or it's a marshmallow for him and yucky celery for the other guy. Monkeys tended to choose marshmallows for the other guy. Similar other regarding preference was shown with marmoset monkeys, where the first individual got nothing and merely chose whether the other guy got a cricket to eat. Of note, a number of studies have failed to find other regarding preference in chimps. 16. Really interesting evidence for a non-human sense of justice comes in a small side study in a Brosnan, de Waal paper. Back to the two monkeys getting cucumbers for work. Suddenly one guy gets shifted to grapes. As we saw, the one still getting the cucumber refuses to work. Fascinatingly, the grape mogul often refuses as well. What is this? Solidarity. I'm no strike-breaking scab. Self-interest, but with an atypically long view about the possible consequences of the cucumber victim's resentment. Scratch an altruistic capuchin and a hypocritical one bleeds. In other words, all the questions raised by human altruism. Given the relatively limited reasoning capacities of monkeys, these findings support the importance of social intuitionism. De Waal perceives even deeper implications. The roots of human morality are older than our cultural institutions, than our laws and sermons. Rather than human morality being spiritually transcendent and our deities, stage right, it transcends our species boundaries. 17. M. Mr. Spock and Joseph Stalin. Any moral philosophers believe not only that moral judgment is built on reasoning, but also that it should be. This is obvious to fans of Mr. Spock, since the emotional component of moral intuitionism just introduces sentimentality, self-interest, and parochial biases. But one remarkable finding counters this. Relatives are special. Chapter 10 attests to that. Any social organism would tell you so. Joseph Stalin thought so concerning Pavlik Morozov ratting out his father. As do most American courts, where there is either de facto or de jure resistance to making someone testify against their own parent or child. Relatives are special. But not to people lacking social intuitionism. As noted, people with VMPFC damage make extraordinarily practical, unemotional moral decisions. And in the process, they do something that everyone, from Colonel Yeast to Uncle Joe to the Texas Rules of Criminal Evidence considers morally suspect. They advocate harming kin as readily as strangers in an Is It Okay to Sacrifice One Person to Save Five? Scenario. 18. Emotion and social intuition are not some primordial ooze that gums up that human specialty of moral reasoning. Instead, they anchor some of the few moral judgments that most humans agree upon. Context. Social intuitions can have large, useful roles in moral decision-making. Should we now debate whether reasoning or intuition is more important? This is silly, not least of all, because there is considerable overlap between the two. Consider, for example, protesters shutting down a capital to highlight income inequity. This could be framed as the Kohlbergian reasoning of people in a post-conventional stage. But it could also be framed a la hate in a social intuitionist way. These are people who resonate more with moral intuitions about fairness than with respect for authority. More interesting than squabbling about the relative importance of reasoning and intuition are two related questions. What circumstance is biased toward emphasizing one over the other? Can the differing emphases produce different decisions? As we've seen, then graduate student Josh Green and colleagues helped jumpstart neuroethics by exploring these questions using the poster child of Do the ends justify the means. Philosophizing, namely the runaway trolley problem. A trolley's brake has failed, and it is hurtling down the tracks and will hit and kill 5 people. Is it okay to do something that saves the 5 but kills someone else in the process? People have pondered this since Aristotle took his first trolley ride. Green et al. Added neuroscience. Subjects were neuroimaged while pondering trolley ethics. Crucially, they considered 2 scenarios. Scenario 1, here comes the trolley, 5 people are goners. Would you pull a lever that diverts the trolley onto a different track, where it will hit and kill someone, the original scenario? Scenario 2, same circumstance. Would you push the person onto the tracks to stop the trolley? 19? By now I bet readers can predict which brain region S activates in each circumstance. Contemplate pulling the lever, and DLPFC activity predominates, the detached, cerebral profile of moral reasoning. Contemplate consigning the person to death by pushing them, and its VMPFC and amygdala, the visceral profile of moral intuition. Would you pull the lever? Consistently, 60 to 70% of people, with their DLPFCs churning away, say yes to this utilitarian solution, kill 1 to save 5. Would you push the person with your own hands? Only 30% are willing, The more the VMPFC and or amygdaloid activation, the more likely they are to refuse. This is hugely important. A relatively minor variable determines whether people emphasize moral reasoning or intuition, and they engage different brain circuits in the process, producing radically different decisions. Green has explored this further. Are people resistant to the utilitarian trade-off of killing one to save five in the pushing scenario because of the visceral reality of actually touching the person whom they have consigned to death? Green's work suggests not. If instead of pushing with your hands, you push with a pole, people are still resistant. There's something about the personal force involved that fuels the resistance. Are people willing in the lever scenario because the victim is at a distance, rather than right in front of them? Probably not. People are just as willing if the lever is right next to the person who will die. Green suggests that intuitions about intentionality are key. In the lever scenario, the 5 people are saved because the trolley has been diverted to another track. The killing of the individual is a side effect, and the 5 would still have been saved if that person hadn't been standing on the tracks. In contrast, in the pushing scenario, the 5 are saved because the person is killed, and the intentionality feels intuitively wrong. As evidence, Green would give subjects another scenario: here comes the trolley, and you are rushing to throw a switch that will halt it. Is it okay to do this if you know that in the process of lunging for the switch, you must push a person out of the way who falls to the ground and dies? About 80% of people say yes. Same pushing the person, same proximity, but done unintentionally, as a side effect. The person wasn't killed as a means to save the 5. Which seems much more okay. Now a complication. In the loop scenario, you pull a lever that diverts the trolley to another track. But oh no, it's just a loop, it merges back onto the original track. The trolley will still kill the 5 people, except that there's a person on the side loop who will be killed, stopping the trolley. This is as intentional a scenario as is pushing with your hands. Diverting to another track isn't enough. The person has to be killed. By all logic, only about 30% of people should sign on, but instead it's in the 60 to 70% range. Green concludes, from this and additional scenarios, resembling the loop, that the intuitionist universe is very local. Killing someone intentionally as a means to save 5 feels intuitively wrong, but the intuition is strongest when the killing would occur right here, right now. Doing it in more complicated sequences of intentionality doesn't feel as bad. This is not because of a cognitive limit. It's not that subjects don't realize the necessity of killing the person in the loop scenario. It just doesn't feel the same. In other words, intuitions discount heavily over space and time. Exactly the myopia about cause and effect you'd expect from a brain system that operates rapidly and automatically. This is the same sort of myopia that makes sins of commission feel worse than those of omission. Thus these studies suggest that when a sacrifice of one requires active, intentional, and local actions, more intuitive brain circuitry is engaged, and ends don't justify means. And in circumstances where either the harm is unintentional or the intentionality plays out at a psychological distance, different neural circuitry predominates, producing an opposite conclusion about the morality of ends and means. These trolleyology studies raise a larger point, which is that moral decision-making can be wildly context-dependent. 20. Often the key thing that a change in context does is alter the locality of one's intuitionist morals, as summarized by Dan Ariely of Duke University in his wonderful book Predictably Irrational. Leave money around a common work area, and no one takes it. It's not okay to steal money. Leave some cans of Coke and they're all taken. The one-step distance from the money involved blunts the intuitions about the wrongness of stealing, making it easier to start rationalizing, e.g., someone must have left them out for the taking. The effects of proximity on moral intuitionism are shown in a thought experiment by Peter Singer. 21. You're walking by a river in your hometown. You see that a child has fallen in. Most people feel morally obliged to jump in and save the child, even if the water destroys their $500 suit. Alternatively, a friend in Somalia calls and tells you about a poor child there who will die without $500 worth of medical care. Can you send money? Typically not. The locality and moral discounting over distance is obvious. The child in danger in your hometown is far more of an US than is this dying child far away. And this is an intuitive rather than cognitive core. If you were walking along in Somalia and saw a child fall into a river, you'd be more likely to jump in and sacrifice the suit than to send $500 to that friend making the phone call. Someone being right there in the flesh, in front of our eyes, is a strong implicit prime that they are in us. Moral context dependency can also revolve around language as noted in Chapter 3.22. Recall, for example, people using different rules about the morality of cooperation if you call the same economic game the Wall Street game or the community game. Framing an experimental drug as having a 5% mortality rate versus a 95% survival rate produces different decisions about the ethics of using it. Framing also taps into the themes of people having multiple identities, belonging to multiple US groups and hierarchies. This was shown in a hugely interesting 2014 Nature paper by Alain Cohn and colleagues at the University of Zurich. 23. Subjects who worked for an unnamed international bank played a coin toss game with financial rewards for guessing outcomes correctly. Crucially, the game's design made it possible for subjects to cheat at various points, and for the investigators to detect the cheating. In one version, subjects first completed a questionnaire filled with mundane questions about their everyday lives, e.g., how many hours of television do you watch each week? This produced a low, baseline level of cheating. Then, in the experimental version, the questionnaire was about their bank job. Questions like these primed the subjects to implicitly think more about banking, e.g., they became more likely in a word task to complete _occur with broker than with smoker. So subjects were thinking about their banking identity. And when they did, rates of cheating rose 20%. Priming people in other professions, e.g., manufacturing, to think about their jobs, or about the banking world, didn't increase cheating. These bankers carried in their heads two different sets of ethical rules concerning cheating, banking and non-banking, and unconscious queuing brought one or the other to the forefront. Know thyself. Especially in differing contexts. But this circumstance is different. The context dependency of morality is crucial in an additional realm. It is a nightmare of a person who, with remorseless sociopathy, believes it is okay to steal, kill, rape, and plunder. But far more of humanity's worst behaviors are due to a different kind of person, namely most of the rest of us, who will say that of course, it is wrong to do X. But here is why these special circumstances make me an exception right now. We use different brain circuits when contemplating our own moral failings, heavy activation of the VMPFC versus those of others, more of the insula and DLPFC. 24. And we consistently make different judgments, being more likely to exempt ourselves than others from moral condemnation. Why? Part of it is simply self-serving. Sometimes a hypocrite bleeds because you've scratched a hypocrite. The difference may also reflect different emotions being involved when we analyze our own actions versus those of others. Considering the moral failings of the latter may evoke anger and indignation, while their moral triumphs prompt emulation and inspiration. In contrast, considering our own moral failings calls forth shame and guilt, while our triumphs elicit pride. The effective aspects of going easy on ourselves are shown when stress makes us more this way. 25. When experimentally stressed, subjects make more egoistic, rationalizing judgments regarding emotional moral dilemmas and are less likely to make utilitarian judgments, but only when the latter involve a personal moral issue. Moreover, the bigger the glucocorticoid response to the stressor, the more this is the case. Going easy on ourselves also reflects a key cognitive fact. We judge ourselves by our internal motives, and everyone else by their external actions. 26. And thus, in considering our own misdeeds, we have more access to mitigating, situational information. This is straight out of us/them. When thems do something wrong, it's because they're simply rotten. When us do it, it's because of an extenuating circumstance, and me is the most vocal us there is, coming with the most insight into internal state. Thus, on this cognitive level, there is no inconsistency or hypocrisy, and we might readily perceive a wrong to be mitigated by internal motives in the case of anyone's misdeeds. It's just easier to know those motives when we are the perpetrator. The adverse consequences of this are wide and deep. Moreover, the pull toward judging yourself less harshly than others easily resists the rationality of deterrence. As Ariely writes in his book, overall cheating is not limited by risk, it is limited by our ability to rationalize the cheating to ourselves. Cultural context. So people make different moral judgments about the same circumstance depending on whether it's about them or someone else, which of their identities has been primed, the language used, how many steps the intentionality is removed, and even the levels of their stress hormones, the fullness of their stomach, or the smelliness of their environment. After Chapter 9, it is no surprise that moral decision-making can also vary dramatically by culture. One culture's sacred cow is another's meal, and the discrepancy can be agonizing. When thinking about cross-cultural differences in morality, key issues are what universals of moral judgment exist and whether the universals or the differences are more interesting and important. Chapter 9 noted some moral stances that are virtually universal, whether de facto or de jure. These include condemnation of at least some forms of murder and of theft. And of some form of sexual practice. More broadly, there is the near universal of the Golden Rule, with cultures differing as to whether it is framed as do only things you'd want done to you, or don't do things you wouldn't want done to you. Amid the power of its simplicity, the Golden Rule does not incorporate people differing as to what they would/wouldn't want done to them. We have entered complicated terrain when we can make sense of an interchange where a masochist says, "Beat me," and the sadist sadistically answers, "No." This criticism is overcome with the use of a more generalized, common currency of reciprocity, where we are enjoined to give concern and legitimacy to the needs and desires of people in circumstances where we would want the same done for us. Cross-cultural universals of morality arise from shared categories of rules of moral behavior. The anthropologist Richard S. Wetter has proposed that all cultures recognize rules of morality pertinent to autonomy, community, and divinity. As we saw in the last chapter, Jonathan Haidt breaks this continuum into his foundations of morality that humans have strong intuitions about. These are issues related to harm, fairness, and reciprocity, both of which S. Wetter would call autonomy, in-group loyalty and respect for authority, both of which S. Wetter would call community, and issues of purity and sanctity, i.e. S. Wetter's realm of divinity 27. The existence of universals of morality raises the issue of whether that means that they should trump more local, provincial moral rules. Between the moral absolutists on one side and the relativists on the other, people like the historian of science, Michael Shermer, argue reasonably for provisional morality. If a moral stance is widespread across cultures, start off by giving the benefit of the doubt to its importance, but watch your wallet. 28. It's certainly interesting that, for example, all cultures designate certain things as sacred, but it is far more so to look at the variability in what is considered sacred, how worked up people get when such sanctity is violated, and what is done to keep such violations from reoccurring. I'll touch on this huge topic with 3 subjects: cross-cultural differences concerning the morality of cooperation and competition, affronts to honor, and the reliance on shame versus guilt. Cooperation and competition. Some of the most dramatic cross-cultural variability in moral judgment concerns cooperation and competition. This was shown to an extraordinary extent in a 2008 science paper by a team of British and Swiss economists. Subjects played a public good, economic game where players begin with a certain number of tokens and then decide, in each of a series of rounds, how many to contribute to a shared pool. The pool is then multiplied and shared evenly among all the players. The alternative to contributing is for subjects to keep the tokens for themselves. Thus, the worst payoff for an individual player would be if they contributed all their tokens to the pool, while no other player contributed any. The best would be if the individual contributed no tokens and everyone else contributed everything. As a feature of the design, subjects could pay to punish other players for the size of their contribution. Subjects were from around the world. First finding: across all cultures, people were more prosocial than sheer economic rationality would predict. If everyone played in the most brutally asocial, realpolitik manner, no one would contribute to the pool. Instead, subjects from all cultures consistently contributed. Perhaps as an explanation, subjects from all cultures punished people who made lowball contributions, and to roughly equal extents. Where the startling difference came was with a behavior that I'd never even seen before in the behavioral economics literature, something called antisocial punishment. Free-riding punishment is when you punish another player for contributing less than you, i.e., being selfish. Antisocial punishment is when you punish another player for contributing more than you, i.e., being generous. What is that about? Interpretation: this hostility towards someone being overly generous is because they're going to up the ante, and soon everyone, i.e., me, will be expected to be generous. Kill 'em, spoiling things for everyone. It's a phenomenon where you punish someone for being nice, because what if that sort of crazy deviance becomes the norm and you feel pressure to be nice back? At one extreme were subjects from countries, the United States and Australia, where this weird antisocial punishment was nearly non-existent. And at the mind-boggling other extreme were subjects from Oman and Greece, who were willing to spend more to punish generosity than to punish selfishness. And this was not a comparison of, say, theologians in Boston with Omani pirates. Subjects were all urban university students. So what's different among these cities? The authors found a key correlation: the lower the social capital in a country, the higher the rates of antisocial punishment. In other words, when do people's moral systems include the idea that being generous deserves punishment? When they live in a society where people don't trust one another and feel as if they have no efficacy. Fascinating work has also been done, specifically on people in non-Western cultures, as reported in a pair of studies by Joseph Henrich of the University of British Columbia and colleagues. 29. Subjects were in the thousands and came from 25 different small-scale cultures from around the world. They were nomadic pastoralists, hunter-gatherers, sedentary forager/horticulturalists, and subsistence farmers, wage earners. There were two control groups, namely urbanites from Missouri and Accra, Ghana. As a particularly thorough feature of the study, subjects played three economic games. The dictator game, where the subject simply decides how money is split between them and another player. This measures a pure sense of fairness, independent of consequence. B. The ultimatum game, where you can pay to punish someone treating you unfairly, i.e., self-interested second-party punishment. C. A third-party punishment scenario, where you can pay to punish someone treating a third party unfairly, i.e., altruistic punishment. B. Herman et al., Antisocial Punishment Across Societies, Sci 319 2008, 1362. Visit bit.ly/2nevzov for a larger version of this graph. The authors identified three fascinating variables that predicted patterns of play. Market integration: how much do people in a culture interact economically with trade items? The authors operationalized this as the percentage of people's calories that came from purchases in market interactions, and it ranged from 0% for the hunter-gathering Hadza of Tanzania to nearly 90% for sedentary fishing cultures. And across the cultures, a greater degree of market integration strongly predicted people making fairer offers in all three games and being willing to pay for both self-interested, second-party and altruistic third-party punishment of creeps. For example, the Hadza, at one extreme, kept an average of 73% of the spoils for themselves in the dictator game, while the sedentary fishing Sanquianga of Colombia, along with people in the United States and Accra, approached dictating a 55-0 split. Market integration predicts more willingness to punish selfishness and, no surprise, less selfishness. Community size: the bigger the community, the more the incidence of second and third-party punishment of cheapskates. Hadza, for example, in their tiny bands of 50 or fewer, would pretty much accept any offer above 0 in the ultimatum game. There was no punishment. At the other extreme, in communities of 5,000 or more, sedentary agriculturalists and aquaculturalists, plus the Ghanaian and American urbanites, offers that weren't in the ballpark of 55-0 were typically rejected and/or punished. Religion: what percentage of the population belonged to a worldwide religion, i.e., Christianity or Islam? This ranged from none of the Hadza to 60 to 100% for all the other groups. The greater the incidence of belonging to a Western religion, the more third-party punishment, i.e., willingness to pay to punish person A for being unfair to person B. What to make of these findings? First, the religion angle. This was a finding not about religiosity generally, but about religiosity within a worldwide religion, and not about generosity or fairness, but about altruistic third-party punishment. What is it about worldwide religions? As we saw in Chapter 9, it is only when groups get large enough that people regularly interact with strangers that cultures invent moralizing gods. These are not gods who sit around the banquet table laughing with detachment at the foibles of humans down below, or gods who punish humans for lousy sacrificial offerings. These are gods who punish humans for being rotten to other humans. In other words, the large religions invent gods who do third-party punishment. No wonder this predicts these religions' adherents being third-party punishers themselves. Next, the twin findings that more market integration and bigger community size were associated with fairer offers for the former, and more willingness to punish unfair players for both. I find this to be a particularly challenging pair of findings, especially when framed as the authors thoughtfully did. The authors ask where the uniquely extreme sense of fairness comes from in humans, particularly in the context of large-scale societies with strangers frequently interacting. And they offer two traditional types of explanations that are closely related to our dichotomies of intuition versus reasoning and animal roots versus cultural inventions. Our moral anchoring in fairness in large-scale societies is a residue and extension of our hunter-gatherer and non-human primate past. This was life in small bands, where fairness was mostly driven by kin selection and easy scenarios of reciprocal altruism. As our community size has expanded and we now mostly have one-shot interactions with unrelated strangers, our prosociality just represents an expansion of our small band mindset as we use various green beard marker shibboleths as proxies for relatedness. I'd gladly lay down my life for 2 brothers, 8 cousins, or a guy who is a fellow Packers fan. The moral underpinnings of a sense of fairness lie in cultural institutions and mindsets that we invented as our groups became larger and more sophisticated, as reflected in the emergence of markets, cash economies, and the like. This many pages in, it's obvious that I think the former scenario is pretty powerful. Look, we see the roots of a sense of fairness and justice in the egalitarian nature of nomadic hunter-gatherers, in other primates, in infants, in the preeminent limbic rather than cortical involvement. But, inconveniently for that viewpoint, that's totally counter to what emerges from these studies. Across the 25 cultures, it's the hunter-gatherers, the ones most like our ancestors, living in the smallest groups, with the highest degrees of relatedness and with the least reliance on market interactions, who show the least tendency toward making fair offers and are least likely to punish unfairness, whether to themselves or to the other guy. None of that prosociality is there, a picture counter to what we saw in Chapter 9. I think an explanation is that these economic games tap into a very specific and artificial type of prosociality. We tend to think of market interactions as being the epitome of complexity, finding a literal common currency for the array of human needs and desires in the form of this abstraction called money. But at their core, market interactions represent an impoverishment of human reciprocity. In its natural form, human reciprocity is a triumph of comfortably and intuitively doing long-term math with apples and oranges. This guy over here is a superstar hunter, that other guy isn't in his league but has your back if there's a lion around. Meanwhile, she's amazing at finding the best mongongo nuts, that older woman knows all about medicinal herbs, and that geeky guy remembers the best stories. We know where one another live, the debit columns even out over time, and if someone is really abusing the system, we'll get around to collectively dealing with them. In contrast, at its core, a cash economy market interaction strips it all down to I give you this now, so you give me that now. Myopic presents interactions whose obligations of reciprocity must be balanced immediately. People in small-scale societies are relatively new to functioning this way. It's not the case that small-scale cultures that are growing big and market-reliant are newly schooled in how to be fair. Instead, they're newly schooled in how to be fair in the artificial circumstances modeled by something like the ultimatum game. Honor and revenge. Another realm of cross-cultural differences in moral systems concerns what constitutes appropriate response to personal affronts. This harks back to Chapter 9's Cultures of Honor, from Maasai tribesmen to traditional American Southerners. As we saw, such cultures have historical links to monotheism, warrior age groups, and pastoralism. To recap, such cultures typically see an unanswered challenge to honor as the start of a disastrous slippery slope, rooted in the intrinsic vulnerability of pastoralism. While no one can raid farmers and steal all their crops, someone can rustle a herd overnight, and if this summabitch gets away with insulting my family, he'll be coming for my cattle next. These are cultures that place a high moral emphasis on revenge, and revenge at least in kind. After all, an eye for an eye was probably the invention of Judeo-pastoralists. The result is a world of Hatfields and McCoys with their escalating vendettas. This helps explain why the elevated murder rates in the American South are not due to urban violence, or things like robberies, but are instead about affronts to honor between people who know each other. And it helps explain why Southern prosecutors and juries are typically more forgiving of such crimes of affronted honor. And it also helps explain the command apparently given by many Southern matriarchs to their sons marching off to join the Confederate fight, come back a winner or come back in a coffin. The shame of surrender is not an option. Shamed collectivists and guilty individualists. We return to our contrast between collectivist and individualistic cultures. In the studies, as a reminder, collectivist has mostly meant East Asian societies, while individualistic equals Western Europeans and North Americans. Implicit in the very nature of the contrast are markedly different approaches to the morality of ends and means. By definition, collectivist cultures are more comfortable than individualistic ones with people being used as a means to a utilitarian end. Moreover, moral imperatives in collectivist cultures tend to be about social roles and duties to the group, whereas those in individualistic cultures are typically about individual rights. Collectivist and individualistic cultures also differ in how moral behavior is enforced. As first emphasized by the anthropologist Ruth Benedict in 1946, collectivist cultures enforce with shame, while individualistic cultures use guilt. This is a doozy of a contrast, as explored in two excellent books, Stanford psychiatrist Hank Kachadorian's Guilt, The Bite of Conscience, and NYU environmental scientist Jennifer Jackett's Is Shame Necessary 30. In the sense used by most in the field, including these authors, shame is external judgment by the group, while guilt is internal judgment of yourself. Shame requires an audience, is about honor. Guilt is for cultures that treasure privacy, and is about conscience. Shame is a negative assessment of the entire individual, guilt that of an act, making it possible to hate the sin but love the sinner. Effective shaming requires a conformist, homogeneous population. Effective guilt requires respect for law. Feeling shame is about wanting to hide, feeling guilt is about wanting to make amends. Shame is when everyone says, "You can no longer live with us." Guilt is when you say, "How am I going to live with myself?" From the time that Benedict first articulated this contrast, there has been a self-congratulatory view in the West that shame is somehow more primitive than guilt, as the West has left behind dunce caps, public flogging, and scarlet letters. Shame is the mob, guilt is internalizing rules, laws, edicts, decrees, and statutes. Yet, Jackett convincingly argues for the continued usefulness of shaming in the West, calling for its rebirth in a postmodernist form. For her, shaming is particularly useful when the powerful show no evidence of feeling guilt and evade punishment. We have no shortage of examples of such evasion in the American legal system, where one can benefit from the best defense that money or power can buy. Shaming can often step into that vacuum. Consider a 1999 scandal at UCLA, when more than a dozen healthy, strapping football players were discovered to have used connections, made up disabilities, and forged doctors' signatures to get handicapped parking permits. Their privileged positions resulted in what was generally seen as slaps on the wrist by both the courts and UCLA. However, the element of shaming may well have made up for it. As they left the courthouse in front of the press, they walked past a phalanx of disabled, wheelchair-bound individuals jeering them. 31. Anthropologists, studying everyone from hunter-gatherers to urbanites, have found that about 2/3 of everyday conversation is gossip, with the vast majority of it being negative. As has been said, gossip, with the goal of shaming, is a weapon of the weak against the powerful. It has always been fast and cheap, and is infinitely more so now in the era of the scarlet internet. Shaming is also effective when dealing with outrages by corporations. 32. Bizarrely, the American legal system considers a corporation to be an individual in many ways, one that is psychopathic in the sense of having no conscience and being solely interested in profits. The people running a corporation are occasionally criminally responsible when the corporation has done something illegal. However, they are not when the corporation does something legal yet immoral. It is outside the realm of guilt. Jackett emphasizes the potential power of shaming campaigns, such as those that force Nike to change its policies about the horrific working conditions in its overseas sweatshops, or paper giant Kimberly-Clark to address the cutting of old-growth forests. Amid the potential good that can come from such shaming, Jackett also emphasizes the dangers of contemporary shaming, which is the savagery with which people can be attacked online and the distance such venom can travel, in a world where getting to anonymously hate the sinner seems more important than anything about the sin itself. Fools rush in, applying the findings of the science of morality. How can the insights we already have in hand be used to foster the best of our behaviors and lessen the worst? Which dead white male was right? Let's start with a question that has kept folks busy for millennia, namely, what is the optimal moral philosophy? People pondering this question have grouped the different approaches into three broad categories. Say there's money sitting there, and it's not yours, but no one is looking, why not grab it? Virtue ethics, with its emphasis on the actor, would answer, because you are a better person than that, because you'll have to live with yourself afterward, etc. Deontology, with its emphasis on the act, because it's not okay to steal. Consequentialism, with its emphasis on the outcome, what if everyone started acting that way? Think about the impact on the person, whose money you've stolen, etc. Virtue ethics has generally taken a backseat to the other two in recent years, having acquired a quaint veneer of antiquarian fretting over how an improper act tarnishes one's soul. As we'll see, I think that virtue ethics returns through the back door with considerable relevance. By focusing on deontology versus consequentialism, we are back on the familiar ground of whether ends justify means. For deontologists the answer is no, people can never be pawns. For the consequentialist the answer is yes, for the right outcome. Consequentialism comes in a number of stripes, taken seriously to varying degrees, depending on its features. For example, yes, the end justifies the means if the end is to maximize my pleasure, hedonism, to maximize overall levels of wealth to strengthen the powers that be, state consequentialism. For most, though, consequentialism is about classical utilitarianism, it is okay to use people as a means to the end of maximizing overall levels of happiness. When deontologism and consequentialism contemplate trolleys, the former is about moral intuitions rooted in the VMPFC, amygdala, and insula, while the latter is the domain of the DLPFC and moral reasoning. Why is it that our automatic, intuitive moral judgments tend to be non-utilitarian? Because, as Green states in his book, our moral brains evolved to help us spread our genes, not to maximize our collective happiness. The trolley studies show people's moral heterogeneity. In them approximately 30% of subjects were consistently deontologists, unwilling to either pull a lever or push a person, even at the cost of those 5 lives. Another 30% were always utilitarian, willing to pull or push. And for everyone else, moral philosophies were context-dependent. The fact that a plurality of people fall into this category prompts Green's dual process model, stating that we are usually a mixture of valuing means and ends. What's your moral philosophy? If harm to the person who is the means is unintentional, or if the intentionality is really convoluted and indirect, I'm a utilitarian consequentialist, and if the intentionality is right in front of my nose, I'm a deontologist. The different trolley scenarios reveal what circumstances push us toward intuitive deontology, which toward utilitarian reasoning. Which outcome is better? For the sort of person, reading this book, i.e., who reads and thinks, things to be justifiably self-congratulatory about, when considering this issue at a calm distance, utilitarianism seems like the place to start, maximizing collective happiness. There is the emphasis on equity, not equal treatment but taking everyone's well-being into equal consideration. And there is the paramount emphasis on impartiality. If someone thinks the situation being proposed is morally equitable, they should be willing to flip a coin to determine which role they play. Utilitarianism can be critiqued on practical grounds. It's hard to find a common currency of people's differing versions of happiness. The emphasis on ends over means requires that you be good at predicting what the actual ends will be, and true impartiality is damn hard with our them minds. But in theory, at least, there is a solid, logical appeal to utilitarianism. Except that there's a problem. Unless someone is missing their VMPFC, the appeal of utilitarianism inevitably comes to a screeching halt at some point. For most people it's pushing the person in front of the trolley, or smothering a crying baby to save a group of people hiding from Nazis, or killing a healthy person to harvest his organs and save 5 lives. As Green emphasizes, virtually everyone immediately grasps the logic and appeal of utilitarianism, yet eventually hits a point where it is clear that it's not a good guide for everyday moral decision-making. Green and independently, the neuroscientist John Ullman of Caltech and historian of science James Woodward of the University of Pittsburgh have explored the neurobiological underpinnings of a key point. The utilitarianism being considered here is unidimensional and artificial, It hobbles the sophistication of both our moral intuitions and our moral reasoning. A pretty convincing case can be made for utilitarian consequentialism. As long as you consider the immediate consequences, and the longer-term consequences, and the long-term consequences, and then go and consider them all over again a few times. When people hit a wall with utilitarianism, it's because what is on paper a palatable trade-off in the short run, intentionally kill one to save five, that obviously increases collective happiness, turns out not to be so in the long run. Sure, that healthy person's involuntary organ donation just saved 5 lives, but who else is going to get dissected that way? What if they come for me? I kinda like my liver. What else might they start doing? Slippery slopes, desensitization, unintended consequences, intended consequences. When short-sighted utilitarianism, what Woodward and Ullman call parametric consequentialism, is replaced with a longer-viewed version, what they call strategic consequentialism, and what Green calls pragmatic utilitarianism, you get better outcomes. Our overview of moral intuition versus moral reasoning has generated a dichotomy, something akin to how guys can't have lots of blood flow to their crotch and their brain at the same time. They have to choose. Similarly, you have to choose whether your moral decision making will be about the amygdala or the DLPFC. But this is a false dichotomy, because we reach our best long-term, strategic, consequentialist decisions when we engage both our reasoning and our intuition. Sure, being willing to do X in order to accomplish Y seems like a good trade-off in the short run. But in the long run, if we do that often enough, doing Z is going to start to seem okay also, and I'd feel awful if Z were done to me, and there's also a good chance that W would happen, and that's going to generate really bad feelings in people, which will result in. And the feel part of that process is not the way Mr. Spock would do it, logically and dispassionately remembering that those humans are irrational, flighty creatures and incorporating that into his rational thinking about them. Instead, this is feeling what the feelings would feel like. This is straight out of Chapter 2's overview of Damasio's somatic marker hypothesis. When we are making decisions, we are running not only thought experiments but somatic feeling experiments as well. How is it going to feel if this happens? And this combination is the goal in moral decision making. Thus, no way I'd push someone onto the trolley tracks. It's just wrong is about the amygdala insula and VMPFC. Sacrifice one life to save 5, sure is the DLPFC. But do long-term strategic consequentialism, and all those regions are engaged. And this yields something more powerful than the cocksureness of knee-jerk intuitionism, the I can't tell you why, but this is simply wrong. When you've engaged all those brain systems, when you've done the thought experiments and feeling experiments of how things might play out in the long run, and when you've prioritized the inputs, gut reactions are taken seriously, but they're sure not given veto power. You'll know exactly why something seems right or wrong. The synergistic advantages of combining reasoning with intuition raise an important point. If you're a fan of moral intuitions, you'd frame them as being foundational and primordial. If you don't like them, you'd present them as simplistic, reflexive, and primitive. But as emphasized by Woodward and Ullman, our moral intuitions are neither primordial nor reflexively primitive. They are the end products of learning. They are cognitive conclusions to which we have been exposed so often that they have become automatic, as implicit as riding a bicycle or reciting the days of the week forward rather than backward. In the West we nearly all have strong moral intuitions about the wrongness of slavery, child labor, or animal cruelty. But that sure didn't used to be the case. Their wrongness has become an implicit moral intuition, a gut instinct concerning moral truth, only because of the fierce moral reasoning and activism of those who came before us when the average person's moral intuitions were unrecognizably different. Our guts learn their intuitions. Slow and fast, the separate problems of me versus US, and US versus them. The contrast between rapid, automatic moral intuitionism and conscious, deliberative moral reasoning plays out in another, crucial realm and is the subject of Green's superb, 2014 book Moral Tribes, Emotion, Reason, and the Gap Between Us and Them. 33. Green starts with the classic tragedy of the commons. Shepherds bring their flocks to a common grazing field. There are so many sheep that there is the danger of destroying the commons, unless people decrease the size of their herds. And the tragedy is that if it is truly a commons, there is no incentive to ever cooperate. You'd range from being a fool, if no one else was cooperating, to being a successful free rider if everyone else was. This issue, namely how to jumpstart and then maintain cooperation in a sea of non-cooperators, ran through all of Chapter 10, and as shown in the widespread existence of social species that cooperate, this is solvable. Stay tuned for more in the final chapter. When framed in the context of morality, averting the tragedy of the commons requires getting people in groups to not be selfish. It is an issue of me versus us. But Green outlines a second type of tragedy. Now there are two different groups of shepherds, and the challenge is that each group has a different approach to grazing. One, for example, treats the pasture as a classic commons, while the other believes that the pasture should be divided up into parcels of land belonging to individual shepherds, with high, strong fences in between. In other words, mutually contradictory views about using the pasture. The thing that fuels the danger and tragedy of this situation is that each group has such a tightly reasoned structure in their heads as to why their way is correct that it can acquire moral weight, be seen as a right. Green dissects that word brilliantly. For each side, perceiving themselves as having a right to do things their way mostly means that they have slathered enough post hoc, Haitian rationalizations on a shapeless, self-serving, parochial moral intuition, have lined up enough of their gray-bearded philosopher king shepherds to proclaim the moral force of their stance, feel in the most sincere, pained way that the very essence of what they value and who they are is at stake, that the very moral rightness of the universe is wobbling. All of that so strongly that they can't recognize the right for what it is, namely I can't tell you why, but this is how things should be done. To cite a quote attributed to Oscar Wilde, morality is simply the attitude we adopt towards people whom we personally dislike. It's us versus them framed morally, and the importance of what Green calls the tragedy of common sense morality is shown by the fact that most intergroup conflicts on our planet ultimately are cultural disagreements about whose right is righter. This is an intellectualized, bloodless way of framing the issue. Here's a different way. Say I decide that it would be a good thing to have pictures here demonstrating cultural relativism, displaying an act that is commonsensical in one culture, but deeply distressing in another. I think I'll get some pictures of a Southeast Asian dog meat market. Like me, most readers will likely resonate with dogs. Good plan. Onto Google Images, and the result is that I spend hours transfixed, unable to stop, torturing myself with picture after picture of dogs being carted off to market, dogs being butchered, cooked, and sold, pictures of humans going about their day's work in a market, indifferent to a crate stuffed to the top with suffering dogs. I imagine the fear those dogs feel, how they are hot, thirsty, in pain. I think, what if these dogs had come to trust humans? I think of their fear and confusion. I think, what if one of the dogs whom I've loved had to experience that? What if this happened to a dog my children loved? And with my heart racing, I realize that I hate these people, hate every last one of them, and despise their culture. And it takes a locomotive's worth of effort for me to admit that I can't justify that hatred and contempt, that mine is a mere moral intuition, that there are things that I do that would evoke the same response in some distant person, whose humanity and morality are certainly no less than mine, and that but for the randomness of where I happen to have been born, I could have readily had their views instead. The ease of empathizing with people like us starts at the level of autonomic building blocks of empathy. In one study of ritual fire walkers in Spain, heart rate changes in the walkers synchronized with spectators, but only those who were relatives. In line with that distinction, taking the perspective of a loved one in pain activates the XC, doing the same for a stranger activates the TPJ, that region central to theory of mind. Point 22. This extends to broader versions of us versus them. As introduced in Chapter 3, we have a stronger sensory motor response in our hands when the hand we see being poked with a needle is of our race, the stronger one's implicit in-group bias, the stronger this effect. Meanwhile, other studies show that the stronger the discrepancy in patterns of neural activation when observing an in-group versus an out-group person in pain, the lower the chances of helping the latter. Point 23. Thus it's no surprise that feeling the same degree of empathy or achieving the same level of perspective, taking for a them as for an us requires greater frontocortical activation. This is the domain where you must suppress the automatic and implicit urges to be indifferent, if not repulsed, and do the creative, motivated work of finding the effective commonalities. 24. Categorical boundaries to the extension of empathy also run along socioeconomic lines, but in an asymmetrical manner. What does that mean? That when it comes to empathy and compassion, rich people tend to suck. This has been explored at length in a series of studies by Dacher Keltner of UC Berkeley. Across the socioeconomic spectrum, on the average, the wealthier people are, the less empathy they report for people in distress and the less compassionately they act. Moreover, wealthier people are less adept at recognizing other people's emotions and in experimental settings are greedier and more likely to cheat or steal. Two of the findings were picked up by the media as irresistible. Wealthier people, as assessed by the cost of the car they were driving, are less likely than poor people to stop for pedestrians at crosswalks. B. Suppose there's a bowl of candy in the lab. Invite test subjects, after they finish doing some task, to grab some candy on the way out, telling them that whatever's left over will be given to some kids. The wealthier take more candy. 25. So do miserable, greedy, unempathetic people become wealthy? Or does being wealthy increase the odds of a person's becoming that way? As a cool manipulation, Keltner primed subjects to focus either on their socioeconomic success, by asking them to compare themselves with people less well off than them, or on the opposite. Make people feel wealthy, and they take more candy from children. What explains this pattern? A number of interrelated factors, built around the system justification described in Chapter 12. Wealthier people are more likely to endorse greed as being good, to view the class system as fair and meritocratic, and to view their success as an act of independence. All great ways to decide that someone else's distress is beneath your notice or concern. It is a particularly uphill battle when we are asked to empathize with the pain of people we dislike, whom we morally disapprove of. Remember how their misfortune doesn't simply fail to activate the XC but instead it activates mesolimbic dopamine reward pathways. Thus the process of taking their perspective and feeling their pain as other than grounds for gloating is a dramatic cognitive challenge, rather than something remotely automatic. 26. The cognitive costs of empathizing with someone distant are shown by increasing people's cognitive load, i.e., making their frontal cortex work harder by forcing it to override a habitual behavior. They become less helpful to strangers but not to family members. Empathy fatigue can thus be viewed as the state when the cognitive load of repeated exposure to the pain of them whose perspective is challenging to take has exhausted the frontal cortex. The notions of cognitive work and load also help explain why people are more charitable when contemplating one person in need than a group. To quote Mother Teresa, "If I look at the mass, I will never act. If I look at the one, I will." Or to cite a quote attributed to someone who never seems to have achieved enough empathy to be vulnerable to empathy fatigue, Joseph Stalin, "The death of one man is a tragedy. The death of millions is a statistic." 27. And probably most reliably, those mentalizing pathways are activated when we switch from focusing on what it would feel like if this were happening to us to focusing on what it must feel like for them. Thus when subjects are instructed to switch from first to third-person perspective, there's not just activation of the TPJ, but also frontal activation with the top-down regulatory task "Stop thinking about yourself." 28. Thus we have themes that closely resemble those from the last few chapters. When it comes to empathic states, emotion and cognition are totally false dichotomies. You need both, but with the balance between the two shifting on a continuum, and the cognition end of it has to do the heavy lifting when the differences between you and the person in pain initially swap the similarities. Time now for one of the great sideshows in empathy science. A mythic leap forward. And the early 1990s scientists at the University of Parma in Italy, led by Giacomo Rizzolatti and Vittorio Galeazzi, reported something that, depending on your tastes, ranged from really interesting to revolutionary. They had been studying an area of the brain called the premotor cortex, PMC, in rhesus monkeys, examining what sorts of stimuli would cause individual neurons there to activate. Back to the PMC from Chapter 2. Executive neurons in the PFC decide something, passing the news to the rest of the frontal cortex, just behind it, which sends projections to the PMC just behind it, which sends projections one step further back to the motor cortex, which then sends commands to muscles. Thus the PMC straddles the divide between thinking about and carrying out a movement. 29. The group had discovered some mighty quirky PMC neurons. Suppose a monkey carried out a behavior, grasping some food and bringing it to her mouth. Naturally, some neurons in the PMC would have activated. If she did a different movement, grasping an object and placing it in a container, a different, partially overlapping, array of PMC neurons were involved. What the group reported was that some of the bring food to mouth neurons would also activate if the monkey observed someone else, monkey or human, making that movement. Same for some of the place object and container neurons. Same for subtler movements like facial expressions. Consistently, about 10% of the PMC neurons devoted to doing movement X also activated when observing someone else doing movement X, very odd for neurons a few steps away from commanding muscles to move. The neurons were concerned with the mirroring of movements, and thus were mirror neurons announced to the world. Naturally, everyone looked for mirror neurons in humans, and their existence in roughly the same part of the brain 30 was soon inferred with brain imaging studies inferred because that approach tells you about the activity of large numbers of neurons at a time, rather than single ones. Then individual neurons were shown to be mirror-esque in humans in patients undergoing neurosurgery to control a rare type of epilepsy. 31. The mirroring can be quite abstract. It can be cross-modal, see someone doing movement A, and some mirror neuron activates, hear the sound of someone doing movement A, and the same occurs. And the neurons can gestalt a scene, firing even if only part of the observed movement is obscured. 32. Most interesting, mirror neurons didn't simply track movement. Find a mirror neuron that responds to the sight of someone picking up a cup of tea to drink. The sight of someone picking up the tea to clear the table doesn't activate it. In other words, mirror neurons can incorporate intentionality into their response. Thus mirror neuron activity correlates with circumstances of imitation, either conscious or otherwise, including imitating the idea of an action as well as the intent behind it. Nevertheless, no one has actually shown a causal relationship that automatic or conscious mimicry requires mirror neuron activation. Moreover, the mirror neuron imitation link is complicated by the cells having been first identified in rhesus monkeys, a species that does not show imitation of behavior. But assuming that mirror neurons are indeed involved, the question becomes what purpose mimicry serves. Various possibilities have been raised and debated. Probably the least controversial and most plausible is that mirror neurons mediate motor learning by observation. 33. Downsides of this theory, though, are that a. Mirror neurons do their thing in species with minimal learning by mimicry. B. The amount of mirror neuron activity is unrelated to the efficacy with which observational learning of movements occurs. C. To the extent that mirror neurons are needed for types of observational learning, it's a pretty low-level contribution in humans. After all, while we do learn how to carry out certain motoric acts by observation, far more interesting is our learning of context by observation when to carry out that behavior. For example, observational learning may teach a subordinate primate the motoric features of kowtowing, but far more demanding and important is learning whom to kowtow to. Related to that is the idea of mirror neurons aiding learning from another person's experience. 34. If you observe someone biting into food and they grimace at its taste, having mirror neurons at the intersection of observing that expression and experiencing it yourself will certainly make more vivid your understanding that you should probably avoid that food. This is an idea advocated by Gregory Hickok of the University of California at Irvine, who, as we'll see, is a hard-nosed critic of mirror neuron flights of fancy. This harks back to Chapter 2 and Antonio Damaggio's influential somatic marker hypothesis, the idea that when we are choosing among difficult options, the frontal cortex runs as if experiments, canvassing your mind's and body's responses to doing X or Y, a thought experiment combined with a gut-feeling experiment. Mirror neurons, with their putative attunements to how things worked out for observed individuals, would certainly weigh into this process. Thus mirror neurons might be useful for learning the meaning of a movement, how to carry it out more effectively, and the consequences for someone else who did it. Nonetheless, such neuronal activity is neither necessary nor sufficient for observational learning, especially of the most interesting, abstract human kinds. Then there's the next, more controversial realm, namely the idea that mirror neurons help you understand what someone else is thinking. This can range from understanding what behavior they are doing to understanding why they are doing it to grasping their larger motivations, all the way to peering into their souls with your mirror neurons. You can see why this has spawned debates. In this view, mirror neurons aid theory of mind, mind reading, and perspective taking, suggesting that part of how we understand someone else's world is by simulating in our minds, in our PMC, in our mirror neurons, their actions. 35. This orients a mirror neuron's world in a very different way from the previous section, where mirroring is to improve your own motor performance, and the most pertinent neuroanatomy about mirror neurons in the PMC is they're talking to motor neurons that command muscles. In contrast, mirror neurons being concerned with understanding someone else's actions should be talking to theory of mind-related brain regions for which there is evidence. There was also the suggestion that mirror neuron-mediated perspective taking is particularly concerned with social interactions. Rizzolatti, for example, showed that mirror neuron activity was greater when the observed individual was closer 0.36. But importantly, this isn't just literal distance, but something resembling social distance. As evidence, mirror neuron activity would decrease if there was a transparent barrier between the observer and observed. In Galli's words, this shows the relevance of mirror neurons when mapping the potentialities for competition or cooperation between agent and observer. The notion that mirror neurons aid us in understanding someone else's actions, leading to our understanding someone else, has been heavily criticized on two grounds, most notably by Hickok. First is the issue of causality. While some studies show that mirror neuron activity correlates with attempts at understanding someone else's perspective, there is minimal evidence that such activity causes the understanding. The second criticism concerns something obvious: we can understand the intent behind someone else's actions even if we can't remotely perform them ourselves. This would apply to actions of the observed individual ranging from pole vaulting 18 feet to explaining special relativity. Supporters of this role for mirror neurons admit this, but argue that they provide an extra level of understanding. Galli writes, "I submit that it is only through the activation of mirror neurons that we can grasp the meaning of others' behavior from within." 37 My emphasis. This is not my area of research, and I'm not trying to be snarky, but it seems like he's saying that there's understanding and then there's super-duper understanding, and the latter requires mirror neurons. These mirror neuron speculations have been extended to focus on autism, a disorder in which there are profound impairments in understanding other people's actions and intentions. 38. According to the broken mirror hypothesis of mirror neuron pioneer, Marco Iacoboni of UCLA, mirror neuron dysfunction underlies those aspects of autism. This has been examined by scads of researchers, with findings varying depending on the paradigm. Most meta-analyses conclude that there is nothing flagrantly wrong with the formal features of mirror neuron function in autistic individuals. Thus, while mirror neurons' activity correlates with attempts to understand other people's actions, their involvement seems neither necessary nor sufficient, and is most pertinent to low-level, concrete aspects of such understanding. As for mirror neurons being the portal for peering into someone's soul and attaining super-duper understanding from within, I think things are best summarized by the title of Hickok's well-received 2014 book, The Myth of Mirror Neurons. 39. Which leads to the Wild West of mirror neuronology, with speculations that mirror neurons are essential to language, aesthetics, consciousness. 40. Most of all, within 2 seconds of people first hearing about mirror neurons, they started writing reviews where the last paragraph would say something like, "Wow, mirror neurons. How cool is that?" This opens up all sorts of interesting avenues. Maybe they even explain empathy. Sure, why not? Feeling someone's pain is like mirroring their experience, feeling as if you are them. Tailor-made, an irresistible idea. And in the decades since mirror neurons' discovery, that maybe they even explain empathy, reviews have continued. Galli, for example, nearly 20 years into the mirror neuron era, speculates, "I propose the mirroring could be a basic functional principle of our brain and that our capacity to empathize with others might be mediated by embodied stimulation mechanisms, i.e., mirroring." Iacoboni, at the same time, writes, "Mirror neurons are likely cellular candidates for the core layer of empathy." There have been some supportive hints. For example, people who self-report being particularly empathic show stronger mirror neuron-esque responses to matching movements. But for skeptics, everything else is mere speculation. 41. That's disappointing. But worse is people skipping over the maybe and concluding that mirror neurons have been proven to mediate empathy. Iacoboni, for example, mistakes correlation for causality. Other studies, however, show that PMC activity correlates with empathy even when subjects watch grasping actions without overt emotional content. Thus, the mirror neuron activity is a prerequisite for experiencing empathy. My emphasis. 42. A flagrant example of this is the neuroscientist Vilayan Ramachandran of UC San Diego, one of the most flamboyantly creative people in the business, doing fascinating research on phantom limbs, synesthesia, and out-of-body experiences. He's brilliant but has gotten a bit giddy with mirror neurons. A sampling, we know that my mirror neurons can literally feel your pain. He's called them the driving force behind the great leap forward into human behavioral modernity, 60,000 years ago, and famously said, mirror neurons will do for psychology what DNA did for biology. I'm not trying to harp on Ramachandran, but how can you resist someone brilliant, handing out sound bites like calling mirror neurons Gandhi neurons? And this wasn't just in the first heady days of mirror neurons in the early 1990s. 2 decades later he stated, I don't think the importance of mirror neurons for empathy is being exaggerated. I think they're being played down, actually. 43. Ramachandran is certainly not alone. British philosopher Anthony Grayling has gone for the empathy link big time, writing, we have a great gift for empathy. This is a biologically evolved capacity as shown by the function of mirror neurons. In a 2007 New York Times article about one man's heroic actions to save another, those cells featured again, people have mirror neurons, which make them feel what someone else is experiencing, emphasis added. And of course there was my daughter's 6-year-old classmate who, upon the class being complimented by their teacher for caring about the planet and cleaning up after their Earth Day cupcake celebration, shouted out, it's because our neurons have mirrors. 44. I'd like to think that I'm being a maverick here, ahead of the crowd in terms of crucial thinking, but in recent years most in the field have charged overhype. Psychologist Gary Marcus of NYU calls mirror neurons the most oversold idea in psychology. Philosopher and neuroscientist Patricia Churchland of UCSD calls them the darling of the don't look too closely crew, and Harvard's Steven Pinker concludes mirror neurons do not, in fact, explain language, empathy, society, and world peace. 45. They simply haven't been shown to have much to do with this chapter's concerns. The core issue, actually doing something. The previous chapter considered the world of difference between high fallatin moral reasoning and whether, at a crucial juncture, someone actually does the right thing. As we saw, there is something consistent about that latter type of person. What were you thinking when you leapt into that river to save the child? I wasn't. Before I knew it, I jumped in. An act of implicit automaticity, the product of a childhood in which doing the right thing was ingrained as an automatic, moral imperative, light years away from the frontal cortex calculating costs and benefits. We face a similar situation here, one that is the core of this chapter. Sympathy versus empathy for versus as if, affect versus cognition. What we do versus what other species do. Does any of this actually predict who does something compassionate to lessen someone's pains? Similarly, does any of this predict whether the person acting compassionately acts effectively and how much it's an act of self-interest? As we'll see, there is a yawning gap between being in an empathic state and acting effectively in a way that is truly selfless. Doing something. It is far from guaranteed that an empathic state leads to a compassionate act. One reason for this is captured superbly by the essayist Leslie Jamison. Empathy can also offer a dangerous sense of completion, that something has been done because something has been felt. It is tempting to think that feeling someone's pain is necessarily virtuous in its own right. The peril of empathy isn't simply that it can make us feel bad, but that it can make us feel good, which can in turn encourage us to think of empathy as an end in itself rather than part of a process, a catalyst. 46. In such a situation, saying I feel your pain becomes a new age equivalent of the unhelpful bureaucrat saying, look, I sympathize with your situation, but the former is so detached from action that it doesn't even require the but as a bridge to the there's nothing I can will do. Having your pain validated is swell, having it alleviated is better. And there's a broader reason why an empathic state may not produce action, first raised in Chapter 6 when considering those strange creatures, adolescents. In that discussion I emphasized a wonderful feature of so many adolescents, namely the frenzied feeling of the world's pains, but noted how that intensity often leads to little more than frenzied self-absorption. If instead of imagining how someone else is feeling, an other-oriented perspective, you are imagining how it would feel if this were happening to you, a self-oriented perspective, you has just come to the forefront, and the main point is that feeling, someone's pain feels painful. The biological substrates of this are clear. Look at someone in pain with the instruction to take a self-oriented perspective, and the amygdala, XC, and insular cortex activate, along with reports of distress and anxiety. Do the same with an other-oriented perspective, and all are less likely. And the more extreme the former state, the more likely that someone's focus will be to lessen their own distress, to metaphorically look the other way. 47. This can be predicted with remarkable ease. Expose subjects to evidence of someone else in pain. If their heart rate increases a lot, a peripheral indicator of anxious, amygdaloid arousal, they are unlikely to act prosocially in the situation. The prosocial ones are those whose heart rates decrease. They can hear the sound of someone else's need instead of the distressed pounding in their own chests. 48. Thus, if feeling your pain makes me feel awful, I'm likely to just look out for number one, rather than helping you. Likewise, if you've got your own issues. We saw this earlier with the demonstration that if you increase people's cognitive load, they become less prosocial toward strangers. Similarly, when people are hungry, they are less charitable. Hey, quit bellyaching about your problems, my belly is aching. Make people feel socially excluded and they become less generous and empathic. Stress has the same effect, working via glucocorticoids. Mogul's group, with my involvement, recently showed that if you use a drug to block glucocorticoid secretion, both mice and humans become more empathic toward strangers. Thus, if you feel highly distressed, whether due to resonating with someone else's problems or because of your own, tending to your own needs readily becomes the priority. 49. In other words, empathic states are most likely to produce compassionate acts when we manage a detached distance. This brings to mind the anecdote from many chapters ago about the Buddhist monk I encountered who said that, yes, sometimes he cuts short his cross-legged meditation because of his knees, but not because he feels them hurting. I do it as an act of kindness to my knees. And this is certainly in line with the Buddhist approach to compassion, which views it as a simple, detached, self-evident imperative rather than as requiring vicarious froth. You act compassionately toward one individual because of a globalized sense of wishing good things for the world. A handful of fascinating studies of Buddhist monks have been carried out, both by Richard Davidson of the University of Wisconsin and Tanya Singer of the Max Planck Institutes in Germany. Remarkably, given the science versus religion culture wars, such work was given its blessing and facilitated by the Dalai Lama, who is famously intrigued by neuroscience and who has said that if his Dalai Lama gig hadn't come up, he would have wanted to be a scientist or engineer. The most publicized work revolves around the neuroimaging of Mathieu Ricard, a French-born Buddhist monk who is the Dalai Lama's French translator and who just happens to have a PhD in molecular biology from the Pasteur Institute. This is one interesting guy. 50. When confronted with examples of human suffering, and instructed to empathically feel the pain of those people, Ricard showed activation of the same circuitry as you'd see in most everyone else. And it was extremely aversive. The empathic sharing very quickly became intolerable to me and I felt emotionally exhausted, he explained. When instead he did his Buddhist thing, focusing on thoughts of compassion, a totally different picture of activation emerged. The amygdala was silent, and instead there was heavy activation of the mesolimbic dopamine system. He described it as a warm positive state associated with a strong prosocial motivation. In other studies, volunteers underwent either empathy training, focusing on feeling the pain of someone in distress, or compassion training, focusing on a feeling of warmth and care toward that distressed person. 51. The former would generate the typical neuroimaging profiles, including heavy amygdala activation, and a negative, anxious state. Those with compassion training did not, showing heavy activation instead in the cognitive, DLPFC, coupling of activation between the DLPFC and dopaminergic regions, more positive emotions, and a greater tendency toward prosociality. Okay, caveats. This is a tiny literature, i.e., not much larger than the study of Ricard. And all-star Buddhist monks apparently meditate 8 hours a day, not a trivial path to take. The point is merely to emphasize this scenario of detachment. Which brings us to the next issue, which is whether compassionate acts fostered by empathy are necessarily useful. Doing something effectively. In a provocatively titled 2014 article, Against Empathy, Paul Bloom explored the ways in which empathy can lead to compassionate acts that are far from ideal. There is the realm of what has been termed pathological altruism, the type associated with codependency. 52. This is the scenario of someone so consumed with the vicarious pain of a loved one that they endure and facilitate his dysfunction rather than administering tough love. Then there's the danger that the empathic pain is so intense that you can only come up with solutions that would work for you, rather than ones that might help the sufferer. And there is the problem of empathy impeding your doing what's necessary. It's not great if a parent is so vicariously distressed by their child being distressed that they forgo vaccinations. A large piece of the training of health care professionals is teaching them to keep empathy at bay. For example, the various behavioral and neurobiological responses to seeing someone poked with a needle do not occur in acupuncturists. As Jameson describes, when anxiously seeing a doctor about something worrisome, I needed to look at him and see the opposite of my fear, not its echo. Bloom also emphasizes how highly aroused empathy pushes us towards psychologically easy acts that generate the least cognitive load. In those times, suffering that is local, that concerns an identified appealing individual, and that is of a type with which you're familiar readily counts for more than suffering that is distant, involves a group, and is an alien form of pain. Aroused empathy produces tunnel-visioned compassion that can wind up misplaced. As the philosopher Jesse Prinz emphasizes, the point is not whose pain pains us the most but who most needs our help. Are there ever any bloody altruists? Stop the presses. Science has proven that it can feel good to do good, complete with activation of the mesolimbic dopamine system. This doesn't even require a brain scanner. In a 2008 study in Science, subjects were given either $5 or $20. Half were instructed to spend it that day on themselves, half on someone else, ranging from a friend to a charity. And comparisons of self-assessments of happiness at the beginning and end of the day showed that neither the larger amount of money nor the opportunity to spend it on oneself increased happiness, only spending it on someone else did. And particularly interesting is that other subjects, told about the design, predicted the opposite, that happiness would be raised most by spending on oneself, and that $20 would buy more happiness than 5.53. The question, of course, is why doing good can feel good, which raises the classic question, is there ever a selfless act that contains no element of self-interest? Does doing good feel good because there's something in it for you? I'm sure not going to tackle this from a philosophical perspective. For biologists, the most frequent stance is anchored in Chapter 10's evolutionary view of cooperation and altruism, one that always contains some element of self-interest. Is this surprising? Pure selflessness is clearly going to be an uphill battle if the very part of the brain most central to an empathic state, the exceed, evolve to observe and learn from others' pain for your own benefit. 54. The self-oriented rewards of acting compassionately are endless. There's the interpersonal, leaving the beneficiary in your debt, thus turfing this from altruism to reciprocal altruism. There are the public benefits of reputation and acclaim, the celebrity swooping into a refugee camp for a photo op with starving kids made joyful by her incandescent presence. There's that strange version of reputation that comes in the rare cultures that have invented a moralizing God, one who monitors human behavior and rewards or punishes accordingly. As we saw in Chapter 9, it is only when cultures get large enough that there are anonymous interactions among strangers that they tend to invent moralizing gods. A recent study shows that across a worldwide range of religions, the more people perceive their gods to monitor and punish, the more prosocial they are in an anonymous interaction. Thus there is the self-interested benefit of tipping the cosmic scale in your favor. And probably most inaccessibly, there is the purely internal reward of altruism, the warm glow of having done good, the lessened sting of guilt, the increased sense of connection to others, the solidifying sense of being able to include goodness in your self-definition. Science has been able to catch the self-interest component of empathy in the act. 55. As noted, some of the self-interest reflects concerns about self-definition. Personality profiles show that the more charitable people are, the more they tend to define themselves by their charitability. Which comes first? It's impossible to tell, but highly charitable people tend to have been brought up by parents who were charitable, and who emphasized charitable acts as a moral imperative, particularly in a religious context. How about the self-interested reputational rewards of being altruistic, the cachet of conspicuous largesse rather than conspicuous consumption? As emphasized in Chapter 10, people become more prosocial when reputation rides on it, and personality profiles also show that highly charitable people tend to be particularly dependent on external approval. Two of the studies just cited that showed dopaminergic activation when people were being charitable came with a catch. Subjects were given money and, while in a brain scanner, decided whether to keep the money or donate. Being charitable activated dopamine reward systems when there was an observer present. When no one was present, dopamine tended to flow most when subjects kept the money for themselves. As emphasized by the 12th century philosopher Moses Maimonides, the purest form of charity, the most strict of self-interest, is when both the giver and the recipient are anonymous and, as shown in those brain scanners, this is perhaps the rarest form as well. Intuitively, if good acts must be motivated by self-interest, the reputational motive, the desire to be the biggest spender at the charity auction, seems most worthy of irony. In contrast, the motivation to think of yourself as a good person seems a pretty benign one. After all, we're all searching for a sense of self, and better that particular sense than to assure yourself that you're tough, scary, and not to be messed with. Is the element of self-interest ever truly absent? One 2007 study in Science examined this. 56. Subjects, in brain scanners, of course, were unexpectedly given varying amounts of money. Then, some of the time they were taxed, i.e., told that a certain percentage of that money would be forcibly given to a food bank, some of the time given the opportunity to donate that amount voluntarily. In other words, the exact same amount of public good was accomplished in each case, but the former constituted enforced civic duty while the latter was a purely charitable act. Thus, if someone's altruism is purely other-oriented, without a smidgen of self-interest, the two circumstances are psychologically identical. Those in need are being helped, and that's all that matters. And the more different the scenarios feel, the more self-interest is coming into play. The results were complex and interesting. A. The more people's dopaminergic reward systems activated when they unexpectedly received money, the less activation there was when they were either taxed or asked to donate. In other words, the greater the love of money, the more painfully it is parted with. No surprise there. B. The more dopaminergic activation there was when someone was taxed, the more voluntarily charitable they were. Being taxed could not have been welcome to the most self-interested. Money was being taken from them. For subjects who instead showed heavy activation of dopaminergic systems in that circumstance, any self-interest of losing money was more than compensated for by the knowledge that people in need were being helped. This taps into the last chapter's exploration of inequity aversion and is consistent with findings that in some circumstances, when a pair of strangers are openly given unequal amounts of reward, there is typically dopaminergic activation in the one with the good luck when some of the reward is transferred afterward to make things more even. Thus it's little surprise in the present study that subjects made happy by reducing inequity, even at a cost to themselves, were also the most charitable. The authors appropriately interpret this as reflecting a compassionate act with elements independent of self-interest. 57. C. There was more dopaminergic activation, and more self-reports of satisfaction when people gave voluntarily than when they were taxed. In other words, a component of the charitability was about self-interest. It was more pleasing when those in need were helped by voluntary efforts than when giving was forced. What does this show? That we're reinforced by varying things and to varying extents, getting money, knowing that the needy are being cared for, feeling the warm glow of doing a good thing. And that it is rare to be able to get the second type of pleasure, with no dependence on the third. It appears to truly be rare to scratch an altruist and see an altruist bleed. Conclusions. Things considered, it is a pretty remarkable thing that, when an individual is in pain, we, i.e., we humans, primates, mammals, often are induced to be in a state of pain also. There have been some mighty interesting twists and turns for that one to have evolved. But at the end of the day, the crucial issue is whether an empathic state actually produces a compassionate act to avoid the trap of empathy being an end unto itself. The gap between the state and the act can be enormous, especially when the goal is for the act to be not only effective but also pristine in its motives. For someone reading this book, a first challenge in bridging that gap is that much of the world's suffering is felt by distant masses experiencing things that we haven't an inkling of, diseases that don't touch us, poverty that precludes clean water, a place to live, the certainty of a next meal, oppression at the hands of political systems that we've been spared, strictures due to repressive cultural norms, that might as well be from another planet. And everything about us makes those the hardest scenarios for us to actually act. Everything about our hominin past has honed us to be responsive to one face at a time, to a face that is local and familiar, to a source of pain that we ourselves have suffered. Yes, best that our compassion be driven by the most need rather than by the most readily shared pain. Nevertheless, there's no reason why we should expect ourselves to have particularly good intuitions when aiming to heal this far-flung, heterogeneous world. We probably need to be a bit easier on ourselves in this regard. Likewise, we should perhaps ease up a bit on the scratching an altruist problem. It has always struck me as a bit mean-spirited to conclude that it is a hypocrite who bleeds. Scratch an altruist and, most of the time, the individual with impure motives who bleeds is merely the product of altruism and reciprocity being evolutionarily inseparable. Better that our good acts be self-serving and self-aggrandizing than that they don't occur at all. Better that the myths we construct and propagate about ourselves are that we are gentle and giving, rather than that we prefer to be feared than loved, and that we aim to live well as the best revenge. Finally, there is the challenge of a compassionate act being left by the wayside when the empathic state is sufficiently real and vivid and awful. I'm not advocating that people become Buddhists in order to make the world a better place. Nor am I advocating that people don't become Buddhists. What is the sound of one atheist waffling? Most of us typically require moments of piercing, frothing shared pain to even notice those around us in need. Our intuitions run counter to doing it any other way after all, just as one of the most frightening versions of humans at their worst is cold-blooded killing. One of the most puzzling and even off-putting of us at our best is cold-blooded kindness. Yet, as we've seen, a fair degree of detachment is just what is needed to actually act. Better that than our hearts racing in pain synchrony with the heart of someone suffering, if that cardiovascular activation mostly primes us to flee when it all becomes just too much to bear. Which brings us to a final point. Yes, you don't act because someone else's pain is so painful. That's a scenario that begs you to flee instead. But the detachment that should be aimed for doesn't represent choosing a cognitive approach to doing good over an effective one. The detachment isn't slowly, laboriously thinking your way to acting compassionately as an ideal utilitarian solution. The danger here is the ease with which you can instead think your way to conveniently concluding this isn't your problem to worry about. The key is neither a good, limbic, heart nor a frontal cortex that can reason you to the point of action. Instead, it's the case of things that have long since become implicit and automatic, being potty trained, riding a bike, telling the truth, helping someone in need. 15. Metaphors we kill by. Example 1. Stretching back at least to that faux pas about the golden calf at Mount Sinai, various branches of Abrahamic religions have had a thing about graven images, which has given us aniconism, the banning of icons, and iconoclasts who destroy offensive images on religious grounds. Orthodox Judaism has been into that at times, ditto for Calvinists, especially when it came to those idolatrous Catholics. Currently it's branches of Sunni Islam that deploy literal graven image police and consider the height of offense to be images of Allah and Muhammad. In September 2005, the Danish newspaper Jyllands-Posten published cartoon images of Muhammad on its editorial page. It was a protest against Danish censorship and self-censorship about the subject, against Islam being a sacred cow in a Western democracy where other religions are readily criticized satirically. None of the cartoons suggested reverence or respect. Many explicitly linked Muhammad with terrorism, e.g., him wearing a bomb as a turban. Many were ironic about the ban. Muhammad as a stick figure with a turban, Muhammad armed with a sword with a blackened rectangle over his eyes, Muhammad in a police lineup alongside other bearded men with turbans. And as a direct result of the cartoons, Western embassies and consulates were attacked, even burned, in Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, and Libya. Churches were burned in northern Nigeria. Protesters were killed in Afghanistan, Egypt, Gaza, Iran, Iraq, Lebanon, Libya, Nigeria, Pakistan, Somalia, and Turkey, typically either by mob stampedes or by police containing rioters. And non-Muslims were killed in Nigeria, Italy, Turkey, and Egypt as revenge for the cartoons. In July 2007, drawings by a Swedish artist of Muhammad's head with a dog's body provoked much the same. In addition to deadly protests, The Islamic State of Iraq offered $100,000 for the artist's killing. Al-Qaeda targeted the artist for death, along with staffers from Gillen's Poston. Assassination plots were stopped by Western authorities, and one attempt killed 2 bystanders. In May 2015, 2 gunmen attacked an anti-Aniconist event in Texas where a $10,000 prize was offered for the best depiction of Muhammad. 1 person was injured before the gunmen were killed by police. And, of course, on January 7, 2015, 2 brothers, French-born sons of Algerian immigrants, massacred the staff of Charlie Hebdo, killing 12. Example 2. And the Battle of Gettysburg. Fierce fighting occurred between the Union 1st Minnesota Volunteer Infantry and Confederate 28th Virginia Volunteer Infantry Regiment. 1. At one point, Confederate soldier John Eakin, carrying the regimental flag of the 28th Virginia, was shot 3 times, a typical fate of soldiers carrying the colors, who were preferential targets. Mortally wounded, Eakin handed the flag to a comrade, who was promptly killed. The flag was then taken up and displayed by Colonel Robert Allen, who was soon killed, then by Lieutenant John Lee, who was soon injured. A Union soldier, attempting to seize the colors, was killed by Confederates. Finally, Private Marshal Sherman of the 1st Minnesota captured the flag, along with Lee. Examples 3, 4, and 5. And mid-2015, Tavon Price, a mentally challenged 19-year-old, was killed by gangbangers in Los Angeles for wearing red shoes, a rival gang's color. His dying words in front of his mother were, "Mommy, please. I don't want to die. Mommy, please." 2. In October 1980, Irish Republican prisoners at the Maze prison in Northern Ireland began a hunger strike protesting, among other things, their being denied political prisoner status by having to wear prison garb. The British government acceded to their demands, as a first prisoner slipped into a coma 53 days later. In a similar strike a year later in the Maze, 10 Irish political prisoners starved themselves to death over 46 to 73 days. By 2010, karaoke clubs throughout the Philippines had removed the Frank Sinatra song My Way from their playlists because of violent responses to the singing of it, including a dozen killings. Some of the My Way killings were due to poor renditions, which apparently often results in killings, but most were thought linked to the macho lyrics. "I did it my way, it's so arrogant." The lyrics evoke feelings of pride and arrogance in the singer, as if you're somebody, when you're really nobody. It covers up your failures. That's why it leads to fights, explained the owner of a singing school in Manila to the New York Times. In other words, people are willing to kill or be killed over a cartoon, a flag, a piece of clothing, a song. We have some explaining to do. Throughout this book, we've repeatedly gained insights into humans by examining other species. Some of the time the similarities have been most pertinent. Dopamine is dopamine in a human or a mouse. Sometimes the interesting thing is our unique use of the identical substrate. Dopamine facilitates a mouse's pressing of a lever in the hopes of getting some food and a human's praying in the hopes of entering heaven. But some human behaviors stand alone, without precedent in another species. One of the most important realms of human uniqueness comes down to one simple fact, namely that this is not a horse. Anatomically, modern humans emerged around 200,000 years ago. But behavioral modernity had to wait more than another 150,000 years, as evidenced by the appearance in the archaeological record of composite tools, ornamentation, ritualistic burial, and that stunning act of putting pigment on the wall of a cave. 3. This is not a horse. It's a great picture of a horse. When René Magritte placed the word "ceci n'est pas une pipe," this is not a pipe, beneath a picture of a pipe, in his 1928 painting The Treachery of Images, he was highlighting the shaky nature of imagery. The art historian Robert Hughes writes that this painting is a visual booby trap, set off by thought, and that this sense of slippage between image and object is one of the sources of modernist disquiet. 4. Magritte's goal was to magnify and play with the distance between an object and its representation. These are coping mechanisms against that modernist disquiet. But for that human putting pigment to wall in Lascaux cave more than 17,000 years ago, the point was the opposite: to minimize the distance between the two, to be as close as possible to possessing the real horse. As we say, to capture its likeness. To gain its power as imbued in a symbol. The clearest human mastery of symbolism comes with our use of language. Suppose you are being menaced by something and thus scream your head off. Someone listening can't tell if the blood-curdling "aah" is in response to an approaching comet, suicide bomber, or Komodo dragon. It just means that things are majorly not right. The message is the meaning. Most animal communication is about such present tense emotionality. Symbolic language brought huge evolutionary advantages. This can be seen even in the starts of symbolism of other species. When vervet monkeys, for instance, spot a predator, they don't generically scream. They use distinct vocalizations, different proto-words, where one means predator on the ground, run up the tree, and another means predator in the air, run down the tree. Evolving the cognitive capacity to make that distinction is mighty useful, as it prompts you to run away from, rather than toward, something intent on eating you. Language pries apart a message from its meaning, and as our ancestors improved at this separation, advantages accrued. 5. We became capable of representing past and future emotions, as well as messages unrelated to emotion. We evolved great expertise at separating message from reality, which, as we've seen, requires the frontal cortex to regulate the nuances of face, body, and voice, lying. This capacity creates complexities that no one else, from slime mold to chimp, deals with in life's prisoner's dilemmas. The height of the symbolic features of language is our use of metaphor. And this is not just flourish metaphors when we declare that life is a bowl of cherries. Metaphors are everywhere in language. We may literally and physically be in a room, but we are only metaphorically inside something when we are in a good mood, in cahoots with someone, in luck, a funk, a groove, or love. We are only metaphorically standing under something when we understand it. 6. The renowned, cognitive linguist George Lakoff of UC Berkeley has explored the ubiquity of metaphor in language in books, such as Metaphors We Live By with philosopher Mark Johnson, and Moral Politics, How Liberals and Conservatives Think, where he demonstrates how political power involves controlling metaphors. Do you favor choice or life? Are you tough on crime, or does your heart bleed? Are you loyal to a fatherland or a motherland? And have you captured the flag of family values from your opponent? For Lakoff, language is always a metaphor, transferring information from one individual to another by putting thought into words, as if words were shopping bags. 7. Symbols, metaphors, analogies, parables, synecdoche, figures of speech. We understand that a captain wants more than just hands when ordering all of them on deck, that Kafka's Metamorphosis isn't really about a cockroach, and that June doesn't really bust out all over. If we are of a certain theological ilk, we see bread and wine intertwined with body and blood. We learn that the orchestral sounds constituting the 1812 overture represent Napoleon getting his ass kicked when retreating from Moscow. And that Napoleon getting his ass kicked represents thousands of soldiers dying cold and hungry, far from home. This chapter explores the neurobiology of some of the most interesting outposts of symbolic and metaphorical thinking. It makes a key point: these capacities evolved so recently that our brains are, if you will, winging it and improvising on the fly when dealing with metaphor. As a result, we are actually pretty lousy at distinguishing between the metaphorical and literal, at remembering that it's only a figure of speech with enormous consequences for our best and worst behaviors. We start with examples of odd ways our brains handle metaphor, and the behavioral manifestations of those oddities. Some have been introduced previously. C. Feeling someone else's pain. On site are the following: you stub your toe. Pain receptors there send messages to the spine and on up to the brain, where various regions kick into action. Some of these areas tell you about the location, intensity, and quality of the pain. Is it your left toe or right ear that hurts? Was your toe stubbed or crushed by a tractor trailer? These various pain emitters, the meat and potatoes of pain processing, are found in every mammal. As we first learned in Chapter 2, the frontal cortical anterior cingulate cortex, XC, also plays a role assessing the meaning of the pain. 8. Maybe it's bad news: your painful toe signals the start of some unlikely disease. Or maybe it's good news: you're going to get your fire walker diploma because the hot coals only made your toes throb. As we saw in the last chapter, the XC is heavily involved in error detection, noting discrepancies between what is anticipated and what occurs. And pain from out of nowhere surely represents a discrepancy between the pain-free setting that you anticipate versus a painful reality. But the XC does more than just tell you the meaning of a painful toe. As we saw in Chapter 6, put a subject in a brain scanner, make them think they're tossing a cyberball back and forth with two other players, and then make them feel excluded. The other two stop throwing the ball to them. Hey, how come they don't want to play with me? And the XC activates. In other words, rejection hurts. Well, yeah, you might say. But that's not like stubbing your toe. But as far as those neurons in the XC are concerned, social and literal pain are the same. And as proof of the rooting of the former in sociality, there isn't XC activation if the subject believes the ball isn't being thrown to them, because of a glitch connecting them to the other two subjects' computers. And the XC can take things a step further, as we saw in Chapter 14. Receive a mild shock and there's activation of your XC, along with activation of the more mundane pain emitter regions. Now instead watch your beloved get shocked in the same way. Pain emitter brain regions are silent, but the XC activates. For those neurons, feeling someone else's pain isn't just a figure of speech. Moreover, the brain intermixes literal and psychic pain. Point 9. The neurotransmitter substance P plays a central role in communicating painful signals from pain receptors in skin, muscles, and joints up into the brain. It's got pain emitter written all over it. And remarkably, its levels are elevated in clinical depression, and drugs that block the actions of substance P can have marked antidepressant properties. Stubbed toe, stubbed psyche. Moreover, there is activation of the cortical parts of pain networks when we feel dread, anticipating an impending shock. Furthermore, the brain becomes literal when we do the flip side of empathy. Point 10. It's painful watching a hated competitor succeed, and we activate the XC at that time. Conversely, if he fails, we gloat, feel schadenfreude, get pleasure from his pain, and activate dopaminergic reward pathways. Forget your pain is my pain. Your pain is my gain. T. Disgust and purity. His is our familiar domain of the insular cortex. If you bite into rancid food, the insula activates, just as in every other mammal. You wrinkle your nose, raise your upper lip, narrow your eyes, all to protect mouth, eyes, and nasal cavities. Your heart slows. You reflexively spit out the food, gag, perhaps even vomit. All to protect yourself from toxins and infectious pathogens. Point 11. As humans we do some fancier things, think about rancid food, and the insula activates. Look at faces showing disgust, or subjectively unattractive faces, and the same occurs. And most important, if you think about a truly reprehensible act, the same occurs. The insula mediates visceral responses to norm violations, and the more activation, the more condemnation. And this is visceral, not just metaphorically visceral. For example, when I heard about the Sandy Hook Elementary School massacre, feeling sick to my stomach wasn't a mere figure of speech. When I imagined the reality of the murder of 21st graders and the 6 adults protecting them, I felt nauseous. The insula not only prompts the stomach to purge itself of toxic food, it prompts the stomach to purge the reality of a nightmarish event. The distance between the symbolic message and the meaning disappears. Point 12. The linking of visceral and moral disgust is bidirectional. As shown in a number of studies, contemplating a morally disgusting act leaves more than a metaphorical bad taste in your mouth. People eat less immediately afterward, and a neutral-tasting beverage drunk afterward is rated as having a more negative taste, and, conversely, hearing about virtuous moral acts made the drink taste better. Point 13. In chapters 12 and 13, we saw the political implications of our brains intermixing visceral and moral disgust. Social conservatives have a lower threshold for visceral disgust than do social progressives. The wisdom of repugnance. School posits that being viscerally disgusted by something is a pretty good indicator that it is morally wrong, implicitly evoking a sense of visceral disgust, e.g., by sitting in close proximity to a foul odor, makes us more socially conservative. Point 14. This is not merely because visceral disgust is an aversive state, inducing a sense of sadness rather than disgust, doesn't have the same effect. Moreover, moralizing about purity, while predicted by people's propensity toward feeling disgust, is not predicted by propensities toward fear or anger. The physiological core of gustatory disgust is to protect yourself against pathogens. The core of the intermixing of visceral and moral disgust is a sense of threat as well. A socially conservative stance about, say, gay marriage is not just that it is simply wrong in an abstract sense, or even disgusting, but that it constitutes a threat to the sanctity of marriage and family values. This element of threat is shown in a great study in which subjects either did or didn't read an article about the health risks of airborne bacteria. 15. All then read a history article that used imagery of America as a living organism with statements like following the Civil War, the United States underwent a growth spurt. Those who read about scary bacteria before thinking about the United States as an organism were then more likely to express negative views about immigration without changing attitudes about an economic issue. My guess is that people with a stereotypically conservative exclusionary stance about immigration rarely have the sense that they feel disgusted that people elsewhere in the world would want to come to the United States for better lives. Instead, there is threat by the rabble, the unwashed masses, to the nebulous entity that is the American way of life. How cerebral is this intertwining of moral and visceral disgust? Does the insula get involved in moral disgust only if it's of a particularly visceral nature, blood and guts, coprophagia, body parts? Paul Bloom suggests this is the case. In contrast, Jonathan Haidt feels that even the most cognitive forms of moral disgust, he's a chess grandmaster, and he shows off by beating that 8-year-old in 3 moves and reducing her to tears, that's disgusting, are heavily intertwined. 16. In support of that, something as unvisceral as getting a lousy offer in an economic game activates the insula, a lousy offer from another human, rather than a computer. That is, the more insula activation, the greater the likelihood of the offer being rejected. Amid this debate, it is clear that the intertwining of visceral and moral disgust is, at the least, greatest when the latter taps into core disgust. To repeat a neat quote from Paul Rosen introduced in Chapter 11, disgust serves as an ethnic, or outgroup marker. First you're disgusted by how others smell, a gateway to then being disgusted by how others think. Of course, insofar as metaphorically being dirty and disorderly equals bad, metaphorically being clean and orderly equals good. 17. Just consider the use of the word neat in the previous paragraph. Similarly, in Swahili the word safi, meaning clean from kusafisha, to clean, is used in the same slangy, metaphorical sense of neat in English. Once while in Kenya, I was hitching a ride to Nairobi from somewhere out in the boondocks and got to chatting with a local teenager who was curious about me. "Where are you going?" he asked. "Nairobi." "Nairobi ni is safi," he said wistfully about the far-off metropolis. "How are you going to keep them down on the farm, once they've seen the neatness of Nairobi?" Literal cleanliness and orderliness can release us from abstract cognitive and affective distress. Just consider how, during moments where life seems to be spiraling out of control, it can be calming to organize your clothes, clean the living room, get the car washed. 18. And consider how the displaced need to impose cleanliness and order runs and ruins the lives of people suffering from the archetypal anxiety disorder, obsessive-compulsive disorder. The ability of literal cleanliness to alter cognition was shown in one study. Subjects examined an array of music CDs, picked 10 that they liked and ranked them in order of liking. They were then offered a free copy of one of their mid-range choices, number 5 or 6. Subjects were then distracted with some other task and then asked to re-rank the 10 CDs. And they showed a common psychological phenomenon, which was to now overvalue the CD they'd been given, ranking it higher on the list than before. Unless they had just washed their hands, ostensibly to try a new brand of soap, in which case no re-ranking occurred. Clean hands, clean slate. But beginning much further back than the social hygiene movement of the turn of the 20th century, being metaphorically neat, pure, and hygienic could be a moral state as well. Cleanliness was not just a good way to avoid uncontrolled diarrhea, dehydration, and serious electrolyte imbalance, but was also ideal for cozying up to a god. One study was built around the phenomenon of visceral disgust, making people harsher in their moral judgments. The authors first replicated this effect, showing that watching a short film clip of something physically disgusting made subjects more morally judgmental, unless they had washed their hands after watching the film. Another study suggests that the washing decreases emotional arousal, as it decreased the diameter of subjects' pupils. 19. We intertwine physical and moral purity when it comes to our own actions. In one of my all-time favorite psychology studies, Chen Boshong of the University of Toronto and Katie Liljenquist of Northwestern University demonstrated that the brain has trouble distinguishing between being a dirty scoundrel and being in need of a bath. Subjects were asked to recount either a moral or an immoral act in their past. Afterward, as a token of appreciation, the researchers offered the volunteers a choice between the gift of a pencil and a package of antiseptic wipes. And the folks who had just wallowed in their ethical failures were more likely to go for the wipes. Another study, showing the same effect when people were instructed to lie, demonstrated that the more adversely consequential the lie was presented as being, the more washing subjects did. Lady Macbeth and Pontius Pilate weren't the only ones to at least try to absolve their sins by washing their hands, and this phenomenon of embodied cognition is referred to as the Macbeth effect. 20. This effect is remarkably concrete. In another study, subjects were instructed to lie about something, with either their mouths, i.e., to tell a lie, or their hands, i.e., to write down a lie. 21. Afterward, remarkably, liars were more likely to pick complementary cleansing products than control subjects who communicated something truthful. The immoral mouthers were more likely to pick a mouthwash sample, the immoral scribes, hand soap. Furthermore, as shown with neuroimaging, when contemplating mouthwash versus soap, those who had just spoken a lie activated parts of the sensorimotor cortex related to the mouth, i.e., the subjects were more aware of their mouths at the time. Those who had written the lie activated the cortical regions mapping onto their hand. Embodied cognition can be specific to parts of the body. Another fascinating study showed the influence of culture in the Macbeth effect. The studies just cited were carried out with European or American subjects. When the same is done with East Asian subjects, the urge afterward is to wash the face rather than the hands. If you are going to save face, it should be a clean 1.22. Finally, most important, this intermixing of moral and physical hygiene affects the way we actually behave. That original study on contemplating one's moral failings and the subsequent desire to wash hands included a second experiment. As before, subjects were told to recall an immoral act of theirs. Afterward, subjects either did or didn't have the opportunity to clean their hands. Those who were able to wash were less likely to respond to a subsequent, experimentally staged, request for help. In another study, merely watching someone else wash their hands in this situation versus watching them type also decreased helpfulness afterward, although to a lesser extent than the subject washing. 23. Many of our moments of prosociality, of altruism and good Samaritanism are acts of restitution, attempts to counter our antisocial moments. What these studies show is that if those metaphorically dirtied hands have been unmetaphorically washed in the interim, they're less likely to reach out to try to balance the scales. Real versus metaphorical sensation. And there are ways in which we confuse literal with metaphorical sensation. A brilliant study by John Barg of Yale concerned haptic sensations. I had to look the word up, haptic, related to the sense of touch. Volunteers evaluated the resumes of supposed job applicants. Crucially, the resume was attached to a clipboard of one of two weights. When subjects held the heavier clipboard, they tended to judge candidates as more serious, while clipboard weight had no effect on other perceived traits. When you next apply for a job, hope that your resume will be attached to a heavy clipboard. How else would the evaluator figure out that you can appreciate the gravity of a situation and deal with weighty matters, rather than being a lightweight? 24. In the next study, subjects assembled a puzzle with pieces that were either smooth or rough as sandpaper, then observed a socially ambiguous interaction. Handle the rough puzzle pieces and the interactions were rated as less coordinated, smooth, or successful. It's not clear, however, if those subjects were more likely, at home that evening, to use coarse language in describing their rough day. Next, subjects sat in either a hard or a soft chair. To quote the authors, we primed subjects by the seat of their pants. Sit in the former and they were more likely to perceive individuals as stable and unemotional, to be less flexible in economic gameplay. This is remarkable, haptic sensations in your butt influencing whether you think someone is a hard ass or hard-hearted instead of a softie. Similar intermixing of the real and the metaphorical occurs with temperature sensation. In another study from Bargues group, the researcher, hands full with something, would ask a subject to briefly hold a cup of coffee for them. Half the subjects held warm coffee, half iced coffee. Subjects then read about some individual and answered questions about them. Subjects who held the warm cup rated the individual as having a warmer personality without altering ratings about other characteristics. In the next part of the study, the temperature of a held object altered subjects' generosity and levels of trust, cold hands, cold heart. and a more activated insula, as shown in a follow-up study. 25. Our brains also confuse metaphorical and literal interoceptive information. Recall that remarkable study showing that in a real-world situation, a major predictor of whether a prisoner would be granted parole was how recently the judge had eaten. Empty stomach, harsher judgment. Other work has shown that, when people are hungry, they become less generous with money and show more future discounting, i.e., are more likely to want reward X now, rather than wait for reward 2X. Hungering for fame and fortune are just metaphors, yet our brain pulls circuits related to real hunger into the mix. Moreover, we use more abstract levels of cognition when thinking about distant events. Ask people to make a list of the items they'd bring on a camping trip, taking place either tomorrow or in a month. If the former, the list contains more specific subcategories. In another study, subjects were shown a graph of the average amount of paper used by an office over time. There is a steady increase until the most recent time period. 26. Subjects were then asked to predict what would happen in the next time period. Half the subjects were told that the office was nearby. Result: those subjects did a microanalysis, preferentially paying attention to that final X trending downward, perceiving it to be meaningful, the start of a pattern. Down the hall. But subjects told that the office was on the other side of the planet tended to view the data points at a macro level of analysis, paying attention to the overall pattern and seeing that downturn as a mere aberration. Far away. What's going on in these studies? Metaphors about weight density, texture, temperature, interoceptive sensations, time, and distance are just figures of speech. Yet the brain confusedly processes them with some of the same circuits that deal with the physical properties of objects. Duct tape. The essence of a symbol is its ability to serve as a stand-in for the real thing, and, remarkably, we're not the only species where a signifier, independent of what it signifies, can gain a power of its own. As discussed in Chapter 2, if you condition a rat to associate a bell with a reward, about half of rats eventually come to find the bell itself rewarding. So we've now examined cold drinks and cold personalities, lying through your teeth and then yearning for mouthwash, our hearts aching for someone else's pain. Our metaphorical symbols can gain a power all their own. But insofar as metaphors are the apogee of our capacity for symbolic thought, it's thoroughly weird that our top-of-the-line brains can't quite keep things straight and remember that those metaphors aren't literal. Why? The answer harks back to a concept first introduced in Chapter 10. Evolution is a tinkerer, an improviser. So humans are evolving capacities for abstractions like morality and deep violations of it, for experiencing empathy of unprecedented intensity, and for conscious assessment of the affiliative nature of someone's temperament, moral disgust, feeling someone's pain, warm and cold personalities. Given how short a time behaviorally modern humans have existed, this has occurred in a blink of an eye. There hasn't been enough time to evolve completely new brain regions and circuits for handling these novelties. Instead, tinkering occurred owing to extreme negative effect elicited by violations of shared behavioral norms. Let's see. Who has any pertinent experience? I know, the insula. It does extreme negative sensory stimuli, that's, like all that it does, so let's expand its portfolio to include this, moral disgust business. That'll work. Hand me a shoehorn and some duct tape. The key to evolution as an improviser rather than inventor is Chapter 10's concept of exaptation. Some trait evolves for some purpose and is co-opted when it turns out to be useful for something else. And soon feathers are aiding flight in addition to regulating body temperature, and the insula helps get us into heaven, in addition to purging our guts of toxins. The latter is a case of what has been called neural reuse. 27. This isn't to say it's been an easy process, that magically one day neurons that help make you puke are suddenly involved in running the president's bioethics panel. It is insanely interesting to me that the most unique neurons in our brains, the recently evolved and slow-developing von Economo neurons, are predominantly housed in the anterior cingulate and insula. And that the neurodegenerative disease frontotemporal dementia, destined to eventually destroy the entire fancy neocortex, takes out von Economo neurons first. There's something extra fancy, and thus expensive and vulnerable, about those cells. The tinkering and improvising was inspired. What's most interesting is that we see the beginnings of the I know, Let's persuade the Ixi and Insula to volunteer for these new jobs in other species. As we saw in Chapter 14, the emotional contagion and protoempathy that a rodent can feel for another, one in pain is centered in the anterior cingulate. And full-blown von Economo neurons are also found in those same brain regions in the other apes, elephants, and cetaceans, evolution's Mensa Club, and exist in rudimentary forms in monkeys. It's unclear if, say, a blue whale wants to wash its flippers after a social norm violation, but a handful of other species seem to have taken the first steps into this strange new territory along with us. Naturally, this finding generated speculation, controversy, replications, elaborations, refutations, and nuances that are beyond me. One criticism concerned a necessary limitation of the approach. In this view, there's free will, you freely decide when to move your wrist, and that readiness potential is a consequence of your decision. What's the 500 millisecond delay in that case? That's the lag time between the instant when the decision to move first occurs and when attention is then focused on the clock and b. the position of the second hand is interpreted. In other words, the supposed half-second lag is an artifact of the experimental design, not a real thing. Other criticisms concern the ambiguity of feeling that you intend to move. Other criticisms are more arcane than I can follow. A very different interpretation of the finding was offered, interestingly, by Libet. Yes, maybe your brain prepares to initiate a behavior before there is conscious awareness of the decision, meaning that your belief that you consciously chose to move is wrong. But in that lag time is the potential to consciously choose to veto that action. In the pithy words of V.S. Ramachandran of Mirror Neuron Speculation in Chapter 14, we may not have free will, but we have free, won't 19. Predictably, this intriguing counterinterpretation has fueled more discussions, experiments, and counterinterpretations. For us, surveying different disputes concerning mitigated free will, this entire debate is about the nature of a homunculus's control panel. How many of its buttons and switches and dials that go up to 11 are involved in initiating a behavior versus halting it? Thus a view of mitigated free will makes room for both biological causation of behavior and free will, and all the discussions merely concern where lines in the sand are drawn and how inviolate they are. This prepares us to consider what I think is the most important line-drawing debate. You must be so smart versus you must have worked so hard. Stanford psychologist Carol Dweck has done groundbreaking work on the psychology of motivation. In the late 1990s she reported something important. Kids do a task, take a test, something, where they do it well. You then praise them in one of two ways: what a great score, you must be so smart, or what a great score, you must have worked so hard. When you praise kids for working hard, they tend to work harder the next time, show more resilience, enjoy the process more, and become more likely to value the accomplishment for its own sake, rather than for the grade. Praise kids for being smart, and precisely the opposite occurs. When it becomes all about being smart, effort begins to seem suspect, beneath you. After all, if you're really so smart, you shouldn't have to work hard, you glide, you don't sweat and grunt. 20. Beautiful work that has achieved cult status among many thoughtful parents of gifted kids who want to understand when their child's smarts shouldn't come into the picture. Why do you're so smart, and you work so hard, have such different effects? Because they fall on either side of one of the deepest lines drawn by believers in mitigated free will. It is the belief that one assigns aptitude and impulse to biology and effort and resisting impulse to free will. It's cool to see natural ability in action. The great all-around athlete who has never seen pole vaulting before, watches it once, tries it once, and soars like a pro. Or the singer whose voice has always had a natural timbre that evokes emotions you never knew existed. Or that student in your class who obviously just gets it 2 seconds into your explaining something really abstruse. That's impressive. But then there's inspiring. When I was a kid, I repeatedly read a book about Wilma Rudolph. She was the fastest female runner in the world in 1960, an Olympian who became a civil rights pioneer. Definitely impressive. But consider that she was born prematurely, underweight, one of 22 kids in a poor Tennessee family, and, get this, at age 4 got polio, resulting in a leg brace and a twisted foot. Polio, she was crippled by polio. And she defied every expert's expectations, worked and worked and worked through the pain, and became the fastest there was. That's inspiring. In many domains we can sort of grasp the materialist building blocks of natural ability. Someone has the optimal ratio of slow twitch to fast twitch muscle fibers, producing a natural pole vaulter. Or has vocal cords with the perfect degree of velvety peach fuzz, I'm winging it here, to produce an extraordinary voice. Or the ideal combination of neurotransmitters, receptors, transcription factors, and so on, producing a brain that rapidly intuits abstractions. And we can also perceive the building blocks in someone who is merely okay, or lousy, at any of these. But Rudolph-esque accomplishments seem different. You're exhausted, demoralized, and it hurts like hell, but you push on. You want to take an evening off, see a movie with a friend, but resume studying. There's that temptation. No one's looking, everyone else does it, but you know it's wrong. It seems so hard, so improbable to think of those same neurotransmitters, receptors, or transcription factors when considering feats of willpower. There seems a much easier answer. You're seeing the Calvinist work ethic of a homunculus sprinkled with the right kind of fairy dust. Here's a great example of this dualism. Recall Jerry Sandusky, the Penn State football coach who was a horrific serial child molester. After his conviction came an opinion piece on CNN. Writing under the provocative heading of "Do Pedophiles Deserve Sympathy?" James Cantor of the University of Toronto reviewed the neurobiology of pedophilia. For example, it runs in families in ways suggesting genes play a role. Pedophiles have atypically high rates of brain injuries during childhood. There's evidence of endocrine abnormalities during fetal life. Does this raise the possibility that a neurobiological die is cast, that some people are destined to be this way? Precisely. Cantor concludes, one cannot choose to not be a pedophile. 21. Brave and correct. And then Cantor does a stunning mitigated free will long jump. Does any of that biology lessen the condemnation and punishment that Sandusky deserved? No. One cannot choose to not be a pedophile, but one can choose to not be a child molester. This establishes a dichotomy of what things are supposedly made of. Biological stuff, homuncular grit, destructive sexual urges resisting acting upon them delusionally, hearing voices resisting their destructive commands, proclivity toward alcoholism, not drinking. Having epileptic seizures, not driving if you didn't take your meds, not all that bright, getting going when the going gets tough, not the loveliest of faces resisting getting that huge, hideous nose ring. Here are just a few of the things we've seen in this book that can influence the column on the right: blood glucose levels, the socioeconomic status of your family of birth, a concussive head injury, sleep quality and quantity, prenatal environment, stress and glucocorticoid levels, whether you're in pain, if you have Parkinson's disease and which medication you've been prescribed, perinatal hypoxia, your dopamine D4 receptor gene variant, if you have had a stroke in your frontal cortex. If you suffered childhood abuse, how much of a cognitive load you've borne in the last few minutes, your MAUA gene variant, if you're infected with a particular parasite, if you have the gene for Huntington's disease, lead levels in your tap water when you were a kid, if you live in an individualist or a collectivist culture, if you're a heterosexual male and there's an attractive woman around, if you've been smelling the sweat of someone who is frightened. On and on. Of all the stances of mitigated free will, the one that assigns aptitude to biology and effort to free will, or impulse to biology and resisting it to free will, is the most permeating and destructive. You must have worked so hard is as much a property of the physical universe and the biology that emerged from it as is you must be so smart. And yes, being a child molester is as much a product of biology as is being a pedophile. To think otherwise is little more than folk psychology. But does anything useful actually come of this? As I noted, the most formidable skeptic of the relevance of neuroscience to the legal system is Stephen Morse, who has written extensively and effectively about the subject. 22. He is the definitive advocate of free will being compatible with a deterministic world. He's fine with Mnaden and recognizes that there can be sufficient brain damage to compromise the notion of responsibility. Various causes can produce genuine excusing conditions, such as lack of rational or control capacity. But beyond those rare instances, he believes, neuroscience offers little that should challenge the notion of responsibility. As he has quipped, brains don't kill people. People kill people. Morse epitomizes the skepticism about bringing neuroscience into the courtroom. For one thing, he viscerally cringes at how much of a fad neurology and neurocriminology have become. A wonderfully sardonic writer, he has announced the discovery of the disorder brain overclaim syndrome, whose sufferers have gotten carried away with the importance of neuroscience because they've been infected and inflamed by stunning advances in our understanding of the brain, causing them to make moral and legal claims that the new neuroscience does not entail and cannot sustain. One absolutely valid criticism of his is a narrow, practical one. This is the worry, aired earlier, that juries will give undue weight to neuroimaging data just because of how impressive the images are. Apropos of that, Morse has called neuroscience determinism du jour, grabbing the attention previously given to psychological, or genetic determinism. The only thing different about neuroscience is that we have prettier pictures and it appears more scientific. Another valid criticism concerns findings in neuroscience usually merely being descriptive, e.g., brain region A projects to brain region Q, or correlative, e.g., elevated levels of neurotransmitter X and of behavior Z tend to go together. Data such as those don't disprove free will. In the words of philosopher Hilary Bach, the claim that a person chose her action does not conflict with the claim that some neural processes or states caused it, it simply redescribes it. 23. This is a point I've made throughout the book, namely that description and correlation are nice, but actual causal data are the gold standard, e.g. when you raise the levels of neurotransmitter X, behavior Z happens more often. That is the source of some of our most powerful demonstrations of the material basis of our more complex behaviors, for example, transcranial magnetic stimulation techniques that transiently activate or inactivate a part of the cortex can change someone's moral decision-making, decisions about punishment, or levels of generosity and empathy. That's causality. It is when we get to the issue of causality that Morse distinguishes between causation and compulsion. He writes, causation is neither an excuse per se nor the equivalent of compulsion, which is an excusing condition. Morse describes himself as a thoroughgoing materialist and states, we live in a causal universe, which includes human action. But try as I might, I cannot see any way of making this distinction that does not tacitly require a homunculus that is outside the causal universe, a homunculus that can be overwhelmed by compulsion but that can and should handle causation. In the words of philosopher Sean Nichols, it seems like something has to give, either our commitment to free will or our commitment to the idea that every event is completely caused by the preceding events. 24. Despite these criticisms of his criticisms, my stance has a major problem, one that causes Morse to conclude that the contributions of neuroscience to the legal system are modest at best and neuroscience poses no genuine, radical challenges to concepts of personhood, responsibility, and competence. 25. The problem can be summarized in a hypothetical exchange. Prosecutor: so, Professor, you've told us about the extensive damage that the defendant sustained to his frontal cortex when he was a child. Has every person who has sustained such damage become a multiple murderer, like the defendant? Neuroscientist testifying for the defense: no. Prosecutor: has every such person at least engaged in some sort of serious criminal behavior? Neuroscientist: no. Prosecutor: can brain science explain why the same amount of damage produced murderous behavior in the defendant? Neuroscientist: no. The problem is that, even amid all these biological insights that allow us to be snitty about those silly homunculi, we still can't predict much about behavior. Perhaps at the statistical level of groups, but not when it comes to individuals. Explaining lots and predicting little. If a person's leg is fractured, how predictable is it that they will have trouble walking? I think it would be safe to predict something close to 100%. If they have serious inflammatory lung disease, how predictable is it that their breathing will be labored at times and that they will tire easily? Again, around 100%. Same for the effects of significant blockage of blood flow to the legs or extensive cirrhosis of the liver. Let's switch to the brain and neurological dysfunction. What if someone has had a brain injury, and the neurons around the resulting scar tissue rewire, so that they stimulate both themselves and one another? How predictable is it that the person will have a seizure? How about if they have congenital weaknesses in the walls of the blood vessels throughout the brain? How likely is a cerebral aneurysm at some point? How about if they have a mutation in the gene that causes Huntington's disease? How likely are they to have a neuromuscular disorder by age 60? Really high in all cases, probably approaching 100%. Let's incorporate behavior. If someone has extensive frontocortical damage, how predictable is it that you note something odd about them, behaviorally, after a 5-minute conversation? Something like 75%. Now let's consider a broader range of behaviors. How predictable is it that this person with the frontal damage will do something horrifically violent at some point? Or that someone who was abused repeatedly as a child will become an abusive adult? That a soldier who went through a battle that killed his buddies will develop PTSD? That a person with the Montaigne-Vol, polygamous version of the vasopressin receptor, gene promoter will have numerous failed marriages? That a person with a particular array of glutamate receptor subtypes throughout their cortex and hippocampus will have an IQ above 140? That someone raised with extensive childhood adversity and loss will have a major depressive disorder? All under 50%, often way under. So how do a fractured leg, inevitably impairing locomotion, and the non-inevitabilities of the previous paragraph differ? Do the latter somehow involve less biology? Is the point that the brain contains a non-biological homunculus but that leg bones do not? Hopefully, after this many pages, the start of an answer is apparent. It's not that there's less biology in those circumstances related to social behavior. It's that it's qualitatively different biology. When a bone shatters, there's a relatively straight line of steps leading to inflammation and pain that will impair the person's gait, should he try to walk an hour later. That straight line of biology won't be altered by conventional variation in his genome, his prenatal hormone exposure, the culture he was raised in, or when he ate lunch. But as we've seen, all of those variables can influence social behaviors that shape our best and worst moments. The biology of the behaviors that interest us is, in all cases, multifactorial. That is the thesis of this book. Let's see what multifactorial means in a practical sense. Consider someone with frequent depression who is visiting a friend today, pouring her heart out about her problems. How much could you have predicted the global depression and today's behavior by knowing about her biology? Suppose knowing about her biology consisted only of knowing what version of the serotonin transporter gene she has. How much predictive power does that give you? As we saw in Chapter 8, not much, say, 10%. What if knowing about her biology consists of knowing the status of that gene plus knowing if one of her parents died when she was a child? More, maybe 25%. How knowing her serotonin transporter gene status plus childhood adversity status plus whether she is living alone in poverty? Maybe up to 40%. Add knowledge of the average level of glucocorticoids in her bloodstream today. Maybe a bit more. Toss in knowing if she's living in an individualist or a collectivist culture. Some more predictability: know if she is menstruating, which typically exacerbates symptoms in seriously depressed women, making it more likely that they'll be socially withdrawn rather than reaching out to someone. Some more predictability. Maybe even above the 50% mark by now. Add enough factors, many of which, possibly most of which, have not yet been discovered, and eventually your multifactorial biological knowledge will give you the same predictive power as in the fractured bone scenario. Not different amounts of biological causation, different types of causation. The artificial intelligence pioneer, Marvin Minsky, once defined free will as internal forces I do not understand. 26. People intuitively believe in free will, not just because we have this terrible human need for agency, but also because most people know next to nothing about those internal forces. And even the neuroscientist on the witness stand can't accurately predict which individual with extensive frontal damage will become the serial murderer, because science as a whole still knows about only a handful of those internal forces. Shattered bone, inflammation, constricted movement is easy. Neurotransmitters plus hormones plus childhood plus underscore plus underscore plus isn't 27. Another factor comes into play. When I go to the Web of Science, a search engine for scanning databases of papers published in science and medical journals. Under search terms I put in oxytocin and trust, just to pick an example of the umpteen links between biology and social behavior that we've covered. And up comes the news that 193 papers have been published on the subject. Consider the following figure, showing that most of those papers have been published in the last few years. Same with the next figure, a search for oxytocin and social behavior, or after that, transcranial magnetic stimulation and decision-making, and then brain and aggression. Visit bit.ly/2naive5ip for a larger version of these graphs. And just to give a sense of some more of these, visit bit.ly/2naive for a larger version of this table. Our behaviors are constantly shaped by an array of subterranean forces. What these figures and the table show is that most of these forces involve biology that, not that long ago, we didn't know existed. So what do we do with Minsky's definition of free will needing to be amended to internal forces I do not understand yet? How they will view us. If you still think there is mitigated free will, there are three possible routes to take at this juncture. To appreciate the first, let's briefly consider epilepsy. Scientists understand a lot about the neurological basis of seizures and how they involve firing with abnormally high frequency and synchrony. But not that long ago, say a century ago, epilepsy was viewed as a type of mental illness. And before that it was thought by many to be a communicable infectious disease. And at other times and places, it was thought to be caused by menstruation, or excessive sex, or excessive masturbation. But in 1487, two German scholars uncovered a cause of epilepsy that really seemed to hit the nail on the head. The two Dominican friars, Heinrich Kramer and Jacob Sprenger, published Malleus Maleficarum, Latin for Hammer of the Witches, the definitive treatise about why someone becomes a witch, how to identify them, and what to do with them. What was one of the surest ways to identify a witch? If they are seized by Satan, if they convulse from the malign power of the devil within them. Their guideline was the Gospel according to Mark 9:14-29. A man brings his son to Jesus, saying there is something wrong with him and asking Jesus to cure him. A spirit comes and seizes him, making him mute, and then that spirit throws him to the ground, where he foams at the mouth and grinds his teeth and becomes rigid. The man presents his son, who is promptly seized by that spirit and falls to the ground, convulsing and foaming. Jesus perceives that the boy is infested with an unclean spirit and commands that vile spirit to come out and be gone. The seizing ceases. Thus seizures were a sign of demonic possession, a certain marker of a witch. Malleus Maleficarum arrived in time to take advantage of mass production through the recently invented printing press. In the words of historian Jeffrey Russell, the swift propagation of the witch hysteria by the press was the first evidence that Gutenberg had not liberated man from original sin. The book was widely read and went through more than 30 editions over the subsequent century. Estimates are that from 100,000 to 1 million people were persecuted, tortured, or killed as witches in the aftermath. 28. I don't think much of Kramer and Sprenger. My assumption is that they were sadistic monsters, but that could reflect my being influenced too much by the likes of The Name of the Rose or the Da Vinci Code. Maybe they were opportunists who reasoned that the book would make their careers. Maybe they were utterly sincere. Instead, I imagine a scenario of an evening during the late 15th century. A church inquisitor comes home from work weary, burdened. His wife coaxes him to talk. It was a usual day of condemning witches, but this one case bothered me. Everyone testified about this woman, who falls and gnashes and convulses, a witch, without a doubt. I don't feel sorry for her. No one told her to open wide for Satan. But she had these two beautiful kids, you should have seen them, just so confused as to why their mother was being taken away. Distraught husband also. So that part was hard, seeing them suffer. But it is what it is. We burned her, of course. Burnings and killings and centuries were to pass until we in the West would have learned enough to say, it's not her, it's her disease. We're only a first, few baby steps into understanding any of this, so few that it leaves huge, unexplained gaps that perfectly smart people fill in with a homunculus. Nevertheless, even the staunchest believers in free will must admit that it is hemmed into tighter spaces than in the past. It's less than 2 centuries since science first taught us that the frontal cortex has something to do with appropriate behavior. Less than 70 years since we learned that schizophrenia is a biochemical disorder. Perhaps 50 years since we learned that reading problems of a type that we now call dyslexia aren't due to laziness, but instead involve microscopic cortical malformations. 25 since we learned that epigenetics alters behavior. The influential philosopher Daniel Dennett has written about the free will that is worth wanting. If there really is free will, it's getting consigned to domains too mundane to be worth the effort to want. Do I want briefs or boxer shorts today? 29. Recall those charts and tables showing the recentness of these scientific discoveries. If you believe that starting tonight at midnight, something will happen and science will stop, that there will be no new publications, findings, or knowledge relevant to this book, that we now know everything there is, then it is clear what one's stance should be. There are some rare domains where extremes of biological dysfunction cause involuntary changes in behavior, and we're not great at predicting who undergoes such changes. In other words, the homunculus is alive and well. But if you believe that there will be the accrual of any more knowledge, you've just committed to either the view that any evidence for free will ultimately will be eliminated, or the view that, at the very least, the homunculus will be jammed into ever tinier places. And with either of those views, you've also agreed that something else is virtually guaranteed, that people in the future will look back at us as we do at purveyors of leeches and bloodletting and trepanation, as we look back at the 15th century experts who spent their days condemning witches, that those people in the future will consider us and think, my God, the things they didn't know then. The harm that they did. Archaeologists do something impressive, reflecting disciplinary humility. When archaeologists excavate a site, they recognize that future archaeologists will be horrified at their primitive techniques, at the destructiveness of their excavating. Thus they often leave most of the site untouched to await their more skillful disciplinary descendants. For example, astonishingly, more than 40 years after excavations began, less than 1% of the famed Qin dynasty terra-cotta army in China has been uncovered. Those adjudicating trials don't have the luxury of adjourning for a century until we really understand the biology of behavior. But at the very least the system needs the humility of archaeology, a sense that, above all else, we shouldn't act irrevocably. But what do we actually do in the meantime? Simple, which is easy for me to say, looking at the legal world from the soothing distance of my laboratory. Probably just three things. One is easy, one is very challenging to implement, and the third is nearly impossible. First, the easy one. If you reject free will and the discussion turns to the legal system, the crazy-making, inane challenge that always surfaces is that you do nothing about criminals, that they'd be free to walk the streets, wreaking havoc. Let's trash this one instantly. No rational person who rejects free will actually believes this, would argue that we should do nothing because, after all, the person has frontal damage, or because, after all, evolution has selected for the damaging trait to traditionally be adaptive, or because, after all, people must be protected from individuals who are dangerous. The latter can no more be allowed to walk the streets than you can allow a car, whose brakes are faulty, to be driven. Rehabilitate such people if you can, send them to the island of misfit toys forever if you can't, and they are destined to remain dangerous. Josh Green and Jonathan Cohen of Princeton wrote an extremely clear-headed piece on this. For the law, neuroscience changes nothing and everything. Where neuroscience and the rest of biology change nothing is in the continued need to protect the endangered from the dangerous. 30. Now for the nearly impossible issue, the one that changes everything, the issue of punishment. Maybe, just maybe, a criminal must suffer punishment at junctures in a behaviorist framework as part of rehabilitation, part of making recidivism unlikely by fostering expanded frontal capacity. It is implicit in the very process of denying a dangerous individual their freedom by removing them from society. But precluding free will precludes punishment being an end in and of itself, punishment being imagined to balance the scales of justice. It is the punisher's mindset where everything must be changed. The difficulty of this is explored in the superb book The Punisher's Brain, The Evolution of Judge and Jury 2014, by Morris Hoffman, a practicing judge and legal scholar. 31. He reviews the reasons for punishment, as we see from game theory studies, because punishment fosters cooperation. Because it is in the fabric of the evolution of sociality. And most important, because it can feel good to punish, to be part of a righteous and self-righteous crowd at a public hanging, knowing that justice is being served. This is a deep, atavistic pleasure. Put people in brain scanners, give them scenarios of norm violations. Decision-making about culpability for the violation correlates with activity in the cognitive DLPFC. But decision-making about appropriate punishment activates the emotional VMPFC, along with the amygdala and insula. The more activation, the more punishment. Point 32. The decision to punish, the passionate motivation to do so, is a frothy limbic state. As are the consequences of punishing. When subjects punish someone for making a lousy offer in an economic game, there's activation of dopaminergic reward systems. Punishment that feels good. It makes sense that we've evolved such that it is limbic froth that is at the center of punishing, and that a pleasurable dopaminergic surge rewards doing so. Punishment is effortful and costly, ranging from foregoing a reward when rejecting a lowball offer in the ultimatum game to our tax dollars, paying for the dental plan of the prison guard who operates the lethal injection machine. That rush of self-righteous pleasure is what drives us to shoulder the costs. This was shown in one neuroimaging study of economic gameplay. Subjects alternated between being able to punish lousy offers at no cost and having to spend points they had earned to do so. And the more dopaminergic activation during no-cost punishment, the more someone would pay to punish in the other condition. Point 33. Thus the nearly impossible task is to overcome that. Sure, as I said, punishment would still be used in an instrumental fashion to acutely shape behavior. But there is simply no place for the idea that punishment is a virtue. Our dopaminergic pathways will have to find their stimulation elsewhere. I sure don't know how best to achieve that mindset. But crucially, I sure do know, we can do it, because we have before. Once people with epilepsy were virtuously punished for their intimacy with Lucifer. Now we mandate that if their seizures aren't under control, they can't drive. And the key point is that no one views such a driving ban as virtuous, pleasurable punishment, believing that a person with treatment-resistant seizures deserves to be banned from driving. Crowds of goitrous yahoos don't excitedly mass to watch the epileptic's driver's license be publicly burned. We've successfully banished the notion of punishment in that realm. It may take centuries, but we can do the same in all our current arenas of punishment. Which brings us to the huge practical challenge. The traditional rationales behind imprisonment are to protect the public, to rehabilitate, to punish, and finally to use the threat of punishment to deter others. That last one is the practical challenge, because such threats of punishment can indeed deter. How can that be done? The broadest type of solution is incompatible with an open society, making the public believe that imprisonment involves horrific punishments when, in reality, it doesn't. Perhaps the loss of freedom that occurs when a dangerous person is removed from society must be deterrence enough. Perhaps some conventional punishment will still be needed if it is sufficiently deterring. But what must be abolished are the views that punishment can be deserved and that punishing can be virtuous. None of this will be easy. When contemplating the challenge to do so, it is important to remember that some, many, maybe even most of the people who were prosecuting epileptics in the 15th century were no different from us, sincere, cautious, and ethical, concerned about the serious problems threatening their society, hoping to bequeath their children a safer world. Just operating with an unrecognizably different mindset. The psychological distance from them to us is vast, separated by the yawning chasm that was the discovery of it's not her, it's her disease. Having crossed that divide, the distance we now need to go is far shorter. It merely consists of taking that same insight and being willing to see its valid extension in whatever direction science takes us. The hope is that when it comes to dealing with humans whose behaviors are among our worst and most damaging, words like evil and soul will be as irrelevant as when considering a car with faulty brakes, that they will be as rarely spoken in a courtroom as in an auto repair shop. And crucially, the analogy holds in a key way, extending to instances of dangerous people without anything obviously wrong with their frontal cortex, genes, and so on. When a car is being dysfunctional and dangerous and we take it to a mechanic, this is not a dualistic situation where, if the mechanic discovers some broken widget, causing the problem, we have a mechanistic explanation, but, b, if the mechanic can't find anything wrong, we're dealing with an evil car. Sure, the mechanic can speculate on the source of the problem. Maybe it's the blueprint from which the car was built, maybe it was the building process, maybe the environment contains some unknown pollutant that somehow impairs function. Maybe someday we'll have sufficiently powerful techniques in the auto shop to spot some key molecule in the engine that is out of whack, but in the meantime we'll consider this car to be evil. Car free will also equals internal forces we do not understand yet. 34. Many who are viscerally opposed to this view charge that it is dehumanizing to frame damaged humans as broken machines. But as a final, crucial point, doing that is a hell of a lot more humane than demonizing and sermonizing them as sinners. Naturally, this finding generated speculation, controversy, replications, elaborations, refutations, and nuances that are beyond me. One criticism concerned a necessary limitation of the approach. In this view, there's free will, you freely decide when to move your wrist, and that readiness potential is a consequence of your decision. What's the 500 millisecond delay in that case? That's the lag time between the instant when the decision to move first occurs and when attention is then focused on the clock and b. the position of the second hand is interpreted. In other words, the supposed half-second lag is an artifact of the experimental design, not a real thing. Other criticisms concern the ambiguity of feeling that you intend to move. Other criticisms are more arcane than I can follow. A very different interpretation of the finding was offered, interestingly, by Libet. Yes, maybe your brain prepares to initiate a behavior before there is conscious awareness of the decision, meaning that your belief that you consciously chose to move is wrong. But in that lag time is the potential to consciously choose to veto that action. In the pithy words of V.S. Ramachandran of Mirror Neuron Speculation in Chapter 14, we may not have free will, but we have free, won't 19. Predictably, this intriguing counterinterpretation has fueled more discussions, experiments, and counterinterpretations. For us, surveying different disputes concerning mitigated free will, this entire debate is about the nature of a homunculus's control panel. How many of its buttons and switches and dials that go up to 11 are involved in initiating a behavior versus halting it? Thus a view of mitigated free will makes room for both biological causation of behavior and free will, and all the discussions merely concern where lines in the sand are drawn and how inviolate they are. This prepares us to consider what I think is the most important line-drawing debate. You must be so smart versus you must have worked so hard. Stanford psychologist Carol Dweck has done groundbreaking work on the psychology of motivation. In the late 1990s she reported something important. Kids do a task, take a test, something, where they do it well. You then praise them in one of two ways: what a great score, you must be so smart, or what a great score, you must have worked so hard. When you praise kids for working hard, they tend to work harder the next time, show more resilience, enjoy the process more, and become more likely to value the accomplishment for its own sake, rather than for the grade. Praise kids for being smart, and precisely the opposite occurs. When it becomes all about being smart, effort begins to seem suspect, beneath you. After all, if you're really so smart, you shouldn't have to work hard, you glide, you don't sweat and grunt. 20. Beautiful work that has achieved cult status among many thoughtful parents of gifted kids who want to understand when their child's smarts shouldn't come into the picture. Why do you're so smart, and you work so hard, have such different effects? Because they fall on either side of one of the deepest lines drawn by believers in mitigated free will. It is the belief that one assigns aptitude and impulse to biology and effort and resisting impulse to free will. It's cool to see natural ability in action. The great all-around athlete who has never seen pole vaulting before, watches it once, tries it once, and soars like a pro. Or the singer whose voice has always had a natural timbre that evokes emotions you never knew existed. Or that student in your class who obviously just gets it 2 seconds into you're explaining something really abstruse. That's impressive. But then there's inspiring. When I was a kid, I repeatedly read a book about Wilma Rudolph. She was the fastest female runner in the world in 1960, an Olympian who became a civil rights pioneer. Definitely impressive. But consider that she was born prematurely, underweight, one of 22 kids in a poor Tennessee family, and, get this, at age 4 got polio, resulting in a leg brace and a twisted foot. Polio, she was crippled by polio. And she defied every expert's expectations, worked and worked and worked through the pain, and became the fastest there was. That's inspiring. In many domains we can sort of grasp the materialist building blocks of natural ability. Someone has the optimal ratio of slow twitch to fast twitch muscle fibers, producing a natural pole vaulter. Or has vocal cords with the perfect degree of velvety peach fuzz, I'm winging it here, to produce an extraordinary voice. or the ideal combination of neurotransmitters, receptors, transcription factors, and so on, producing a brain that rapidly intuits abstractions. And we can also perceive the building blocks in someone who is merely okay, or lousy, at any of these. But Rudolph-esque accomplishments seem different. You're exhausted, demoralized, and it hurts like hell, but you push on. You want to take an evening off, see a movie with a friend, but resume studying. There's that temptation. No one's looking, everyone else does it, but you know it's wrong. It seems so hard, so improbable to think of those same neurotransmitters, receptors, or transcription factors when considering feats of willpower. There seems a much easier answer. You're seeing the Calvinist work ethic of a homunculus sprinkled with the right kind of fairy dust. Here's a great example of this dualism. Recall Jerry Sandusky, the Penn State football coach who was a horrific serial child molester. After his conviction came an opinion piece on CNN. Writing under the provocative heading of "Do Pedophiles Deserve Sympathy?" James Cantor of the University of Toronto reviewed the neurobiology of pedophilia. For example, it runs in families in ways suggesting genes play a role. Pedophiles have atypically high rates of brain injuries during childhood. There's evidence of endocrine abnormalities during fetal life. Does this raise the possibility that a neurobiological die is cast, that some people are destined to be this way? Precisely. Cantor concludes, one cannot choose to not be a pedophile. 21. Brave and correct. And then Cantor does a stunning mitigated free will long jump. Does any of that biology lessen the condemnation and punishment that Sandusky deserved? No. One cannot choose to not be a pedophile, but one can choose to not be a child molester. This establishes a dichotomy of what things are supposedly made of. Biological stuff, homuncular grit, destructive sexual urges resisting acting upon them delusionally, hearing voices resisting their destructive commands, proclivity toward alcoholism, not drinking. Having epileptic seizures, not driving if you didn't take your meds, not all that bright, getting going when the going gets tough, not the loveliest of faces, resisting getting that huge, hideous nose ring. Here are just a few of the things we've seen in this book that can influence the column on the right: blood glucose levels, the socioeconomic status of your family of birth, a concussive head injury, sleep quality and quantity, prenatal environment, stress and glucocorticoid levels, whether you're in pain, if you have Parkinson's disease and which medication you've been prescribed, perinatal hypoxia, your dopamine D4 receptor gene variant, if you have had a stroke in your frontal cortex. If you suffered childhood abuse, how much of a cognitive load you've borne in the last few minutes, your MAUA gene variant, if you're infected with a particular parasite, if you have the gene for Huntington's disease, lead levels in your tap water when you were a kid, if you live in an individualist or a collectivist culture, if you're a heterosexual male and there's an attractive woman around, if you've been smelling the sweat of someone who is frightened. On and on. Of all the stances of mitigated free will, the one that assigns aptitude to biology and effort to free will, or impulse to biology and resisting it to free will, is the most permeating and destructive. You must have worked so hard is as much a property of the physical universe and the biology that emerged from it as is you must be so smart. And yes, being a child molester is as much a product of biology as is being a pedophile. To think otherwise is little more than folk psychology. But does anything useful actually come of this? As I noted, the most formidable skeptic of the relevance of neuroscience to the legal system is Stephen Morse, who has written extensively and effectively about the subject. 22. He is the definitive advocate of free will being compatible with a deterministic world. He's fine with Mnaden and recognizes that there can be sufficient brain damage to compromise the notion of responsibility. Various causes can produce genuine excusing conditions, such as lack of rational or control capacity. But beyond those rare instances, he believes, neuroscience offers little that should challenge the notion of responsibility. As he has quipped, brains don't kill people. People kill people. Morse epitomizes the skepticism about bringing neuroscience into the courtroom. For one thing, he viscerally cringes at how much of a fad neurology and neurocriminology have become. A wonderfully sardonic writer, he has announced the discovery of the disorder brain overclaim syndrome, whose sufferers have gotten carried away with the importance of neuroscience because they've been infected and inflamed by stunning advances in our understanding of the brain, causing them to make moral and legal claims that the new neuroscience does not entail and cannot sustain. One absolutely valid criticism of his is a narrow, practical one. This is the worry, aired earlier, that juries will give undue weight to neuroimaging data just because of how impressive the images are. Apropos of that, Morse has called neuroscience determinism du jour, grabbing the attention previously given to psychological, or genetic determinism. The only thing different about neuroscience is that we have prettier pictures and it appears more scientific. Another valid criticism concerns findings in neuroscience usually merely being descriptive, e.g., brain region A projects to brain region Q, or correlative, e.g., elevated levels of neurotransmitter X and of behavior Z tend to go together. Data such as those don't disprove free will. In the words of philosopher Hilary Bach, the claim that a person chose her action does not conflict with the claim that some neural processes or states caused it, it simply redescribes it. 23. This is a point I've made throughout the book, namely that description and correlation are nice, but actual causal data are the gold standard, e.g. when you raise the levels of neurotransmitter X, behavior Z happens more often. That is the source of some of our most powerful demonstrations of the material basis of our more complex behaviors, for example, transcranial magnetic stimulation techniques that transiently activate or inactivate a part of the cortex can change someone's moral decision-making, decisions about punishment, or levels of generosity and empathy. That's causality. It is when we get to the issue of causality that Morse distinguishes between causation and compulsion. He writes, causation is neither an excuse per se nor the equivalent of compulsion, which is an excusing condition. Morse describes himself as a thoroughgoing materialist and states, we live in a causal universe, which includes human action. But try as I might, I cannot see any way of making this distinction that does not tacitly require a homunculus that is outside the causal universe, a homunculus that can be overwhelmed by compulsion but that can and should handle causation. In the words of philosopher Sean Nichols, it seems like something has to give, either our commitment to free will or our commitment to the idea that every event is completely caused by the preceding events. 24. Despite these criticisms of his criticisms, my stance has a major problem, one that causes Morse to conclude that the contributions of neuroscience to the legal system are modest at best and neuroscience poses no genuine, radical challenges to concepts of personhood, responsibility, and competence. 25. The problem can be summarized in a hypothetical exchange. Prosecutor: so, Professor, you've told us about the extensive damage that the defendant sustained to his frontal cortex when he was a child. Has every person who has sustained such damage become a multiple murderer, like the defendant? Neuroscientist testifying for the defense: no. Prosecutor: has every such person at least engaged in some sort of serious criminal behavior? Neuroscientist: no. Prosecutor: can brain science explain why the same amount of damage produced murderous behavior in the defendant? Neuroscientist: no. The problem is that, even amid all these biological insights that allow us to be snitty about those silly homunculi, we still can't predict much about behavior. Perhaps at the statistical level of groups, but not when it comes to individuals. Explaining lots and predicting little. If a person's leg is fractured, how predictable is it that they will have trouble walking? I think it would be safe to predict something close to 100%. If they have serious inflammatory lung disease, how predictable is it that their breathing will be labored at times and that they will tire easily? Again, around 100%. Same for the effects of significant blockage of blood flow to the legs or extensive cirrhosis of the liver. Let's switch to the brain and neurological dysfunction. What if someone has had a brain injury and the neurons around the resulting scar tissue rewire so that they stimulate both themselves and one another? How predictable is it that the person will have a seizure? How about if they have congenital weaknesses in the walls of the blood vessels throughout the brain? How likely is a cerebral aneurysm at some point? How about if they have a mutation in the gene that causes Huntington's disease? How likely are they to have a neuromuscular disorder by age 60? Really high in all cases, probably approaching 100%. Let's incorporate behavior. If someone has extensive frontocortical damage, how predictable is it that you note something odd about them, behaviorally, after a 5-minute conversation? Something like 75%. Now let's consider a broader range of behaviors. How predictable is it that this person with the frontal damage will do something horrifically violent at some point? Or that someone who was abused repeatedly as a child will become an abusive adult? That a soldier who went through a battle that killed his buddies will develop PTSD? That a person with the Montaigne Vol, polygamous version of the vasopressin receptor, gene promoter will have numerous failed marriages? That a person with a particular array of glutamate receptor subtypes throughout their cortex and hippocampus will have an IQ above 140? That someone raised with extensive childhood adversity and loss will have a major depressive disorder? All under 50%, often way under. So how do a fractured leg, inevitably impairing locomotion, and the non-inevitabilities of the previous paragraph differ? Do the latter somehow involve less biology? Is the point that the brain contains a non-biological homunculus but that leg bones do not? Hopefully, after this many pages, the start of an answer is apparent. It's not that there's less biology in those circumstances related to social behavior. It's that it's qualitatively different biology. When a bone shatters, there's a relatively straight line of steps leading to inflammation and pain that will impair the person's gait, should he try to walk an hour later. That straight line of biology won't be altered by conventional variation in his genome, his prenatal hormone exposure, the culture he was raised in, or when he ate lunch. But as we've seen, all of those variables can influence social behaviors that shape our best and worst moments. The biology of the behaviors that interest us is, in all cases, multifactorial. That is the thesis of this book. Let's see what multifactorial means in a practical sense. Consider someone with frequent depression who is visiting a friend today, pouring her heart out about her problems. How much could you have predicted the global depression and today's behavior by knowing about her biology? Suppose knowing about her biology consisted only of knowing what version of the serotonin transporter gene she has. How much predictive power does that give you? As we saw in Chapter 8, not much, say, 10%. What if knowing about her biology consists of knowing the status of that gene plus knowing if one of her parents died when she was a child? More, maybe 25%. How knowing her serotonin transporter gene status plus childhood adversity status plus whether she is living alone in poverty? Maybe up to 40%. Add knowledge of the average level of glucocorticoids in her bloodstream today. Maybe a bit more. Toss in knowing if she's living in an individualist or a collectivist culture. Some more predictability: know if she is menstruating, which typically exacerbates symptoms in seriously depressed women, making it more likely that they'll be socially withdrawn rather than reaching out to someone. Some more predictability. Maybe even above the 50% mark by now. Add enough factors, many of which, possibly most of which, have not yet been discovered, and eventually your multifactorial biological knowledge will give you the same predictive power as in the fractured bone scenario. Not different amounts of biological causation, different types of causation. The artificial intelligence pioneer, Marvin Minsky, once defined free will as internal forces I do not understand. 26. People intuitively believe in free will, not just because we have this terrible human need for agency, but also because most people know next to nothing about those internal forces. And even the neuroscientist on the witness stand can't accurately predict which individual with extensive frontal damage will become the serial murderer, because science as a whole still knows about only a handful of those internal forces. Shattered bone, inflammation, constricted movement is easy. Neurotransmitters plus hormones plus childhood plus underscore plus plus isn't 27. Another factor comes into play. When I go to the Web of Science, a search engine for scanning databases of papers published in science and medical journals. Under search terms I put in oxytocin and trust, just to pick an example of the umpteen links between biology and social behavior that we've covered. And up comes the news that 193 papers have been published on the subject. Consider the following figure, showing that most of those papers have been published in the last few years. Same with the next figure, a search for oxytocin and social behavior, or after that, transcranial magnetic stimulation and decision-making, and then brain and aggression. Visit bit.ly/2naive5ip for a larger version of these graphs. And just to give a sense of some more of these. Visit bit.ly/2nafvp for a larger version of this table. Our behaviors are constantly shaped by an array of subterranean forces. What these figures and the table show is that most of these forces involve biology that, not that long ago, we didn't know existed. So what do we do with Minsky's definition of free will needing to be amended to internal forces I do not understand yet? How they will view us. If you still think there is mitigated free will, there are three possible routes to take at this juncture. To appreciate the first, let's briefly consider epilepsy. Scientists understand a lot about the neurological basis of seizures and how they involve firing with abnormally high frequency and synchrony. But not that long ago, say a century ago, epilepsy was viewed as a type of mental illness. And before that it was thought by many to be a communicable infectious disease. And at other times and places, it was thought to be caused by menstruation, or excessive sex, or excessive masturbation. But in 1487, two German scholars uncovered a cause of epilepsy that really seemed to hit the nail on the head. The two Dominican friars, Heinrich Kramer and Jacob Sprenger, published Malleus Maleficarum, Latin for Hammer of the Witches, the definitive treatise about why someone becomes a witch, how to identify them, and what to do with them. What was one of the surest ways to identify a witch? If they are seized by Satan, if they convulse from the malign power of the devil within them. Their guideline was the Gospel according to Mark 9:14-29. A man brings his son to Jesus, saying there is something wrong with him and asking Jesus to cure him. A spirit comes and seizes him, making him mute, and then that spirit throws him to the ground, where he foams at the mouth and grinds his teeth and becomes rigid. The man presents his son, who is promptly seized by that spirit and falls to the ground, convulsing and foaming. Jesus perceives that the boy is infested with an unclean spirit and commands that vile spirit to come out and be gone. The seizing ceases. Thus seizures were a sign of demonic possession, a certain marker of a witch. Malleus Maleficarum arrived in time to take advantage of mass production through the recently invented printing press. In the words of historian Geoffrey Russell, the swift propagation of the witch hysteria by the press was the first evidence that Gutenberg had not liberated man from original sin. The book was widely read and went through more than 30 editions over the subsequent century. Estimates are that from 100,000 to 1 million people were persecuted, tortured, or killed as witches in the aftermath. 28. I don't think much of Kramer and Sprenger. My assumption is that they were sadistic monsters, but that could reflect my being influenced too much by the likes of The Name of the Rose or the Da Vinci Code. Maybe they were opportunists who reasoned that the book would make their careers. Maybe they were utterly sincere. Instead, I imagine a scenario of an evening during the late 15th century. A church inquisitor comes home from work weary, burdened. His wife coaxes him to talk. It was a usual day of condemning witches, but this one case bothered me. Everyone testified about this woman, who falls and gnashes and convulses, a witch, without a doubt. I don't feel sorry for her. No one told her to open wide for Satan. But she had these two beautiful kids, you should have seen them, just so confused as to why their mother was being taken away. Distraught husband also. So that part was hard, seeing them suffer. But it is what it is. We burned her, of course. Burnings and killings and centuries were to pass until we in the West would have learned enough to say, it's not her, it's her disease. We're only a first, few baby steps into understanding any of this, so few that it leaves huge, unexplained gaps that perfectly smart people fill in with a homunculus. Nevertheless, even the staunchest believers in free will must admit that it is hemmed into tighter spaces than in the past. It's less than 2 centuries since science first taught us that the frontal cortex has something to do with appropriate behavior. Less than 70 years since we learned that schizophrenia is a biochemical disorder. Perhaps 50 years since we learned that reading problems of a type that we now call dyslexia aren't due to laziness, but instead involve microscopic cortical malformations. 25 since we learned that epigenetics alters behavior. The influential philosopher Daniel Dennett has written about the free will that is worth wanting. If there really is free will, it's getting consigned to domains too mundane to be worth the effort to want. Do I want briefs or boxer shorts today? 29. Recall those charts and tables showing the recentness of these scientific discoveries. If you believe that starting tonight at midnight, something will happen and science will stop, that there will be no new publications, findings, or knowledge relevant to this book, that we now know everything there is, then it is clear what one's stance should be. There are some rare domains where extremes of biological dysfunction cause involuntary changes in behavior, and we're not great at predicting who undergoes such changes. In other words, the homunculus is alive and well. But if you believe that there will be the accrual of any more knowledge, you've just committed to either the view that any evidence for free will ultimately be eliminated, or the view that, at the very least, the homunculus will be jammed into ever tinier places. And with either of those views, you've also agreed that something else is virtually guaranteed, that people in the future will look back at us as we do at purveyors of leeches and bloodletting and trepanation, as we look back at the 15th century experts who spent their days condemning witches, that those people in the future will consider us and think, my God, the things they didn't know then. The harm that they did. Archaeologists do something impressive, reflecting disciplinary humility. When archaeologists excavate a site, they recognize that future archaeologists will be horrified at their primitive techniques, at the destructiveness of their excavating. Thus they often leave most of the site untouched to await their more skillful disciplinary descendants. For example, astonishingly, more than 40 years after excavations began, less than 1% of the famed Qin dynasty terra-cotta army in China has been uncovered. Those adjudicating trials don't have the luxury of adjourning for a century until we really understand the biology of behavior. But at the very least the system needs the humility of archaeology, a sense that, above all else, we shouldn't act irrevocably. But what do we actually do in the meantime? Simple, which is easy for me to say, looking at the legal world from the soothing distance of my laboratory. Probably just three things. One is easy, one is very challenging to implement, and the third is nearly impossible. First, the easy one. If you reject free will and the discussion turns to the legal system, the crazy-making, inane challenge that always surfaces is that you do nothing about criminals, that they'd be free to walk the streets, wreaking havoc. Let's trash this one instantly. No rational person who rejects free will actually believes this, would argue that we should do nothing because, after all, the person has frontal damage, or because, after all, evolution has selected for the damaging trait to traditionally be adaptive, or because, after all, people must be protected from individuals who are dangerous. The latter can no more be allowed to walk the streets than you can allow a car, whose brakes are faulty, to be driven. Rehabilitate such people if you can, send them to the island of misfit toys forever if you can't, and they are destined to remain dangerous. Josh Green and Jonathan Cohen of Princeton wrote an extremely clear-headed piece on this. For the law, neuroscience changes nothing and everything. Where neuroscience and the rest of biology change nothing is in the continued need to protect the endangered from the dangerous. 30. Now for the nearly impossible issue, the one that changes everything, the issue of punishment. Maybe, just maybe, a criminal must suffer punishment at junctures in a behaviorist framework as part of rehabilitation, part of making recidivism unlikely by fostering expanded frontal capacity. It is implicit in the very process of denying a dangerous individual their freedom by removing them from society. But precluding free will precludes punishment being an end in and of itself, punishment being imagined to balance the scales of justice. It is the punisher's mindset where everything must be changed. The difficulty of this is explored in the superb book The Punisher's Brain, The Evolution of Judge and Jury 2014, by Morris Hoffman, a practicing judge and legal scholar. 31. He reviews the reasons for punishment, as we see from game theory studies, because punishment fosters cooperation. Because it is in the fabric of the evolution of sociality. And most important, because it can feel good to punish, to be part of a righteous and self-righteous crowd at a public hanging, knowing that justice is being served. This is a deep, atavistic pleasure. Put people in brain scanners, give them scenarios of norm violations. Decision-making about culpability for the violation correlates with activity in the cognitive DLPFC. But decision-making about appropriate punishment activates the emotional VMPFC, along with the amygdala and insula. The more activation, the more punishment. 32. The decision to punish, the passionate motivation to do so, is a frothy limbic state. As are the consequences of punishing. When subjects punish someone for making a lousy offer in an economic game, there's activation of dopaminergic reward systems. Punishment that feels just feels good. It makes sense that we've evolved such that it is limbic froth that is at the center of punishing, and that a pleasurable dopaminergic surge rewards doing so. Punishment is effortful and costly, ranging from foregoing a reward when rejecting a lowball offer in the ultimatum game to our tax dollars, paying for the dental plan of the prison guard who operates the lethal injection machine. That rush of self-righteous pleasure is what drives us to shoulder the costs. This was shown in one neuroimaging study of economic gameplay. Subjects alternated between being able to punish lousy offers at no cost and having to spend points they had earned to do so. And the more dopaminergic activation during no-cost punishment, the more someone would pay to punish in the other condition, 0.33. Thus the nearly impossible task is to overcome that. Sure, as I said, punishment would still be used in an instrumental fashion to acutely shape behavior. But there is simply no place for the idea that punishment is a virtue. Our dopaminergic pathways will have to find their stimulation elsewhere. I sure don't know how best to achieve that mindset. But crucially, I sure do know, we can do it, because we have before once people with epilepsy were virtuously punished for their intimacy with Lucifer. Now we mandate that if their seizures aren't under control, they can't drive. And the key point is that no one views such a driving ban as virtuous, pleasurable punishment, believing that a person with treatment-resistant seizures deserves to be banned from driving. Crowds of goitrous yahoos don't excitedly mass to watch the epileptic's driver's license be publicly burned. We've successfully banished the notion of punishment in that realm. It may take centuries, but we can do the same in all our current arenas of punishment. Which brings us to the huge practical challenge. The traditional rationales behind imprisonment are to protect the public, to rehabilitate, to punish, and finally to use the threat of punishment to deter others. That last one is the practical challenge, because such threats of punishment can indeed deter. How can that be done? The broadest type of solution is incompatible with an open society, making the public believe that imprisonment involves horrific punishments when, in reality, it doesn't. Perhaps the loss of freedom that occurs when a dangerous person is removed from society must be deterrence enough. Perhaps some conventional punishment will still be needed if it is sufficiently deterring. But what must be abolished are the views that punishment can be deserved and that punishing can be virtuous. None of this will be easy. When contemplating the challenge to do so, it is important to remember that some, many, maybe even most of the people who were prosecuting epileptics in the 15th century were no different from us, sincere, cautious, and ethical, concerned about the serious problems threatening their society, hoping to bequeath their children a safer world. Just operating with an unrecognizably different mindset. The psychological distance from them to us is vast, separated by the yawning chasm that was the discovery of it's not her, it's her disease. Having crossed that divide, the distance we now need to go is far shorter. It merely consists of taking that same insight and being willing to see its valid extension in whatever direction science takes us. The hope is that when it comes to dealing with humans whose behaviors are among our worst and most damaging, words like evil and soul will be as irrelevant as when considering a car with faulty brakes, that they will be as rarely spoken in a courtroom as in an auto repair shop. And crucially, the analogy holds in a key way, extending to instances of dangerous people without anything obviously wrong with their frontal cortex, genes, and so on. When a car is being dysfunctional and dangerous and we take it to a mechanic, this is not a dualistic situation where, if the mechanic discovers some broken widget, causing the problem, we have a mechanistic explanation, but, b, if the mechanic can't find anything wrong, we're dealing with an evil car. Sure, the mechanic can speculate on the source of the problem. Maybe it's the blueprint from which the car was built, maybe it was the building process, maybe the environment contains some unknown pollutant that somehow impairs function. Maybe someday we'll have sufficiently powerful techniques in the auto shop to spot some key molecule in the engine that is out of whack, but in the meantime we'll consider this car to be evil. Car free will also equals internal forces we do not understand yet. 34. Many who are viscerally opposed to this view charge that it is dehumanizing to frame damaged humans as broken machines. But as a final, crucial point, doing that is a hell of a lot more humane than demonizing and sermonizing them as sinners. W. Postscript, now for the hard part. As I write, there's news of the rescue of a few of the 200-plus Nigerian schoolgirls kidnapped in 2014 by the terrorist group Boko Haram. What these girls experienced is unimaginable: terror, pain, forced labor, endless rapes, pregnancies, AIDS. And as these few are returned home, many are shunned for their AIDS, for the belief that they've been brainwashed into being sleeper terrorists, for the rape-born children they carry. This does not augur well for their being anything other than broken forever. Chapter 11 emphasized the speciation when thems are made to seem so different that they hardly count as human. Chapter 15 considered the skill of demagogues at this, framing hated thems as insects, rodents, bacteria, malignancies, and feces. That provides a clear punchline: be wary of rabble-rousers who frame thems as things to step on, spray with toxins, or flush down toilets. Simple. But the speciating propaganda can be subtler. In the fall of 1990, Iraq invaded Kuwait, and in the run-up to the Gulf War, Americans were sickened by a story that emerged. On October 10, 1990, a 15-year-old refugee from Kuwait appeared before a Congressional Human Rights Caucus. 23. The girl, she would give only her first name, Nara, had volunteered in a hospital in Kuwait City. She tearfully testified that Iraqi soldiers had stolen incubators to ship home as plunder, leaving over 300 premature infants to die. Our collective breath was taken away. These people leave babies to die on the cold floor. They are hardly human. The testimony was seen on the news by approximately 45 million Americans, was cited by 7 senators when justifying their support of war, a resolution that passed by 5 votes, and was cited more than 10 times by George H.W. Bush in arguing for U.S. military involvement. And we went to war with a 92% approval rating of the president's decision. In the words of Representative John Porter, R. Illinois, who chaired the committee after Nara's testimony, "We have never heard, in all this time, in all circumstances, a record of inhumanity, and brutality, and sadism as the ones that Nara had given us today." Much later it emerged that the incubator story was a speciating lie. The refugee was no refugee. She was Nara al-Sabah, the 15-year-old daughter of the Kuwaiti ambassador to the United States. The incubator story was fabricated by the public relations firm Hill plus Knowlton, hired by the Kuwaiti government with the help of Porter and co-chair, Representative Tom Lantos, D. California. Research by the firm indicated that people would be particularly responsive to stories about atrocities against babies, you think? So the incubator tale was concocted, the witness coached. The story was disavowed by human rights groups, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and the media, and the testimony was withdrawn from the congressional record, long after the war. Be careful when our enemies are made to remind us of maggots and cancer and shit. But also beware when it is our empathic intuitions, rather than our hateful ones, that are manipulated by those who use us for their own goals. Cooperation. As explored in Chapter 10, understanding the evolution of cooperation poses 2 challenges. The first is the fundamental problem of how cooperation ever starts. The dispiriting logic of the prisoner's dilemma shows that whoever takes the first cooperative step becomes one step behind. As we saw, one plausible solution concerns founder populations. When a subset of a population becomes isolated and its average degree of relatedness rises, fueling cooperation through kin selection. 24. Should that founder population rejoin the general population, their cooperative tendencies will outcompete everyone else, thus propagating cooperation. Another solution involves green beard effects, that poor man's version of kin selection, where a genetic trait generates a conspicuous marker, and a cooperative bent toward bearers of that marker. In that setting, the green beardless will be outcompeted unless they also evolve cooperation. As we saw, green beard effects occur in various species. This raises the second challenge, namely understanding why humans are so extraordinarily cooperative with non-relatives. We hold elevator doors open for strangers, take turns at 4-way stop signs, get off buses in an orderly manner. We build cultures involving millions of people sharing conventions. This requires more than founder effects and greenbeards. In the years since Hamilton and Axelrod made tit for tat trendy, tons of work has explored human-specific mechanisms for fostering cooperation. There are many. Open-ended play. 2 individuals play the prisoner's dilemma, knowing that after a single round, they'll never meet again. Rationality decrees that you defect. There'll never be a chance to catch up if you fall behind in that first round. What about 2 rounds? Well, the second round requires non-cooperation for the same reasons the single-round game does. In other words, it never makes sense to cooperate in the final round. Thus, round 2 behavior determined, the game defaults to a single-round game where the rational strategy is to defect. 3 rounds. The same. In other words, playing for a known number of rounds biases against cooperation, and the more rational the players, the more they foresee this. It's open-ended play that fosters cooperation, an unknown number of rounds, producing the shadow of the future, where retribution is possible and the advantages of sustained mutual cooperation accumulate with increasing numbers of interactions. 25. Multiple games. 2 individuals play 2 games against each other simultaneously, alternating rounds between the two, where one game has a much lower threshold for establishing cooperation than the other. Once cooperation is established in that less cutthroat game, there is psychological spillover of cooperation into the other. This is why managers of tense, competitive offices bring in soothing outsiders to lead trust games, hoping that the low threshold demands for trust there will spill over into work life. Open book play. This is where the other player can see if you've been a jerk to people in the past. Reputation is a powerful facilitator of cooperation. That's what a moralizing God is about, the book whose play is eternally open. As we saw in Chapter 9, everyone from hunter-gatherers to urbanites gossip, doing so to open reputation books wider. 26. Open book play mediates a uniquely sophisticated type of human cooperation, namely indirect reciprocity. Person A helps person B, who helps C, who helps D. The reciprocity between 2 individuals in a closed interaction is like barter. But indirect, pay-it-forward reciprocity is like money, where the common currency is reputation. 27. Punishment. Other animals don't have reputations or ponder whether their interactions are open-ended. However, punishment to promote cooperation occurs in numerous species. This is shown when a male baboon who is being an aggressive brute to a female is chased out of the troop for a while by the victim and her relatives. Punishment can strongly facilitate cooperation, but its implementation is potentially double-edged in humans. All cultures show some degree of willingness to pay a cost to punish norm violators, and high degrees of willingness correlate with high levels of prosociality. One study examined rural Ethiopians who subsisted on selling charcoal, made from wood from local forests, a classic tragedy of the common scenario. No one is likely to spontaneously limit logging to keep the forest healthy. The study showed that villages with high average levels of willingness to administer costly punishment in an economic game were the ones with the most patrols to prevent overcutting of trees and the healthiest forests. And as seen in Chapter 9, cultures with gods who punish norm violations are atypically prosocial. 28. A complication in costly punishment is the cost, the danger that the costs of monitoring for and punishing violations may outweigh the benefits of the cooperation induced. A solution is to reduce surveillance after long stretches of cooperation, in other words, to trust. For example, probably very few Amish purchase costly retinal scanner home security systems. 29. Another complication concerns who does the punishing. In other species it is usually the victim, the second party. By definition, punishment in 2-person games in humans, e.g., the ultimatum game, is always by the second party. In that setting the punisher forgoes the measly share offered, in the hopes of deriving visceral satisfaction from depriving the first party of their larger share, and as seen in the last chapter, that is a major motivator of punishment, fueled by the amygdala and insula, b. in an effort to shape the first party into making fairer offers to the second party in the future, or c. as an altruistic act, hoping to shape the first party into being more decent to whomever they play next. This is complex for second parties, balancing costs and benefits, heart and mind, birds in the hand and in the bush. It might also result in the first party being offended by the rejection and becoming even less cooperative thereafter, an outcome in some game scenarios. 30. Humans uniquely and very effectively boost cooperation through third-party punishment meted out by objective outsiders. However, such punishing can be costly to the third party, meaning that there's the evolutionary challenge, not just of jump-starting cooperation, but also of jump-starting altruistic third-party punishment. 31. The answer, as repeatedly derived by humans, is to add layers. Develop secondary punishment, punishing someone who fails to do third-party punishment, the world of honor codes, where you're punished if you don't report a violation. An alternative is to reward third-party punishers. Humans make livings as cops and judges. Moreover, recent theoretical and empirical work shows that being a conspicuous, third-party punisher makes people trust you. But who monitors third-party punishers? Here is where you get people to share and lower the cost by taking sociality to the max. Costs are shouldered by everyone and free riders are punished, e.g., we pay taxes and punish tax evaders. When the moving parts are balanced, you generate extraordinary levels of cooperation. 32. The moving parts were examined in a fascinating 2010 science paper. The authors studied 113,000 online participants who each purchased an item, a souvenir photo, under one of the following conditions. 3. A. Could buy for a set price. This was the control condition. B. Could pay whatever they wanted. Sales soared but people tended to pay tiny amounts, putting the store in the red. C. Were charged the original price, knowing that the company gave X% of earnings to charity. Sales increased, but less than X% and the store lost money. D. Could pay whatever they wanted, with half of that going to a charity. This boosted both sales and the price voluntarily paid, yielding profits for the store and a large charitable contribution. In other words, while evidence of corporate social responsibility, scenario C, boosts sales a bit, it's far more effective when the individual and the business share social responsibility and the individual determines the amount of money donated. Choosing your partner. As we've seen, cooperators outcompete more numerous non-cooperators to the extent that the former can find one another. This is the logic behind green beards facilitating finding a kindred soul, if not kin. Thus, when that element is introduced into a game, with the ability to refuse to play with someone, cooperation soars, and more cheaply than by punishing defectors. 34. These findings reveal numerous theoretical routes for fostering cooperation, and with real-life equivalents. Moreover, we've learned a lot about which work best when. This is how we've evolved to collectively raise barns for neighbors, plant and harvest the whole village's rice crop, or coordinate marching band members to form a picture of their school's mascot. And oh yeah, to reiterate an idea aired previously, cooperation is a value-free term. Sometimes it takes a village to ransack a neighboring village. Reconciliation, and things that are not synonymous with it. So I'd caught a colobus monkey and was eating, getting to the good part, when this guy comes by, starts really begging for some. This got on my nerves and I snarled at him. Instead of taking a hint, he lunges, grabs the monkey's arm, starts yanking, so I bit his shoulder. He cleared out fast and sat at the other end of the clearing, his back to me. Once I calmed down, I thought a bit. To be honest, I probably should have shared some food with him. And while he definitely crossed a line when he grabbed, I probably should have nipped him instead of a real bite. So I'm feeling kind of bad. And besides, we work well together on patrols, it's probably good if we sort things out. So I take the monkey, sit near him. We're all awkward. He's not looking at me. I pretend there's a nettle between my toes. But eventually I give him some of the meat. He grooms me a bit. The whole thing was stupid. We should have done that in the first place. If you're a chimp, reconciliation is easy once your heart rate returns to normal. Sometimes for us too, touch a friend's shoulder, give a self-effacing grimace, say, hey, look, just now I was being and they cut you off, saying, no, it was me. I shouldn't. And things are okay. Easy. How about when everyone's trying to patch things up after your people have slaughtered 3/4 of theirs, or after they came as colonials, stole your land, and forced you to live in slum homelands for decades? Trickier. We're the only species that institutionalizes reconciliation and that grapples with truth, apology, forgiveness, reparations, amnesty, and forgetting. The apogee of institutionalized complexity is the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, TRC. The first came in the 1980s, and they've been depressingly useful ever since, occurring, for example, in Bolivia, Canada, Australia, Nepal, Rwanda, and Poland. Some TRCs have been in stable countries, Canada and Australia, facing up to their long history of abuse of indigenous peoples. Most, however, have come after a nation emerged from a bloody, divisive transition, a dictator overthrown, a civil war settled, a genocide halted. The popular perception is that their purpose is for perpetrators of abuse to confess, express remorse, and beg for forgiveness from victims, who then grant it, resulting in tearful embraces between the two. But instead, TRCS are typically exercises in pragmatism, where perpetrators basically say, "This is what I did, and I vow to never harm your people again," and the victims basically say, "Okay, we vow to not seek extrajudicial retribution." An often towering achievement, if less heartwarming. Probably the best studied TRC was South Africa's after the defeat of apartheid. It came with enormous moral legitimacy, being overseen by Desmond Tutu, and gained further legitimacy by, though overwhelmingly focusing on the acts of whites, also examining atrocities by African liberation fighters. Hearings were public and included victims getting to tell their stories. More than 6,000 of the perpetrators testified and applied for amnesty. This was granted to 13%. What happened to the tearful forgiveness scenarios? What about perpetrators at least showing remorse for their actions? It was not required, and few did. The goal was not to transform those individuals. It was to increase the odds that the shattered nation would function. In follow-up studies by the South African Center for the Study of Violence and Reconciliation, victim participants commonly felt that the TRC had been more successful at the national than the local level. Many were outraged that there were no apologies, no reparations, that many perpetrators remained in their jobs. Interestingly, echoing Chapter 15, many were equally angry about symbolic changes that had not occurred. Not only is this killer still a cop, but there's still a holiday/monument/street name celebrating apartheid. A wide majority of black, but not white, South Africans saw the TRC as fair and successful, and it accompanied South Africa's miraculously transitioning to freedom, rather than descending into civil war. Thus TRCS show the differences between reconciliation and the likes of remorse and forgiveness. 35. As every parent knows, a transparently insincere apology accomplishes little, and can even worsen things. But deep remorse is different. The New Yorker recounts the story of Lou Lobello, an American Iraq War veteran who accidentally killed 3 members of a family, collateral damage during a firefight. Haunted by it, he spent 9 years tracking down the survivors to apologize. Or consider Hazel Bryan Massery, the snarling white teenager at the center of the iconic 1957 Civil Rights Movement photograph of Elizabeth Eckford attempting to integrate Little Rock Central High School. A few years later, Massery contacted Eckford to apologize. 36. Do apologies work? It depends. One issue is what the person is apologizing for, ranging from the concrete, "I'm sorry I broke your toy," to the global and essentialist, "I'm sorry I viewed your people as not fully human." Another is what the apologizer aims to do about their remorse. And there's the makeup of the recipient of the apology. Studies show that victims who are oriented toward the workings of a collective system respond most to apologies that emphasize failure of that system. "I'm sorry, we police are supposed to protect, not break laws." Victims most oriented to relationships respond most to apologies that are empathic. "I'm sorry for the pain that I caused you, for taking your son." And victims who are most autonomous and independent respond most to apologies accompanied by offers of compensation. There is also the issue of who is apologizing. What does it mean that, in 1993, Bill Clinton apologized to Japanese Americans for their World War II internment? While the apology was laudable and accompanied by reparative money, could Clinton speak for FDR? 37. The issue of reparations is immensely complicated. At one extreme, reparations can be the ultimate proof of sincerity. This is at the heart of the slavery reparations movement. So much of America's growth into economic privilege was built on slavery, and so many of the subsequent benefits of the successful economy have been systematically denied to African Americans, that there should be reparations to the descendants of slaves. At the other extreme, reparations meant to purchase forgiveness offend. This was the reasoning behind the newly born state of Israel's refusal of reparations from Germany, unless it was accompanied by adequate remorse. At the end of these steps might arise one of the strangest things humans do: we forgive. 38. For starters, forgiving is not forgetting. If nothing else, that's neurobiologically unlikely. A rat learns to associate a bell with a shock and freezes when it hears it. When the next day, the bell repeatedly sounds without being accompanied by a shock, causing the freezing behavior to extinguish, the memory trace of that learning does not evaporate. Instead, it is overlaid with newer learning today. The bell is not bad news. As proof, suppose that the day after that, the bell again signals shock. If the initial learning of bell equals shock had been erased, it would take as long, this day, to learn the association as it did the first. Instead, there is rapid reacquisition, bell equals shock again. Forgiving someone doesn't mean you've forgotten what he did. There is a subset of victims who claim to have forgiven the perpetrator, to have relinquished their anger and desire for punishment. I include the word claim, not to imply skepticism, but to indicate that forgiveness is a self-reported state that can be claimed but not proven. Forgiveness can occur as a religious imperative. In the June 2015 Charleston church massacre, white supremacist Dylan Roof killed 9 parishioners at the Emmanuel African Methodist Episcopal Church. 2 days later, at Roof's arraignment, stunningly, family members of the dead were there to forgive him and pray for his soul. 39. Forgiveness can take extraordinary cognitive reappraisal. Consider the case of Jennifer Thompson Canino and Ronald Cotton. 40. In 1984, Thompson Canino was raped by a stranger. In a police lineup, she identified Cotton with great certainty. Despite claiming innocence, he was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. In the years after, friends tentatively wondered if she could now put the nightmare behind her. Like hell I'm able to, would be her response. She was consumed with her hatred for Cotton, with her desire to harm him. And then, more than 10 years into his prison sentence, DNA evidence exonerated Cotton. Another man had done it. He was incarcerated in Cotton's prison for other rapes and bragged about getting away with this one. Thompson Canino had identified the wrong man and convinced a jury. Issues of hatred or forgiveness were now on the other foot. When they finally met after Cotton's release and pardon, Thompson Canino said, "If I spent every minute of every hour of every day for the rest of my life telling you that I'm sorry, can you ever forgive me?" And Cotton said, "Jennifer, I forgave you years ago." His ability to do so involved profound reappraisal. Forgiving Jennifer for picking me out of that lineup as her rapist took less time than people think. I knew she was a victim and was hurting real bad. We were the victims of the same injustice by the same man, and this gave us a common ground to stand on. A complete reappraisal that made them us in their victimhood. The two now lecture together about the need for judicial reform. Ultimately, forgiveness is usually about one thing: this is for me, not for you. Hatred is exhausting, forgiveness, or even just indifference, is freeing. To quote Booker T. Washington, "I shall allow no man to belittle my soul by making me hate him." Belittle and distort and consume. Forgiveness seems to be at least somewhat good for your health. Victims who show spontaneous forgiveness or who have gone through forgiveness therapy as opposed to anger validation therapy show improvements in general health, cardiovascular function, and symptoms of depression, anxiety, and PTSD. Chapter 14 explored how compassion readily, perhaps inevitably, contains elements of self-interest. The compassionate granting of forgiveness epitomizes this. 41. We've now focused on forgiveness, apology, reparation, reconciliation, and the extent to which TRCS were about reconciliation rather than forgiveness. What about the truth part? It facilitates the healing process enormously. In the TRCS, perpetrator spilling truth, detailed, exhaustive, unflinching, and public, was the highest priority for victims. It's the need to know what happened, it's getting the villain to say the words, it's to show the world, look what they did to us. Recognizing our irrationalities. Despite the claims of some economists, we are not rational optimization machines. We are more generous in games than logic predicts. We decide if someone is guilty based on reasoning, but then decide their punishment based on emotion. Roughly half of us make different decisions about sacrificing one to save 5, depending if it involves pushing a person versus pulling a lever. We effortlessly resist cheating in circumstances where no one would know. We make strong moral decisions without being able to explain why. Thus, it's a good idea to recognize the systematic features to our irrationality. Sometimes we aim to eliminate these irrationalities. Perhaps the most fundamental one is the common visceral resistance to a simple fact: you don't make treaties with friends. It's to be expected that you passionately hate those whose hands you are about to shake, and that can't be an impediment to doing so. Another domain concerns discrepancies between our conscious opinions and what our implicit biases lead us to do. As we saw, them edges can be softened when implicit biases are made explicit. Doing so need not eliminate that bias. After all, You can't readily reason yourself out of a belief that you weren't originally reasoned into. Instead, revealing implicit biases indicates where to focus your monitoring to lessen their impact. This notion can be applied to all the realms of our behaviors being shaped by something implicit, subliminal, interoceptive, unconscious, subterranean, and where we then post hoc rationalize our stance. For example, every judge should learn that judicial decisions are sensitive to how long it's been since they ate. Another example to watch out for is the human potential for irrational optimism. For example, while people might accurately assess the risk of a behavior, they tend toward distortive optimism when assessing risk to themselves. Nah, that couldn't happen to me. Irrational optimism can be great, it's why only about 15% instead of 99% of humans get clinically depressed. But as emphasized by the Nobel Prize-winning psychologist Daniel Kahneman, irrational optimism in warfare is disastrous. This can range from the theologically optimistic conviction that God is on your side to the tendency of military strategists to overestimate their side's capabilities and underestimate those of the opposition. Piece of cake, full steam ahead, becomes the logical conclusion. Point 4.2. A final domain of irrationality that must be recognized concerns Chapter 15's sacred values, where purely symbolic acts can count for more than hard-nosed material concessions. Rationality may be key to establishing peace, but the irrational importance of sacred values is key to establishing lasting peace. Our incompetence at an aversion to killing. Video cameras are sufficiently ubiquitous these days to make privacy a threatened phenomenon. One consequence of such ubiquity is that scientists can be voyeuristic in new ways, which has produced an interesting finding. It concerns riots in soccer stadiums, football hooliganism, battles between ethnic or nationalist groups, partisans of each team, or often right-wing skinheads going at it. Footage of such events shows that few people actually fight. Most are on the sidelines watching or running around like agitated, headless chickens. Of those who fight, most throw an ineffectual punch or two before discovering that punching makes your hand hurt. The actual fighters are a tiny subset. As stated by one researcher, humans are bad at close range, hand-to-hand violence, even if civilization makes us a bit better at it. 43. Even more interesting is the evidence of our strong inhibitions against doing grievous harm to someone up close. The definitive exploration of this is the 1995 book on killing, The Psychological Cost of Learning to Kill in War and Society, by David Grossman, a professor of military science and retired U.S. Army colonel. 44. He frames the book around something noted after the Battle of Gettysburg. Of the almost 27,000 single-load muskets recovered from the field, almost 24,000 of them were loaded and unfired, 12,000 were loaded multiple times, 6,000 loaded 3 to 10 times. Lots of soldiers were standing there thinking, I'm going to shoot soon, yes I am, maybe I should reload my rifle first. These weapons were recovered from the thick of the battlefield, from men whose lives were at risk, while they were reloading. In Gettysburg most deaths were caused by artillery, not the infantry on the ground. In the heat of crazed battle, most men would load, tend to the wounded, shout orders, run away, or wander in a daze. Similarly, in World War II only 15 to 20% of riflemen ever fired their guns. The rest, running messages, helping people load ammunition, tending to buddies, but not aiming a rifle at someone nearby and pulling a trigger. Psychologists of warfare emphasize how, in the heat of battle, people don't shoot another human out of hatred or obedience, or even from knowing that this enemy is trying to kill them. Instead it's the pseudo-kinship of bands of brothers, to protect your buddies, to not let the guys next to you down. But outside those motivations, humans show a strong natural aversion to killing at close range. The most resistance is against hand-to-hand combat with a knife or bayonet. Next comes short-range firing with a pistol, then long-range firing, all the way to the easiest, which is bombs and artillery. The resistance can be psychologically modified. It's easier when you aren't targeting an identified individual, throwing a grenade into a group rather than shooting at one person. Killing as an individual is harder than in a group. While only that small subset of World War II riflemen fired their weapons, nearly all weapons operated by a team, e.g., machine guns, were fired. Responsibility is diluted, much as when a firing squad would know that one of them had received a blank, allowing every shooter to know that they might not have actually killed someone. Grossman's premise is supported by something new and startling. Since it morphed from battle fatigue, or shell shock, into a formal psychiatric illness, combat PTSD has been framed as a result of the sheer terror of being under attack, of someone trying to kill you and those around you. As we've seen, it is an illness where fear conditioning is overgeneralized and pathological, an amygdala grown large, hyperreactive, and convinced that you are never safe. But consider drone pilots, soldiers who sit in control rooms in the United States, directing drones on the other side of the planet. They are not in danger. Yet their rates of PTSD are just as high as those of soldiers actually in war. Why? Drone pilots do something horrifying and fascinating. A type of close-range, intimate killing like nothing in history, using imaging technology of extraordinary quality. A target is identified, and a drone might be positioned invisibly high in the sky over the person's house for weeks, the drone operator's always watching, waiting, say, for a gathering of targets in the house. You watch the target coming and going, eating dinner, taking a nap on his deck, playing with his kids. And then comes the command to fire, to release your Hellfire missile at supersonic speed. Here's one drone pilot, describing his first kill, 3 Afghanis targeted from his Air Force base in Nevada. The missile has hit and he watches through an infrared camera, which transmits heat signatures. The smoke clears, and there's pieces of the 2 guys around the crater. And there's this guy over here, and he's missing his right leg above his knee. He's holding it, and he's rolling around, and the blood is squirting out of his leg, and it's hitting the ground, and it's hot. His blood is hot. But when it hits the ground, it starts to cool off, the pool cools fast. It took him a long time to die. I just watched him. I watched him become the same color as the ground he was lying on. 45. But there would be more. Pilots wait to see who retrieves the bodies, who comes to the funeral, ready to perhaps release another strike. Or in other circumstances, the pilot might watch as an American convoy approaches a roadside IED booby trap, unable to warn them, or watch insurgents execute a shrieking civilian begging for mercy. The pilot above was 21. When he made that first kill, he would eventually accumulate 1,626 drone-mediated kills. No personal danger, an omnipresent eye in the sky. He could finish his shift and get a donut on the way home. Yet he and many of his fellow drone pilots succumbed to devastating PTSD. After reading Grossman, the explanation is simple. The deepest trauma is not the fear of being killed. It's doing the close-up, individuated killing, watching someone for weeks, and then turning him the color of the ground. Grossman cites that during World War II there were low rates of psychiatric breakdowns among sailors and medics, people who were just as endangered as infantrymen, but killed either impersonally, or not at all. Militaries train soldiers to override their inhibitions against killing, and Grossman notes that the training has become more effective. Trainees no longer fire at bullseyes, instead it's rapid-fire situations of mobile virtual reality figures coming at you, where shooting becomes reflexive. In the Korean War, 55% of American riflemen fired their weapons. In the Vietnam War, over 90%. And this was before the rise of violent, desensitizing video games. Maybe there will soon be completely different types of wars. Perhaps drones themselves will decide when to fire. Maybe wars will consist of autonomous weapons fighting each other, or each side racing to win with the most effective cyberattack on the other's computers. But as long as we still see the faces of those we kill, this seemingly natural inhibition will be vital. The possibilities. 'Tis remarkable the things humans can spend their lives studying. You can be a kineologist or a kaliologist, studying dust or birds' nests, respectively. There are betologists and brontologists, pondering brambles and thunder, and vexillologists and zygologists, with their dazzling knowledge of flags and of methods for fastening things. On and on, odontology and odontology, phonology and phonology, parapsychology and parasitology. A rhinologist and a nosologist fall in love and have a child who becomes a rhinological nosologist, studying the classification of nose diseases. The preceding pages suggest the possibility of physiology, the scientific study of the effects of trade, demographics, religion, intergroup contact, reconciliation, and so on the ability of humans to live in peace. An intellectual venture with great potential to help the world. But with each new example of us at our worst, from the pinpricks of petty meanness to massive carnage, this intellectual venture can feel like rolling a boulder uphill. And thus, to falsely separate cognition and effect, we conclude these many pages by fueling the emotional rather than intellectual certainty that there is hope, that things can change, that we can be changed, that we personally can cause change. Rousseau with a tale. For more than 30 years I spent my summers studying savanna baboons in the Serengeti ecosystem in East Africa. I love baboons, but I must admit that they're often violent and abusive, so that the weak suffer at the canines of the strong. Okay, some detachment. They're a highly sexually dimorphic tournament species with extensive escalated aggression and a strong propensity toward frustration displacement, i.e., they can be intensely shitty to one another. In the mid-1980s the baboon troop adjacent to my study group hit the jackpot. Their territory included a tourist lodge, as at tourist places anywhere in the wilds, it had always been a challenge, keeping wildlife from feeding on food garbage. Hidden in a grove of trees far from the lodge was a deep garbage pit, surrounded by a fence. But baboons climb fences, fences get knocked down, gates are left open, and that neighboring troop had taken to foraging daily in the dump. Like another widely dispersed primate, humans, baboons eat almost anything: fruit, plants, tubers, insects, eggs, prey they've killed, dead things they've scavenged. The remainders of one of my males, the morning after being attacked by a coalition of rivals. This transformed the garbage dump troop. Baboons normally descend from their sleeping trees at dawn and walk 10 miles a day. Foraging. Garbage dumpers slept in trees above the dump, waddled down at 8 o'clock to meet the garbage tractor from the lodge, spend 10 minutes in frenzied competition for discarded roast beef and drumsticks and plum pudding, and then waddle out for a nap. I'd even darted garbage dump animals and studied them with colleagues. They put on weight, thickened with subcutaneous fat, had elevated circulating levels of insulin and triglycerides, had the start of metabolic syndrome. 46. Breakfast time as garbage is dumped from a cart. Somehow baboons in my troop got word of the feasting over the hill, and soon half a dozen would head over each morning to join. It wasn't random who did this, who would try to compete for food against 50 or 60 thems. The ones who tried were male, big, and aggressive. And morning is when baboons do much of their socializing, sitting in contact, grooming, playing, so going for garbage meant foregoing the socializing. The males who went each morning were the most aggressive, least affiliative members of the troop. Not long after, there was a tuberculosis outbreak among the garbage dump baboons. In humans, tuberculosis is a chronic disease, slowly consuming you with consumption. In non-human primates, TB is wildfire, spreading rapidly, killing within weeks. Kenyan wildlife vet colleagues and I identified the cause of the outbreak. The meat inspector at the lodge was being bribed to approve tubercular. Cows for slaughter animals were killed, unsightly legionish organs discarded and then consumed by baboons. Most of the garbage dump troop died, as did all my males who raided the dump. 47. This was kinda upsetting to me. I habituated a new troop at the other end of the park and wouldn't go anywhere near the remnants of my troop for half a dozen years. Finally, my soon-to-be wife visiting Kenya for the first time, I worked up the nerve to return to the troop to show her the baboons of my youth. They were unlike any baboon troop documented, exactly like what you'd expect if you eliminated half the adult males, producing a 2:1 female-to-male ratio instead of the typical 1:1. And if the males remaining were particularly unaggressive and affiliative. 48. They stayed close together, sat in contact, and groomed more than average. Levels of aggression were lower, and in an informative way. Males still had a dominance hierarchy. Number 3 would still fight with numbers 4 and 2, defending his status and seeking a promotion. But there was minimal displacement aggression onto innocent bystanders. When number 3 lost a fight, he'd rarely terrorize number 10 or a female. Stress hormone levels were low. The neurochemistry of anxiety and benzodiazepines worked differently in these individuals. Here's a measure of it, a picture. That, if you're a baboonologist, is more surprising than one showing. Baboons inventing the wheel. 2. Adult males grooming. That hardly ever happens. Except in this troop. And now the most important part. Female baboons remain in their birth troop, whereas males get itchy around puberty and leave, trying their luck anywhere from the troop next door to 130 miles away. By the time I returned to this troop. Most of the males who had avoided the TB had died. The troop was filled with males who had transferred in after the TB. In other words, adolescent males had grown up in typical baboon troops, and then joined this one and adopted the style of low aggression and high affiliation. The troop's social culture was being transmitted. How? Adolescents who joined the troop were no less aggressive or displacing than those joining other troops. There wasn't self-selection. There was no evidence of social instruction occurring. Instead, the most likely explanation involved resident females. These were probably the least stressed female baboons on Earth, not being subject to typical male displacement aggression. In this more relaxed state, they were more willing to risk affiliative overtures to new individuals. In a typical baboon troop, it is more than 2 months before females first groom or sexually solicit new transfer males. In this troop, it was a matter of days to weeks. Coupled with the lack of displacement aggression from resident males, this caused the new transfer males to gradually change, assimilating into the troop culture in about 6 months. Thus, when treated in a less aggressive, more affiliative manner, adolescent baboons start doing the same. In 1965, a rising star of primatology, Irvin Dever of Harvard, published the first overview of the subject. 49. Discussing his own specialty, savanna baboons, he wrote that they have acquired an aggressive temperament as a defense against predators, and aggressiveness cannot be turned on and off like a faucet. It is an integral part of the monkey's personalities, so deeply rooted that it makes them potential aggressors in every situation. Thus savanna baboons became, literally, textbook examples of an aggressive, stratified, male-dominated primate. Yet as we see here, this picture is not universal or inevitable. Humans have formed both small nomadic bands and megastates and have demonstrated a flexibility whereby uprooted descendants of the former function in the latter. Human mating patterns are atypically flexible, and our societies feature monogamy, polygyny, or polyandry. We have fashioned religions where certain types of violence earn you paradise and others where the same violence consigns you to hell. Basically, if baboons unexpectedly show this much social plasticity, so can we. Anyone who says that our worst behaviors are inevitable knows too little about primates, including us. One person. Somewhere between neurons, hormones, and genes on one hand and culture, ecological influences, and evolution on the other, sits the individual. And with more than 7 billion of us, it's easy to feel that no single individual can make much of a difference. But we know that's not true. There's the obligatory list of those who changed everything: Mandela, Gandhi, MLK, Rosa Parks, Lincoln, Aung San Suu Kyi. Yes, they often had scads of advisors. But they were the catalysts, the ones who paid with their freedom or their lives. And there are whistleblowers who took great risks to trigger change: Daniel Ellsberg, Karen Silkwood, W. Mark Felt, Watergate's Deep Throat, Samuel Pruvence, the U.S. soldier who revealed the abuses at Abu Ghraib prison, Edward Snowden. But there are also lesser-known people, acting alone, or in small numbers, with extraordinary impact. Take Mohamed Bouazizi, a 26-year-old fruit seller in Tunisia, then in its 23rd year of corrupt and repressive rule by a dictator. At the market, the police hassled Bouazizi about an imaginary permit, expecting a bribe. He refused, not out of principle, he'd often bribed, but because he lacked the money. He was kicked and spat upon, his fruit cart overturned. His complaint at the government office was ignored. And within an hour of being preyed upon by the police on December 10, 2010, Bouazizi stood in front of that office, doused himself with gasoline, shouted, "How do you expect me to make a living?" and set himself on fire. Bouazizi's immolation and death triggered protests in Tunisia against the leader, Zine El Abidine Ben Ali, against his ruling party, against the police. The protests grew, and within a month, the government and Ben Ali were overthrown. Bouazizi's act led to protests in Egypt, toppling Hosni Mubarak's 30-year dictatorship. Likewise in Yemen, ending Ali Abdullah Saleh's 34-year rule. And in Libya, leading to the overthrow and killing of Muammar Gaddafi after 43 years in power. And in Syria, where protests morphed into civil war. And in Jordan, Oman, and Kuwait, leading to the resignations of their prime ministers. And in Algeria, Iraq, Bahrain, Morocco, and Saudi Arabia, producing semblances of governmental reform. The Arab Spring. Bouazizi wasn't thinking about political reform in the Muslim world when he lit the match. Instead, there was rage with nowhere to go, but inward. Make what you will of the Arab Spring's brief hopefulness, followed by new strongmen, violence, refugees, and the catastrophe of Syria and ISIS. And perhaps history makes the self-immolator as much as the self-immolator makes history. Regional discontent had long been brewing. Regardless, Bouazizi's singular act catalyzed millions in 20 countries to decide that they could cause change. Anti-government protesters displaying a picture of Bouazizi. There have been other singular acts. In the mid-1980s, a commemoration was being held at the Pearl Harbor Memorial on the anniversary of the attack. A group of survivors who had gathered were approached by an elderly man. This was his third trip to the memorial, trying to work up his nerve. He approached the survivors and, in halting English, apologized. 50. The man, Zengi, was a fighter pilot in the 1937 Japanese invasion of China and throughout the Pacific during World War II, including helping to lead the attack on Pearl Harbor. Little in his earlier life predicted Abe's apologizing as an old man. His inculcation into war started early, when he joined a military academy as a 7th grader. His experience of war was detached. He never killed an American soldier at close quarters. The Pearl Harbor attack felt like a training exercise. His sense of responsibility could readily have been blunted as the bomb he dropped hadn't detonated, and his country had been defeated. Some things favored Abe's gesture. He had been captured and spent a year as a POW, treated decently by Americans. And he felt shame about the attack. Pilots had been told that war against America had been declared that morning, that American defenses would be ready. He soon learned that instead it was a sneak attack. Some larger factors favored his gesture as well. Japanese/American relations had transformed. And Americans were not traditional enemies. The racial, cultural, and geographic distance might have facilitated the speciation of Americans, but it was nouveau speciation, contrasting with centuries of hatred of a nearby enemy. Abe never went to China to apologize for the rape of Nanking. As we know, thems come in different categories. So these likelihoods and unlikelihoods converged, and Abe stood there, along with 9 other pilots who had flown that day, apologizing. Some survivors refused the overture. Most accepted it. Abe and other pilots made subsequent trips to Pearl Harbor and had multi-day meetings with American survivors. Reconciliative handshakes were broadcast on the Today Show for the 50th anniversary. Survivors generally considered the pilots to have just been following orders, and found their current actions brave and admirable. Abe became close with one survivor, Richard Fisk, a docent at the memorial. Fisk had been on one of the ships during the attack, lost many friends among the 2,390 Americans killed, fought at Iwo Jima, described himself as so hating the Japanese that he developed a bleeding ulcer. For reasons he never fully understood, Fisk was the first to accept Abe's gesture. Other Japanese and Americans became close as well, visiting the homes and, eventually, the grave sites of their ex-enemies. Left, Zengi Abe, December 6, 1941. Right, Abe and Richard Fisk, December 6, 1991. The process was rich in symbols, starting with an apology that, as we've seen, changes nothing and everything. Abe gave Fisk money so that, for the rest of his life, Fisk placed flowers monthly at the memorial. Fisk, a bugler, took to playing not only taps at the memorial, but the Japanese equivalent as well. Some semblance of US-ness had emerged that included everyone there that infamous day. Perhaps most important, Abe's singular act isn't singular. There are now travel agencies specializing in serving American Vietnam War vets returning to Vietnam for reconciliation ceremonies with ex-Viet Cong. Veterans have spearheaded organizations such as Friends of Da Nang, doing service projects in Vietnam, building schools, clinics, and literal bridges. 51. This picture segues into another extraordinary act. Arguably the single most shocking event of the Vietnam War, an atrocity that finally shook America's self-perception as a force of good, was the My Lai massacre. On March 16, 1968, a company of American soldiers under the command of Lieutenant William Calley Jr. attacked the unarmed civilians of the village of My Lai. 52. The company had been in Vietnam all of 3 months and had no direct enemy contact. They had, however, suffered 28 deaths or injuries due to booby traps and mines, reducing the company's number to around 100. The common interpretation, one that we readily recognize by now, is that they had a fierce, vengeful desire to connect faces to this faceless enemy. The official rationale was that the village harbored Viet Cong fighters and civilian sympathizers. There is minimal evidence to support this. Some of the participants reported being instructed to kill only Viet Cong fighters, others that they should kill everyone, burn houses, kill livestock, and destroy wells. Regardless of these conflicting reports, the rest, as they say, is agonizing history. Between 350 and 500 unarmed civilians, including infants and elderly people, were killed. Bodies were mutilated and dumped down wells, huts and fields set ablaze, numerous women gang raped before being killed. Cali was described to have personally shot children under their mothers, who had died sheltering them. The Americans encountered no enemy fire, found no military-aged men. It was destruction of biblical proportions, or Roman proportions, or Crusader, or Viking, or this destruction was photographed. The horror is worsened because My Lai was not a solitary atrocity, and the government labored to conceal events and slapped Cali on the wrist, sentencing him to 3 years of house arrest. There was by no means universal participation by Americans. Ultimately 26 soldiers were criminally charged, with Cali the only one convicted. Just following orders was the order of the day. 53 individual thresholds varied. One soldier killed a mother and child and then refused to do more. Another helped herd civilians together but refused to fire. Some refused orders outright, even in the face of threats of court-martial or being shot. 1. PFC Michael Bernhardt refused and threatened to report events to superiors. Officers subsequently placed him on more dangerous patrols, perhaps hoping he'd be killed. Iconic photos of the nightmare. Left, civilians seconds before being killed. The woman in the back holding her child had just been raped. Right, dead villagers. And 3 men halted the killings. Predictably, they were outsiders. The catalyst was Warrant Officer Hugh Thompson Jr., age 25, who was flying a helicopter, along with 2 crew members, Glenn Andriota and Lawrence Colburn. Perhaps pertinent to what occurred was the fact that Thompson descended from Native American survivors of the Trail of Tears Death March. His religious parents raised him in the 1950s in rural Georgia to oppose segregation. Colburn and Andriota were observant Catholics. Thompson and his crew had flown over the village intending to aid the infantry fighting Viet Cong. Instead of evidence of a battle, they saw masses of dead civilians. Thompson initially thought that the village was under attack with Americans protecting villagers, but couldn't figure out where the attack was coming from. He landed the copter amid the chaos and saw one soldier, Sergeant David Mitchell, firing into a mass of injured, wailing civilians in a ditch and another, Captain Ernest Medina, shoot a woman point blank. Thompson realized who was doing the attacking. He confronted Cali, who was higher ranking than him, and told him to mind his damn business. Thompson saw a group of women, children, and elderly men huddling by a bunker with American soldiers approaching them, preparing to attack. Discussing what happened next, more than 20 years later, he described his feelings about those soldiers. They were the enemy at that time, I guess. They were damn sure the enemy to the people on the ground. He did something of dizzying strength and bravery, something that proves every word in this book about how them categorizations can change in an instant. Hugh Thompson landed his helicopter between the villagers and the soldiers, trained his machine guns on his fellow Americans, and ordered his crew to mow them down if they attempted to further harm the villagers. Left, Glenn Andriota, right to left, Hugh Thompson, Lawrence Colburn, and Duhoa, who they rescued from the ditch as a child. My Lai Village, 1998. Thus we have one person impulsively changing history in 20 countries, another who overcame decades of hatred to catalyze reconciliation, others who overcame every reflex of their training to do the right thing. Time for one last singular person, one who inspires me enormously. The person was the Anglican cleric John Newton, born in 1725.54. Well, that doesn't sound too exciting. He's best known for composing the hymn Amazing Grace. Oh, cool, that, along with Leonard Cohen's Hallelujah, always move me. Newton also was an abolitionist, a mentor to William Wilberforce in his parliamentary battle to outlaw slavery in the British Empire. Okay, getting better. Now get this, as a young man, Newton had captained a slave ship. Bingo, that's the setup: a man overseeing and profiting from slavery, a flash of religious and moral insight, dramatic recategorization of us and them, dramatic expansion of his humanity, dramatic commitment to make amends for the savagery he had done. You can practically see Chapter 5's neural plasticity on fire in Newton's brain. Nothing resembling this occurred. Newton, the son of a ship captain, goes to sea with his father at age 11. At 18 he is pressed into service in the Navy, tries to desert and is flogged. Newton manages to escape and works on a West African slave ship. Get ready for him to see the similarity between the captivity of these people and his own experience, to have a revelation. No such thing occurs. He works on the slave ship and is apparently so detested by everyone that they dump him in what is now Sierra Leone with a slaver who gives him to his wife as a slave. He's rescued. The ship he is on, returning to England, is caught in a horrific storm and starts to sink. Newton calls out to God, the ship doesn't sink, and he has a spiritual conversion to evangelical Christianity. He signs up to work on another slave ship. Get ready now, he's found God, has just been a slave himself, and is poised to suddenly recognize the horror that was the slave trade. Nope. He professes some sympathy for slaves, grows deeper into his evangelical conversion. He eventually becomes captain of a slave ship and works another 6 years before stopping. At last he's seen his actions for what they are. Not that either. It's because his health was declining from those tough voyages. He works as a tax collector, studies theology, applies to become an Anglican priest. And he invests his money in slave trading ventures. In the parlance of my native Brooklyn, from when it was not yet trendy, can you believe this fucking guy? He becomes a popular preacher, known for his sermons and pastoral concern. He composes hymns, speaks out for the poor and downtrodden. Presumably, somewhere along the way he stops investing in slavery, maybe because of his conscience, maybe because better investments come along. Still, not a word about slavery. Finally he publishes a pamphlet denouncing it, 34 years after stopping being a slaver. That's a lot of time spent as a blind wretch. Newton's is a rare voice among abolitionists, someone who has witnessed those horrors, let alone inflicted them. He becomes the major abolitionist voice in England and lives to see England ban the slave trade in 1807. There's no way I could ever be Thompson, Andriota, or Colburn. I'm not brave. I run away to solitary African field sites instead of confronting difficult things. Maybe, at best, I would have been one of the soldiers standing in confusion, compelled by the inhibitions that Grossman discusses into repeatedly checking my rifle to make sure it was loaded, rather than firing it. I see little indication that as an old man I will achieve the grace and moral stature of a Zengi, Abe, or a Richard Fisk. Buazizi's act is incomprehensible to me. But Newton is different. Newton is familiar. He takes convenient comfort from the Bible's embrace of slavery, spends decades resisting the possibility of his personal morality, moving past its conventions. He shows great empathy but applies it selectively. He expands his circle of who counts as an US, but only so far. We saw how the person who emerges from the crowd to run into the burning building typically acts before thinking, displaying an ingrained automaticity of doing the harder, better thing. There's no automaticity with Newton. We can practically see his DLPFC laboring with all that rationalizing. There's nothing I can do, it's too big for one person to challenge, better to be concerned about the needy who are close to home. I can use the profits from the investments for good works, those people really are so fundamentally different, I'm tired. Yes, journeys begin with a single step, but with Newton it's 10 steps forward, 9 self-serving ones back. Thompson's moment of moral perfection feels as unattainable to me as aspiring to be a gazelle or a waterfall or an incandescent sunset. But there's hope for us with our foibles and inconsistencies and frailties, as we watch Newton slowly lurch his way toward being a moral titan. 1788 illustration created by abolitionists of the number of slaves, 487, a British ship could legally hold during a transatlantic voyage. In actuality, ships transported far more people than that. Finally, the potential for collective power. There is an anecdote from the Peninsular War of 1807-14, told by Major General George Bell, then an ensign. There was a bridge separating the opposing British and French, with a sentry posted by each side to sound an alarm should the enemy rush across the bridge. 55. A British officer was making rounds and found the British sentry there in an unlikely situation, carrying British and French muskets, one on each shoulder, seemingly guarding the bridge for the two opposing armies, with no French sentry in sight. His explanation? His French counterpart had snuck off to buy some liquor for them to share and, naturally, he was watching the other guy's gun. Fraternizing between enemy soldiers is remarkably frequent in war. It's most common when they're the same race and major religion and when they are enlisted men rather than officers. It's also more common when individual enemies, rather than groups, encounter each other when it's the same person day after day, e.g., guarding the bridge opposite you, when someone could have shot you but didn't. Fraternizing rarely involves discussions about life, death, and geopolitics. Instead, it's things like bartering food, since the other side's rations can't be as bad as yours, cigarettes, or alcohol, or complaining about the miserable weather, the miserable officers. 56. In the Spanish Civil War, Republican and fascist troops regularly met at night to drink, barter, and exchange newspapers, everyone on the lookout for officers. In the Crimean War there was regular bartering across enemy lines of Russian vodka for French baguettes. One British soldier in the Peninsular War described how in the evenings, British and French troops played cards around campfires. And in the American Civil War, Yankee and rebel soldiers would fraternize, barter, trade newspapers, and, with piercing poignancy, hold joint baptismal services, the evening before a battle that would clearly be a bloodbath. Thus enemy soldiers have frequently found common ground. A little over 100 years ago, two such events occurred on a stunning scale. It must be admitted that some good came of World War I, thanks to the subsequent collapse of three empires. People in the Baltic, the Balkans, and Eastern Europe gained independence. But from anyone else's perspective, it was a pointless slaughter of 15 million people. The war to end all wars, leading to the ruinous peace to end all peace, turned out to be just another of centuries of examples of Europe devouring its young with meaningless conflict. But amid the quagmire of World War I came two examples of hope that, for want of a better word, seem almost miraculous. German and British soldiers posing together. First is the Christmas truce of 1914, when officers up and down the trenches tentatively shouted, "No shoot," in another language and met opposing officers in no man's land. The truce began as an agreement to halt hostilities during Christmas dinner and for retrieval of the dead. Things spread from there. As extensively documented, soldiers on both sides loaned each other shovels for digging graves. And then helped out. And then held joint burial services. Which led to exchanges of food, drink, and tobacco. Eventually, unarmed soldiers swarmed into no man's land, prayed and caroled together, shared dinner, exchanged gifts. Enemy combatants took group portraits, buttons and helmets were exchanged as souvenirs, plans were made to meet when the war was over. Most famously, soccer matches were held with improvised balls, with scores rarely kept. 57. One historian records a chilling anecdote concerning a German soldier, writing home about the truce, mentioning that not everyone participated. There was one soldier who condemned the others as traitors, an obscure corporal named Hitler. But for most of the 500 miles of trenches, the truce held through Christmas, and often even New Year's. It took officers' threats of court-martial to get everyone back to fighting, soldiers wishing their counterparts a safe war. Stunning, moving, heartbreaking. And with only sporadic exceptions, it never happened again, as even brief Christmas truces to retrieve the dead led to court-martials. Why did the 1914 truce work? The unique static nature of trench warfare meant that soldiers faced each other day after day. This prompted often friendly taunting across the lines in the period preceding Christmas, establishing a vague sense of connection. Moreover, the repeated interactions produced a shadow of the future, betray the truce, and expect no holds-barred revenge. The success was also aided by everyone sharing the same Judeo-Christian tradition and Western European culture. Many knew the other's language, had visited the other's country. They were of the same race, and pejoratively calling the enemy Fritz completely differs from the speciation of the Vietnam War's gooks, slants, and dinks. Additional factors explain why the truce mostly involved British and German troops. While the French fought passionately on their own soil, Brits had no particular animosity toward Germans and typically perceived themselves as fighting to save les derrières of the French, their frequent historical enemy. Ironically, during the truce British soldiers would tell Germans that they both should be fighting the French. Meanwhile, by chance, most of the German soldiers were Saxons who expressed a cousinly affinity for British Anglo-Saxons, suggesting that they should both be fighting the Prussians, the resented dominating group in Germany. And perhaps most important, the truce was aided by top-down approval. Officers typically negotiated, figures such as the Pope called for a truce, it was a holiday that stood for peace and goodwill toward all men. Thus we have the Christmas truce. Remarkably, something even more miraculous occurred during the war. In what has been termed the live and let live phenomenon, soldiers in the trenches repeatedly evolved stable truces, without exchanging a word, without a shared religious holiday, without the sanction of officers and leaders. How did this occur? As documented by the historian Tony Ashworth in Trench Warfare, 1914 to 1918, it would begin passively. Troops on both sides ate around the same time, and guns would go silent then. Who wants to interrupt dinner in order to kill someone, or be killed? The same would occur during awful weather, when everyone's priority became flooded trenches or avoiding freezing to death. 58. Mutual restraint also emerged in circumstances shadowed by the future. Wagon trains delivering food were easy artillery targets, but were left unharmed to prevent reciprocal shelling. Similarly, latrines were spared. These truces emerged when soldiers chose not to do something. But truces were also established by overt action. How? Have your best sniper put a bullet into the wall of an abandoned house near enemy lines. Then have him do it again and again, repeatedly hitting the same spot. What are you communicating? Look how good our guy is. He could have aimed at you instead but chose not to. What are you going to do about it? And the other side would reciprocate with their best sniper. An agreement to shoot over each other's heads had been established. The key was ritualization, shooting repeatedly at the same inconsequential target, renewing the commitment to peace daily at the same time. Live and let live truces could withstand perturbations. Soldiers signaled the other side that they had to shoot for real for a while. Officers were coming. The system survived violations. If some gung-ho rookie lobbed a shell into the other's trenches, the most common convention was 2 shells back, often aimed at important targets. And then the peace would resume. Ashworth described such a violation where Germans unexpectedly fired a shell into British trenches. Soon a German shouted, "We are very sorry about that, we hope no one was hurt. It is not our fault, it is that damned Prussian artillery." And back flew 2 British shells. Live and let live truces emerged repeatedly. And repeatedly brass in the rear would intervene, rotating troops, threatening court-martials, ordering savage raids requiring hand-to-hand combat, that would shatter any sense of shared interests between enemies. We see the evolution, initial low-cost overtures with immediate benefits, such as not shooting during dinner, transitioning through gradations of increasingly elaborate restraint and signaling. And we recognize the modified tit-for-tat in dealing with truce violations, with its propensity toward cooperation, punishment for violations, mechanisms for forgiveness, and clear rules. So, hooray, just like social bacteria, we can evolve cooperation. But one thing that a cooperative bacterium lacks is a psyche. Ashworth thoughtfully explored the psychology of how live and let live participants began to view the enemy. He described a sequence of steps. First, once any mutual restraint emerged, the enemy had established that they were rational, with incentives to hold fire. This prompted a sense of responsibility in dealing with them. This was initially purely self-serving, don't violate an agreement because they'll violate back. With time, the responsibility developed a moral tinge, tapping into most people's resistance to betraying someone who deals reliably with them. The specific motivations for truces generated insights. Hey, they don't want dinner disturbed any more than we do, they don't want to fight in this rain either, they also deal with officers who screw up everything. There'd be a creeping sense of camaraderie. This produced something striking. The war machines in combatant countries spewed the usual pseudo-speciating propaganda. But in studying soldiers, diaries and letters, Ashworth observed minimal hostility toward the enemy expressed by trench soldiers. The further from the front, the more hostility. In the words of one frontline soldier, quoted by Ashworth, "At home one abuses the enemy, and draws insulting caricatures. How tired I am of grotesque Kaisers. Out here, one can respect a brave, skillful, and resourceful enemy. They have people they love at home, they too have to endure mud, rain and steel. Us and them would be in flux. If someone is shooting at you or your band of brothers, they are certainly a them. But otherwise them was more likely to be the rats and lice, the mold in the food, the cold. As well as any comfortable officer at headquarters who would be, in the words of another trench soldier, an abstract tactician who from far away disposes of us." American and German propaganda posters. These truces could not persist, the final phases of the war obliterated them, as the British High Command adopted a nightmarish strategy of war by attrition. In thinking of the Christmas truce and the live and let live system, I always have the same fantasy, a very different one from the fantasy that began this book. What would have happened if there had been two additional inventions during World War I? The first is modern mass communications, texting, Twitter, Facebook. The second is a mindset that emerged only among World War I's shattered survivors, the cynicism of modernity. Men up and down hundreds of miles of trenches repeatedly reinvented, live and let live, unaware that they were not alone. Imagine text bouncing along and across the trenches, a million soldiers at death's door saying, "This is bullshit. None of us here want to fight anymore, and we've figured out a way to stop." They could have ended it, tossed down their guns, could have ignored or ridiculed, or killed any objecting officer, spouting obscenities about God and country, could have gone home to kiss their loved ones and then face the real enemy, the bloated aristocracy who would sacrifice them for their own power. It is easy to have this fantasy about the Great War, a distant museum piece festooned with twirly mustaches and silly plumed officers' helmets. It behooves us to step back from the grainy, black and white photos and to consider a hugely difficult thought experiment. Our contemporary adversaries kidnap girls and sell them into slavery, commit atrocities and, instead of concealing them, display the evidence online. When I read the news of the things they've done, I hate them passionately. It's impossible to imagine kicking back, having a group sing along of "I Saw Mommy Kissing Santa Claus" and exchanging Christmas tchotchkes with Al-Qaeda grunts. Yet time does interesting things. The hatred between Americans and Japanese during World War II was boundless. American recruiting posters advertised Jap hunting licenses. One veteran of the Pacific Theater described a common event, writing in The Atlantic in 1946, "American soldiers boiled the flesh off enemy skulls to make table ornaments for sweethearts, or carved their bones into letter openers." 59. And there's the bestial treatment of American POWs by the Japanese. If Richard Fisk had wound up a POW, Zenji Abe might have helped march him to death. If the former had killed the latter in battle, he might have made a souvenir of his skull. And instead, more than 50 years later, one would write a letter of condolence to the other's grandchildren upon the death of Grandpa. A key point of the previous chapter was that those in the future will look back on us and be appalled at what we did amid our scientific ignorance. A key challenge in this chapter is to recognize how likely we are to eventually look back at our current hatreds and find them mysterious. Daniel Dennett has pondered a scenario of someone undergoing surgery, without anesthesia but with absolute knowledge that afterward they'd receive a drug that would erase all memory of the event. Would pain be less painful if you knew that it would be forgotten? Would the same happen to hatred if you knew that with time, it would fade and the similarities between us and them would outweigh the differences? And that 100 years ago, in a place that was hell on earth, those with the most temptation to hate often didn't even need the passage of time for that to happen? The philosopher George Santayana provided us with an aphorism so wise that it has suffered the fate of becoming a cliché. Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. In the context of this final chapter, we must turn Santayana on his head. Those who do not remember the extraordinary truces of the World War I trenches, or who do not learn of Thompson, Colburn, and Andriota, or of the reconciliative distances traveled by Abe and Fisk, Mandela and Viljoen, Hussein and Rabin, or of the stumbling, familiar moral frailties that Newton vanquished, or who do not recognize that science can teach us how to make events like these more likely. Those who do not remember these are condemned to be less likely to repeat these reasons too. Ope. W. Epilogue. Eve covered lots of ground, and some themes have arisen repeatedly. It's worth reviewing them before considering two final points. As the single most important of them, virtually every scientific fact presented in this book concerns the average of what's being measured. There is always variation, and it's often the most interesting thing about a fact. Not every person activates the amygdala when seeing the face of a them. Not every yeast adheres to another one bearing the same surface protein marker. Instead, on the average, both do. Reflecting this, I've just discovered that this book contains variations on average typically, usually, often, tend to, and generally more than 500 times. And I probably should have inserted them even more as reminders. There are individual differences and interesting exceptions everywhere you look in science. Now, in no particular order. It's great if your frontal cortex lets you avoid temptation, allowing you to do the harder, better thing. But it's usually more effective if doing that better thing has become so automatic that it isn't hard. And it's often easiest to avoid temptation with distraction and reappraisal rather than willpower. While it's cool that there's so much plasticity in the brain, it's no surprise, it has to work that way. Childhood adversity can scar everything from our DNA to our cultures, and effects can be lifelong, even multi-generational. However, more adverse consequences can be reversed than used to be thought. But the longer you wait to intervene, the harder it will be. Brains and cultures co-evolve. Things that seem morally obvious and intuitive now weren't necessarily, so in the past, many started with non-conforming reasoning. Repeatedly, biological factors, e.g., hormones, don't so much cause a behavior as modulate and sensitize, lowering thresholds for environmental stimuli to cause it. Cognition and effect always interact. What's interesting is when one dominates. Genes have different effects in different environments. A hormone can make you nicer or crummier, depending on your values. We haven't evolved to be selfish or altruistic or anything else. We've evolved to be particular ways in particular settings. Context, context, context. Biologically, intense love and intense hate aren't opposites. The opposite of each is indifference. Adolescence shows us that the most interesting part of the brain evolved to be shaped minimally by genes and maximally by experience. That's how we learn. Context, context, context. Arbitrary boundaries on continua can be helpful. But never forget that they are arbitrary. Often we're more about the anticipation and pursuit of pleasure than about the experience of it. You can't understand aggression without understanding fear, and what the amygdala has to do with both. Genes aren't about inevitabilities, they're about potentials and vulnerabilities. And they don't determine anything on their own. Gene/environment interactions are everywhere. Evolution is most consequential when altering regulation of genes rather than genes themselves. We implicitly divide the world into us and them and prefer the former. We are easily manipulated, even subliminally and within seconds, as to who counts as each. We aren't chimps. And we aren't bonobos. We're not a classic pair bonding species or a tournament species. We've evolved to be somewhere in between in these and other categories that are clear-cut in other animals. It makes us a much more malleable and resilient species. It also makes our social lives much more confusing and messy, filled with imperfection and wrong turns. The homunculus has no clothes. While traditional nomadic hunter-gatherer life over hundreds of thousands of years might have been a little on the boring side, it certainly wasn't ceaselessly bloody. In the years since most humans abandoned a hunter-gatherer lifestyle, we've obviously invented many things. One of the most interesting and challenging is social systems where we can be surrounded by strangers and can act anonymously. Saying a biological system works well is a value-free assessment. It can take discipline, hard work, and willpower to accomplish either something wondrous or something appalling. Doing the right thing is always context-dependent. Many of our best moments of morality and compassion have roots far deeper and older than being mere products of human civilization. Be dubious about someone who suggests that other types of people are like little crawly, infectious things. When humans invented socioeconomic status, they invented a way to subordinate like nothing that hierarchical primates had ever seen before. Me versus us being prosocial within your group is easier than us versus them prosociality between groups. It's not great if someone believes it's okay for people to do some horrible, damaging act. But more of the world's misery arises from people who, of course, oppose that horrible act, but cite some particular circumstances that should make them exceptions. The road to hell is paved with rationalization. The certainty with which we act now might seem ghastly not only to future generations but to our future selves as well. Neither the capacity for fancy, rarefied moral reasoning nor for feeling great empathy necessarily translates into actually doing something difficult, brave, and compassionate. People kill and are willing to be killed for symbolic sacred values. Negotiations can make peace with them, understanding and respecting the intensity of their sacred values can make lasting peace. We are constantly being shaped by seemingly irrelevant stimuli, subliminal information, and internal forces we don't know a thing about. Our worst behaviors, ones we condemn and punish, are the products of our biology. But don't forget that the same applies to our best behaviors. Individuals no more exceptional than the rest of us provide stunning examples of our finest moments as humans. 2 last thoughts. If you had to boil this book down to a single phrase, it would be it's complicated. Nothing seems to cause anything, instead everything just modulates something else. Scientists keep saying, we used to think X, but now we realize that. Fixing one thing often messes up 10 more as the law of unintended consequences reigns. On any big, important issue it seems like 51% of the scientific studies conclude one thing and 49% conclude the opposite. And so on. Eventually it can seem hopeless that you can actually fix something, can make things better. But we have no choice but to try. And if you are reading this, you are probably ideally suited to do so. You've amply proven you have intellectual tenacity. You probably also have running water, a home, adequate calories, and low odds of festering with a bad parasitic disease. You probably don't have to worry about Ebola virus, warlords, or being invisible in your world. And you've been educated. In other words, you're one of the lucky humans. So try. Finally, you don't have to choose between being scientific and being compassionate. Acknowledgements. The naturalist Edward O. Wilson, one of the most influential thinkers of our time, has found himself at the center of fiery controversies related to the evolution of human social behavior, discussed in Chapter 10. An elegant and graceful man, he has written about those disputes, and those who have most strongly opposed him without a trace of irony. I can say I have been blessed with brilliant enemies. I owe them a great debt, because they redoubled my energies and drove me in new directions. When it comes to this book, I count myself even luckier than Wilson, in that I've had the good fortune of brilliant friends, ones who have been enormously helpful and generous with their time in vetting the chapters of this book. They flagged my errors of omission and commission and my under minus over minus and misinterpretations, and tactfully let me know areas where I was 20 years out of date in my knowledge, or just plain woefully wrong. This book has benefited enormously from their collegial kindness, and I thank them all deeply, while taking credit for any errors remaining. They are Aaron Orenzian, University of British Columbia, Canada. Karsten de Drew, Leiden University, University of Amsterdam. Netherlands. Daniel Weinberger, Johns Hopkins University. David Barash, University of Washington. David Moore, Pitzer College and Claremont Graduate University. Douglas Fry, University of Alabama at Birmingham. Gerd Kemperman, Dresden University of Technology, Germany. James Gross, Stanford University. James Rilling, Emory University. Gene Tsai, Stanford University. John Crabb, Oregon Health and Science University. John Jost, New York University. John Wingfield, University of California at Davis. Joshua Green, Harvard University. Kenneth Kendler, Virginia Commonwealth University. Lawrence Steinberg, Temple University. Owen Jones, Vanderbilt University. Paul Whelan, Dartmouth College. Randy Nelson, Ohio State University. Robert Seyfarth, University of Pennsylvania. Sarah Hurry, University of California at Davis. Stephen Manuk, University of Pittsburgh. Stephen Cole, University of California at Los Angeles. Susan Fisk, Princeton University. I have also had the fortune to interact with the spectacular students at Stanford University, and a number of them have directly contributed to this book. This has taken the form of their being library assistants, helping out with specific topics, or being members of a small seminar that I taught a few times that focused on the content of this book. They've been wonderful to work with and learn from. They are Adam Widman, Alexander Morgan, Ollie Magankalda, Alice Spurgeon, Alison Waters, Anna Chan, Ariel Lasky, Ben Weiler, Bethany Michelle, Bilal Mahmood, Carl Cummings, Catherine La, Christopher Skulls, Davey Yoon, Don Maxey, Dylan Allegria, Elena Bridgers, Elizabeth Levey, Ellen Edenberg, Elora Karmarkar, Eric Leonard, Ethan Lipka, Felicity Grisham, Ig Ben Dor, Dean Lowry, George Capps, Helen McClendon, Helen Shen, Jeffrey Woods, Jonathan Liu, Caitlin Green, Catherine Tamalti, Katrina Hui, Kian Eftikari, Kirsten Hornbeek, Laura Rangel, Lauren Finzer, Lindsay Louie, Lisa Diver, Maisie Samuelson, Morgan Ferret, Nick Holland, Patrick Wong, Pilara Baskell, Robert Schaefer, Sam Bremer, Sandy Corey, Scott Huckabee, Sean Bruick, Sonia Singh, Stacey Nishimoto, Tom McFadden, Vineet Singh Hall, Will Peterson, Wyatt Hong, Yun Chu. I also thank Lisa Pereira of Stanford University, Christopher Richards of Penguin Books, Thea Traff of The New Yorker, and Ethan Lipka of the Nueva School for helping tremendously in getting this book into shape during the final stretch. Thanks to Kevin Berger for thinking of the title to Chapter 6. Warm, heartfelt thanks to Katinka Matson and Stephen Barkley, my publishing and speaking agents, sounding boards, and friends. You both know how long and difficult the gestation of this book was, and thank you for sticking with me throughout. I thank Scott Moyers of Penguin with huge gratitude. You have been a dream of an editor. And I apologize to anyone whose support I have missed noting here, as I rush frantically to meet the deadline for this book. Finally, above all else, I thank and madly love those who have given the most support and who have withstood the most interruptions of board games while I worked on the book, my family. See Appendix 1. Neuroscience 101. On-site are two different scenarios. First, think back to when you hit puberty. You've been primed by a parent or teacher about what to expect. You woke up with a funny feeling, found your jammies alarmingly soiled. You excitedly woke up your parents who got tearful. They took embarrassing pictures. A sheep was slaughtered in your honor and you were carried through town in a sedan chair while neighbors chanted in an ancient language. This was a big deal. But be honest, would your life be so different if those endocrine changes had instead occurred 24 hours later? Second, emerging from a store, you are unexpectedly chased by a lion. As part of the stress response, your brain increases your heart rate and blood pressure, dilates blood vessels in your leg muscles, which are now frantically working, and sharpens sensory processing to produce a tunnel vision of concentration. How would things have turned out if your brain took 24 hours to send those commands? You'd be dead meat. That's what makes the brain special. Hit puberty tomorrow instead of today? So what? Make some antibodies tonight instead of now. Rarely fatal. Same for delaying depositing calcium in your bones. But much of what the nervous system is about is encapsulated in the framing of Chapter 2, what happened 1 second before. Incredible speed. T. The nervous system is about contrasts, unambiguous extremes between having something and having nothing to say, maximizing signal-to-noise ratios. And this is demanding and expensive. One neuron at a time. The basic cell type of the nervous system, what we typically call a brain cell, is the neuron. The 100 billion or so in our brains communicate with one another, forming complex circuits. In addition, there are glia cells, which do a lot of gophering, providing structural support and insulation for neurons, storing energy for them, helping to mop up neuronal damage. Naturally, this neuron-glia comparison is all wrong. There are about 10 glial cells for every neuron, coming in various subtypes. They greatly influence how neurons speak to one another, and also form glial networks that communicate completely differently from neurons. So glia are important. Nonetheless, to make this primer more manageable, I'm going to be very neuron-centric. Part of what makes the nervous system so distinctive is how distinctive neurons are as cells. Cells are usually small, self-contained entities, consider little round red blood cells. Neurons, in contrast, are highly asymmetrical, elongated beasts, typically with processes sticking out all over the place. These processes can be elaborated to nutty extents. Consider this single neuron, drawn in the early 20th century by one of the gods in the field, Santiago Ramon y Cajal. It's like the branches of a manic tree, explaining the jargon that this is a highly arborized neuron. Many neurons are also outlandishly large. A zillion red blood cells fit on the proverbial period at the end of this sentence. In contrast, There are single neurons in the spinal cord that send out projection cables, many feet long. There are spinal cord neurons in blue whales that are half the length of a basketball court. Now for the subparts of a neuron, the key to understanding its function. What neurons do is talk to one another, cause one another to get excited. At one end of a neuron are its metaphorical ears, specialized processes that receive information from another neuron. At the other end are the processes that are the mouth, that communicate with the next neuron in line. The ears, the inputs, are called dendrites. The output begins with a single long cable called an axon, which then ramifies into axonal endings. These axon terminals are the mouths. Ignore the myelin sheath for the moment. Those axon terminals connect to the dendrites of the next neuron in line. Thus a neuron's dendritic ears are informed that the neuron behind it is excited. The flow of information then sweeps from the dendrites to the cell body to the axon terminals, and is then passed to the next neuron. Let's translate flow of information into quasi-chemistry. What actually goes from the dendrites to the axon terminals? A wave of electrical excitation. Inside the neuron are various positively and negatively charged ions. Just outside the neuron's membrane are other positively and negatively charged ions. When a neuron has gotten an exciting signal from the previous neuron at the end of one single dendritic fiber, channels in the membrane in that dendrite open, allowing various ions to flow in and others to flow out, and the net result is that the inside of the end of that dendrite becomes more positively charged. The charge spreads toward the axon terminal, where it is passed to the next neuron. That's it for the chemistry. Two gigantically important details. The resting potential. So when a neuron has gotten a hugely excitatory message from the previous neuron in line, its insides can become positively charged relative to the extracellular space around it. Back to our earlier metaphor, the neuron now has something to say and it is screaming its head off. What might things look like, then when the neuron has nothing to say, has not been stimulated? Maybe a state of equilibrium, where the inside and outside have equal, neutral charges. No, never. That's good enough for some cell in your spleen or your big toe. But back to that critical issue, that neurons are all about contrasts. When a neuron has nothing to say, that isn't some passive state of things, just trickling down to zero. Instead it's an active process. An active, intentional, forceful, muscular, sweaty process. Instead of the I have nothing to say state being one of charge neutrality, the inside of the neuron is negatively charged relative to the outside. You couldn't ask for a more dramatic contrast. I have nothing to say equals inside of the neuron is negatively charged. I have something to say equals inside is positive. No neuron ever confuses the two. The internally negative state is called the resting potential. The excited state is called the action potential. And why is generating this dramatic resting potential such an active process? Because neurons have to work like crazy, using various pumps in their membranes, to push some positively charged ions out and to keep some negatively charged ones in, all in order to generate that negative internal resting state. Along comes an excitatory signal, the pumps stop working, channels open and ions rush this way and that to generate the excitatory positive internal charge. And when that wave of excitation has passed, the channels close and the pumps go back into action, regenerating that negative resting potential. Remarkably, neurons spend nearly half their energy on the pumps that generate the resting potential. It doesn't come cheap to generate dramatic contrasts between having nothing to say and having some exciting news. Now that we understand resting potentials and action potentials, onto the other gigantically important detail. That's not what action potentials really are. What I've just outlined is that a single dendritic fibril receives an excitatory signal from the previous neuron, i.e., the previous neuron has had an action potential. This generates an action potential in that dendrite, which propagates toward the cell body, over it, onto the axon, to the axon terminals, and signals the next neuron in line. Not true. Instead. So the neuron is sitting there with nothing to say, which is to say that it's displaying a resting potential. All of its insides are negatively charged. Along comes an excitatory signal, at that one dendritic fibril, emanating from the previous neuron in line. As a result, channels open and ions flow in and out of that one dendrite. But only a little bit. Not enough to make the entire inside of the neuron positively charged, simply a little less negatively charged just inside that dendrite, just to attach some numbers here that don't matter in the slightest. The resting potential charge shifts from around negative 70 millivolts to around negative 60 millivolts. Then the channels close. That little hiccup of becoming less negative spreads farther up the shaft of that dendrite. The pumps have started working, pumping ions back to where they were in the first place. So at the end of that dendritic fibril, the charge went from negative 70 to 60 millivolts. But a little bit up the shaft of that fibril, things then go from negative 70 to 65 millivolts. Farther up the shaft, 70 to negative 69. In other words, that excitatory signal dissipates. You've taken a nice smooth calm lake in its resting state and tossed a little pebble in. It causes a bit of a ripple right there, which spreads outward, getting smaller in its magnitude until it dissipates not far from where the pebble hit. And miles away, at the lake's axonal end, that ripple of excitation has had no effect whatsoever. In other words, if a single dendritic fibril is excited, that's not enough to pass on the excitation down to the axonal end and on to the next neuron. How does a message ever get passed on? Back to that wonderful drawing of a neuron by Kogel here. That arborized array of bifurcating dendritic branches ends in lots of ends of fibrils. Time to introduce the term commonly used, ends in lots of dendritic spines. And in order to get sufficient excitation to sweep from the dendritic end of the neuron to the axonal end, you have to have summation. The same spine must be stimulated repeatedly and or, more commonly, a bunch of the spinal neurons must be stimulated at once. You can't get a wave, rather than just a ripple, unless you throw in a lot of pebbles. At the base of the axon, where it emerges from the cell body, is a specialized part, called the axon hillock. If all those summated dendritic inputs produce enough of a ripple to move the resting potential around the hillock from negative 70 millivolt to around negative 40 millivolt, a threshold is passed. And once that happens, all hell breaks loose. A different class of channels opens in the membrane of the hillock, which allows a massive migration of ions, producing, finally, a positive charge about 30 millivolts. In other words, an action potential. Which then opens up those same types of channels in the next smidgen of axonal membrane, regenerating the action potential there, and then the next, and the next, all the way down to the axon terminals. From an informational standpoint, a neuron has two different types of signaling systems. From the dendritic spines to the starts of the axon hillock, it's an analog signal with gradations of signals that dissipate over space and time. And from the axon hillock to the axon terminals, it's a digital system with all or none signaling that regenerates down the length of the axon. Let's throw in some imaginary numbers. Suppose an average neuron has about 100 dendritic spines and about 100 axon terminals. What are the implications of this in the context of the analog-digital feature of neurons? Sometimes nothing interesting. Consider neuron A, which as just introduced, has 100 axon terminals. Each one of those connects to one of the dendritic spines of the next neuron in line. Neuron B. Neuron A has an action potential, which propagates down to all of its 100 axon terminals, which excites all 100 dendritic spines in neuron B. The threshold at the axon hillock of neuron B requires 50 of the dendrites to get excited around the same time in order to generate an action potential. Thus, with all 100 of the dendrites firing, neuron B is guaranteed to get an action potential. Now, instead, neuron A projects half of its axon terminals to neuron B and half to neuron C. It has an action potential. Does that guarantee one in neurons B and C? Yes. Each of those neurons' axon hillocks has that threshold of needing a signal from 50 dendritic pebbles at once in order to have an action potential. Now, instead, neuron A evenly distributes its axon terminals among 10 different target neurons. Neurons B through K is its action potential going to produce action potentials in the target neurons? No way. Continuing our example, the 10 dendritic spines worth of pebbles in each target neuron is way below the threshold of 50 pebbles. So what will ever cause an action potential in, say, neuron K, which has only 10 of its dendritic spines getting excitatory signals from neuron A? Well, what's going on with its other 90 dendritic spines? They're getting inputs from other neurons, 9 of them, with 10 inputs from each. When will neuron B have an action potential? When at least half of the neurons projecting to it have action potentials. In other words, any given neuron integrates the inputs from all the neurons projecting to it. And out of this comes a rule: the more neurons that neuron projects to, by definition, the more neurons it can influence. However, the more neurons it projects to, the smaller its average influence will be at each of those target neurons. There's a trade-off. This doesn't matter in the spinal cord, where one neuron typically sends all its projections to the next one in line. But in the brain, one neuron will disperse its projections to scads of other ones and receive inputs from scads of other ones, with each neuron's axon hillock determining whether the S threshold is reached and an action potential generated. The brain is wired in networks of divergent and convergent signaling. Now, to put in a flabbergasting real number, your average neuron has about 10,000 dendritic spines and about the same number of axon terminals. Factor in 100 billion neurons, and you see why brains, rather than kidneys, write poetry. Just for completeness, here are a couple of final facts. Neurons have some additional tricks at the end of an action potential to enhance the contrast between nothing to say, something to say even more, two means of ending the action potential really fast and dramatically, something called delayed rectification and another thing called the hyperpolarized refractory period. Another minor detail from that diagram above: a type of glial cell wraps around an axon, forming a layer of insulation called a myelin sheath. This myelination causes the action potential to shoot down the axon faster. And one final detail of great future importance: the threshold of the axon hillock can change over time, thus changing the neuron's excitability. What things change thresholds? Hormones, nutritional state, experience, and other factors filling this book's pages. We've now made it from one end of a neuron to the other. How exactly does a neuron with an action potential communicate its excitation to the next neuron in line? Two neurons at a time, synaptic communication. These housekeeping steps are hugely important. Suppose you want to increase the amount of neurotransmitter signaling across a synapse. Let's translate that into the excitation terms of the previous section. You want to increase excitability across the synapse, such that an action potential in the presynaptic neuron has more of an oomph in the postsynaptic neuron, which is to say it has an increased likelihood of causing an action potential in that second neuron. You could increase the amount of neurotransmitter released, the presynaptic neuron yells louder. Or you could increase the amount of receptor on the dendritic spine, the postsynaptic neuron is listening more acutely. But as another possibility, you could decrease the activity of the reuptake pump. As a result, less of the neurotransmitter is removed from the synapse. Thus it sticks around longer and binds to the receptors repeatedly, amplifying the signal. Or, as the conceptual equivalent, you could decrease the activity of the degradative enzyme, less neurotransmitter is broken down, so more sticks around longer in the synapse, having an enhanced effect. As we saw, some of the most interesting findings that help explain individual differences in the behaviors that concern us in this book relate to amounts of neurotransmitter made and released, and the amounts and functioning of the receptors, reuptake pumps, and degradative enzymes. Types of neurotransmitters. So what is this mythic neurotransmitter molecule, released by action potentials from the axon terminals of all of the 100 billion neurons? Here's where things get complicated. Because there is more than one type of neurotransmitter. Why more than one? The same thing happens in every synapse, which is that the neurotransmitter binds to its key in a lock receptor and triggers the opening of various channels that allow the ions to flow and makes the inside of the spine a bit less negatively charged. One reason is that different neurotransmitters depolarize to different extents. In other words, some have more excitatory effects than others, and for different durations. This allows for a lot more complexity in information being passed from one neuron to the next. And now, to double the size of our palette, there are some neurotransmitters that don't depolarize, don't increase the likelihood of the next neuron in line having an action potential. They do the opposite. They hyperpolarize the dendritic spine, opening different types of channels that make the resting potential even more negative, e.g., shifting from negative 70 mV to negative 80 mV. In other words, there are such things as inhibitory neurotransmitters. You can see how that has just made things more complicated. A neuron with its 10,000 dendritic spines is getting excitatory inputs of differing magnitudes from various neurons, getting inhibitory ones from other neurons, and integrating all of this at the axon hillock. Thus there are lots of different classes of neurotransmitters, each binding to a unique receptor site that is complementary to its shape. Are there a bunch of different types of neurotransmitters in each axon terminal so that an action potential triggers the release of a whole orchestration of signaling? Here is where we invoke Dale's principle, named for Henry Dale, one of the grand poobahs of the field, who in the 1930s proposed a rule whose veracity forms the very core of each neuroscientist's sense of well-being. An action potential releases the same type of neurotransmitter from all of the axon terminals of a neuron. Therefore there will be a distinctive neurochemical profile to a particular neuron, though that neuron is a neurotransmitter, a type neuron. And what that also means is that the neurons that it talks to have neurotransmitter or receptors on their dendritic spines. There are dozens of neurotransmitters that have been identified. Some of the most renowned: serotonin, norepinephrine, dopamine, acetylcholine, glutamate, the most excitatory neurotransmitter in the brain, and GABA, the most inhibitory. It's at this point that medical students are tortured with all the multisyllabic details of how each neurotransmitter is synthesized, its precursor, the intermediate forms the precursor is converted to until finally arriving at the real thing, the painfully long names of the various enzymes that catalyze the syntheses. Amid that there are some pretty simple rules built around 3 points. A. You do not ever want to find yourself running for your life from a lion and, oopsies, the neurons that tell your muscles to run fast go offline because they've run out of neurotransmitter. Neurotransmitters are therefore made from precursors that are plentiful, often they are simple dietary constituents. Serotonin and dopamine, for example, are made from the dietary amino acids tryptophan and tyrosine, respectively. Acetylcholine is made from dietary choline and lecithin. B. A neuron can potentially have dozens of action potentials a second. Each involves restocking the vesicles with more neurotransmitter, releasing them, and mopping up afterward. Given that, you do not want your neurotransmitters to be huge, complex, ornate molecules, each of which requires generations of stonemasons to construct. Instead, they are all made in a small number of steps from their precursors. They're cheap and easy to make. For example, it takes only 2 simple, synthetic steps to turn tyrosine into dopamine. C. Finally, to complete this pattern of neurotransmitter synthesis, as cheap and easy, multiple neurotransmitters can be generated from the same precursor. In neurons that use dopamine as the neurotransmitter, for example, there are 2 enzymes that do those 2 construction steps. Meanwhile, in norepinephrine-releasing neurons, there's an additional enzyme that converts dopamine to norepinephrine. Cheap, cheap, cheap. Which makes sense. Nothing becomes obsolete faster than a neurotransmitter after it has done its postsynaptic thing. Yesterday's newspaper is useful today only for house training puppies. Neuropharmacology. As these neurotransmitterology insights emerged, they allowed scientists to begin to understand how various neuroactive and psychoactive drugs and medicines work. Broadly, such drugs fall into 2 categories, those that increase signaling across a particular type of synapse, and those that decrease it. We already saw some of the strategies for increasing signaling. Stimulate more synthesis of the neurotransmitter, for example, by administering the precursor or using a drug that increases the activity of the enzymes that synthesize the neurotransmitter. As an example, Parkinson's disease involves a loss of dopamine in one brain region, and a staple of treatment is to boost dopamine levels by administering the drug L-Dopa, which is the immediate precursor of dopamine. B. Administer a synthetic version of the neurotransmitter or a drug that is structurally close enough to the real thing to fool the receptors. Psilocybin, for example, is structurally similar to serotonin, and activates a subtype of its receptors. C. Stimulate the postsynaptic neuron to make more receptors. Fine in theory, but not easily done. D. Inhibit degradative enzymes so that more of the neurotransmitter sticks around in the synapse. E. Inhibit the reuptake of the neurotransmitter, prolonging its effects in the synapse. The modern antidepressant of choice, Prozac, does exactly that in serotonin synapses. Thus it is often referred to as an S3, a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor. Meanwhile, a pharmacopoeia of drugs are available to decrease signaling across synapses, and you can see what their underlying mechanisms are going to include: blocking the synthesis of a neurotransmitter, blocking its release, blocking its access to its receptor, and so on. Fun example. W. Acetylcholine stimulates your diaphragm to contract. Curare, the poison used in darts by Amazonian tribes, blocks acetylcholine receptors. You stop breathing. A final, very relevant point: just as the threshold of the axon hillock can change over time in response to experience, nearly every facet of the nuts and bolts of neurotransmitterology can be changed by experience as well. More than 2 neurons at a time. We have now triumphantly reached the point of thinking about 3 neurons at a time. And within not too many pages, we will have gone wild and considered even more than 3. The purpose of this section is to see how circuits of neurons work, the intermediate step before examining what entire regions of the brain have to do with the best and worst of our behaviors. Therefore, the examples here were chosen merely to give a flavor of how things work at this level. Neuromodulation. Consider the following diagram. The axon terminal of neuron B forms a synapse with the dendritic spine of the postsynaptic neuron, let's call it neuron C, and releases an excitatory neurotransmitter. The usual. Meanwhile, neuron A sends an axon terminal projection onto neuron B, but not to a normal place, a dendritic spine. Instead, its axon terminal synapses onto the axon terminal of neuron B. What's up with this? Neuron A releases the inhibitory neurotransmitter GABA, which floats across that axoxonic synapse and binds to receptors on that side of neuron B's axon terminal. And such an inhibitory effect, i.e., making that negative 70 mV resting potential even more negative, snuffs out any action potential hurtling down that branch of the axon, keeps it from getting to the very end and releasing neurotransmitter. In the jargon of the field, neuron A is having a neuromodulatory effect on neuron B, sharpening a signal over time and space. Now for a new type of circuitry. To accommodate this, I'm using a simpler way of representing neurons. As diagrammed, neuron A sends all of its axonal projections to neuron B and releases an excitatory neurotransmitter, symbolized by the plus sign. The circle in neuron B represents the cell body plus all the dendritic branches. Now consider the next circuit. Neuron A stimulates neuron B, as usual. In addition, it also stimulates neuron C. This is routine, with neuron A splitting its axonal projections between the 2 target cells, exciting both. And what does neuron C do? It sends an inhibitory projection back onto neuron A, forming a negative feedback loop. Back to the brain loving contrasts, energetically screaming its head off when it has something to say and energetically being silent otherwise. This is a more macro level of the same. Neuron A fires off a series of action potentials. What better way to energetically communicate that it's all over than to become majorly silent, thanks to the feedback loop? It's a means of sharpening a signal over time, and note that neuron A can determine how powerful that negative feedback signal will be by how many of the 10,000 axon terminals it shunts toward neuron C instead of B. Such temporal sharpening of a signal can be accomplished in another way. Neuron A stimulates B and C. Neuron C sends an inhibitory signal onto neuron B that will arrive sometime after B starts getting stimulated, since the NC/B loop is 2 synaptic steps, versus 1 for a /B. Result: sharpening a signal with feed-forward inhibition. Now for another type of sharpening of a signal, of increasing the signal-to-noise ratio. Consider this 6-neuron circuit, where neuron A stimulates B, C stimulates D, and E stimulates F. So neuron C sends an excitatory projection onto neuron D, but in addition, neuron C's axon sends collateral inhibitory projections onto neurons A and E. Thus, if neuron C is stimulated, it both stimulates neuron D and silences neurons A and E. With such lateral inhibition, C screams its head off while A and E become especially silent. It's a means of sharpening a spatial signal, and note that the diagram is simplified in that I've omitted something obvious. Neurons A and E also send inhibitory collateral projection onto neuron C, as well as to the neurons on the other sides of them in this imaginary network. Lateral inhibition like this is ubiquitous in sensory systems. Shine a tiny dot of light onto an eye. Wait, was that photoreceptor neuron A, C, or E that just got stimulated? Thanks to lateral inhibition, it is clearer that it was C. Ditto in tactile systems, allowing you to tell that it was this smidgen of skin that was just touched, not a little this way or that. Or the ears telling you it was definitely an A, not an A-, sharp or A- flat. Thus what we've seen is another example of contrast enhancement in the nervous system. What is the significance of the fact that the silent state of a neuron is negatively charged, rather than a neutral 0 millivolt? It's a way of sharpening a signal within a neuron. Feedback, feed-forward, and lateral inhibition. A way of sharpening a signal within a circuit. Two different types of pain. This next circuit encompasses some of the elements just introduced, and explains why there are, broadly, two different types of pain. I love this circuit because it is just so elegant. Neuron A's dendrites sit just below the surface of the skin, and the neuron has an action potential in response to a painful stimulus. Neuron A then stimulates neuron B, which projects up the spinal cord, letting you know that something painful just happened. But neuron A also stimulates neuron C, which inhibits B. This is one of our feed-forward inhibitory circuits. Result: neuron B fires for a while, and then is silenced, and you perceive this as a sharp pain. You've been poked with a needle. Meanwhile, there's neuron D, whose dendrites are in the same general area of the skin and respond to a different type of painful stimulus. As before, neuron D excites neuron B, and the message is sent up to the brain. But it also sends projections to neuron C, where it inhibits it. Result: when neuron D is activated by a pain signal, it inhibits the ability of neuron C to inhibit neuron B, and you perceive it as a throbbing, continuous pain like a burn or abrasion. Importantly, this is reinforced further by the fact that action potentials travel down the axon of neuron D much slower than in neuron A, having to do with that myelin that I mentioned earlier. Details aren't important. So the pain in neuron A's world is not only transient but also fast. Pain in the neuron D branch not only is long-lasting, but also has a slower onset. The two classes of fibers can interact, and we often intentionally force them to. Suppose that you have some sort of continuous, throbbing pain, say, an insect bite. How can you stop the throbbing? Briefly stimulate the fast fiber. This adds to the pain for an instant, but by stimulating neuron C, you shut the system down for a while. And that is precisely what we often do in such circumstances. An insect bite throbs unbearably, we scratch hard right around it to dull the pain, and the slow, chronic pain pathway is shut down for up to a few minutes. The fact that pain works this way has important clinical implications. For one thing, it has allowed scientists to design treatments for people with severe chronic pain syndromes, for example, someone with a severe back injury. Implanting a little electrode into the fast pain pathway and attaching it to a stimulator on the person's hip enables the patient to buzz that pathway now and then to turn off the chronic pain. It works wonders in many cases. Thus we have a circuit that encompasses a temporal sharpening mechanism, introduces the double negative of inhibiting inhibitors, and is just all around cool. And one of the biggest reasons why I love it is that it was first proposed in 1965 by the great neurobiologists Ronald Melzack and Patrick Wall. It was merely proposed as a theoretical model. No one has ever seen this sort of wiring, but we proposed that it's got to look something like this, given how pain works. And subsequent work showed that's exactly how this part of the nervous system is wired. Which guy is it? One final, completely hypothetical circuit. Suppose we have a circuit made of two layers of neurons. Neuron A projects to neurons 1, 2, and 3, neuron B projects to 2, 3, and 4, etc. Now let's show how hypothetical this circuit is by giving neurons A, B, and C completely imaginary functions. Neuron A responds to the picture of the guy on the left, B to the guy in the middle, C to the one on the right. What can neuron 1 learn? How to recognize that particular guy. Neuron 5 is equally specialized. But what can neuron 3 learn? How Victorian gentlemen dressed. It's the neuron that will help you identify the Victorian in the quartet below. Neuron 3's knowledge is general and comes from the overlap of the first layer's projections. Neurons 2 and 4 are also generalist neurons, but they're less accurate, because they have only 2 exemplars each. So neuron 3 is at the convergence center of this network. And the fanciest parts of the brain are wired up in a way that resembles this fairy tale circuit, writ large. At the same time, neuron 3 is a more peripheral element in some other circuit, sending projections to it, say a circuitry that would be drawn perpendicular to this page. Neuron 1 is at the very center of some other network in the fourth dimension, and so on. All of these neurons are embedded within multiple networks. What does this produce? The capacity for association, metaphor, analogy, parable, symbol. To link two disparate things, even from different sensory modalities. To homerically associate the color of wine with the color of the sea, that both tomato and potato can be pronounced in two different ways in a song, that a bright red tongue sticking out can remind you of Music by the Stones. It's why I associate Stravinsky and Picasso, given that albums, remember those? Of Stravinsky's music always seem to have a Picasso painting on the cover. And it's why a rectangular piece of cloth with a distinctive pattern of colors on it can stand for an entire nation or people or ideology. A final point. We differ as to the nature and spread of our associative networks. And extremes of them can produce very interesting things at times. For example, most of us learned early on to associate something resembling the following with the concept of face. But then someone comes along whose associate networks of neuronal projections are broader, more idiosyncratic than everyone else's. And they teach the world that this can evoke faceness as well. What might we call the consequence of some types of atypically wide, associative nets of neurons? Creativity. One more round of scaling up. A neuron, two neurons, a neuronal circuit. We're ready now, as a last step, to scale up to the level of thousands of neurons at once. Consider the following slice of tissue viewed under a microscope. It's a homogeneous field of cells all organized in roughly the same way. The top left corner and bottom left corner look exactly the same. This is a liver in cross-section. If you've seen one part, you've seen it all. Boring. If the brain were this homogeneous and boring, it would be an undifferentiated mass of tissue, with neuronal cell bodies carpeted evenly all over the place, sending out their processes every which way. Instead, there's a huge amount of internal organization. In other words, the cell bodies of neurons that have related functions are clumped together in particular regions of the brain, and the axons that they send to other parts of the brain are organized into projection cables. What all this means, crucially, is that different parts of the brain do different things. All the regions of the brain have names, usually multisyllabic and derived from Greek or Latin, as do the subregions and the sub-subregions. Moreover, each talks to a consistent collection of other regions, i.e., sends axons to them, and is talked to by a consistent collection, i.e., receives axonal projections from them. You can go crazy studying all this, as I've seen, tragically, in the case of many a neuroanatomist who relishes all these details. For our purposes, there are some key points. Each particular region contains millions of neurons. Some familiar names at this level of analysis: hypothalamus, cerebellum, cortex, hippocampus. Some regions have very distinct and compact subregions, and each is referred to as a nucleus. This is confusing, as the part of every cell that contains the DNA is also called the nucleus. What can you do? Some probably totally unfamiliar names, just as examples: the basal nucleus of NERT, the supraptictic nucleus of the hypothalamus, the charmingly named inferior olive nucleus. As described, the cell bodies of neurons with related functions are clumped together in their particular region or nucleus and send their axonal projections off in the same direction, merging together into a cable, a fiber tract. Here's an example, taken from the hippocampus, back to that myelin wrapping around axons that helps action potentials propagate faster. Myelin tends to be white, sufficiently so that the fiber tract cables in the brain look white. Thus they're generically referred to as white matter. As can be seen, a lot of the brain is taken up by the fiber tracts. All sorts of regions are talking to one another, often distant parts. Suppose you have someone who has sustained an injury in one particular part of the brain, mysterious spot X. This gives the opportunity to learn something about the brain by now seeing what no longer works right in the person. Neuroscience as a field really got its start thanks to studies of soldiers who had suffered missile projection wounds. Viewed in a detached manner, the endless 19th century European military bloodbaths were God's gift to neuroanatomists. The injured individual now does something abnormally. Can you conclude that spot X is the part of the brain responsible for the normal version of that behavior? Only if it's where a cluster of neuronal cell bodies are. If spot X is a fiber tract, You're actually learning something about the region of the brain whose neurons sent axonal projections in that fiber tract, and that region could be at the other end of the brain. So it's important to distinguish between neuronal nuclei and fibers of passage. Finally, back to the reference just now about a part of the brain being the center for some behavior. The examples from earlier in the chapter showed how hard it is to make sense of the function of an individual neuron without considering the network that it is part of. Same theme here, writ large. Given that every brain region is getting projections from and sending projections to a zillion other places, it is rare that an individual brain region is the center for anything. Instead, it's all networks where, far more often, a particular region plays a key role in, helps mediate, or influences a behavior. The function of a particular brain region is embedded in the context of its connections. Thus, this concludes our Brain 101 primer. Appendix 2. The basics of endocrinology. Endocrinology is the study of hormones, very different sorts of messengers from the neurotransmitters of Chapter 2. As a recap, neurotransmitters are released from neurons' axon terminals in response to action potentials. Once released, they travel a microscopic distance across the synapse and bind to receptors on dendrites of the second, postsynaptic neuron, thereby changing that neuron's excitability. In contrast, a hormone is a chemical messenger released from secretory cells, including neurons, in various glands. Once secreted, it enters the bloodstream where it can influence any cells throughout the body that possess receptors for it, so right off the bat we have key differences. First, neurotransmitters directly affect only neurons on the other side of synapses, while a hormone can potentially affect each of the trillions of cells in the body. A second difference is the time course. Neurotransmitter signaling across synapses occurs in milliseconds. In contrast, many hormonal effects emerge over hours to days and can persist forever. For example, how often does puberty go away after a while? Neurotransmitters and hormones also differ in the scale of their effects. A neurotransmitter binds to its postsynaptic receptor, resulting in a local change in the flow of ions across the membrane of that dendritic spine. But depending on the hormone and the target cell being considered, hormones can change the activity of particular proteins, turn certain genes on or off, alter the metabolisms of cells, cause them to grow or atrophy, to divide or to shrivel up and die. Testosterone, for example, increases muscle mass, and progesterone causes the proliferation of cells in the uterus, causing it to thicken during the luteal phase. Conversely, thyroid hormone kills cells in a tadpole's tail as the animal is metamorphosing into a frog, and a class of stress hormones can kill cells in the immune system, helping to explain how stress makes us vulnerable to getting a cold. Hormones are extremely versatile. Most hormones are part of a neuroendocrine axis. Recall from Chapter 2 how all roads in the limbic system lead to the hypothalamus, with its pivotal role in regulating the autonomic nervous system and hormonal systems. Here's where that second part comes in. Neurons in the hypothalamus secrete a particular hormone that travels in a tiny, local circulatory system connecting to the pituitary, just below the base of the brain. There, that hormone stimulates the secretion of a particular pituitary hormone, which enters the general circulation and stimulates the secretion of a third hormone from some peripheral gland. Here's an example involving my three favorite hormones. During stress, hypothalamic neurons secrete CRH, corticotropin-releasing hormone, which stimulates pituitary cells to secrete ACTH, adrenocorticotropic hormone. Once in the general circulation, ACTH gets to the adrenal glands where it stimulates secretion of steroid, stress hormones called glucocorticoids, with the human version being cortisol, aka hydrocortisone. Other hormones e.g., estrogen, progesterone, testosterone, and thyroid hormone are released from peripheral glands as the final step of their own hypothalamic/pituitary/peripheral gland axis. As a wonderful complication, the secretion of each particular pituitary hormone is often not under the control of only a single hypothalamic releasing hormone. Instead, there are multiple types of hormones serving that function, and other hypothalamic hormones that inhibit that particular pituitary hormone's release. For example, an array of hypothalamic hormones in addition to CRH regulates the release of ACTH, where different types of stressors produce different combinations of those hypothalamic hormones. Not all hormones are regulated in this brain/pituitary/peripheral gland manner. In some cases there's a brain pituitary two-step, where the pituitary hormone exerts effects throughout the body. Growth hormone generally fits this pattern. In other systems the brain sends projections down the spine and to a particular gland, helping to regulate its hormone release. The pancreas and its secretion of insulin are an example, where circulating glucose levels are the main regulator. Then there are weirdo hormones secreted from unlikely places, like the heart or gut, where the brain regulates secretion only indirectly. Hormones, like neurotransmitters, are made cheaply. They are constructed in just a few biosynthetic steps from plentiful precursors, either simple proteins or cholesterol. Moreover, the body generates multiple types of hormones from the same precursor. For example, the numerous steroid hormones are all generated from cholesterol. So far we've given short shrift to hormone receptors. They do the same general job as do neurotransmitter receptors. There is a distinctive receptor molecule for each type of hormone with a concave binding domain whose shape is complementary to the shape of the hormone. To trot out the same cliché as was used for neurotransmitters, a hormone fits into its receptor like a key fits into a lock. And as with neurotransmitter receptors, there's no free lunch with hormone receptors. The various steroid hormones are structurally similar. Thus, if you're cheap at the production end, you need subtle, fancy receptors that differentiate among those similar hormones. You do not want receptors that confuse, say, estrogen and testosterone. Hormone/neurotransmitter similarities continue. Like neurotransmitter receptors, a hormone receptor's avidity for its hormone can change. This means that the shape of the binding site changes a bit, so that the hormone now fits more or less snugly, thus increasing or decreasing the duration of the hormone's effects. The number of receptors for a particular hormone in a cell can also change, altering the cell's sensitivity to that hormone's effects. The number of receptors in a target cell can be as important as the levels of the hormone itself, and there are endocrine diseases where normal levels of a hormone are secreted but, because of a mutation in the hormone's receptor, no signal gets through. Hormone levels are akin to how loudly someone speaks. Receptor levels are akin to the acuity with which ears detect that voice. Finally, receptors for a hormone typically occur in only a subset of cells and tissues in the body, meaning that only those are responsive to the hormone. For example, only tail cells contain receptors for thyroid hormone when tadpoles are turning into frogs. Similarly, only some types of breast cancer involve tumors whose cells are ER-positive, i.e., they contain estrogen receptors and are responsive to the growth-promoting effects of the hormone. This is our overview of how hormones alter the functions of target cells over the course of hours to days. Hormones were highly pertinent in Chapter 7 when considering the effects of hormones in childhood and fetal life. Specifically, hormones can have permanent organizational effects during development, shaping how the brain is constructed. In contrast, activational effects persist for hours to days. These two domains interact in that organizational hormone effects on a fetal brain influence what activational effects hormones will have on that brain in adulthood. Back to the main text to consider specific hormones. P. Appendix 3. Protein Basics. Proteins are a class of organic compounds that are the most abundant molecules in living systems. They are hugely important, since numerous hormones, neurotransmitters, and messengers of the immune system are made of protein, ditto for the receptors that respond to those messengers, the enzymes that construct or degrade them, the scaffolding that shapes a cell, and so on. A key feature of proteins is their shape, since the shape of a protein determines its function. Proteins that form the scaffolding of a cell have the shape of the different crossbars and scaffolding at construction sites, sort of. A protein hormone will have a distinctive shape that is unique and distinctively different from the shape of a hormone that has different effects, and a protein receptor must have a shape that is complementary to the shape of the hormone or neurotransmitter that it binds. Back to the time-honored cliché of Appendix 1, namely that a messenger like a hormone fits into its receptor like a key into a lock. Some proteins change their shape, typically moving between two conformations. Suppose you have an enzyme, again, a protein, that synthesizes a molecule of sucrose by linking a molecule of glucose to a molecule of fructose. The enzyme must have one conformation that resembles the letter V, where one end binds a glucose molecule at a particular angle, the other fructose. The binding of both triggers the enzyme to shift to its other conformation where the two ends of the V move close enough for the glucose and fructose to be linked. The sucrose floats off and the enzyme flips back to its original conformation. What determines the shape and function of a protein? Any given protein is made of a string of amino acids. There are about 20 different types of amino acids, including some familiar ones like tryptophan and glutamate. Each protein's string of amino acids is unique, like the string of letters that composes a word. Your typical protein is about 300 amino acids long, and with 20 different amino acid types, there are nearly 10,400 possible sequences. That's 10 followed by 400 zeros, more atoms than there are in the universe. The amino acid sequence of a protein influences the unique shape S of that protein. Dogma used to be that amino acid sequence determines the shape S of that protein, but it turns out that the shape is also subtly altered by things like temperature and acidity, in other words, environmental influences. And what determines the sequence of amino acids that are strung together to form a particular protein? A particular gene. DNA as the blueprint for constructing proteins. DNA is another class of organic compounds, and just as there are roughly 20 different types of amino acids, there are 4 different letters called nucleotides that make up DNA. A sequence of 3 nucleotides, called a codon, codes for a single amino acid. If there are 4 different types of nucleotides, and each codon is 3 nucleotides long, there can be a total of 64 different codons, 4 possibilities in the first place multiplied by 4 in the second multiplied by 4 in the third equals 64. A few of those 64 are reserved to signal the end of a gene, and after eliminating those stop codons, there are 61 different codons coding for 20 different amino acids. Therefore, there is redundancy. Almost all amino acids can be specified by more than one unique codon, an average of about 3, i.e., 61/20. Typically the different codons coding for the same amino acid differ by only a single nucleotide. For example, 4 different codon sequences code for the amino acid alanine. GK, GCC, GCG, and GCTA. C, G, and T are the abbreviations for the 4 types of nucleotides. Redundancy will be important for understanding gene evolution. The entire stretch of nucleotides that codes for a single type of protein is called a gene. The entire collection of DNA is called the genome, coding for all of the tens of thousands of genes in an organism. Sequencing the genome means determining the unique sequence of the billions of nucleotides that make up that organism's genome. That stretch of DNA is so long, containing roughly 20,000 genes in humans, that it has to be broken into separate volumes, called chromosomes. This produces a spatial problem. The DNA library is found in the center of the cell, in the nucleus. Proteins, however, occur all over the cell, are constructed all over it. Just think of proteins in the axon terminals of a spinal neuron in a blue whale, terminals that are light years away from that neuron's nucleus. How do you get the DNA information out to where the protein is made? There is an intermediary that completes the picture. The unique nucleotide sequence in DNA that codes for a particular gene is copied into a string of similar nucleotide letters in a related compound called RNA. Any given chromosome contains a staggeringly long stretch of DNA, coding for one gene after another. In contrast, this stretch of RNA is only as long as the particular gene. In other words, a more manageable length. That RNA is then shipped to wherever it is supposed to be in the cell, where it then directs which amino acids are strung together, in which sequence to form a protein, and there are amino acids floating around in a cell, ready to be grabbed for the protein construction project. Think of RNA as a photocopy of a single page out of this vast 20,000-page-long DNA encyclopedia. And multiple copies of the cognate protein can be made from the instructions in a photocopy page of RNA. This sure helps in circumstances where copies of the protein must wind up in each of the thousands of a single neuron's axon terminals. This produces what is termed the central dogma of life, a concept first framed in the early 1960s by Francis Crick, half of the renowned Watson and Crick, who discovered the double helix structure of DNA, with more than a little purloined help from Rosalind Franklin, but that's another story. Crick's central dogma holds that the nucleotide sequence of DNA that composes a gene determines how a unique stretch of RNA is put together, which determines how a unique stretch of amino acids are put together, which determines the shape S of the resulting protein, which determines that protein's function. DNA determines RNA determines protein, and implicit in that central dogma is another critical point: one type of gene specifies one type of protein. Just for everyone's sanity, I'm going to mostly ignore RNA. For our purposes, what is interesting is what genes, the starting point, have to do with their end products, proteins, and their functions. Mutations and polymorphisms. Genes are inherited from your parents, half the genes from each. Not entirely true, as covered in the main text. Suppose that when someone's DNA genome is being copied for inclusion in their egg or sperm, a mistake is made in the copying of one single nucleotide. With billions of nucleotides, that's bound to happen sometimes. As a result, unless corrected, the gene, now with its nucleotide sequence erroneously differing in one spot, is passed on to an offspring. This is a mutation. In classical genetics, there are three types of mutations that can occur. The first is called a point mutation. One single nucleotide is copied incorrectly. Will this change the amino acid sequence of the protein coded for? It depends. Back to redundancy in the DNA code from a few paragraphs ago. Suppose there is a codon in a gene with the sequence GCT, coding for alanine. But there has been a mutation, yielding GCA instead. No problem. That still codes for alanine. It's an inconsequential, neutral mutation. But suppose the mutation instead was GAT. This codes for a completely different amino acid called asparagine. Uh-oh. In actuality, though, this may not be a big deal if the new amino acid looks a lot like the one that was lost. Suppose you have a nucleotide sequence coding for the following metaphorical amino acid sequence: I/M/now/going/to/do/the/following. Thanks to a subtle mutation, there is a change of one amino acid, but one without a ton of consequences. I/M/now/going/ta/do/the/following.